The rain was falling lightly on his face. Damn it. He was so exhausted he could barely breathe. And even a moment of sleep would not come easy. Woken up by the downpour, this young man immediately sat up, grabbed his weapon, and stepped cautiously to the edge of the crumbling building. Below on the ground, the scene looked like a junkyard filled with monsters. There were more of them than ants. Well, he was all alone. But so what? Taking a deep breath, Kim Sung-in lunged at the monsters, his sword slicing through the air in a frenzy, obliterating everything in its path. The monsters, so careless thinking he was by himself, could not hold out for long and ended up spewing a mouthful of blood. Just when Kim Sung-in was about to collapse, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. Indeed, the hero of humanity. Oh my. A massive fiery creature appeared right before his eyes, its head resembling that of a horse, no doubt. It was the boss among those monsters. With a single light punch, Sung-in was drenched in blood from head to toe, and the boss shouted, "Hero, what a load of crap." Then, without a second thought, it executed a glowing punch that would end the very existence of humanity. The dark void quickly engulfed Sung-in's consciousness. But just as light returned to his eyes, he saw 4 punks in front of him. He quickly sat up, staring at his hands, then looked up in confusion, wondering if this was a dream. While he was still dazed and questioning the meaning of life, one of the guys suddenly grabbed him by the collar and swung a fist. Instinctively, Sung-in quickly blocked it, using his other hand to deliver a punch to the guy's face, sending the would-be attacker flying across the room. The punk, in his shabby getup, was about to get back up when another one yelled that the cops were coming. He quickly prepared to run with his buddies, but still managed to throw out a line like those wani villains always do. Sung-in, still confused about what was happening, slowly stood up and casually picked up the phone lying nearby. The moment he saw his reflection on the screen, everything crashed down, replaced by a question so utterly pointless. Wait, who the heck is this guy? In 2042, the world was destroyed, as underground bunkers sprouted up like mushrooms everywhere, and monsters crawled out from these uncharted bunkers, beginning their invasion of reality. This phenomenon was called the awakening, and as humanity faced the impending doom, some individuals possessing extraordinary powers began to appear, earning them the worldwide title of Awakened Ones. Kim Sung-in was one of them. After humanity had lost everything, he became the last survivor, forced to face the horde of underground monsters alone. But since they played the game of overpowering him, he had no choice. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he was no longer Kim Sung-in, the last awakened one of humanity, but a weak kid named Kim Su Haien, often bullied by classmates. The lengthy introduction of his personal information stretched over 2 pages, but still failed to earn any trust from the police officer. Instead, it was just a bunch of questions like his name and home address. But the officer remained frustrated as he knew nothing except for his name, Kim Su, and that he was 19 years old. The uncle firmly stated that in just a moment, your mom would arrive, so just sit tight a little longer. And he also warned you to keep your head down, because the news just announced that Thing is going to show up near the construction zones. As the sun began to set, Sung in the guise of Su Haien chatted with his new mom on their way home. Suddenly, she stopped, pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and reminded him that if those kids ever did that to him again, he needed to tell her right away. Mom won't let this slide if it keeps happening. After saying that, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Just as they were passing through the park, they were unexpectedly attacked by a wolf demon. Remembering the cops' warning, plus the fact that it is 2022, it was no surprise that monsters could appear right in the city during such turbulent times like this. To defend himself, but lacking a sword, Su Haien grabbed an umbrella nearby and confronted them directly. One wolf lunged at him. Instead of dodging like his mom told him, he swung hard at its body. The wounded wolf howled and charged again. Unfortunately, his new body was not a skilled awakener, so his fighting ability was nowhere near what it used to be. Su Haien was knocked down on the ground, struggling with one wolf demon when another one came in for the attack. Just when he thought some big black guys were going to come carry him off, his mom bravely rushed in to help. Don't mess with women, especially those with kids. After a powerful collision that sent both of them flying back, Su Haien seized the opportunity to quickly kick the wolf demon off him and rushed over to check on his mom. She was injured, yet she stubbornly insisted, "You go ahead." Seeing the stranger who almost lost her life for him, Su Haien felt an intense surge of energy rise within him. He slowly turned his head to glare at the 2 monsters behind him and asked coldly, "You really want to die, do not you?" Surprisingly, the wolf demon seemed to understand human language. With just a short, sharp remark from him, the 2 pale-faced monsters immediately turned tail and ran, thanks to a slip of paper with the address. Su Haien managed to get his mom back home to rest. After laying her down on the sofa, he finally looked down at his own hands. He wondered to himself why he was so weak, reborn as a useless person just to repeat the same mistakes from his past life. While Su Haien was scolding himself, A portal and a guidance system suddenly appeared. User confirmed. Approval completed. The connection portal to user Kim Su Haien has been opened. The system's voice echoed continuously. If it was here, that meant this body had the potential to become an awakener. Time waits for no one. Thinking about getting the chance to awaken earlier than in his previous life, Su Haien did not hesitate and stepped through the portal. He had barely arrived when a voice rang out in his head, welcoming him to the challenge tower. To elaborate on this strange tower, if an ordinary person can get through the first level, they will be recognized as an awakener. The higher they climb, the more they gain and grow stronger. The guideboard appears before Su Haien, announcing that the first level challenge has begun. The scenery around him changes rapidly. In his previous life, he conquered up to level 8. But in this rebirth, he wants to be stronger otherwise. Fate will just repeat itself. He is just a punching bag for the boss Fanium. A stash of weapons appears, filled with all sorts of gear for battle. As usual, he grabs a sword and gets ready for a showdown with the level 1 monsters. The blue sky floats lazily, dotted with white clouds. Outside the resting area, a crowd gathers, buzzing with chatter. One person speaks up. Have you guys seen the updated rankings yet? Another person gasps. 2230 points in the Asia region, while the second place barely has 940 points. Who the heck is this Kim Su Haien? Just stepping out of the spatial gate, Kim Su Haien quickly became a rising star among awakeners, racking up sky-high points and completely overshadowing everyone else. The challenge tower is known as Abyss. In his past life, countless awakeners gathered and entered the floors, each with its own unique environment, climate, and even culture. However, there is one common trait. To ascend to the next level, you must pass a challenge, but to conquer the subsequent floors, he needs to gear up. Ignoring the gossip about him, Kim Su Haien steps into a shop, recalling memories from his past life, and is warmly greeted by the skill merchant. Valley. Hey there, sugar. Just say the word if you need anything. If you are not sure what to look for, I can totally help you out. You have met this pretty sister before, right? The old school sales pitch has not changed a bit, but it won't work on him because he has already decided what he wants to buy. Su Haien coolly tells her, I want to buy the hair flip skill, plus the transformation skill. Valley is a bit taken aback but keeps it professional. Can you even afford that? Because the hair flip costs 150 points and transformation needs 1000 points. In Japan, they have card leaders. And here we have song leaders. Su Haien does not say a word and swipes his points immediately. Holy crap. Valley can't help but express her shock at encountering a VIP like him, slamming her hands on the table. What kind of insane points are those? She is right to be shocked because in her entire selling career, a person with over 1000 points at just level 1 is practically unheard of. You can only imagine how crazy that is. Su Haien does not waste time explaining himself to her. After grabbing what he wanted, he leaves and sits on a bench to activate his new skills and check everything at once. 2 skill build books immediately appear before him. To own any skill, an awakener needs a certain level of mana, but there is only one leveling development skill that can be found in the challenge tower shops, and that is the transformation skill. In the palm of Su Haien's hand appears a vial of chemical. This is equally important. Known as the lowest grade mana catalyst. It might sound useless at first, but it upgrades mana capacity and storage based on the user's skill. You usually find it in basic reward shops after completing challenges. Most people would overlook it, but for someone experienced like Su Haien, nothing is truly useless. If you dig a little deeper, you will uncover plenty of hidden treasures. Sorry, can I chat with you for a moment? A young man's voice echoed nearby, catching Su Haien off guard since he had not sensed his presence. As he turned to see who it was, a figure shrouded in deathly vibes popped into his memory. Hakjun. He remembered this guy from the past. The person in front of him was once considered a genius among the awakened. But soon, he would become a notorious criminal for massacring a well-known guild. Hakjun noticed the intense stare directed at him and was a bit taken aback. But he quickly made it clear that he had been following Su Haien all this way just to ask if he wanted to join his guild. The system announced that the second level, Stage 10, was unlocked, stating that he had escaped with the Shukli family's treasure. The family members were on high alert and would pursue him to reclaim it. The challenge was clear: escape with the treasure and survive in this forest. After processing all the information, Suyun hid high up in a tree while below, the pursuing monsters lurked, searching for him. He glanced at the necklace in his hand and muttered to himself, I think aside from needing to protect it, this thing does not seem to have any special use at all. I wonder which approach would be the best. After reflecting on the 4 words try to survive, he suddenly grasped the issue and activated his speed skill, launching an attack on the monsters below. It turned out that trying to survive meant wiping out everything in this forest. The battle began, and here was Florentino, slicing through everything with lightning-fast sword strikes. Each monster brought in a cool 20 achievement points, while taking down the lone blue monsters. Su Yun recalled the conversation he had earlier with Hakjun. He needed to form a team to reach level 8. Unfortunately, Su Yun's answer was a firm no, as level 8 was too low compared to his original goals. For someone as experienced as Su Yun, those monsters were low level, and he quickly cleared them all out. Then, the boss of the second level made its appearance, clearly a cut above the rest, riding on another monster. Su Yun had been waiting for this moment, so he jumped high and activated his speed skill, delivering hundreds of cuts to both the boss and its pet in a flash. The second level was complete, and the reward was the necklace known as the treasure of the family. Its ability was to heal all wounds and eliminate any pain in the body, but it was limited to 5 uses. Additionally, thanks to his absorption skill, he gained abilities and traits after defeating the leader of the Sestai La tribe. Su Yun smiled, satisfied with what he had gained upon completing the mission. With his current power, those low-level threats would no longer stand a chance against him in a moment of weakness. Hunger knocked him down, forcing him to return home instead of wandering around the floors until he was completely drained. As Su Yun stepped out of the room, a lavish feast awaited him, smoke wafting deliciously in the air. His mother prepared everything as a thank you for his reckless act of saving her earlier. But Su Yun did not see himself as someone deserving of such gratitude. He remarked that his mother was the one who deserved more rest. Just yesterday, she was still working, despite being heavily injured. After exchanging a few more words, they sat down at the table to start their meal. Su Yun choked up as he took a spoonful of rice and brought it to his mouth. Delicious. With skills like this, even if he was not her biological son, he would still dedicate his life to protecting her. A year later, on Saturday, December 7th, he left home, wanting to unwind after a grueling semester exam. During the past few weeks, he had secretly played through the floors of the tower. The plan to conquer the 10th floor was about to begin, but he had no idea how long it would take. So slipping away now seemed perfect for those with awakening abilities. The 10th floor was a crucial barrier to cross. Difficulty of the challenges escalates dramatically every 10 floors. Most people typically choose to challenge 1-2 levels lower than their usual. However, once you start getting used to it, the subsequent floors become increasingly difficult to conquer. Su Haien still vividly remembers the green dungeon that would emerge in Anyang in a year, marking a large-scale riot. Following that was the disaster in Gungju-do that happened right around New Year's. He squinted at the fiery red sunset and mumbled to himself, "I will change all of that. This time, I will definitely protect it." Su Yun made his way straight to the 10th floor of the challenge tower. There, he encountered an old man who looked no different from a beggar. The man waved at him and said, "I won't try to stop you, but you owe me something before you go." Su Yun knew very well that he was the guardian of the 10th floor. Most people arriving here would think he was just a beggar and walk away, but his role was crucial. Unlike them, Su Yun was willing to donate 5,000 achievement points in exchange for some information about the upcoming location. According to the guardian, information related to the 10th floor was extremely valuable, and the only thing he could reveal was to be careful of the village chief. Su Yun nodded, satisfied, and continued forward. Choosing level 10 to conquer, the guidance system quickly appeared. This time, the content was rather special, with just 2 requirements. Find its purpose and do not die. In the forest near the village, a cute child was picking berries. Just as he joyfully prepared to pop one into his mouth, he accidentally spotted a terrifying creature. The giant lizard was waiting here since the afternoon, and without giving the little one a chance to scream, it lunged to attack. Su Yun, having just entered the simulation world, coincidentally witnessing this, immediately rushed out to save him. The shape-shifting skill plan, pushing physical abilities to the limit, Su Haien scoops up the child, leaps high, then immediately draws his sword and takes down the lizard monster right in front of her. Su Haien just saved the day like a good citizen. But when he brings the child home, he gets an earful from her mother. "Even if you take her hostage, it is pointless. There is nothing in this village worth stealing, so you would better get out of here fast." "What kind of nonsense are you talking?" Su Haien gets kicked out and refuses to engage, wandering through the village at night, surrounded by sneaky, watchful eyes. Suddenly, the guidance board throws a request his way: save the village from this crisis and survive. He walks and thinks while everyone stares at him like he is some kind of caged gorilla. Su Haien knows these villagers are uphees, but they look and think so much like real people. It is downright creepy. He stops, looks up, and silently thinks about their extremely hostile attitude toward strangers. The uncomfortable and gloomy atmosphere of reminds him too much of a time he experienced in his past life, a world on the brink of destruction. No one dares to talk to him as he walks, until he finally sits down by a big tree, frustrated. And the child he saved earlier comes to find him. She seems cautious and shy, but musters up the courage to run over and give him some fruit to thank him for saving her. Su Haien knows exactly what to do. He immediately gives her some food to squeeze out more information. That is how he learns the villagers are unfriendly to guard against food theft. The girl happily munches on her snack and says, "My dad says the village chief has done everything he can to protect this village his whole life. So we need to trust him. They say the monsters can approach the village because of the chief's efforts." Su Haien senses something's off in the girl's words, but just as he is about to ask more, the village chief shows up with another man. He is not friendly at all. Upon meeting, he threatens that Su Hain's reckless distribution of food could cause discord. As the village chief, he demands that Su Haien stop giving out food without his permission. The guard of the next tier warned him to be careful with this guy. But to clear the tier, Su Haien pulls out his space bag filled with food right in front of the chief and asks to stay. He even enthusiastically adds, "If you give me a place to sleep, I will provide the food you need while I am here." Expecting rejection, he is caught off guard when the chief easily nods in agreement, turning away with a friendly demeanor, saying he will give him a leftover house. Accepted into the village, that night he begins to wander around, searching for clues. On his Su Haien coincidentally sees many villagers gathering to pray for something. This is not surprising. He has seen it 1,000 times in his past life. When faced with an apocalypse, people start to lose it in different ways, but in the end, nothing remains. Su Haien is allowed to stay. But little does he know that in his office, the village chief is plotting a sacrificial ceremony. The man spoke up first. "The ritual has been successful, Chief, but we still do not have a sacrifice for the ceremony happening in 3 days. The chief listened and hesitated. He had a plan in mind, which is why he decided to keep Su Haien around. So he handed the man a vial of sleeping potion and instructed him that in 3 days, after knocking the kid out, he should drop him down there. He explained that they needed to sacrifice a few offerings for their safety, as the serpent monster lurked beneath the village, preying on humans. But thanks to it, other monsters dared not invade this place. As the village chief, he was willing to sacrifice a few villagers for the greater good, feeling no regret because that is what a hero must do. 4 days later, the villagers dragged Su Haien to the altar in an unconscious state. The ropes that usually bound him had been cut, and he was thrown down into a basement where the serpent monster lived and laid its eggs. The next day, the chief sneaked down to check where the snake had marked its territory. He walked, thinking to himself that it must have finished digesting by now, and it was almost time to reclaim the territory. To his surprise, as the heavy basement door creaked open, he was met with the sight of the gigantic snake he was raising, now cut into pieces by the intruder Su Haien, who was preparing to soak them in a jar of liquor. Not only was Su Haien alive, but he stood there, gripping a blood-soaked sword. He coldly asked the old man standing before him what brought him all the way down here. "Chief." The chief could not answer right away, his mouth agape as if he could not believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. Seeing the dead snake, he immediately began to scold Su Haien for ruining everything, saying that if the spirit snake did not continue to mark the territory, other monsters would come to attack their village. He kept insisting that he was saving the place, but Su Haien did not agree. The spirit snake spent most of its time sleeping, and besides eating, it would not consider its caretaker as prey. Su Haien stepped closer and said that the chief's hero act could take a bow now. It was all fun and games, but if he kept this up, he would end up causing a monumental disaster. Su Haien held the spirit snake's head in front of everyone, revealing all the lies of the chief so they could see the truth. He then poured out the collected evidence and clarified, "I have said before that this carnivorous spirit snake has a trait. It won't harm its caregiver. Right. Based on this trait, everyone would raise the young spirit snakes together." Looking at the pale, shocked faces of the villagers, he added that if they agreed to this method, then why would they need to sacrifice anyone else? Instead, they could sacrifice monsters. It sounded promising, but everyone felt they were just farmers with tools for tilling, and could not possibly hunt the monsters. They all started passing the buck, and soon no one dared to step up to shoulder what was deemed a heavy responsibility. Su Haien was quite angry at their cowardly words. He said bluntly, "Then accept it. If you can protect yourselves, you might as well give up everything and keep sacrificing the villagers to them." The air quickly thickened with silence. He had predicted this would happen, for in such a self-serving lifestyle, an unwilling hero like him was born. But just as he was about to find another way to complete the mission, a young voice rang out. The little girl, slightly trembling, stood behind her mother and insisted that she wanted to help. "I want to be strong like you and help my village." Without saying much, the child's words suddenly ignited a spark of courage in everyone. Now, no one dared to dismiss Su Hain's opinion anymore. A young man approached him and asked quietly, "While you are here, can you teach us how to fight?" Once the offer was made, he happily agreed. Thanks to this, he had already completed 60% of his task, and could now stick to the plan and rock it. Days passed, and after earning their trust, Su Haien began training the villagers to fight off the monsters. Gradually, they also realized that capturing some young ones could provide them with food. After Su Haien took down a giant centipede like it was just some vegetables, He opened his system panel and found that his progress was stuck at 90% with no signs of moving. While contemplating if this had anything to do with the village chief, the ground suddenly shook violently. Something enormous suddenly landed in front of him, sending rocks flying everywhere and soaring high into the air. When Su Haien looked up, he realized the only natural enemy of the scent-hunting serpent had just appeared. Its name was the Holy Flame Beast, a massive green bird with fiery screeches capable of incinerating everything to ash. The wicked village chief, who had been missing for days, was the one who unleashed it. He watched it soar with a beaming smile, thinking to himself that the appearance of this beast would make the villagers treat him like a hero. He thought his time had come. Soon, he would be the village chief who could control a terrifying monster. Little did he know, just as he saw his pet flying overhead, it unleashed a scorching flame upon him. The side character indeed faded away quickly. In the blink of an eye, from 70 kilograms, he was reduced to nothing but a puff of dust. The monster was flying towards the village, and Su Haien sensed trouble, so he immediately chased after it. He frantically followed, activating his skill to dash and slash quickly at the belly of the bird. Unfortunately, he not only missed but also got caught by its claws, sending Su Haien plummeting through the air. Still clinging to the dream of being a hero, he did not give up, quickly tying the rope to his sword. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he launched back into the sky to confront it. Su Haien threw his sword like a harpoon and waited until the rope wrapped around the bird's beak before tightening the other end, drawing him closer to the beast. If he could not reach it, he had to make it reach him. Su Haien confidently set the rhythm, seizing the moment to activate his skill, copying the entire ability of his foe. This time, he would retaliate with fire against the Holy Flame Beast. Su Haien was engulfed in flames, hoping to suppress the heat of the beast, although he had copied its ability. Just as he feared, his current level was still too low to inflict any damage on it. Suddenly, the wire caught fire, and Su Haen's body felt the impact of a blazing inferno that seemed impossible to withstand. He was like an axe with a broken handle, falling freely in the void with no way to cling on. Yet he held tightly to his sword. A massive column of flame struck his body, scorching him to the point where Su Haien could not hold back any longer, and instinctively swore out loud. In that moment, when life hung by a thread, his fighting spirit surged back to life. The recovery artifact from Satellite activated just in time, restoring all his injuries and damage. The glow of the main character shone bright once more, and Su Haien gripped his sword, channeling all his strength to strike the bird's back. Followed by a fierce roar, a loud explosion echoed, sending dust flying everywhere. Both of them crashed to the ground. The deadly bird was injured as well. When Su Haien opened his eyes, he realized the battle had come to an end. After the roar, he woke up to find that the villagers had saved him. They told him that the monster bird was dead and would not cause any more trouble. An older man chimed in, saying they had already divided its meat, so they would not have to worry about food for a while. It is all thanks to you. With the quest on the 10th floor completed, even though he felt a bit reluctant, it was time for Su Haien to return to the outside world. That night, as he sneaked toward the gate, a child called out to him, "Are you leaving? How can you sneak away like that? And what is that?" Though just an MP, the child was still a kid, and Su Haien had no choice but to fabricate a story, saying he was off to save other villages. The little girl, satisfied with his answer, handed him a bag of fruit and introduced herself as Millie, then officially said goodbye once more. The car carrying Hakjun sped down the road when the president, Dung Dongyan, noticed he was deep in thought and tried to strike up a conversation. But it did not cheer him up at all. Suddenly remembering something, he blurted out, "Oh right. Tan Bin reminded me that Kim Su Haien will be coming to get ranked soon." He mentioned this because he wanted Hakjun to seize the opportunity to bring the rising star, rumored to be a genius, to him, because if he did that, once someone took his place, he would consider letting him go. The state-run Awakener Certification Agency is where they assess and rank many levels of Awakeners. They manage everything from foreign Awakeners to those with no affiliated companies to gain access to the dungeons. Each Awakener needs to have a ranking certification from the council before venturing into the dungeons to earn money. And of course, the money earned from the dungeons also depends on their rank. A few days after leaving the 10th floor of the tower, today Su Haien decided to come here to make a change. He had just been let in by a staff member when he saw a noisy argument. The man in the orange shirt seemed really heated, starting to shout at the person opposite him. "Look at these stats. My magic is at level 3, which is enough to qualify for a C rank. So why am I still a D?" He ignored the expert's explanation and grabbed the collar of the other guy, blaming him for lowering his rank. Unexpectedly, in the midst of the chaos, a black figure appeared, grabbing the wrist of the troublemaker and twisting it behind his back while reprimanding him. "This thing can boost your mana for a short period. I can believe someone like you got their hands on it." He ignored that guy's attempts to provoke him and bluntly told him that if he wanted to get serious, He should take off the bracelet first. Who plays games like that? The security guards saw things escalating quickly, so they rushed in to grab that mad dog and drag him outside. Coincidentally, when Trung spotted Hakjun arriving at this place, Su Haien happily approached to chat. You spoke first. I have met you on the second floor before. Remember me? Hakjun was surprised to see a familiar face, and they both sat down in the waiting area to catch up a bit, just when they had not even introduced themselves yet. The announcement called Hakjun up for a preliminary check. Su Haien sat cautiously, observing the young man grinning back at him. He is now a part of the Art Guild, which, ironically, is the guild that will be wiped out in the future. You could not help but wonder, why would he do that? Just as everyone expected, down in the hall, this young man, despite being here for the first time, had a mana level of 44, enough to rank B already. After the measurement, Hakjun returned to his seat, planning to continue the conversation with his new friend, when the announcement called out, the awakening candidate Kim Su Haien. Please proceed downstairs. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, our main character stood up with a completely unfazed expression. He even reminded Hakjun to wait a moment because he would be back soon. Su Haien placed his hand on the mana measuring device as instructed by the staff, focusing his energy before unleashing it, even though he had meticulously planned. Just a brief moment was enough to leave Hakjun in shock. The result came out. Non-guild member Kim Su Haien, mana level 29, rank C, which caused Hakjun to shout in disbelief. He clearly felt it should be at least rank A. So how could the result be so low? His emotions skyrocketed and then plummeted rapidly because Hakjun trusted the measuring device. He thought he must have been mistaken. No one would be foolish enough to pull a stunt like that unless they were a world-class awakener. Meanwhile, Su Haien grabbed his card and rushed out of the hall, his face drenched in sweat. Oh man. Even though he tried to hold back, he accidentally revealed his true strength in that brief moment. Part of it was because after conquering level 10, all his stats increased, including the fire skill, which developed significantly. While he stood there lost in thought, Hakjun approached from afar, wanting to clarify things since he was still holding on to what happened in the hall. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, a low-ranking thug interrupted him, revealing that he was here to cause trouble, because he was still bitter about being exposed in front of everyone. Unfortunately for him, he had stepped out without checking the day, and before he could even grasp a hint of light, he was taken out right in front of both of them. He did not do much besides touching his opponent's body, and before long, he was a limp mess lying at their feet. He walked straight up to Hakjun, exchanged a few greetings, and then glanced at Su Haien, asking who the kid in front of him was. Hakjun stammered out, saying he just met this guy in the testing room and wanted to invite him to join the guild, since his ranking was not too shabby. While Dung Dongyai was enthusiastically approaching to strike up a conversation, Hakjun could not understand why he was frantically signaling him not to accept. He introduced himself as Dung Dongyai, the president of the Art Guild, and wanted to know the kid's name. My name is Kim Su Haien. Hakjun panicked upon hearing that. What kind of friend would signal so desperately and still get the schedule mixed up like this? He quickly jumped in to clarify. That is not the Kim Su Haien. That guy is a C-rank awakener. There is no way he is Kim Su Haien. Dung Dongyai was initially thrilled, thinking he found the person he was looking for, but after seeing the certification card only marked as C, his enthusiasm faded, and he was not interested anymore. Even if he were the Kim Su Haien from the rumors, I would never join your guild. While Su Haien made it clear he despised the murder-happy behavior of that guy, Dung Dongyai felt proud to have such a strong leader backing his guild. Guild held power that could help them escape all sins, even when they committed a crime. A vegetarian and a meat-eater facing off with such different mindsets. It did not take long for the conversation to hit a dead end. Dung Dongyai found he had nothing more to say to Su Haien, so he pulled Hakjun away. But the story did not end so easily. Just as Hakjun was passing by, Su Haien stopped him. Su Haien discreetly handed him a note saying that whenever he needed help, he should reach out, then slipped away to let them leave. That night, he returned home and started digging for information online to see how that a rank awakener and his guild were faring. Turns out he was just a thug who loved to settle things with his fists, sticking to old habits. After forming the guild, his wrongdoing only escalated. Su Haien wanted to get involved with the conflict between Hakjun and the guild. But first, he had to sort out some other matters. To differentiate the difficulty of dungeons, people often rely on their colors, forming a spectrum like a rainbow. The closer it is to purple, the harder it gets. Orange dungeons rank as the second easiest from the bottom if a team has too many C-rank members. This dungeon is worth entering to accumulate experience. Time passed, and on January 1st, 2024, in Gwangju, Ganju-do, Su Haien joined a team for the Orange Dungeon raid in Gwangju. The first to chat with him was the friendly and approachable team leader, Lee, but the others, not so. especially this short-haired girl. After realizing he was not the Su Haien from the rumors, she approached him with a snarky tone, asking if he was really careful with his evaluations. She wondered if he could be of any help to them at all. Su Haien was the last human standing on Earth, so he was not afraid of anyone, instantly jumping back like a fresh shrimp. I never thought I would hear that from someone at my level C. It is. Besides her, the other girls are pretty easy to approach. While you were chatting with Kim Yun, the team's nurse, she pointed to that heavily covered dude and asked who he was. Yet, just like you, not many people here recognize this character. They have been gathered from all over, and do not really know each other well. Su Haien joined this crew knowing full well that everyone here would eventually die. What caught your attention is that only 5 out of the 6 members were killed, and this time, the goal is to find the culprit behind it all. Just as the team entered the dungeon, they were unexpectedly attacked by a lone green cyclops. A quick ambush that sent rocks flying everywhere. But thankfully, no one got hurt. Su Haien sensed something was off because this type of monster usually appears in yellow or higher level dungeons. Not here. The only explanation is that the dungeon has leveled up on its own, and the team is in a panic over the monster's appearance. While they argued about whether to leave or stay, the Cyclops suddenly swung its club at them. Zhu Ho, the team leader and the only B rank here, regrettably did not have the strength to counter that malicious attack. He was just knocked away when the next blow came down. This time, it was Su Haien who intercepted that massive club. In a split second, he even dodged a punch, leaving everyone in awe. Seeing the team standing there dumbfounded, Su Haien pointed out that the dungeon was changing, which is why the old exit was now blocked. From now on, they would need to fend for themselves instead of waiting for a miracle. The guys in the raid team just got news of a lightning strike when the dungeon suddenly shook violently. Oh no. They are all in trouble now. Just dealing with the Cyclops was tough enough, and now a bunch of weird creatures were charging at them. What are they supposed to do? Leave the Cyclops to me, Su Haien told team leader Ju Hong and then took off. With his extensive combat experience, he knew exactly what to do. Right now, in front of them, there were about 30 small monsters and 1 Cyclops, except for that lone green monster. The rest were weak enough to be handled by the team. He could take them down with a single strike, but doing so would reveal his identity, so he would only target that one monster. The Cyclops' weakness was its hidden eye. He kicked off the ground, soaring high before landing on the Cyclops' wrist. Then, he drew his sword and, with all his strength, plunged the blade straight into its palm. The reason for this action was that the Cyclops always gripped its club tightly. It was not just an attack. It was clearly an attempt to conceal something. Watch out. Su Haien, a voice shouted. But it was too late. Su Haien got caught by the giant right hand. In that moment of distraction and shock, he could not dodge. The real eye was not in the hand holding the club. It turned out to be on the other side. The Cyclops' massive hands clapped together, and compared to it, everyone else here was just tiny little bugs that could be squished with a flick. Everyone thought Su Haien would be the first to be taken down. But a miracle happened. Not only did Su Haien escape, he shot up into the sky. It was all thanks to his power-switching skill executed just in time. He had just copied the Cyclops' strength, sending his body into overdrive. With that sudden power boost plus the old stats stacking up, his combat ability was now stronger than anyone could have imagined. Nearby, his brother Juho, worried sick, rushed over to check if he was okay. Little did he know, Su Haien ignored him completely. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he jumped back up and unleashed a flurry of slashes that took down the low-level monsters in the blink of an eye. Now it was time to shine. After dodging a sneak attack, he slipped behind the Cyclops and delivered a powerful blow to its head. Finally, he unleashed his full power, releasing countless blades that tore the unfortunate Cyclops into 1,000 pieces. The others had just wrapped up their mess over there. Captain Juho helplessly admitted to his remaining team members. Honestly, this is the first time I have found myself in a situation like this. I do not have any backup plans for a situation like this. With everything done, they decided to take a short breather. Having performed way beyond his C-rank abilities, he now had to pretend to be exhausted to get some healing. The healer, Kimmy, rushed over at the captain's request to use her powers to restore his health. Meanwhile, she did not forget to chat away. Wait. Su Haien, are not you worried? Seeing Su Haien look confused, she added, I mean the people here. Min Seouk looked terrified, while Lian Mai complained. And there was even a guy none of us knew anything about. As she said this, she glanced over at Captain Juho and his assistant, Kimberly, with some not-so-great info about them. She was worried that once they got out of the dungeon, the people here might not get any deserved rewards at all. At that moment, Juho coincidentally approached Su Haien and said directly, I need to talk to you for a bit. Can you follow me? He arrived just in time, and Su Haien happily nodded without hesitation, his expression suddenly shifting in a strange way. No one knew what the two of them talked about, but the group had to keep moving. A large door quickly blocked the team's path, and one by one, They entered inside, but not far in. They noticed another door on the opposite side. Everyone thought the exit was there, so they cheerfully headed over. But then a system panel popped up, announcing that the trial dungeon would soon commence. It presented two choices. The first challenge required them to fight monsters non-stop for 30 minutes. The second challenge was to escape from the monsters within 30 minutes. If they did not make a decision in 10 minutes, the system would randomly choose for them. The raiding team realized the situation and began to argue loudly about whether to run or fight the monsters. The short-haired girl always wanted to run first, she said. We definitely should run away. Just think about how tough this dungeon is. Fighting those monsters head-on is impossible. The guy with the split lip scratched his face and forced a smile in protest. But if we fight instead of running, would not the reward be way better? Plus, we are actually doing pretty well in this fight. The more they talk, the more fired up they get. And the angrier they are, the more they want to throw down. Zuho decided to take a step back to get a better look at everyone. That is why he handed over full control to Su Haien. Because the reason they could win and make it this far was all thanks to him. I think it would be better if we chose to fight. Can you elaborate a bit on the comparison between running away and staying? Running is definitely the easier option. However, that means playing a deadly game of poke the bear while being chased by unbeatable monsters. Not to mention, who knows what is waiting for them behind that door that looks like an exit. Zuho mostly agreed with this idea. So everyone formed a circle to prepare for battle. Just as time was up, the massive door swung open, and a horde of monsters of all shapes and sizes rushed into attack. While everyone was fighting like their butts were on fire, the exit door unexpectedly creaked open. To their surprise, there stood the mysterious young man, his head and butt fully covered, with multiple holes from stepping on traps. The monster suddenly vanished, and the system sent a notification that the mission had been cancelled and would restart in 10 minutes, urging everyone to go through the gate and wait at the exit. The short-haired girl started yelling, I am less than 5 minutes away from finishing the challenges. Who opened the gate? While everyone wanted to change their choice to run away, only Zuho stuck to his guns and insisted on fighting. He explained to them that the system mentioned in the second round that the monsters would be summoned back, but it did not say anything about traps. The system is not lying, so maybe the traps only activate when someone gives up the path they chose. Either way, we are all gonna die in 3 minutes. So why not try to make the most of it before that happens? The two took a few minutes to convince everyone and told them to follow the system's instructions. But as the members left one by one to prepare to close the door, only Zuho stayed behind. And of course, he did not stay alone. He dragged along that girl Kim Yeon too. The plan had been discussed beforehand, so Zuho immediately moved to pull the door shut. Kimby, confused, immediately asked, What the heck are you doing? What did Yeon do to deserve this? No one had the time to explain, so they ignored Kim Yeon's protests to go along. Zuho firmly closed the door as Su Haien had instructed to prevent her from escaping. Now, it was just the two of them left. Showing no friendliness, turned hostile and swung her sword, slicing off a piece of her shirt to reveal a tattoo on her shoulder. He confirmed that the girl in front of him belonged to the Damn Gang, a group of murderous criminals always targeting false awakenings. At this point, the name of the gang was not widely known, but just one more year, they would expand and become a guild that threatens the safety of all humanity. To put it bluntly, they are the ones bringing the apocalypse to Earth. So if you want to stop her, you need to wipe out this entire infestation at its roots. You are asking directly, did she really plan to eliminate everyone involved in this dungeon raid, just to score points for her guild? With her sharp instincts, Su Haien systematically ruled out all the suspects and exposed the diversionary tactic she was trying to pull on you. Now that her plan's exposed, Haien immediately activates her stealth skill and prepares to bail because she knows she can't take you on. Unexpectedly, Su Haien calls out, "Hey, I wonder if that skill can erase the blood smell on you." Haien realizes the gravity of the situation, but it is too late. The monsters have arrived, and the wicked ones swiftly meet their end under their claws. While Su Haien is busy roasting the monster den, Zuho has already led the remaining folks quite a distance away, reflecting on his previous conversation with Su Haien and all the efforts he made to keep everyone alive. His conscience kicks in, and he decides to stop. He tells his assistant, "No matter how much I think about it, can he just leave Su Haien all alone and walk away?" He instantly turns around and races back to help. As the heavy door swings open, a horrifying scene greets Zuho. The monsters lie sprawled across the ground, all reeking of perfectly grilled meat. A flying lizard suddenly dives toward Zuho from the ceiling. Fortunately for it, before it can even touch him, Su Haien delivers a scorching hot blast called Divine Fire that takes it out instantly. The entire den of monsters is nearly incinerated, and the one responsible for all this is none other than Su Haien. Seeing that this guy did not follow his advice, he asks, "Why are you back here? I thought I told you to get out." Zuho bows his head in apology, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly, realizing he just ran like a madman only to end up being useless. Just then, a golden portal unexpectedly appears, interrupting the conversation between the two men. The dungeon boss has arrived in the form of a skeletal figure wielding a staff embedded with a magical stone. Juho stares blankly for about 2 seconds before turning to Su Haien and whispering, "What the heck is that?" Su Haien enthusiastically responds, "Like I said, it is the boss of this dungeon." He does not believe it and retorts, "How the hell can a dried-up skeleton be the final boss?" People often say that patience can avoid humiliation. The silent skeleton, unable to bear it any longer, finally speaks up to clarify that he is a Lich, a dark wave necromancer. Not just some random fog. So do not call me that. Yeah. Unfazed by what it calls itself, immediately starts launching attacks. That weakling in those shorts is the most pathetic. Useless knockoff. Just a cheap imitation. The moment the fight started, they barely had a chance to react before the enemy pointed them out for a face slap. The Lich was so furious it was like it was about to lose its mind. It let out a loud roar and used dark magic to raise the corpses below to attack the two. Seeking revenge. The monsters that had just been taken down now lurched forward like mindless machines. Su Haien figured out why the dungeon shifted from orange to yellow. It must be because of these things. The enemy is way tougher than they thought. And this battle is probably meant for him alone. Su Haien decided to use holy fire to draw a protective circle around Zuho. Just like that monkey named Wukong from some world who did the same to keep the monsters from devouring his master. Then he made it clear to Zuho that his current level was not enough to take on these monsters. If Zuho kept insisting on jumping in, Su Haien would not be able to split himself to fight and protect him at the same time. So he charged straight towards the boss. The enemy lifted off, dodging his first strike like a pesky fly. It was taunting him right in front. Playing hard to get, sure. You are fast, but not fast enough to catch my brother. Su Haien was not angry. He stayed calm and calculated. This monster did not have an advantage in close combat, so it usually kept its distance to hide its weak point, the crystal of life on its forehead. Su Haien did not give up. He lunged in for a quick slash, only for the opponent to teleport up and launch a massive black energy blast at him. Su Haien quickly blocked with his sword and countered with a powerful surge of holy fire. The blue flames erupted fiercely, a nightmare for those dark energies. Too bad the Lich managed to dodge once again. It laughed loudly and mocked, "Is that holy fire? Too bad. I will just take a heavy hit from that. But good luck hitting me. And you better keep an eye on your sword. Anything that touches my death energy will slowly decay. Just wait 5 more minutes. And your only weapon will be gone. Oh. But you still have 5 minutes." Su Haien had never been afraid of anyone. He immediately drew his sword and slashed straight at the enemy, ready to settle the score. Meanwhile, Zuho and the others watched him fight from inside the protective circle. In front were those enormous, mindless foes. And above were his teammates with the boss. But if he tried to do anything, he would just get in Su Haien's way. After a moment of hesitation, Suho finally made up his mind. He raised his katana and struck hard at the back of the monster in front of him. For an awakened B rank, staying still was never his style. Su Haien turned to see Suho not following his orders and jumping into the fray. However, he was using the holy fire that Su Haien had created to fight the monsters. A teammate smart enough to use their brain like this was definitely no dead weight. Su Haien chuckled and decided to change tactics. Stepping away from the battle with the Lich to lend a hand to his teammate. Sharp whirlwind swept through everything in its path. Su Haien landed right in front of Suho and then turned back to the skeletons, saying, "What are you running from? We're just getting started." Su Haien addressed the captain directly. "I want to apologize for my earlier words. Let us deal with those punks first. Then I want us to take them all down together." After some back and forth chatter, Suho finally clarified, "I am not very confident, but I am sure you have your reasons to believe this is possible, so I will try not to hold you back." Meanwhile, the boss, who had been waiting impatiently, lost its patience and ordered all the zombies to move forward, wanting them to know what fear really was. Su Haien and Suho sprang into action at the same time. While Su Haien held back the monsters and took them out, Suho charged straight for the Lich. As his brother got closer to boss, Su Haien took the opportunity to summon holy fire, then swung his sword, sending that blue flame toward the last remaining foe. The Lich prepared to teleport, arrogantly shouting out, "Attacking together. Nice plan. But none of you can touch me." Then, mocking them, it said, "Go on, flex your muscles. Show me what you got. One up, one below at a perfect combo." Su Haien launched the holy fire forward, while Suho was in charge of delivering it to boss. Once the time was right, Suho unleashed his ultimate sword technique, infusing it with holy fire, and struck Lich's back with a brutal blow. After the first strike, Suho lost his momentum and fell, but Su Haien rushed to catch him, using his sword as a support to bring him back into the air, taking a hit that felt like an unending agony. Boss, not wanting to fall for the same trap again, unleashed a powerful gust of energy, sending Suho flying, determined not to let him get close, focused solely on one opponent. Boss was oblivious to Su Haien sneaking up on it. "Hello there. I have been waiting for you since this afternoon. This will be your end," he declared, swinging his sword down hard towards its head. To his surprise, the sword shattered into 2 pieces mid-swing. The Lich, escaping death, saw its enemy looking dazed and could not help but laugh triumphantly. "You have got to be kidding me. It seems you forgot that your weapon was corroded by my energy. How are you going to fight me without a weapon?" While it mocked Su Haien for his earlier failure, Suho made his entrance once again. Now, it was too late to run. Suho flew in like a divine warrior, delivering a fatal blow that split Lich in half, simultaneously destroying the life gem embedded in its forehead. To make sure the enemy understood, Su Haien spoke plainly. "You probably thought you had a chance because my weapon broke. We have decided that he will be the one to finish you off." Lich, barely hanging on, gasped for breath, like a turtle on its back. "This is not the end. When the sun is shrouded in darkness, our king will be reborn. You will suffer eternal pain, and then you will fade away without a trace." The dungeon had been conquered, but instead of joining the others, the 2 young men were hiding in a bush by the roadside. Aside from the 2 unfortunate souls, all the awakened ones were safe, and they even had time to call for rescue and reporters to the scene. Suho asked, "You do not want anyone to know, do you, that you are actually Kim Su Haien from that ranking board?" Su Haien scratched his face awkwardly to brush off the topic, but he really was not ready to spill the beans on this secret to avoid dealing with the mess. Suddenly, Suho jumped up and declared he would take care of that mess for him. However, there was one thing he wanted from you: to accept all the items that belonged to you. Even though they were super valuable, Suho stubbornly refused to take them. Thinking he was not worthy, he added, "I know if you really wanted to, you could handle that skeleton yourself. You are just letting me help out to give me a chance to grow." At this point, it was clear. The 2 were parting ways, each going home to their own place. But before that, he was nice enough to call a taxi to sneak you out of there without anyone noticing. In the private office of the Stone department, a man named Lich Yamzong was casually scrolling through his phone when an employee rushed in to announce there was a customer waiting. At first, he did not really care, thinking it was just a customer from T-Rex. However, the moment he heard his employee say, "You brought over 500 stones to sell," his eyes went wide and he bolted to find someone. The manager dashed to the waiting room and barely found a VIP customer, so he was super eager. "Feeling honored to meet you. My name is Lich Yamzong, the manager of the Stone auction house. I heard you brought quite a few stones today." Without hesitation, Suyun placed a heavy bag on the table. The manager took a moment to inspect it, and quickly confirmed all of it was genuine stuff from the gold dungeon. However, when it came time to set the price, he changed his tone. "I am not doubting you or anything, but from what I know, you just awakened to T-Rex. So I find it a bit strange that you managed to find stones that only appear in the gold dungeon or higher." Suyun smirked internally, thinking, how could he not know the tricks of the trade? He did not bother explaining or providing any proof, just casually replied that he got them by pure luck. Next, he pulled out a special golden stone from his bag. Anyone in the know could tell right away. It was a high-tier stone. No wonder the 2 across from him had their eyes bulging like frogs. Not many people knew about stones, but the life core stone was also an stone. Destroying this was essential when dealing with bone system bosses. But the chances of it showing up in item drops from the basement were super low, and he was one of the lucky ones. As Su Haien stood up to leave, the manager quickly snatched the gemstone in a desperate attempt to keep the customer at the table for more price negotiations. But looking at his empty hands, he realized Su Haien had already teleported to the door, leaving both of them in shock. After showcasing a bit of his power, Su Haien dropped one last line. "I will listen to the price you are willing to pay, just this once." The quick business deal with the stone buyers wrapped up fast, and Su Haien headed home, glancing at the jaw-dropping numbers in his account. 600 million for everything now. That is a hefty price. Enough to support him and his mom for a long while. As he pushed the door open, his mom rushed out to greet him, and the sight of some bruises on her cheeks hit him like a ton of bricks. "Hey, who the hell dares to hit my mom? You guys are done for. Your mom's busy cooking dinner, and she was so happy to see you come home. She said you should have told her you were coming back early. Dinner's not ready yet. Did you have fun hanging out with your friends?" Su Haien did not answer and quickly changed the subject, saying that her mom looks way too worn out. "Where'd you get that scar?" Su Haen's mom touched her cheek to remind herself of the wound there. She chuckled and told him not to worry too much, then casually recounted that while working at the bar, she saw some guests possessed by the spirit of booze getting into a brawl. She just rushed in to break it up, which is how she ended up with a few minor scratches. Hearing this, Su Haien could not hold back and argued that he wanted her to quit her job, but his mom stubbornly refused. The reason? He was about to start college, and they really needed the money to cover their living expenses. She took both of Su Hayen's hands and continued, I can't give you a life of luxury, but I want to help as much as I can as your mother. After all, you are always going to be my pride and joy, and I want to be the proud mom you deserve. In the past, Kim Sung-in's mom once threw a stack of papers at him while scratching her nails, and he thought he would become an awakener in this manhwa world. Keep pushing. Instead of being someone to be proud of, she wanted the opposite for that woman. He had to do just that, because he was destined to be a hero, bearing the responsibility of fighting monsters for humanity. Back in reality, Sung-in lowered his head and said he needed to talk to his mom about something important. After laying everything out, he bluntly stated that he would become an awakener instead of going to college. His mom did not rush to react but asked if he truly wanted to pursue this path. Is it really because you want to do it, not for money or fame? Thinking about humanity's doom, Sung-in nodded firmly and said he wanted to go for it, and thankfully, his mom was a smart woman. Of course, she worried about him but wanted her son to be happy doing what he loved rather than wrapping him in cotton or forcing him to bend to her will. That settled, Sung-in urged his mom to quit her job because after more than a year of hard work, he had made enough money for them to have a more stable life. A staggering 600 million won echoed throughout the apartment, and to him, that amount turned him into a big shot in his mom's eyes. The woman exclaimed, "Oh my god, how did we get so rich in such a short time? Is it true that awakeners can earn this much money?" A lavish feast was quickly laid out, and in that joyous atmosphere, he began to think about abandoning the exhausting events and starting a normal life like this. But sadly, he was not Kim Su Haien, and these things were not meant for a substitute like him. However, with the hero's spirit deeply ingrained in him, he would turn this second body into a true hero. After dinner, Su Haien returned to his room, contemplating preparing to climb the tower once again. But your only sword has broken. So first, you need a new weapon and to meet your old buddy, the master blacksmith Kim Dae-ho. In your past life, the treasured sword was the weapon you wielded as Kim Sung-in, a magnificent sword crafted from rare materials, created by none other than the master blacksmith Kim Dae-ho. One stormy day, when the rain was pouring down, Sung-in went to the forge to pick up the sword he had ordered. However, his opponent brought out an incredibly exquisite sword, exceeding all his expectations. Sung-in tried to refuse it, because the materials used were the ones his uncle had cherished for almost his entire life. He felt unworthy to accept it, and thought he did not have enough items to offer in return. At that moment, Kim Dae-ho was thrilled, but compared to others in this world, he was willing to give everything to make Sung-in the best sword. You can feel that the more famous you become, the more pressure you bear. Isn't that a bit unfair? Everyone in this world has received too many favors from you while they can't repay you in any way. For him, those who insist that you are the only one who can do this are cowardly and unreasonable. That is why his ability to right those wrongs is to give you the best weapon he can craft. In your past life, you could not save him when the apocalypse struck. So now, standing before your uncle, you promise to do everything you can to protect him. You meet an old acquaintance, though he does not recognize you and shuts the door in your face, not wanting to engage with your knowledge. You manage to convince the homeowner to open the door, and then you present him with the highest grade ethereal stone you acquired after conquering the Golden Dungeon. Right now, is priceless. The world only knows it as the dungeon reward after the Great Dungeon Surge. Kim Dae-ho does not ask too much about you but focuses intently on what is in his hands. After examining it for a moment, he happily declares that he will craft you a sword for free. Because of this amazing stone, it will take about 10 months to complete. So Kim Dae-ho advises you to take any weapon you need in the meantime. Better to have something than nothing. Right, as Su Haien steps outside, a portal appears right in front of him. He continues his quest to return to the tower and begins grinding for levels there. Time slowly passes, and before he knows it, half a year has gone by. On a beautiful day, he realizes it is time. So without hesitation, he calls his friend Juho. He boldly asks him for 3 favors. First, to find him a place near Osul. And second, to tail the stabbing gang to gather some intel on them. Kim Yeon is one of the lowest ranking members in the gang, and like the others, they will raise suspicions if she disappears without completing her mission. He wants to follow them but lacks the time. So luckily, his brother Juho steps up to take the case even while stuck in the hospital with a cast. And the last thing he wants to ask is for an ally to help him when the Green Dungeon outbreak happens on December 24th in Anyang City. Although he is unsure if it is true, Juho nods and agrees. So from now until then, he needs to conquer the remaining 20 dungeon floors to gain enough strength to face this disaster. In the challenge on the 19th floor of the testing tower, he is dropped into a pit filled with monsters, tasked with surviving and escaping. The monsters are gathered in large numbers around a massive skeleton. Thankfully, the The system drops him off relatively far from the center, avoiding the throngs of those grotesque creatures. Although he just took down a rat, Su Hain's arrival turns him into a light snack for them. The hungry rat army rushes in, and Su Haien greets them with a flurry of lightning-fast sword strikes. Suddenly, a creature lunged from behind, swiping at his right arm. Su Haien quickly dodged, raising his sword to strike it down, but soon realized that the bite from this beast was laced with poison or something equally nasty. If one of them bit him on the hand, he would have to burn their entire lair to get revenge. Su Haien thought about it, and immediately unleashed a massive blast of holy fire to incinerate them. The blue flames crackled and popped, and as he surveyed the scene, he began to strategize. They were not strong, but there were just too many of them. If he kept using holy fire like this, his mana would drain fast, and he had no idea what might come after this swarm. If only there was a way to wipe them all out at once. Just a moment ago, he glanced back to see the creatures piling up like a long, writhing snake, closing in on him. Su Haien did not hesitate. He swung his sword a few times, taking out a good number of them, while being chased by the horde. His gaze accidentally fell on a puddle on the ground, and he wondered if there was some kind of hiding spot underneath. Without wasting a second, Su Haien grabbed his sword and quickly ignited a flame, then hurled it straight into the water pit on the ground. Using the holy fire to blow up the entire tunnel below, the explosion left behind a massive hole, and while dispatching the rats was not too difficult, the real battle was just beginning. After falling into the underground, Su Haien discovered a gigantic architectural structure, its walls adorned with strange, intricate patterns. In front of him stood a rat that had followed him down, but for some reason, it was trembling in fear. The rat dashed away in a panic, and unfortunately, it stumbled into a trap, getting skewered in an instant. The ground suddenly shook violently. Su Haien sensed that trouble was brewing, and as he turned around, he realized this place was ruled by a gigantic serpent. A tail whip shattered the tiled floor, sending debris flying. Su Haien narrowly dodged and retaliated with a powerful slash. Little did he know, the sword was dulled, and his hand shook uncontrollably as he muttered to himself. Realizing that even Diho's sword was not up to the task, it had significantly high physical resistance. This method did not work. He would have to try something else. He launched a magical attack straight at its face, but it did nothing, not even leaving a scratch. This monster was not only resistant to physical and magical attacks but was also incredibly quick. The serpent lunged forward for a direct assault, forcing Su Haien to scramble to the side to evade. Su Haien used his own sword to brace for the sneak attack, which meant he was pinned against the wall by the creature. After the rapid assault, the serpent opened its gaping red maw in a threatening manner. Despite the fright, he still felt capable of defeating it. Su Haien stood up, gripping his sword tightly, waiting for the perfect moment when the enemy charged. He leaped high to avoid it and slashed down at its head, knowing he could not take it down but hoping to provoke its anger. Next, he grabbed a vine hanging from the wall and activated his speed skill, darting through the tunnel at breakneck speed, attacking as he went, and did not forget to throw a magical fire blast right in its face, causing it to stumble back. At this moment, he gripped the sword tightly, the fiery blade slicing a long path across its body. The boss of level 19 let out a painful roar, using its tail to fling Su Haien away from itself just as it lunged forward, ready to swallow him whole to avenge the sneak attack earlier. He had bought enough time for the serpent to get entangled in the vines in the tunnel, like a hanging rice cake right before his eyes. Su Haien cheerfully complimented his opponent on its physical resistance, magical resistance, and above all, its regenerative power. Until now, you are the first monster to have all three types of resistance. But you still can't beat me, you overgrown lizard. The time has come. Su Hain's hand glowed with divine fire. He raised his hand high, and soon a blue flame transformed into a phoenix, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. This was the result of his many skill upgrades while conquering level 18. Though it consumed quite a bit of mana, its destructive power was 10 times stronger than divine fire. He commanded it to go. The phoenix immediately obeyed Su Hain's command, charging straight at the serpent faster than a bullet fired from a gun. This personal strike was enough to turn that monster into a giant donut. The guideboard appeared, announcing that level 19 had been completed. Now, all he had to do was wait for his weapon to be forged and move on to level 20, where he would likely face the same kind of grind as in level 10 before. In the resting area after finishing each floor of the tower, news of the awakener Su Haien cleaning out level 19 with his score spread like wildfire. Someone asked, "Did you see that leaderboard? It looks like he did it again." Another person started complaining. Is that Kim Su Haien even human anymore? How could he clear level 19 with a score like that? In the real world, a sports car crashed into a kafa, and from the car stepped out the main character looking like a wealthy young heir. Brother Juho had been waiting for him for a while, so as soon as he saw him, he rushed over to chat. "See ya. Do you like the car I bought? Su Haien hesitated to respond. It seems a bit flashy. Brother Ju, who thought his younger brother was too humble, making a ton of money but still riding the subway and buses. When would he ever spend that cash? He was about to start promoting the car brand he bought when Su Haien cut him off and pulled him inside the cafe. At this point, Juho shared the information he had gathered, revealing that there was a gang very good at hiding information. The number of deaths and disappearances of awakeners had risen, but most of the reasons were due to the dungeons, so there was no cause for suspicion. However, he just discovered that an awakener had died on the street, and the autopsy report indicated it involved poison. Su Haien immediately thought of the gang leader of Aret, but instead of saying the name, he asked back, "Can you investigate? I feel like we might uncover something if we follow that lead." After chatting a bit longer, he returned, and as scheduled, Su Haien ran to Uncle Kim Daeho's place to pick up his sword. Unlike his past life, this time, his sword looked pretty plain. To put it bluntly, it was downright ugly. However, the quality remains the same. You pull out the sword you borrowed from Daeho and throw it into the air. Then, you test the new weapon with a slash to see how it holds up. The sword instantly shatters into 3 pieces. Even though it does not look as good as the blessed sword, its sharpness and durability are just the same. Not only that, it can sense your mana and knows what you want to slash at, and what you want to avoid. This proves it is definitely a living sword. A perfect sword. Daeho, while finishing his cigarette, asks, "Have you thought of a name yet? Since it is your sword now, you should give it a name." Su Haien pauses for a few seconds, then decides to call it Gam, another name for the blessed sword, which also means the dragon-slaying sword. He rushes out of Daeho's workshop, without even stopping for a cup of tea, and heads directly to the 20th floor of the challenge tower. Just like the lower floors, the first person you meet is the guard. He seems to recognize you right away and starts chatting. "Look who it is. You are quite the hot topic these days. Are you here for some advice? Since this is the 20th floor, you generously offer him 100,000 points in exchange for information." The guard stares blankly, then after a moment, bursts out laughing. "You just gave me enough points that would take someone 10 years to save up. You are really something, are not you? But hey, that is life. Everything's determined by material wealth. Right? They say if you can avoid killing, you should. And always know your target. True. Spending 100,000 points for just a bit of info feels like a rip-off, though he complains it is too little. Su Haien still can't pry any more information from the guard. As he steps through the gate, he is suddenly dropped from the sky onto a cliff. Thank goodness he is the main character. Otherwise, he might have died before even starting his mission. The task on this floor requires him to take down the kingdom of Randalum, known as the Death Castle. Within a month, the mission requires him to remember that he is not their enemy, uncover the secrets of the castle, and ultimately, survive. That night, Su Haien sits alone in the forest not far from the castle gate, planning his approach. From what he knows, the walls are thick and sturdy, and the guards and mercenaries are skilled, not weaklings. After racking his brain for hours, he eventually decides to sneak up to the castle gate, just to ask for a place to crash for the night. The moment he speaks, he is met with scorn. "Are you crazy? Which kingdom are you from? Don't you see we are gearing up for war? Get lost. The time for the explosion event is approaching, and he can't waste time here. Asking nicely is not working, and he is being forced to resort to violence." Su Haien leaps high into the air, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he slices through the massive gate, which was said to be the strongest. With just one strike, this loud commotion instantly sends the entire town into chaos. The crowd of soldiers began to shout, "What kind of foolish game is this? The gate has fallen. Hurry up and stop him." Countless soldiers rushed in. But that is not a problem at all. You already have the upper hand. And this weapon is so incredible that whether someone lives or dies is entirely up to you. Su Haien single-handedly overcame all obstacles without causing anyone to lose their life. With one swing, he smashed the gate. A punch broke through the wall. He could handle this alone. Who would dare to follow? The guards were powerless. Even the snipers were helpless. Su Haien leaped up onto the wall to get a better view of everything. At that moment, Commander Maxman appeared. And despite his shouting to handle this himself, some of the soldiers were risking everything to stop him. "You can tee. Commander, if something happens when you charge in, what will happen to our kingdom's future?" According to Su Haien's assessment, this uncle was quite important here. Those soldiers were prioritizing protecting him over capturing Su Haien. Moreover, they did not even bother to follow their superior's orders, which shows just how significant he was. Without a second thought, Su Haien sprinted toward that commander. A loud shout rang out. "Do not let him get close to our commander." A soldier connected by a line was immediately shot off. One of Su Hain's legs got caught, but unfortunately for them, they not only failed to keep him restrained but ended up being dragged along by him. Su Haien tossed the guard aside to free his hands. Then from above, He delivered a powerful strike toward the commander. Two soldiers were continuously attacking, their strength overwhelming enough to send nearby soldiers flying in all directions in the swirling dust. People were sprawled on the ground from the impact. Maxman told a soldier behind him, "I will handle this one. You all keep an eye on the situation outside the castle. He is not a spy from the Outram Kingdom. He is an independent outsider." Su Haien paused as he overheard the enemy assessing him. This commander was not only sharp but also as strong as an awakened Class A. So there was no doubt about it. He is a real opponent for you. From what the guards said, you realize Maxman is the war hero of this kingdom. While he is the backbone of the group, that very trust is what is holding him back. To put it bluntly, it is like a déjà vu from a past life. Su Haien cuts to the chase, saying, "Sir Commander, I apologize for blowing up the gate without permission, but I am in a hurry. So could you please let me in the gate pass? You know, for the lady's sake." Maxman immediately refuses, stating, "Our kingdom is at war. We can't let a saboteur threaten our soldiers." After a failed plea, Su Haien has no choice but to charge at him. He swings his sword to grab attention, while with his other hand, he quickly ties a rope around Maxman's wrist. Catching him off guard, the shape-shifting skill activates, and Tomika's hand is ready for action. Following Su Haien's move, a massive punch suddenly materializes in the air, crashing down toward the commander. An explosion echoes, and as the dust settles, both Su Haien and Maxman vanish without a trace. While the soldiers scatter to search for them, a mysterious dark streak appears on a wall. Suddenly, Maxman is thrown out, landing headfirst, questioning who he is and where the hell he is. Just now, the skill Su Haien used is called shadow assimilation, a technique often used by assassin-type awakeners that allows movement from one shadow to another. The good-hearted Su Haien rushes to help him up, removing the rope while apologizing for everything. Everything he did earlier was out of necessity, as no one would let him into the castle. He is in a hurry because he senses something big is about to happen inside. He is not sure what it is, but if it shows up, it will be a much bigger issue than the war between the two nations. Su Haien bluntly asked, "Is there anything suspicious going on in the castle lately?" "Of course. But Maxman can't reveal everything to him, simply because he does not trust him. Who knows if he is a spy?" Su Haien boldly retorts, "If I were a spy, I would not be using such public tactics, because I could destroy this castle all by myself." And with that, Maxman can't argue. The moment their swords clashed, he realized no one in this kingdom could rival Su Haien. With no other choice, he takes Su Haien to a large room to explain. It used to be a prison about 100 years ago, and the air is heavy with death because many prisoners lost their lives here. According to him, they closed down the old place and built a prison somewhere else. However, it is similar to your question, because it is about a place where light can shine. As they converse, someone approaches from behind. The newcomer wears a completely covered mask, being the castle's guard. He questions Maxman about what he is doing here. Su Haien is the one who responds, turning the question back on the masked figure in front of him. "This prison is sealed tight until the day the commander opens it. How did you even get here?" The guardian gave some lame excuse about just passing through and sensing someone's presence, an answer that was completely unconvincing, making the commander suspicious that he has been watching them. The guardian tried to protest, but before he could even finish a sentence, Su Haien delivered a swift blow that knocked him flat. Maxman was enraged by this action and was ready to draw his sword, thinking that Su Haien was really a spy from the enemy camp. Little did he know, Su Haien suddenly spoke up. "The king's guardian, quite an interesting little shell, is not." From the moment he saw this, Maxman was terrified, his soul questioning what on earth was happening in his homeland. Su Haien sensed this too, the stench of death and darkness spreading through the castle. Even before the war had begun, he had encountered a similar creature in the Wangju gold mine, but that was just a half-dead zombie. This one was the real deal. It unleashed a magical bullet filled with death energy right at the two of them. Maxman stood frozen in shock. Su Haien charged in with a fierce spirit, launching attacks right in front of them. Without a teammate with holy skills here, he had no choice but to fight solo with sacred flames. The first attack was a total miss. Thanks to its ability to fly, it shot up high and fired a column of death energy at the people below. Su Haien quickly used his sacred flames to counter, but soon realized he was outmatched, and his fire could not withstand its death aura. If this kept up, he would run out of mana. So the best method was to drive his sword straight into its life stone. But theory and practice were worlds apart, and with its evasive attacks, he could not get close no matter how hard he tried. Finally spotting an opportunity, Su Haien kicked it in the head, sending the Lich stumbling to the side. Then he closed in, ready to stab it with a decisive strike. To his surprise, the creature suddenly unleashed a torrent of death energy from behind, preventing him from advancing. The distance widened again, and Su Haien stared at his enemy, wondering what kind of scheme it was cooking up by holding back and only dodging. Suddenly, the two-horned Lich spoke up, seemingly ready to unleash its full power. That is enough playing around. With that, a massive column of jet black energy surged towards Max Man's position. Su Haien rushed forward, blocking a deadly strike just in time. Right before the bewildered face of the person he saved, Max Man asked, "Was there something that attacked from behind, and can this Lich control darkness from a distance?" Su Haien shook his head, replying, "Not quite. A place both dark and grim, with no light shining through. Meant only for the deranged. Surrounded by death's bitter resentment. A place filled with the sweet screams of the dead. This is our home." Just then, two more skeletal figures unexpectedly emerged from that dark room. The three superhuman brothers, all spurned, appeared one after another, each one more fearsome than the last. Su Haien finally understood. Thousands of guards in a vast but sealed castle. These leeches have infiltrated here to pose as the Emperor's entourage. Their main goal is to revive their Lich King by sacrificing the lives of the Empire's soldiers. The Lich leading them was quite surprised by your knowledge. It bluntly said, "Yeah, that is right. While searching for a tribute for our king, we stumbled upon this castle. After slaying the Emperor, we took control of his body to disguise ourselves as his entourage." It also mentioned that this plan will unfold next month. But due to the unexpected appearance of two people, they will start gathering soldiers after dealing with them. With that, a frame made of dark energy immediately surrounded Su Haien and Commander Max Man. You know it. This is called the Shadow Guide. One of the highest tier techniques of leeches used to crush the space within the restricted area. By the time you realized these horned ones were the Lich's disciples, it was already too late. In your previous life, you only conquered level 8, and now you are trying for level 10. So being trapped in this situation makes you feel completely lost, as the darkness slowly enveloped both of them. Just when it seemed like they would meet their end, everything suddenly shattered. Not only you, but the leading Lich was equally stunned. The magic it conjured was supposed to be invulnerable to any physical or magical attacks. Yet it was shattered with just one blow. Max Man, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "It is just an old painted sword. I just happened to be a knight. You assassinated the Emperor and planned to sacrifice all the soldiers. I want to let you get away with this." After finishing his sentence, Max Man charged at the monsters in front of him, determined to smash them into pieces. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the leader ordered the one-horned Lich to take the corpses out of the castle. As Commander Max Man rushed in, a figure in a red cloak unexpectedly shot a black arrow down at him from above. But since Su Haien was still alive, there was no way he would let his teammate fall so easily. Phoenix of Destruction was immediately summoned, flying directly to confront the arrow of dark energy. For these demonic creatures, this was their nemesis. The Phoenix of Destruction opened its beak wide and swiftly shattered the arrow in front of the red-cloaked Lich. Not stopping there, the Phoenix flew towards the enemy. Despite its terrifying cries, after giving the one above a good scare, it then landed on the one below. The short Lich, feeling cornered, ran away while shouting, "Help! I did not mean any harm." At this moment, Su Haien turned to Max Man, asking, "Are you ready? Ready to stay and fight by your side, or to turn back and lead his soldiers out of the castle?" Max Man expressed mixed feelings, saying, "I am not sure if I should leave you here. I owe you too much. At the very least, I should fight alongside you." Su Haien thought for a moment and said there was not much time, so Max Man needed to make a decision quickly. The castle or the lives of the soldiers? Which one did he value more? Because he understood this was the lair of the leeches, with the leader being a monster akin to a high-level sorcerer. If they stayed in the castle, they would all die. Although Max Man still could not fully trust the words of this intruder, he ultimately chose to retreat. Su Haien recalled the words of the gatekeeper, reminding him at every moment to do what he had to do. This meant there was a clear division of responsibilities between him and others in this battle, so he would assign the task of protecting the soldiers to Commander Max Man, while he stayed behind to deal with these skeletons. Once done, he might just gain an ally during this trial. As he spoke, an energy surged through the walls. The tower began to shake, leaving the horn guy utterly confused, still frozen in place. Wondering what just happened, the tremors intensified, causing the walls to start collapsing. At this moment, the three horned men finally realized what was happening. Just managing to mutter "crazy dude" before it was too late, the one-horned guy could only raise his hands in surrender, crying out, "Oh my, save me." Just then, a wave of dark energy appeared, revealing the leader of the Lich gang. He started yelling at his one-horned lackey, "You idiots are such a pain. I won't say much more. Get to the market of living sacrifices, or I will personally handle the killing before you get the chance." The one-horned skeleton complained, "Hey, why am I the only one getting yelled at? That is so unfair." He then ordered the skeleton in the red robe to check on the altar, because only if the altar remained intact could they continue the ritual. The skeleton in the red robe was still on the ground receiving orders when suddenly, a phoenix darted towards him. Luckily, He quickly soared up to dodge it, just when he thought he was safe. Su Haien appeared from behind, delivering a strike that shattered the skeleton into dust, and he even asked, "When did you get here?" Before he could hear the answer, he was gone without a trace, seeing his teammate reduced to dust. The remaining one roared in fury. Arrogant humans. Then, he unleashed a deathly attack towards Su Haien, but was met with a resounding counter from him, unable to do anything else. He resorted to using a deathly aura to ensnare Su Haien just as he was suspended in mid-air. With no other options, Su Haien called for the Phoenix's help, which swooped in and shattered the binding around him. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, he suddenly wondered if he had pushed himself too hard. The leader seized the opportunity to attack, saying, "It is futile to resist. I know the fire from that sacred bird is draining your mana. Surrender now, and I will make your suffering less." In reality, that Phoenix had consumed a fair amount of his mana, so he could recover some now. But this guy had seriously underestimated his power. Who says I am useless without mana? Just as he prepared to strike with his sword, Commander Maxman suddenly turned back and asked if he needed any help before heading out. "I owe you way too much already." "What, Maxman? The stingy one. Does not even know who owes who anymore." "Well then, let us have a fair fight," Su Haien declared with determination. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the soldiers were assessing the damage, reminding each other to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. This left everyone unclear about what was happening inside the tower. Suddenly, the one-horned Lich appeared, ordered to rally the living sacrifices, yet still found time to insult his boss. "That guy talks way too much. But if you do not listen and let him lose it, trust me, it gets scary." Then, red magic bursts from his hands, spreading outwards as energy rises from the ground. Hundreds of undead rise one after another, each with eyes shining like marbles, brimming with eerie energy. The soldiers finally realize he has summoned the undead. But that does not scare them. They know only the mind of that one-horned skull can control these monsters. They immediately rally together to attack him. While he just cackles with delight at that moment, Commander Maxman appears, calling out to his closest soldiers. But he is still worried because since the gate crashed, the fortress has been compromised. Commander Maxman reassures them that he has got everything calculated. All the soldiers are close, so there should not be any casualties. But that is not the main concern. The real question is whether the gate is fixed yet, or the undead will easily break in. But it seems like things are not looking good. The undead outside are still trying to break down the door. Right now, they have no choice but to block the door at all costs and rebuild the fortress. But first, they need to deal with that one-horned jerk. Saying that, Commander Maxman decides to handle it alone, leaving his soldiers behind. But at this moment, the fighting spirit is high. The soldiers do not want their commander to fight alone anymore. They want to back him up. Commander Maxman is surprised. "What about the undead outside?" "Don't he worry. The frontline troops can handle those weaklings. As long as the living are fighting, what are a few skeletons to us?" Seeing his comrades so determined, Maxman does not stop them anymore and orders the soldiers to form a defensive line around him. In his heart, he thinks he does not need to go all out. He needs to protect them. As for the rest, let that guy handle it. That is right. The guy in question is Soil. Back to Soil. He is now facing off one-on-one with the leader. Soil wields his sword, wrapped in green magical flames, his eyes glinting as he stares down Tenlich and charges at him. Tenlich, too, releases a stream of energy, and their magic collides, bursting out in all directions. But Soil manages to sever Tenlich's magic. He launches into the air, ready to land a strike on his head. Luckily, Tenlich can fly, so he dodges the blow. Soil seizes the opportunity to slash at his skull-faced mug, sending him plummeting from the sky, clouds of dust erupting around him. With a cut that turned Lich into a scarred skull, he clutches his head, gasping for breath, unable to believe it. He is stunned by Soil's unexpected strength. But it is too late now. Soil lunges to slice the life gem embedded in his forehead in half. This time, Tenlich collapses. He can accept it. For 100 years, he has grown powerful to this point, now considered the strongest among the apostles. Why must he just stand there and watch that human kill him? I can fail here. Soil watches and thinks how this guy is still hanging on even after being split in half. He is not ordinary. But why is he mumbling about something? Soil speaks up. "Stop wasting time. Your plan is doomed. Can you believe it? He is about to die. And Tenlich is still trying to act tough. What a waste of time. The newbie's just wasting time. What a foolish human. It is not just us who want to resurrect the king. Countless apostles are working day and night to bring him back. Even if there were 10 of you, you could not stop it. The king will rise again and plunge this world into darkness." Soil steps closer to him, sighing. "Don't worry. The Lich King will also meet his end at my hands." With that, his sword plunged straight into the Lich's life stone, instantly turning him to dust. What Soil said is true back in his previous life. The Lich King shattered the world to invade reality, But in the end, he was defeated by Su Haien, even in the dungeons of Gwangju. The Lich kept mentioning the Lich King, so he might resurrect sooner than expected. Su Haien realizes this is bad, as everything seems to be moving faster than in his past life. But first, he needs to deal with the remaining Lich. Meanwhile, on the other side, Commander Maxman and his soldiers are tackling a one-horned Lich. His swordsmanship is no joke, but these Lich keep flying around, dodging every attack, laughing mockingly from above. Taunting Maxman. He thinks this guy is tough to deal with since he relies on aerial combat, and Maxman is not exactly a pro at that, but that is fine. From the get-go, he never intended to kill it. He just wants to distract it to protect his soldiers and wait for Su Haien to make his move. Buying time however he can. At this moment, the one-horned Lich realizes his teammate is down. He feels ecstatic and starts shouting, "Dead! Dead! Well, how? Why are they dying? Dead! My comrades are dead. The mastermind is dead." Seeing his teammate die, he can't keep it together. Just up there yelling dead over and over. Then he goes berserk, using his dark energy to squeeze all the soldiers, making it impossible for them to breathe and call for Commander Maxman. Maxman yells in anger, "You bastard! What have you done? Let go of him now." In this dangerous moment, he prepares to use some skill to save his soldiers. Just as Su Haien appears, darting in like a god, he immediately soars up and delivers a devastating punch, aiming to knock that Lich's skull clean off, with just one punch. The Lich is slammed against the wall, dust and debris flying everywhere. Commander Maxman asks, "Did you defeat it already?" "Yep." Su Haien took him down, but it might just be temporary. This situation does not look good at all. A little longer, and the soldiers might have been absorbed by dark energy. It is a technique that absorbs the life force of living and dead beings in the area to strengthen the Lich's essence. That is why the gatekeeper warned him not to kill anyone, as this technique would work better with more deaths. Though he was a subordinate of the Lich Su Haien just defeated, he probably gained much stronger powers. At this point, a circle of dark energy envelopes the Lich, and he mumbles a spell. "I will not forgive you. I will not forgive you," repeating it dozens of times. Then he screams, wielding a staff, with an energy orb spewing from his mouth, all blood red. At this point, I am left wondering where he is hiding that weapon to pull it out from his mouth, considering he is just a pile of bones. Turns out he just absorbed the dark energy from the soldiers to create a protective barrier for his magic circle. Although Su Haien suspected this was coming, Commander Maxman was still gaping in disbelief. That Lich was also a master of death magic. Looking at the massive patterns drawn on the floor, an incredibly complex symbol that was the magic circle designed to absorb death energy, Su Haien worried that the Lich would continue to drain more life force. He needed to take him down quickly before that happened. He had to destroy the life stone first. But even as he swung his magic blade at it, the circle surrounding the Lich blocked his attack instantly, and he began to mockingly laugh at Su Haien, calling him a fool. "You can't break it. It is a curse I risked my life for. To lift the curse, you can only kill me." Su Haien felt a bit lost. He did not know what to do. He could defeat him, but if this dragged on too long, many soldiers would definitely die. At that moment, Commander Maxman told him not to worry. His job was just to defeat them, while protecting the soldiers was his responsibility. As he spoke, he activated the skill he had planned to use earlier, the strongest and final skill he could employ to safeguard his soldiers. Maxman plunged his sword into the ground, and a blue energy column shot upward, spreading everywhere and enveloping all the soldiers inside and outside the castle. In that moment of surprise, the overwhelming energy that pressed down on me vanished, and the others were just as confused, not understanding what was happening. This is the sacred boundary. It enhances the morale of the soldiers within its range and nullifies any influence from dark forces. However, using it would shorten Commander Maxman's lifespan. Nevertheless, he was determined that even if it cost him his life, he would protect his soldiers. The rest was definitely up to the main character now. He soared high, looking down, his gaze intense. Everyone below was fighting valiantly, risking their lives. This made him even more determined to eliminate that monster. Both sides charged into battle, their magic colliding with each other. The one-horned Lich was relentlessly attacking, spewing insults. "You dare kill my friend, and now you think you can fight back against me? Weak, useless, pathetic fools. You can't do anything on your own. It takes 1,000 people like you to serve as sacrifices." This guy might look dumb, but he actually cares about his teammates. Su Haien felt anger rising. "Your friends are precious to someone like you, but do you know? The thousands you have killed, and the ones you intend to kill are someone's loved ones. Have you ever felt the pain of losing someone dear to you? Remember that feeling and pass it on to your friends on the other side." As he spoke, he swung his sword, aiming to cut through the Lich's staff. Su Haien's swordsmanship was extraordinary, to the point that the Lich was taken aback by its power. That strength transformed into blue flames that burned away all dark magic and engulfed the Lich. In a direct confrontation, Su Haien delivered a lethal blow, slicing through the skull and the life stone of the Lich, All he could manage to shout was, "Am I really losing to a mere human again?" Lich has finally reunited with his team. His magical scepter was shattered by the blue phoenix. At this moment, the vibrant life force is gradually collapsing and fading away. Commander Maxman is completely worn out. It is finally over. Su Haien steps in to help him up, thanking him for his efforts. Relieved, he finally sits down to catch his breath and says, "I need a moment to rest before we celebrate our victory." Just as he was about to ask if he was okay, he noticed he did not look okay at all. "I wonder if a little rest will be enough." Meanwhile, at the management company for the Awakeners, Lee Ju-ho is delivering alarming news to the chairman. In 3 months, a dungeon will appear in Anyang City, causing a dungeon explosion. The urgent task is to evacuate the residents nearby. This man is Song Kai-Wang-tae, the chairman of the Awakening Management Company. He hears this and can't believe it is true. He scolds Ju-ho, calling it ridiculous. "You think I am going to believe such nonsense? No one can accurately predict when it will show up. And that dungeon is going to cause an explosion that will throw the whole city of Anyang into chaos. Even if the dungeon does appear, it won't cause an explosion right away. It will take at least a month for it to escalate into an explosion. That is common knowledge everyone should know." He says this while pointing a finger at Ju-ho, unaware that when you point one finger at someone else, 4 fingers are pointing back at you. But whatever. He is the chairman. He can say whatever he wants. At this moment, Lee Ju-ho insists that the dungeons that appeared in the past are not just common knowledge. This is a matter that can't be taken lightly. Anyang has a population of around 600,000 people, and this will impact the safety of the residents. The chairman still does not believe it, saying if nothing happens, then he will be the one who looks foolish, not just confusing 600,000 people, but 60 million people. Just then, a handsome guy wearing glasses, just the type the ladies love, walks in and interrupts. "Stop. If you keep talking like this, it will never end." This dapper fellow is Kim Do-woo, a rank awakener, an employee of the company. He acknowledges that there might never have been a case like this before, but Ju-ho's points make sense. "The only question is whether the source of this information is reliable," Do-woo said. "If you want us to believe you, could you tell us who gave you this information?" Ju-ho confidently states that his source is trustworthy because it was Kim Soo-hee-un who informed him. At the mention of Soo-hee-un, the two men display surprised expressions. It is the one who leveled up rapidly and quelled the chaos in the abyss, a mysterious rookie. Could it really be that Kim Soo-hee-un? The chairman is skeptical. The handsome guy chimes in. "I know someone named Kim Soo-hee-un, a member of the dungeon raid team from a few months ago. But he was only a novice." Ju-ho insisted it is him, but the chairman still does not believe it. First, he fears Ju-ho might be lying. And second, he worries that Soo-hee-un might be lying too. It is still a dilemma if they trust Ju-ho and evacuate everyone. What if nothing happens? That would put the blame squarely on the chairman's shoulders. It is all about not wanting to get dragged into the mess. Right. This guy even thought of something clever. "Hey Ju-ho, from another angle, is not the dungeon just like a natural disaster? Even if there are casualties, I won't be held responsible at all. Can't even deal with this anymore." Ju-ho angrily thought that he was just pretending to be clueless to avoid responsibility. But as his subordinate, he had to back down. He wanted the two of them to forget about it. That was the final decision, and he would take responsibility for it. Back to Su-ho. After cleaning out the 20th floor, he was taken to the hospital for recovery. No matter how much the nurses tried to stop him, he insisted on leaving the hospital. He claimed that as an awakened one, he recovered quickly. All he needed was a few prescriptions or some bandages or painkillers. And just like that, he swaggered out of the hospital with his arm wrapped up, thinking these injuries were no big deal at all. At that moment, Sui-ho, drenched in sweat, ran up to him, startled and wide-eyed. "Are you okay? You look seriously hurt after cleaning the 20th floor in a day." Sui-ho said, "It is a miracle you can still move, considering you swept the 20th floor in just 1 day. I thought you were seriously injured. I saw your ranking, and it is impressive. Can you give me some advice?" "Advice? Honestly, there is not much to share." Sui-ho just pushed himself a bit too hard, and that is how he got hurt. Sui-ho thought maybe he did not need to worry about him after all. As for Sui-ho's request to warn the chairman, he confessed that he had failed. Not only that, but he also accidentally revealed Sui-ho's identity. "I am truly sorry." Sui-ho sighed. It was not surprising. After all, he was not counting on that chairman at all. Sui-ho was shocked that even he knew about the chairman. "Of course. I know. In my past life, I was an awakened one in his company, and I am a workaholic." Though Sui-ho often faced failures, he did manage to get some information from Kim Do-woo, who was close to the chairman. "I heard there is a green dungeon appearing in Ansan, and everyone is planning an assault. Right now, most awakened ones are gathering in Ansan. In my past life, Sui-ho had been there, which is why he could not prepare properly for the explosion in Anyang. But part of the reason was that the chairman, that fool, only knows how to dodge responsibility. Suiho thought that idiot only knows how to cover up his own mistakes. He could not understand how someone so dumb could become chairman. Just wait. He will definitely experience what real business feels like. Just thinking about it made his face twist in irritation. At that moment, Suiho wondered why he was so sure about when the dungeon would appear. Suiho said it was just his sixth sense as a man or an awakened one. Really, maybe from now on, Suiho would handle things on his own. He thanked Suiho for his help, feeling he had already assisted enough. Suiho thought, why does this guy want to work alone without letting him join? That is not how it works. So he quickly spoke up. We can't wait for the authorities to help anymore. Just tell me your plan. And I am sure there is something I can do to help. Hearing this, Suiho happily agreed right away. Okay. I will share my plan with you. Before he could even grasp what the plan was, 2 months flew by. And it was now December 17th. Just a week before Christmas. An online news report from Abyss announced that on December 24th, the city of Anyang would be hit by a terrorist attack. The group responsible for this attack is the Stabbing Guild. They are a shady organization, made up of the coldest-blooded killers in the world. If you care about your life, get out of Anyang, as far away as you can. I hope no one loses their life thinking. No way that could happen. Meanwhile, the citizens of the city were buzzing with chatter about the news. Of course, the South Korean media could not let this slip by. A breaking news alert about the terrorist threat from the Stabbing Guild. Could this news be real? So today, we have invited someone who claims to have seen the Stabbing Guild firsthand. That person is none other than Juho. Turns out, this was the mission that Su Haien assigned to him. He had to claim he had personally encountered them. Meanwhile, at the management company for the Dreamer, another piece of news about the Wangju dungeon surfaced a few hours ago. We received information that the casualties from the ambush at Wangju dungeon were significant. This was all orchestrated by Su Haien to blow up the media. The chairman was furious about the news spread by Su Haien. How dare he use the media like that? The incident at Ansan dungeon was already crazy enough. It is all that Su Hain's fault. Have you tracked down his identity yet? The handsome guy with glasses calmly stated that there was nothing they could do about him. Even the management agency could not stop the actions of an ordinary dreamer. You found out who he is. I heard he has been hiding out at Abyss since last month. So we can just bring him before the chairman right away. He pondered, not understanding why Su Haien dared to cause such trouble. I wonder what kind of scheme this is. Meanwhile, Su Haien appeared with a muscular build, leaving the ladies in awe. After handing everything over to Juho and entering the tower, Su Haien spent all his saved points to buy the highest grade mana catalyst. Once he drinks it, his energy and health will recover quickly. When he asked for the highest potential catalyst, the middle-aged salesman was taken aback and could not believe anyone would seek such a potion on the 21st floor, as it would cost at least over 2 million points. Su Haien was not joking. He actually spent 2 million points on the potion. The shopkeeper never thought someone would rack up so many points and buy something so expensive. Back in his room, Su Haien was drinking the potion, and its awful taste filled the air. He could not help but exclaim, "This tastes disgusting." But after drinking it, he could clearly feel the potion sliding down his throat, then settling in his stomach. It started amplifying magic, a purple magic spreading throughout his body. Su Haien gradually used his magic to manage the effects of the catalyst. It felt like someone else's power was within him. Right now, Su Haien was in excruciating pain. His body felt like it was on fire, and the catalyst began to flow toward his heart, circulating through his veins. Su Haien finally completed his task, wearing a strained expression. Meanwhile, the landlord was banging on the door outside, shouting, "Hey, you have rented the room for a month. Why are not you showing your face? What the hell are you doing in there? If you are dying, at least pay your rent." After saying that, he saw the door open and rushed in, relieved to find Su Haien perfectly fine. Thank goodness he had not run away. Suddenly, the landlord frowned as a terrifying aura of mana filled the room. Su Haien had no intention of dodging the payment. He apologized to the landlord and offered to pay extra. The landlord gaped at Su Hain's muscular build, asking how much longer he planned to stay. But a month was enough. He had fully restored his energy, and now it was time to leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Haien vanished right before the landlord's eyes, leaving only a bag of money behind. Checking the remaining time, he realized tomorrow was the big day. Dongjong Jaeon and Hakjun were discussing news about the Stab Guild. Dongjong Jaeon was shocked to see this news. He could not believe someone was openly talking about a guild like that. It was a secret criminal group, and even after growing powerful, only a few awakened knew of its existence. Hakjun stared at his phone screen, continuously reading through the comments on the post. It seemed many others shared his disbelief. "What do you think?" Hakjun. Hakjun said there is a 50% chance it might actually happen. It is feasible, especially with the green dungeon popping up in Ansan. But is there really a reason to go that far? In fact, Dongjong Jaeon had been investigating the rumors of a guild that only the awakened knew about. and he discovered that the person behind those reports was Su Haien. He mentioned he would dig further into why that guy wanted to bring down the Stab Guild. He seemed really worked up about it. Hearing Su Haien's name, Hakjun suddenly jolted as if struck by a bolt of electricity. He seemed to know who Su Haien was, pondering why a guy who only cared about his own interests would be involved in this. What did he have to do with the Stab Guild? Could the Ars Guild, Dongdongjian, and the Stab Guild be related in some way? Hakjun had met Su Haien before. Su Haien even left him a business card, saying to reach out if he needed help, but in his mind, he still could not believe that Su Haien, who had just reached C rank, was the person everyone was talking about. Right now. In Gyeonggi, Ansan, 3 robbers appeared in a narrow alley. They were probably up to no good, but today it seemed dead, no jobs at all. The lead guy groaned. Man, it is so boring. Why is Christmas so quiet? There is no one to rob at this hour. Everyone's probably at home cuddling with their significant others, not wandering around like us. But I guess people in this city have probably evacuated, the anxious guy said. Shouldn't we be running instead of just hanging around like this? Ahaha. You idiot. Do you really believe that? Why are you worried about a loser who likes to con people? Clearly, he is just bluffing. These guys really are fearless. Suddenly, a masked young man appeared behind them and cut him off. This is not bluffing. Hearing this, the gang of 3 brothers suddenly found themselves with a 4th member joining the mix, making it 4. And each one of them was annoyed, asking who this masked guy was. They thought he was just some weirdo in a mask, playing dress up for Christmas. And then they burst out laughing, thinking it was the perfect chance to rob this lunatic. He looked like he was losing it anyway, but little did they know, this was Su Haien. He grabbed the collar of the gold digger and effortlessly lifted him off the ground, then casually tossed him down. Su Haien drew his sharp sword, aiming it at the gold digger, leaving the gang stunned and terrified. They realized calling him crazy might not be such a smart move after all. But he was just playing with them a little. I'm not crazy. I am a terrorist. Right after he said that, an explosion erupted from the building behind them. And at that moment, the 4 robbers froze in fear. It was then that they finally recognized the danger they were in, and each one of them bolted, desperate for help. Almost immediately, the media arrived to report an explosion in Gyeonggi, Ansan, in the Pyeongkang-dong area. As residents were being evacuated in a hurry, the news spread quickly to Chairman Song Ju-T's office. Before his subordinates could even deliver the news, he was already watching it unfold on the screen, and his expression was one of deep annoyance. He still thought it was just Ju-Ho's scheme to cause panic among the residents. But now that it was happening for real, he found himself in a tough spot. Kim Dowan sat quietly in his chair, staring intently at his phone. According to eyewitnesses, this terrorist act was carried out by just one person. It was then that Song Ju-T began to worry. Recalling what Ju-Ho had warned him earlier, information from Su Haien was indeed credible. If only he had believed it from the start. Would things have turned out differently? But no. He immediately ordered Dowan to gather as many fake identities as possible, insisting that they must capture Su Haien, who was the terrorist. Now that he realized this, it was too late. Director. Back to Su Haien, looking badass standing amidst the flames. He wondered if this was chaotic enough yet. Right now, buildings and cars seem to be on fire, but in reality, that is not the case. It turns out that scene is entirely an illusion created by him. He has learned how to make everything engulfed in flames, without actually burning them, thanks to his control over divine fire and color manipulation. He has mastered this skill to 66.7%. It is all just part of his show, truly an illusion. He is not hurt at all right now. But things are far from over. He needs to get to the center of any yang. But he knows that at this stage, the fake awakeners will come to try and stop him. Leading the charge is the handsome Du Wu, saying, "We are from the Awakeners Management Agency. Stop the terrorism now." Turns out Zui is the fake awakener working with the state, and he is also the deputy director of the management agency. No wonder he is always seen alongside Song Ju-T. He says seriously, "Surrender, Kikimsu." The other fake awakeners behind him are shocked, not believing that the terrorist is a rookie like Su Yun. While Zoe is doing his best to convince him to stop and cooperate, Su Yun is ready with his sword, saying, "Don't jump around anymore. Come on. I do not want to waste time." This remark infuriates the other fake awakeners, and one by one, they charge at Su Yun. The first one looking like a character straight out of a Dragon Ball episode. Their blades clash, and Su Yun quickly realizes he is up against a B-rank awakener. But he deflects every strike thrown his way. Another guy, who is below B rank, can't wait and immediately wants to show off his skills. You can see him conjure up a bizarre purple magic circle, shooting a magic column straight at him. Su Yun just tilts his head slightly to the left and dodges it. The next guy launches a barrage of magic spears like swords towards Su Yun, trying to close in for an attack, but he kicks one right in the arm just when things were getting dicey. Another guy with a hammer rushes in to help. Otherwise, He would be on the altar admiring a naked chicken by now. That big hammer is pretty powerful. Coming down with a swing that could blow the ground apart, sending dust flying everywhere. But Su Yun, quick on his feet, moves out of the way and stays safe. These fake awakeners are all rank, with only Kim Do-woo being the strongest. Yet he does not attack. He is observing and analyzing Su Yun's abilities. The only one who knows there is something else that Su Yun has not shown yet is him. Suddenly, Do-woo does something, opening a book and using magic. Blue energy surrounds Su Yun, and a pair of wings lift him into the air. At this moment, Kim Do-woo realizes there are no injuries. Everything looks like it is on fire, but in reality, is not, and there is no economic damage. But why are you creating a terrorist scene to evacuate the people? Are you trying to get them away from the outbreak? Su Yun is not really that interested. Just teasing, wanting Kim Do-woo to fight her. At that moment, Do-woo closes the book, and the magic disappears. Su Yun freefalls from above, and Do-woo moves along with her. He casts a 5-element spell, creating a lightning bolt aimed to roast Su Yun, but he instantly blocks it with his sword, causing an explosion. Despite free-falling, Su Yun lands safely and carefully dusts off her clothes. Do-woo is quite surprised, realizing that even though Su Yun has been attacked by countless awakened, there is no way she could dodge his mid-level attack like that. He tilts his chin, asking his opponent what she thinks, and Kim Su Yun quickly replies, "I think I have shown enough. You guys do not stand a chance against my level." Hearing this, Do-woo confirms his assessment of Su Yun is spot on. She is incredibly strong, and there is still something he can't quite grasp. The fake awakened rush in, clueless about what is happening, eager to take down Su Yun. Now Do-woo realizes he needs to contact the agency to have them send all available awakened here. The real plot of Su Yun is not to fight the other awakened. That is why he does not actually attack anyone. When someone comes at him, he just uses techniques to dodge the blows, and if necessary, he only throws a light punch or kick. Take that fake awakened with the goofy hair he attacks, but ends up with a massive bump on his head from Do-woo's kick. All he can do is angrily shout, "Please fight properly." At this moment, Kim Do-woo stops everyone, telling them not to attack. He has already called for backup. What needs to be done now is to focus on defending against Su Yun's attacks. In other words, they should conserve their strength until it is truly necessary. Like I said, Kim Do-woo is the only one who knows just how strong Su Yun is, and she is definitely not showing her full power yet. He asserts that his opponent possesses the skills of an S-rank warrior, maybe even higher than that. However, he just does not understand why Su Yun is doing this, leaving him puzzled. Why would someone who has never shown their power suddenly decide to act like a terrorist? Let me explain. Su Yun is doing this to prove that none of the awakened here are stronger than her. There are 2 reasons she has to hide her identity and put on this show. First, to evaluate the overall strength of the current awakened to see just how strong they really are. Second, to get them to send more awakened for backup. If she does not reveal that she is not a terrorist, Director Song Jiang-tae will never send reinforcements. He does not care if an explosion happens. He only cares about catching the person causing the chaos and putting them on national news. The important thing for her to do is to drag this out until the reinforcements arrive in greater numbers. Then there will be plenty of awakened to stand against the explosion. Not long after, a voice calls down from above. "We are here to respond to your request for assistance." That is right. Broadly speaking, this is the awakened coming to provide backup. A group of people dressed identically stands on the rooftop, shining brightly amidst the flames. That is the Federal Awakeners team selected by the Awakeners Management Agency. The Special Forces of the Awakener Agency, known as ACT, are led by S-Rank Captain Park Jong-ju, alongside the current Vice Commander Kang Si-um, who holds a rank, and other awakeners. Their appearance surprised Du-yu and the others a bit. The director must be really pissed to send out such a strong team. This team looks seriously badass, especially Captain Park Jong-ju. As soon as he spoke, one of the awakeners below immediately asked, "Park, can you add some more spots in ACT?" "No way. You idiot. ACT is made up of all rank awakeners. These kids just do not cut it yet." Turning back to Su Haien, he quickly recognized a familiar face. Park Jong-ju is one of the strongest among the S-rank members. Moreover, in his past life as Kim Sung, he had been the master who trained him. But of course, the captain had no idea who he was. He was just a bit surprised that so many awakeners were gathered to hunt down one terrorist. Du quickly reminded them that according to the report, Kim Su Haien was registered as a C rank, but his actual skills are S rank or even stronger than Mer. Park John. There are too few here who can match him, which is why they need backup. Hearing this, the ACT Vice Commander got furious. "What are you talking about, Deputy Director Kim? Are you saying you are scared just because you have not been in the field for a while? No matter how you look at it, he is just a kid." Before he could finish, the captain interrupted. "Don't underestimate him, Deputy Director Soe. I do not know how strong he is, but I am not planning to do anything just yet." "Right. Let the subordinates handle it. You do not need to get involved." They understood and immediately jumped into the river towards Su Haien, with Vice Commander Kang Sun leading the way. All I have to do is catch that guy. Right. Master. Du looked worried and said to Park Jong-ju. Even if he is your student, he is still only in a rank. Can he really match up against Kim Su Haien? But the captain was quite confident in his team. Don't he worry. Act Awakeners are different from the others. At this moment, Su Haien and Park Jong-ju faced each other. Su Haien got a better look at the captain's face, and realized he had not changed at all, still as handsome as ever. I wonder if his teaching skills are still as sharp as before. I will find out for myself. Master. The Act Awakener surged forward, his aura radiating, charging like a gust of wind toward Su Haien, moving at lightning speed to surround him in a circle. The other Awakeners just stood by and commented, with one guy. Song Hoku. Scoffing. What kind of stupid skill is that? Actually, Mai is the real idiot here. That is a perfectly coordinated attack formation, a move with unity and standout characteristics. It looks like they are just running in circles, but in reality, they are creating an incredible barrier. The attacks were highly varied, targeting a single objective with terrifying speed, making it extremely difficult for Su Haien to counterattack. Not only that, but it was also hard to block each individual attack. To put it simply, this was a well-organized assault blending support, control, and a fierce wind. It can defeat any incredibly strong entity. But I see Kim Su Haien effortlessly blocking every single attack. His sword skills are so refined, and he has not even tapped into his magical energy yet. Kang Su Haien is playing both offense and mind games, taunting Su Haien, saying, "Come on, Kim Su. Stop running away like a coward and show us what you have got." With that, he thrusts his dagger towards Su Haien, but he dodges it. However, this move is not as straightforward as it seems. Kang Su Haien is just trying to throw him off balance so the others can bind him from all sides. This tactic is like a web of deception, with chains infused with magical energy locking Su Haien in place, tightening around his neck. At that moment, Kang Su Haien unleashes a powerful strike meant to deal with Su Haien once and for all. There is a loud crash, dust and debris flying everywhere, and it looks like he has taken Su Haien down. But just when everyone is about to celebrate, surprise, the one caught in the chains is actually Kang Su Haien. He is trapped by his own chains, wrapped around his own dagger. Everyone on the scene is left speechless, and Kang Su Haien starts panicking. How the hell did this happen? The awakened ones start to doubt their strategy. Is the pincher move ineffective? Did we make a mistake? From the very beginning, Su Haien knew their plan. He was bound. But at the moment the vice commander was distracted, he spun around, following the direction of the chains to cut himself free, and used those very chains to capture him back. The guy was frozen in place, completely caught off guard. You said, no matter how much battle experience he has, he could not have pulled that off in such a short time. In his past life, Su Haien was already too familiar with this move. He had practiced those tactics to the point of annoyance, so it is no surprise he could pull it off. At this moment, he is fiddling with his cracked mask when the captain draws his sword and says, "Looks like I was wrong. I should be the one handling you. You are Kim Su Haien. Right, maybe youth is making you too kind. But it seems you are also intrigued by Su Haien's power. Because if we met under different circumstances, you might have been convinced to recruit him." You sees this and anxiously reminds, "Captain, the older awakened ones are starting to regroup. Please be careful not to let the rankings get mixed up. I will do my best." Them gathering is exactly what Su Haien wanted. Now it is time to wrap things up. Standing before the captain, he thinks it has been so long since he wanted to face him head-on. But this is not the right moment. He then drops his sword, raising both hands in surrender, leaving the captain and the older awakened ones in shock after shock. "I surrender." "What did you just say? What do you mean?" the captain asks, surprised. The other older awakened ones are buzzing with confusion. He is surrendering. After all the effort we put in to get here. At this moment, Su Haien's watch strikes exactly 6 p.m. This is when the green dungeon emerges. At this moment, he finally revealed his cards. No need to waste energy on pointless battles. The real fight is just beginning. As he finished speaking, the earth shook, and a beam of blue light appeared in the sky. Duo realized this was a new green dungeon opening up. Kang Su ungasped in surprise, adding, "And that is not all. This could be a dungeon explosion." The awakened one started to panic, fearing it would explode the moment the dungeon appeared. Su Haien explained, "As you can see, the emergence of dungeons and the speed of explosions will become increasingly harder to predict. I know everyone is confused and might be angry that I did not reveal the truth from the start. Awakened ones, fight with me. Let us protect the city of Anyang together." As he spoke, Su Haien clenched his fists, absorbing the flames around him. The fire returned to its familiar blue hue, enveloping his body. Hakjun had been there for a while, witnessing everything. Just as he suspected, that person was indeed Kim Su Haien, going back to the dungeon explosion. Currently, An explosion is known to happen when a dungeon is not completed on time. This time, it was an explosion right as the dungeon appeared. The sudden explosion in any yang would serve as a catalyst for threats to the entire world. Su Haien knew that this would become a more frequent occurrence from now on. At this moment, he asked Kim Joa, "How many reinforcements do we have?" "At least 100. Su Haien thanked him, thinking Joa had read his mind, but that was not the case. It was Joa's quick call for reinforcements due to the chaos from his fake terrorist attack. The awakened ones were now terrified, seeming to have foreseen the explosion. "Look over there." A monster emerged from the dungeon, and everyone hurriedly shouted, "The monster is out. The explosion has begun. Prepare for battle." The explosion had started, with monsters crawling out one after another, each one green as a gull. Each monster was at least at the boss level of a red or orange dungeon. A massive boss clad only in a pink loincloth appeared, already having killed a few people under its feet. At this moment, it was about to swing its fist to eliminate the next target, but the awakened one looked frozen in fear, eyes brimming with tears. Despite everyone's attempts to encourage him, he made no move to resist or even run. His legs seemed glued to the ground, waiting for death. Luckily, before the monster's fist came crashing down, Captain Park Jong-ju appeared just in time to intervene, urging him to snap out of it if he did not want to die. Hearing this, the guy hastily fled as the captain commanded the act team, "Move out. Support formation. Assist the other awakened ones in preparing for battle." Kang Seo-woo, having just taken down a monster, disagreed with this order. "Sir, would not it be faster for us to handle it ourselves?" Kim Su Haien chimed in from behind, stating that all the awakened ones were confused due to this unexpected situation, and calming everyone down was the top priority. "Isn't that something only the act can handle? Do your best in every situation." With that, he rushed towards the dungeon, leaving Kang Seo-woo fuming. "Damn. Who does he think he is? How can you talk like that, boss?" "But I guess it makes sense," Su Haien thinks. "Master. Or rather, Uncle Dong-ju will handle those monsters in the green dungeon without breaking a sweat. With act here, the situation for the citizens should stabilize soon." At this moment, countless winged monsters surround Su Haien. He swings his holy fire, and in an instant, each one is sliced in half. Now he does not have to worry about those little monsters anymore. He is just waiting for something to show up, and that something is the half-dragon monster, Aigulus, below the city. The awakeners are focused on evacuating the citizens. The tension is palpable, but luckily we prepared in time and have not had any casualties yet. But we need to hurry before those monsters get out of control. Otherwise, it won't just be an Yang in danger, but the whole country. The monsters are still swarming in the central area. Don't let them get to the ground. We need to ensure none of them escape from any Yang. Right now, the Awakener Son Goku is doing his best to calm the citizens, telling them to stay calm and follow the Awakener's instructions. Kim Zoa quickly uses his power from the book to take down a monster. He looks over at Su Haien standing on the rooftop, thinking that right now, he is probably relying solely on Kim Su Haien, but he is worried that Su Haien can't take down all these monsters by himself. His distracted thoughts make him lose focus, and he does not even notice a huge boss appearing behind him. Luckily, before it could do anything, someone leaps onto its head and drives a sword straight into it. That is right. It is the captain of the act team. And the monster crashes down, looking totally badass. He fights monsters as if he is just out for a leisurely stroll. He reminds Zoe to focus more. Without him, Zoe would probably be out of options by now. With that, the captain calmly wipes his glasses and divides the tasks. "We do not have much time, so let us get straight to the point. Let the act members handle the monster slaying and evacuating the citizens, while you focus on supporting the awakeners." At that moment, Saihan is also right there, and the captain asks if he can handle that half-dragon. "Of course. I can. I do this all the time," Kim Su Haien replies. "Well, good luck to you then." Right after that, everyone gets back to work. Saihan summons a blue phoenix, grabbing onto its legs and soaring into the sky, facing off against the purple dragon with bull-like horns. The dragon looks pretty rough around the edges, but what can you do? It may look ugly, but its structure is strong. This monster has a nasty habit of using its tail to destroy anything in its path. Saihan slashes at its tail, but it does not seem to do much. He circles around to attack from behind, using every sword skill he has to try to split the monster. But it is not that easy. Its back is thick and tough, so much so that Saihan's hands start to tremble. He gives it his all, slashing multiple times. But it is like stabbing a rock. Out of options, he has to summon the phoenix to drop him down. Just then, the dragon's eyes light up, and it unleashes a barrage of dark magical fire towards Saihan, but the phoenix protected him, and with a swift punch to the dragon's face, it let out a painful roar. Instantly, its 5-meter-long tail swept across the ground, leaving a long mark. But luckily, he was still safe. Even though this was his second time facing it, it was still a tough battle, remembering his previous life during the explosion in Anyang. More than 15,000 people were injured or killed. And over half of those were taken down by that very dragon back then. Due to the unpredictable conditions of the dungeon. There were not enough awakeners around to help people like there are now. Plus, he had just dealt with another dungeon before having to check out this one, leaving him with no energy left to fight it. But now it is different. He has plenty of chances to take down this monster. The firepower is immense, but for him, as long as he focuses, he can slice through anything. With that thought, Su Haien started dodging each wave of fire from the dragon. He remembered that after it breathed fire, there was a brief moment when the dragon would be distracted. And all he had to do was wait for that opening. And this is it. Right now. He pulled out the dragon-slaying spear. This weapon is based on the legend of an undefeated warrior. It was sold in the Abyss item shop. Even though it was incredibly cheap and a one-time use item, it carried a terrifying power. Su Haien gripped the weapon in his hand, energy radiating around his palm as he thrust it straight down towards the beast with a resolute voice. I will ensure that no one dies under the firepower of that damn dragon anymore. Countless spears pierced through the monster through its neck, its head, its chest falling from above, turning its body into something resembling a porcupine. The dragon fell and died a tragic death. But was it really over? Sure, it was down. But once the dragon Igalus was defeated, its soul would appear. The soul of the half-dragon Igalus is the final boss. It had been screaming in pain. It hurts so much. It hurts. Who killed me? Who are you? Su Haien replied before asking. Why do not you ask who you are? He was nothing. Just a soul. He could not answer who he was. He could only bow his head, hugging his face and crying out. It hurts so much. It hurts. It really hurts. His tears turned red, slowly becoming thousands of daggers that pierced deeper into Su Haien. Then he threw a punch that knocked Zaso away. At that moment, Zasa did not look so good. Everyone heard the loud noise and immediately looked up. Just as Lejoa ran to the scene, he hurriedly asked where Su Haien was. At that moment, the black dragon had its mouth wide open, filled with its grotesque teeth, about to devour Su Haien. Zhuo only caught a glimpse of a bloody arm of Su Haien reaching out. He could not believe his eyes, thinking his friend was gone. Furious, he shouted, Su Haien. The system announced. Your health has dropped to critical levels. Could it be that Su Haien would leave so soon? Of course not. Su Haien had activated his immortal hero skill. The system announced. You will recover the lost health. Health recovery speed will be increased. Your physical abilities are about to skyrocket. Right now, Su Haien, with his body bursting with energy, is using both hands to rip the jaws of the monster apart while saying, Thank you. Thank you. My friend, you dragon hybrid, thanks to you, I have become stronger than ever. To explain how Su Haien took down Igalus. Yet a soul still managed to bring it back to life. And the strange part is, when asked who he was, he could not even answer. At that moment, seeing Su Haien with his own eyes, he felt like he was staring at his own reflection. He wondered why he had merged with Igalus. And he started to dream and recall memories. Once upon a time, he was Falcon, a hero of the Tesserim Empire. And he was in the same situation as Su Haien. He was the one everyone trusted to eliminate the dragon hybrid. The dragon hybrid Igalus was still a very powerful monster back then. No matter how hard he fought, he just could not take it down. Since the battle seemed to drag on forever, Falcon finally thought of a last resort. He figured if he could control that bastard, he could wipe it out. That is why his body merged with the monster, becoming the soul that resided within it, seeking a way to kill it. But over time, he forgot his past, becoming a mere soul inside Igalus. Back to reality, Su Haien is now in peak condition. His body can soar through the air like a feather, all thanks to the power of the unyielding hero. Unyielding hero. Mana level, proportional to the user's mana. Type of skill. Passive. Level. Proficiency level. 0%. The body of someone who has challenged the Demon Lord. The body of the unyielding hero can't be destroyed or harmed, and is nearing immortality. When your strength surpasses a certain threshold, it automatically activates, allowing your healing and stamina to recover faster, while also significantly enhancing your physical condition. No wonder Su Haien dodged death by a hair's breadth. He wants to quickly take down this dragon hybrid, but he can't get close. He is still trying to find its weak spot. Its body is so tough that hitting a weak point seems impossible. But there has got to be one. There it is. Su Haien spots his chance, swinging his sword and landing a blow on the dragon's arm, immediately slicing it in half. The dragon roars in pain, and in that moment, he speaks to the soul of Falcon. Isn't it time you start thinking things through? Hawk, the ones you saved and those you could not, all of them. Do you think they want to see what you have become now? As he speaks, he continues to battle the dragon, chopping off one of its arms. And of course, it won't he just sit there. Falcon, after deep thought, admits that he fought Igalus and could not defeat it. So now, oh you outcast hero, Let us end this. With that, he opens a gaping hole in his own chest. Su Haien immediately realizes that is the critical point to destroy this dragon hybrid. It turns and tries to flee. But it is too late. He grabs the dragon-slaying spear and thrusts it straight through the chest of Falcon's soul once more. The dragon crashes to the ground, followed by a deafening thud. Engulfed in dust and smoke on the back of the dragon, Falcon lay there, as if something still lingered. At that moment, Su Haien landed beside him and asked, "Have your memories returned?" Falcon replied, "Yep. The past I had forgotten is filled with nothing but failures and mistakes. I am a knight of the Tesserum Empire. Falcon, I fought for a long time to defeat the half-dragon monster Agalus. But it was that prolonged struggle that caused my country to suffer greatly. In the end, I used magic to trap both myself and that creature in another dimension. But because of the endless battle, Agalus merged with my body even after escaping that dimension. I always fought to kill it within me. But time and again, I ended up killing innocent people." Su Haien listened and comforted him. "It has been so long. And you are still feeling regret about that. I think instead of focusing on what is lost, you should concentrate on protecting what remains. If you do not fight to protect your country, then the number of deaths would be even greater." Falcon was touched. "Are you comforting me right now? You are not really good at this whole comforting thing." Su Haien was a bit shy to admit that he was not great at those things. Falcon continued, "You are right. If I said I do not feel regret, that would be a lie. But if I could go back to the past, I would still choose the same path." Hearing this, he suddenly remembered his past life as Kim Sung-in, where he also fought to save the world. But in the end, he was taken down by a monster with a horse head that dealt the final blow to all of humanity. But back then, you did try your best, did not you? At that moment, Falcon pulled out a precious item to give to Su Haien as thanks for helping him end this prolonged battle. This is the best armor crafted by the Tesserum Empire for Falcon when he set out to fight Agalus. "Since you are in pain but getting a sweet prize, why not accept it?" Su Haien took it and said thank you. At that moment, the system also announced that you have acquired an item, Falcon's heavenly armor. Falcon gave one last heartfelt thanks. "I want to thank you once again. This battle has truly been too long. Now I can finally rest." Then Falcon's body and the half-dragon shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the air. Su Haien bowed his head before the hero of Tesserum. Rest in peace. The sun shone back over the city, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Juho and Dao rushed over in a panic from afar. As Juho arrived, he looked around. "Are you okay?" "You see, that monster was stronger than I thought. I thought I was a goner for sure." "Haha." Juho shouted at Su Haien. "Saliva flying everywhere. That monster is incredibly powerful. If it had been a moment longer, you would not have made it out alive." Dao asked Su Haien about his condition and suddenly bowed 90 degrees. "The director probably won't accept this, but I sincerely apologize and thank you." As the company representative, Su Haien said he did not need to do that. He was just happy no one was hurt. Seeing everyone still okay, all his worries vanished. He just felt a bit tired, and suddenly he swayed, then fell back and collapsed. Juho panics and catches him. "Su Haien, are you hurt anywhere? Jing only knows that you are fine. But actually, he is just sleepy. You must be really tired." Thankfully, you were not seriously injured. After everything was resolved, a massive storm will rise, and the boy Kim Su Haien will be at the eye of the storm. The main character of this storm is currently sleeping like a baby. No kidding, the media is going wild, with stations constantly reporting that there was a tunnel explosion in Anyang. Luckily, the residents were evacuated, and experts are fervently discussing this incident. In a disaster-prone place like Anyang, terrorist acts by extremist guilds are to be expected. However, talking about the resolved tunnel explosion, it has been 3 days since the incident. Thanks to the awakening of the fake Kim Su Haien, Su Haien just woke up in the hospital. He had been sleeping for 3 straight days. When he came to, he could not even remember when he passed out and reassured himself that he must have just been overworked. Once he gathered his thoughts, he noticed a fruit basket and a letter on the table. It was a gift from Li Juho. "I stopped by to visit you, but since you were still out cold, I left you a message. I think we need to rearrange a few things because the world is buzzing about this event. I took the liberty of handling all those pesky calls for you. I am sorry for doing this without asking you first, but I believe you will understand. You saved a lot of people. You must be exhausted right now. So do not think about anything. Just rest well. You might feel hungry when you wake up, so I prepared some fruit for you." Su Haien just picked up an apple and said he was really grateful to him. "No wonder I did not see any notifications on my phone earlier. Juho must have handled everything for me. But he also does not seem hungry. He just holds the apple, tossing it up and down while deep in thought. I have dealt with the dungeon in Gwangju, and now there has been another tunnel explosion in Anyang. I have been pretty useful, far from my past life, but there is still a lot to do from here on out. So I can let my guard down. I need to think about what to do next. This is the life of a main character, just fighting, resting, and preparing for the next step. While he is lost in thought, someone knocks on the door. At that moment, a foot steps in, and Su Haien looks surprised. It is none other than the dazzling Hakjun, still as handsome as ever. But this time he is injured, wrapped up with a bandage that makes it look like he is lost an eye. Su Haien sees this and asks, "Why are you visiting me? What happened to your face?" But before he could finish his sentence, Hakjun interrupts, slamming his hand down on the table, looking tense as he says, "I need to ask you something. How would you feel about joining our guild?" So it is just an invitation to join the guild. Was it really necessary to act all serious? Hakjun is desperately trying to convince Su Haien to join his guild. And if you think about it, this could be a pretty good deal. Right, you are definitely getting a lot of calls from various guilds and associations. But if you join our guild, I guarantee no one will dare bother you. Just as long as you join our guild. Without waiting for Hakjun to continue, Su Haien sensed something was off. He replied to Hakjun, "I think you know this is pretty awkward. Right? Before trying to convince me to join your guild, maybe you should explain exactly what is going on. What is the problem?" Right. There is definitely a reason for Hakjun's actions. And that injury on his face did not just happen by itself. Something must have gone down before he met Su Haien at the Ars Guild. Dongdong gathered all the awakened members to remind them. There is an upcoming test to rank up to a major guild. And it is super important for their future. While there are many benefits to becoming a major guild, the most important is the increased financial support. He hopes everyone is well prepared for this test. If anyone messes up, I will personally take care of them. In the room, everyone listened seriously and took their orders. "All right, leader. It is time to wrap this up." Dongdong called Hakjun to stay. At that moment, he showed an angry expression. "Don't you think we have something to discuss?" As he spoke, two bodyguards, Takao, stood outside while sounds of a scuffle echoed from within. Hakjun was getting beaten up by the leader, blood pooling on the floor. The reason he was doing this was that he believed Hakjun had betrayed him. "How dare you lie to me?" he said, sitting down and grabbing Hakjun by the hair, ignoring his protests that he truly did not know Su Haien. "You have seen him at the bottom of the abyss, even participated in ranking tests together. And you are saying you do not know him. You claim you did not recognize him as Kim Su Haien." With that, he hit Hakjun again, who just fell to the ground without resisting. His whole plan was for Hakjun to recruit Su Haien into his guild, because with someone as powerful as Su Haien, they could easily pass the ranking test. But Hakjun did not want to do that. He weakly protested, "How could I possibly bring him here? I have only met him a few times. I have never reached out to him. And I can force him to come. You know how strong he is." Dongdong just lit a cigarette, smirked, and moved closer to him. "I do not care how you do it. If I tell you to bring him here, you better bring him. If you can do that, then I guess it is time to teach Yu San a lesson." Hearing Yu San's name made him suddenly angry as he glared at Dongdong. The man flicked the ashtray, which was still hot, onto Hakjun's forehead and warned, "I am giving you one last chance before the ranking test starts. Bring Kim Su Haien to me. Back home now." Hakjun's girlfriend was applying medicine to his wounds. "Yu San, the person Dongdong mentioned." She worriedly asked if it hurt. "No." Just a little startled, he replied. She knew all of this was because of Dongdong, and she was really worried about him. He tried to reassure her that it was just because he was fighting monsters. "What kind of monster aims for your face like this? No monster would leave a bruise on just one eye." "Hakjun, I am really okay. Just stop." As she finished speaking, she suddenly coughed violently. "Am I really okay?" Hakjun anxiously grabbed medicine for Yu San to drink, and that is when she finally stabilized. Yu San was actually suffering from a very painful illness, one that modern medicine could not even cure. Only Dongdong had a new effective painkiller that could help Yu San. And it turns out that was their agreement. Dongdong had always used Yu San as leverage. He could not bear to see the one he loved in pain. This made him always obedient to his orders. That is why he had to personally show up with his not-so-great face to find Su Haien and convince him to join the club. But when asked about what was going on, Hakjun did not spill. Instead, he drew his sword and pointed it right at Su Haien's face. "If you care about what is happening, let us settle this with a fight. If you win, I will tell you everything. But if you lose, you have to join the Ars Club." Seriously? So people just got done resting up from injuries, and you want them to fight right away? Last time we saw him, Choi Hakjun was the youngest rank fake awakener in the country, a top-tier member of the Ars Club, renowned and hailed as a genius. The night before this rank test, he wiped out the entire Ars Club. Even though Su Haien had met him a few times when he was still Kim Sung-in, he had tried to advise Hakjun, but back then, he was a completely different person. "You want me to save the world of the awakened? Don't be dumb. Why should I waste my time on someone else?" But the current Choi Hakjun is a really nice guy. Gentle even. When he ran into Su Haien in front of the company, it seemed like he had something he wanted to say, and he tried his best to ignore Su Haien in front of Dung Dong Ryong. Even in Yang, he fought to protect others. Choi Hakjun. What is with the sudden pressure on Su Haien to fight? Back at the hospital, Hakjun did not wait for Su Haien to agree to the fight. He took silence as consent and launched an attack on Su Haien right in the hospital room. Su Haien quickly dodged the incoming strike, baffled as to why Hakjun was forcing him to fight while he was injured. If you do not explain why you are doing this, Choi Hakjun, I will figure it out myself. With that, the two started fighting. The ruckus shook the hospital, and the doctors and nurses below thought it was an earthquake. At that moment, a nurse rushed down from upstairs, panicking as she told another nurse, there is a problem. There is a fake awakener fighting upstairs. And Su Haien still had not found his weapon, so he had no choice but to fight his opponent barehanded. He skillfully dodged each of Hakjun's sword strikes, and even managed to land a kick, but got sent flying back toward the hospital bed. He thought that if the fight dragged on, it would cause damage to the hospital, so he needed to wrap things up as quickly as possible. But to do that, he needed a weapon. Su Haien started scanning for his sword, spotting it over there. But there was no way Hakjun would give him the chance to grab it. This might be a bit underhanded, but Hakjun was not going to let Su Haien get his hands on the sword, knowing he was significantly weaker. He had to force Su Haien to fight while he was injured. Hakjun relentlessly attacked Su Haien, and in that moment, he managed to throw a blanket over Hakjun's eyes. But the opportunity slipped away to grab a weapon. Seeing this, Hakjun launched an attack at him. The force was overwhelming, sending him and everything in the room crashing through the window. Although Su Haien dodged that hit, the pressure was truly astonishing. Hakjun was strong, no doubt about it. Just then, he spotted a fruit knife next to him and quickly grabbed it. Well, it is not a real weapon, but at least it is something to use in a pinch. Not wanting to harm any innocent bystanders, Su Haien decided to throw Hakjun up against the wall. He used the flame sword to fly up, and Hakjun immediately got the hint and followed. If Su Haien were in top shape, he could easily take down Hakjun with his bare hands. But right now, he still had not fully recovered from the fight in Yang, which is why he needed a weapon. But how much help would this kitchen knife actually be? Since this was not a proper weapon, he could not do much with it. Without the sword, he would definitely lack the magical resonance. Even so, he still has confidence in his magical control. Whatever Hakjun throws at Su Haien, he can handle it. He grips Hakjun's hand tightly, feeling the power of the knife slicing through him like a bad cut. Hakjun screams out in pain. Damn it. With that, he unleashes the terrifying power of his full moon fury onto Su Haien. A brilliant burst of magic lighting up the rooftop. The police and fire department, alerted by the commotion, have surrounded the area below. Up above, Hakjun has left a long gash on the roof. As that power approaches Su Haien, he uses magic to block it, splitting the gash into two while keeping himself safe. Hakjun finally stops, chuckling softly. Just as I thought. I can't beat you, Su Haien. Well then, it is time for me to tell you what is really going on. Hakjun begins to recount. Kawa Yozin is the only person in this world I wish to see happy. Yuzin and I have been friends since childhood. She is my best friend and my girlfriend. After Yuzin graduated high school, she took over her family's store. She helped me a lot when I was unemployed, always encouraging me. That is why I became a bit of a recluse. I was so happy. But then one day, when I went to her store, I found her coughing up blood violently. I was wondering who could have done this when, coincidentally, Dung Dongjang appeared. He assessed the situation and concluded that Yozin had been severely poisoned, and he was quite knowledgeable in this area. He offered to help us, and the medicine for my girlfriend came from him. After hearing this, Su Haien understood everything and said, so you needed medicine for your girlfriend, and that is why you have been manipulated by Dung Dongjang. He is the only one who can create that medicine. Hakjun stood up and told Su Haien, do you remember what you said before? When we met in front of the certification center, you said if I ever needed help, I could call you. I really want to believe what you said. Save me and Yuzin from Dung Dongjang's control. Please. Help us. Su Haien was still taken aback, unable to respond, when Hakjun suddenly changed his mind, saying, if I accept your help, I won't be able to trust myself ever again. Just like how I have been controlled by Dung Dongjang all this time. If I keep relying on others like this, it will just keep happening. I have no other choice. I have to end this myself. With that, Hakjun turned to leave, but not before thanking Su Haien for everything. It is strange, what does he really want? He asks for help one moment, then changes his mind, leaving Su Haien in confusion. Meanwhile, at the editorial office, Juho has received some important news about the arrest association from the bespectacled man. It seems to be something quite significant, and Juho suspiciously asks if it is true. The man, angered, replies, I sell information to make a living. Why would I lie to you? This is top secret. I will only say this once. Be careful. And if you do anything, do not drag me into it. Just then, Juho receives a call from Su Haien, says goodbye to the man, and leaves immediately. Su Haien called to update him on the situation at the hospital. Juho was worried, but Su Haien reassured him that he was fine. Everything was okay. Meanwhile, the police were still trying to locate Hakjun. Su Haien also wanted to ask him what to do about Hakjun's situation. He explained, well, that is how it went down. Juho was a bit surprised to learn that Hakjun had gotten into such trouble at that moment. He also had some information he wanted to share with Su Haien about the Ars Guild. In the Ars Guild office, Dung Dongjong was casually sitting with his legs on the table, reading a newspaper. Looking super cool with a cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, someone walked in, and he was a bit annoyed, questioning why they did not knock. But then he realized it was Hakjun. He wondered why he was there. He suddenly noticed that Hakjun was covered in blood, holding a bloody sword. His face cold as he asked Dung Dongjong, Guildmaster, can I ask you something? If an awakener uses their powers on someone else, and then that awakener dies, do those powers become useless? It turned out that was how he intended to solve his own problem. They say if you can't solve a problem, take out the person who created it. He came to eliminate Dung Dongjong, having already killed other awakeners before targeting him. Dung Dongjong looked surprised but quickly caught on, angrily asking Hakjun in return, what do you think you are doing asking me that? News broke quickly about Hakjun attacking Su Haien at the hospital, hot off the press. An awakener had attacked the Songju hospital in Gangnam-gu. Seal. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The Awakener Regulatory Agency is currently investigating the incident. The prime suspect is Choi Hakjun from the God of War Guild, and the victim was another awakener. Yu-san had also seen the news, anxiously pacing and trying to call Hakjun. But all she got was the operator saying the number was unreachable. She feared he might do something reckless. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door that startled her, and she nervously asked who it was. It turned out to be Kim Su Haien looking for her. Yu-san invited him in and made him a cup of hot tea. He shyly said, thanks for having me. I know it is a bit sudden. Must be awkward for you. Yu-san did not mind his visit. She only felt awkward because the person sitting in front of her was the one her boyfriend had attacked. You are pretty famous lately. I have heard Hakjun talk a lot about you. He always says he wants to be like you. I saw the news that Hakjun attacked you. But he is not the kind of person to do something like that. Su Haien quickly reassured Yu-san. Even though he did not know the specifics, he had heard from Hakjun about her situation. The reason Hakjun reached out to him might also be due to the guild's orders. He noticed Hakjun looked pretty desperate when he came to see him, but in the end, he did not ask for help and said he would handle it himself. At that moment, he could not force Hakjun to do anything against his will. That is why he came all the way here to learn more. He said, I want to know what you think. Hearing this, Yu-san covered her face and started crying. Hakjun had always been there to support her. She remembered what he said. Yu-san, as long as you are okay, everything will be okay. So do not give up, buddy. I will do anything for you. Yu-san cried out for help, just like Hakjun once did for Su Haien. Please, help us. I have not been able to fight by his side even once. So do not let Hakjun fight alone. Su Haien has just been waiting to hear that. Maybe he wanted to help Hakjun, but the kid did not want to accept it. Now he finally has a reason to step in. Meanwhile, Hakjun is getting absolutely wrecked by the opponent. Honestly, he is no match for him. Plus, he has already taken a lot of damage. So just one kick from the opponent made him spit blood. That green poison is controlling Hakjun's body, making him collapse to the ground. The guy smirked mockingly. Oh, I have had so much pity for you. But out of all the choices, this is the worst thing you have ever done. You really think you can beat me just because you have gotten a bit stronger. Right now, all Hakjun feels is pain. His body wants to obey him. He feels like thousands of thorns are piercing through him. The opponent smirks even more at the sight. Have you seen the score between us? I do not even need to snap my fingers for you to die. Get lost. Dung Dongrang. Hakjun shouted angrily. In fact, he already knew that Yu-san's illness was caused by Dung Dongrang's poison. There is no coincidence or salvation here. You set this up to force me into your gang. You bastard. And then he continues to use those tactics to force him to invite Su Yun into the group. Hakjun furiously starts to beat himself up. He had known everything for a long time, but could not do anything because he was too weak. Dung Dongrang pretends to reminisce as he speaks to Hakjun. Dude. You guessed right. I forgot about that little girl. Dung Dongrang's attitude makes him more determined than ever to take him down at any cost. He reassures himself. Stay calm, Hakjun. But things are different now. This time, I will go down with you, Dung Dongrang, he said, mustering all his strength to attack him with his sword. The guy just calmly snaps his fingers, and immediately Hakjun's body is under the poison's control, making him fall painfully. Dung Dongrang thinks he is acting really foolish. He has all sorts of poisons at his disposal. He admits there are chronic poisons like the one he used on Yusun. But there are also some that silently accumulate and explode. Like the poison controlling Hakjun's body. He anticipated that Hakjun would betray him someday. Which is why he poisoned him every time they met. You should really manage your expressions better. As he speaks, he kicks Hakjun away like he is just kicking a soccer ball. Hakjun is now badly injured. Only able to see Dung Dongrang's feet through his half-open eyes. He knows he has failed. Disappointment floods his mind as he remembers Su Haien and blames himself. In the end, he could not kill Dung Dongrang. Nor could he cure Yusun. I am such a reckless fool. I know that if I fail, Yusun will be left all alone. But I still took the risk to come here. Yusun. Maybe he is just trying to escape this hell through death. Just when it seemed like it was all over, a shadowy figure appears. It is Su Haien, here to save Hakjun. Dongguang looks shocked by this unexpected arrival. Hey there. We have met before. Have not. I am here to sign up as a member. Dung Dogye's face is like, am I dreaming? Kim Su Haien came here in person to join the club. The two sit together on the sofa. Dongling does not even reply yet. He just needs to show Su Haien the membership application first. Su Haien glances at Hakjun, his eyes carrying unspoken words. Dongling suddenly says, I can only say this is incredibly surprising. I thought you were pretty reluctant to join us. Yet here you are, coming to us first. I am a bit curious. Can I ask why you suddenly changed your mind like this? He knows things are not that simple. He is not exactly an honest guy. And everyone knows that, if Su Haien is seeking them out, there is definitely another motive at play. Su Haien replies that he is not exactly a good guy either. He just despises those wannabe hero antics. If Deng Zhang and he can agree on what the other wants, then it does not matter who they work with. This is music to Deng Ge's ears. A man who only cares about his own interests. Thrilled to hear this, but just to be sure, before they agree on anything, he wants Su Haien to sign a contract first. Su Haien signs without hesitation. Dongling is like, oh, I did not expect this to be so easy, so let us officially talk business. What are your terms? The first thing Su Haien wants as a member of the Godslayer Association is for Deng Gaidui to detoxify Hekri Deng. This leaves Deng Zhang stunned. Of course. And to keep him from getting suspicious, Su Haien needs a solid reason for this. He mentioned the work of the association, saying that having Heftaifi Deng lying here is not good for his business. And I do not know if you have seen the news. But I still have some unfinished business with him. Exactly. Su Haien wants to use that as a valid reason. Deng Guang buys it immediately, laughing out loud. Haha. You want me to treat him so you can handle him yourself. Actually, it is feasible to carry out. But even if I treat the toxin, he won't be useful anymore, because regardless, the aftereffects of the toxin will linger in Han's body. Su Haien said he did not care. That handling Hake Dung alone is better than 100 C-rank awakeners. Hearing that, Dung agreed to detoxify Hake Dung right away. I thought this guy was paranoid. But he actually trusts people. Jumping straight into action without a second thought. I wonder if he is really thinking clearly right now. After saying that, he just grabbed Hake Dung by the neck, sucking the toxin right out with his hand. Once he was done, he coldly tossed Hake Dung aside without a hint of sympathy. That moment, Su Haien approached Hake Dung, putting a hand on his shoulder, whispering that he came here after meeting Yu San. Hake Dung, drained of energy, suddenly opened his eyes. Wanting to say something, Su Haien signaled him to stay quiet. Do not speak or you will blow our cover. Bro. Next, Dung told Su Haien about the distribution of rewards and his position in the guild. Your reward will be 70% of the income from the pit. And you will be the representative for the guild master. Who is? He thinks your work is not that great at this point. Su Haien was no longer concerned about that. He turned coldly and said, if everything you do is just a job, then I have no need to stick around for this silent agreement. What I want is 100% of the income and the position of the guild master. Hand it all over to me. Surprised. Old man. Su Haien was finally showing his cards. Dung was taken aback, laughing angrily. I knew you were up to something. You want me to hand over my guild just to join? Don't he kid around. Su Haien felt there was nothing to laugh about with this crazy guy. He was a vicious man, exploiting information from the weaker ones, and using their weaknesses to threaten them. That is how he built this guild. And since that is how this guild operates, he would use the same method to take it from those weaker than him. That only made Dung even angrier. Do not act all high and mighty with your fake sympathy. Wagon. I do not exploit their information. I just use them to the fullest. Do you feel sorry for herbivores being hunted by carnivores? From the start, they are just stupid, weak creatures, living without any value by the laws of nature. They are destined to be eaten. But I am the one who has used them correctly. I turned them into something useful for this society. Lacking strength, determination, an intelligence that is the real sin in a world where only the strong survive. This is the world of fake powers. This guy's theory sounds impressive. But honestly, it is just a load of garbage. He thinks he is strong enough to use the weak as his pawns, but it seems like he is only aware of that and forgot everything else. Those seemingly weak herbivores will strike back at predators to defend themselves, and just like that, something miraculous happened. Black Zen appeared right behind Dong Dong Daiwang. Surprise. Old man. By the time you noticed, it was already too late. Black Zen leapt up and sliced that sorry loser with terrifying power. That is it for him. He is done for. This is what he has to experience, the backlash from the weak. Getting slashed by someone he underestimated. That has got to sting. But keep in mind, Black Zen was barely hanging on earlier. And with the poison still in play, he must be rallied with the power of love or something. Getting hit by a sword this long, at this point, Dong Dong Daiwang must be staring at the ceiling, wondering how he is still alive. Black Zen peeled off the bandages from his head, and all his wounds had fully healed. He was not even sure why he was asking Su Haien what had happened. He thought he was a goner from Dong Dong Daiwang's poison. Even after getting detoxed, his body was wrecked beyond repair. At that moment, he could not feel any part of his body and could not see anything in front of him. It was only when Su Haien placed a hand on his shoulder that he seemed to channel some energy into him, making him feel a bit better. Why are you helping me so much when we just met? And especially now. But maybe it is not the best time for that conversation since Su Haien knows Dong Dong Daiwang is not dead yet. He rose up like a zombie and laughed maniacally. You thought you could sneak attack me? I am going to teach you a lesson. Black Zen. I have always wanted to do this. The only reason he did not die was that he knew how to use healing skills. Unconscious but healing. Magic level 2. Level 9 proficiency. 55% effective for healing external wounds. The healing speed increases based on the user's proficiency. Su Haien was pretty surprised. He did not expect him to know healing skills too. At that moment, Black Zen felt the odds shift, saying, "Shut it, Dong Dong Daiwang. I really want to kill you right now. You have got no chance in a one-on-two with me and Kim Su Haien here. If you stop now, I will give you a chance to repent in prison." Dong Dong Daiwang laughed like a madman. You think you can take me on? Then a green energy radiated from him. Moments later, he stood on a patch of green poison. Black Zen quickly warned Su Haien to run, and they both jumped onto the table to avoid it. Su Haien calmly asked, "What the hell is this?" This is Dong Dong Daiwang's strongest skill. Green poison, magic level 4, level 5 proficiency, 55%. It creates a zone covered in lethal poison. The skill's range and the damage caused by the poison will increase depending on the magic level. He can cover an area with deadly poison. It is a skill that causes deadly area damage. At this moment, Dong Dong Daiwang said to Su Haien, "Hey, Kim Su, do you really think I have been suppressing the weak to build this guild? I think you are right to some extent. But you know what else? The fact that I can do all this is a privilege of the strong." Saying that, his face turned as red as a bloodthirsty beast, oozing poison towards the two of them. It seems he can control the poison at his feet. When Hakjun lunged to attack, he kicked the poison right at him. But luckily, his sword was big enough to block it. At that moment, the two realized that the poison only affects living beings. The board and the sword that got splashed were just fine. Su Haien thought that as long as there was an obstacle, the poison would not infect them. They would be okay. But things were not that simple. Dong Guang Dying unleashed acid in the purple zone, corroding a big hole in Su Haien's shield. Thankfully, he managed to step back in time. Now he understood that attacking and defending against living beings with poison skills in the green zone was a real challenge. He also used acid skills to target another opponent, surrounded by both green and purple acid to protect himself from sneak attacks. The harmony between those two skills was truly astonishing. Dong Guang Dying felt cocky, taunting Kim Su Haien. "You might be considered one of the best, but you are still not worthy of being a hero. Do you really think you can kick me out of the guild like this?" Su Haien was like, "Alright, I admit I was wrong. But what is right for you?" Right after that, blood droplets appeared from Su Haien's hand. Does that look familiar? Yep. That is the skill Su Haien got from the Anying battle. Blood Spear. Those blood droplets transform into countless arrows. The hallmark of Blood Spear is that it envelopes the entire target. If you are that strong, then let us see you dodge them all. Su Haien flicked his hand, and hundreds of spears launched at Dong Dong Daiwang, making him scramble. But right then, he used poison to create a barrier, while FG Jun charged in with his sword, opening a path for Su Haien. But strangely enough, the blood spear had no effect when it hit the green poison, as He Jun was still planning to sneak in from behind, while Su Haien attacked from the front two-pronged assault. But that Dong Dong Daigong was quick on his feet, dodging everything while using green poison to create a shield. Every blood spear was blocked. Once again, Su Haien's attack could not break through. Dong Guang Dying laughed triumphantly. "Whatever you say. My poison can attack and defend at the same time. Is perfect. Sure. His skills were annoying. But he did not know Su Haien still had holy fire. He told Dung Dang Dai Dong. All I need to do is burn it all away. Right. At that moment, he unleashed holy fire towards Dung Dai Dai Wang, watching as his green poison was completely incinerated, giving Su Haien the chance for hundreds of blood spears to pierce through him with a loud thud. That overwhelming power pinned Dung Dai Wang against the wall. He was heavily injured now, his poison skills rendered ineffective, and all the poison was slowly returning to his body. This was a golden opportunity to finish him off, but sensing his impending doom, Dung Guangdong still launched one last desperate move. He tried to mess with Hakjun's mind, saying, I will make an antidote for you, if you kill me. Your beloved San's poison won't go away either. You are hoping that the poison in that brat will wear off when I die. You really think you can gamble on that, or are you planning to let me live and save dear San? Xi Dung is really caught in a dilemma. Not sure what the right move is. Su Yun advises him to stop listening to that jerk. If there is something to solve, with him here, nothing is impossible. Then we see him stride right into the green poison without a second thought. Leaving everyone shocked, the poison rushed into his veins. But strangely, he was completely fine. Golden energy radiated throughout his body, completely healing the poison. And his energy was fully replenished too. It is crystal clear that Su Yun has the ability to heal himself and others. And thanks to his energy, Hakjun could recover so quickly. This left Dung Dongjie thinking he was really in over his head. Your poison does not affect me. Dung Dongjie is seriously shaken. Who do you think you are? That ability comes from the treasures of the Sufi Lai Guild. It is the reward for reaching level 10 and completing 100% on the second floor of the challenge. It is an item that heals all injuries and removes all negative effects. However, it can only be used 5 times. Su Yun explains to Heki Dung. He first used this skill on level 10 of the challenge tower, and a second time on level 15. The other times were when he saved Heftreki Dung, and once more to recover from the poison, totaling 4 times. And this last time, he gave it to Hefty Dung so he could save his girlfriend. Hex Dung took it, deeply moved, and kept thanking Su Yun. Meanwhile, Su Yun took care of Dung Dongjaiwang, who was still whining like a turtle. He tightened his grip on his throat, clearly not planning to go easy on him. He was still talking big, claiming to be the head of a major guild, saying it would not matter if no one noticed. What if they found out you killed me? I know a lot of important people, even if you are a famous rookie. You are going to pay for this. If he is from a big guild, killing him would make it hard for Su Yun to walk away easily. However, he knows that Dungdong Jaiwang is connected to a chaotic crime organization. That is the info Juho had tipped him off about. Juho confirmed that the Ars Guild has ties to the Chaos Guild, because the Chaos Guild has a base in another country, and it has not yet been able to extend its reach to Korea. To infiltrate Korea more easily, they chose the Ars Guild as a bridge. Above all, using the network and capabilities of the Ars Guild, they eliminate anyone who might suspect their relationship. And now the Chaos Guild has noticed Su Yun, terrorizing other guild members, committing crimes and killing civilians alongside the Chaos Guild. Do you think you have enough good reasons to die now? I am just waiting to see how everyone reacts. This is the perfect moment to unmask someone. In other words, you are just bait. This time, no need for any denial. Su Yun does not hesitate to take down Dungdong Jaiwang. He uses his last bit of strength to try and poison him. But at this point, it is like throwing rocks at a wall. His poison has no effect against Su Yun's magic resistance. He is just playing around. And it will be even more entertaining if he lets Dungdong Jaiwang taste his own poison. Then Su Yun injected the poison into him. He screamed in agony. It hurt so much. Damn it. It hurt so much. Quickly, he grabbed the antidote. But what is the point? He is already doomed. Su Yun drew her sword and severed Dong Jaiwang's hands, destroying the antidote in the process. You love watching others suffer because of your antidote, do not you? Don't you think it is time you experienced that pain yourself? The agony from that poison seemed unbearable. Dong Jaiwang was about to lose it, preferring death over enduring this torment. With that, he dashed towards the glass door he would chosen to end it all. Su Yun felt disgusted. It was painful enough that he could not handle it. Yet he had made others suffer the same fate. Now it is all over. Su Yun released the Phoenix, blowing the building to smithereens, erasing everything he achieved from this world. In January 2023, the Res Guild officially collapsed, while Black Jun returned the treasure to Yu Sun. As she put on the necklace, a pure light enveloped her. She quickly felt restored and at ease. The two embraced, crying tears of joy. Black Jun told Yu Sun he could not have done it without help, not just him, but you too. Yu Sun, you received help from others. That is why he would stop regretting the past. Just like others helped him, he would extend that help to everyone else. Yu Sun also comforted her boyfriend. Black Jun, do you remember what I always tell you? Don't try to do everything alone. I can fight by your side, but I will definitely cheer you on in the path you have chosen. The couple cried together inside. While outside, a figure was on the phone. It was Juho. He was talking to Su Haien about their situation. Su Haien wanted to know if Black Jun was safe and how Yu's son was doing. Juho reassured him that everything was fine. Black Jun had returned safely, and Yu's son was doing better. They were very happy. It turns out Su Haien had always wanted to keep an eye on and be ready to help Black Jun, which is why he asked Juho about it. Now that everything was okay, he could finally relax. Following the incident, South Korean media reported that around 9 p.m. last night, they received reports that the Ars Guild headquarters in Gangnam Seoul had collapsed. Although they confirmed there were no casualties, the body of Guild Master Jung Dong-jae was found beneath the rubble, and the police are currently investigating. Investigators said he died from the impact of the fall, but there were signs of a struggle. Meanwhile, at the management company for the Awakened, the director was demanding Su Haien explain what had happened, but he did not want to answer. He had already told Kim So-hee everything. He was just doing what he felt was necessary. The director angrily scolded Su Haien, saying he not only infiltrated the guild headquarters, but also killed the guild master and destroyed the building. You have committed a crime that some would call terrorism. Jung Dong-jae used his abilities to extort many people. Su Haien knew the director was aware of the crimes Ars committed in the underworld, but he did not act. He just stood by and watched. He still believed he had done something beneficial for the guild, were not they a mess needing to be dealt with. But the director only thinks that Su Haien is just defending himself and demands that he provide crucial evidence to back up what he said. He believes that even if the Ars Guild committed all those illegal acts, Su Haien has no right to judge them. Do you think you are the true hero of the people just because they supported you during a Nyang? The director mocks Su Haien so much that even Kim So next to him can't handle his words and rushes to stop him. Director, what are you talking about? Su Haien never asked for anything. There is something about you that everyone does not know. A very strong feeling. Repeating itself. You feel like the farthest thing from what people consider a hero. Risking your life to save the world and help others. You do not do all those things just because you feel sorry for people. You do it because you do not want anyone else to be able to do that. Everything you have done so far has been driven by your instincts. At this moment, Su Haien approaches the director's desk, his expression turning terrifying as he coldly says, "You two should be careful. I will do whatever I want, even kill you." Hearing this, the director must have been scared out of his wits, only managing a forced laugh. Come on, do not act so cold just because of a joke. Isn't he the title of hero a nice one? It is not like you are insulting anyone or anything. This is not funny. Su Haien is tense. The director quickly says he will use the association's power to help Su Haien get out. But there is a catch. He wants to take advantage of this incident to turn against Su Haien and use him for any mission he has in mind. Su Haien seems to read his thoughts, sharply refusing, which angers him. Hey Su Haien, this is not as simple as you think. It does not change the fact that you just committed a major crime. Do you understand? No matter how strong you are, without the guild's help or from other awakened ones, this guy is really something. Jumping around too much. Su Haien says nothing, only pulls up a voice recording on his phone. The familiar voice plays. It is the director's conversation with Lee Ju-ho about the incident in Anyang. Do you remember your attitude during the Anyang incident? Even if everyone dies, that is not my responsibility. He is shocked, not understanding why Su Haien has that recording of their conversation. But now Su Haien has grasped his weakness. The awakened one who killed the leader of a major crime organization, standing against the director of the association, who does not care about public safety. I wonder who the public will protest against. I do not think there is much I really need. The director can't even do his own job. If you are trying to threaten me, I will retaliate. Su Haien makes the director furious, screaming blood, then provokes him again. Just kidding. Do not overact. But he really does have a way to solve every problem. As he leaves the company, Su Haien remembers the director's furious face. You would better keep this a secret. Got it. He wonders if he has gone too far. He just wants to teach him a lesson. I can't believe he dared to threaten me. Fine. I guess it is time to let go of some things. Su Haien did not want to stir up any trouble right now, so he decided to head to the tower until everything calmed down. Hero title. At one point, that title haunted Su Haien, and he just wanted to run away. However, throughout that time, he helped a lot of people and received their gratitude. So if what he wants is to walk the path of a hero, then a hero is what he will become. After the collapse of the Ars Guild, public opinion on Su Haien began to spread. Is he a hero, or a monster just there to flaunt his powers? This sparked some serious discussions. One side claims he is a hero who saved the city of Anyang. Without him, all 600,000 people would be dead. Su Haien was strong and quick-witted, which is how he managed to save them. On the other hand, some argue he is not a hero. Kim Su Haien is a power-hungry guy who is always showing off his strength. The Ars Guild played a crucial role in dungeon exploration. But since he did not like them, he wiped out the entire guild. Yet, not only did he face no punishment, but he also received special treatment in dungeon exploration, even though he was merely a fake awaken. This made people think he had ties with the association, and that they allowed him to do it. Meanwhile, others argue that the number of dungeons he has conquered, including Anyang, is in the dozens. If he just wanted power, he could climb the challenge tower. Why bother with dungeons? This debate kept raging on while Kim Su Haien was off hiding. However, despite the rumors and criticisms from the community, he still did not care. What mattered to him now were his own desires and the things he had to do. The fake awakened Kim Su Haien was returning to the real world. Juho was chilling at a cafe when Hakjun happened to be there too. Hakjun could not believe this guy was still working after making the long trek here. They have also been at it for a month. Hakjun asked Juho how he has been doing. He just sighed, saying not to ask anymore. He needed more time because nothing was enough. I have to keep going to the Awakened Management Association, get into the challenge tower, and even clean up dungeons. Hakjun asked if he was still helping Su Haien. Yeah. Since I am working for him, I guess I should ask for a paycheck. Hakjun went silent, looking a bit embarrassed. He thanked him for his help during the Gyres incident. Thanks to Juho, he was able to prove his innocence and spend time with Yu-san. Juho happily accepted the thanks, reminding him not to worry and just think of it as a debt he owes him. In return, Hakjun would treat him to a meal. Juho asked about Yu-san's health, and she was still doing well. The two are always together. Now that Hakjun is trying to go back to the tower, she is trying to stop him. Suddenly, Su Haien appeared behind, catching Hakjun off guard. Juho was annoyed at his buddy who kept talking about Kasu. No matter how close they are, he should not be asking for food from others. Just order your own. Why are you so handsome yet such a jerk? Su Haien pulled out a crystal and said, "You two should check this out. This is a crystal of the beast." And the two of them stared at it with curiosity and excitement. He found it while cleaning up the 10th floor. Hakjun was thrilled, unable to believe his eyes. This was an ultra-rare item. He had heard it possessed special powers. This was the reason Su Haien had to stay here to deal with it. It had not reacted since he got it, but it started to respond while he was cleaning the 20th floor. And then nothing happened again. Maybe it is a living item. He thought he should consult an expert. As a fake's rank awakener, Su Haien was the best source of knowledge about the beast. Although he was worried if he would be willing to help, Su Haien did not accept other people's offers because he was in a top 3 recreation organization. And even though he was in this rank, he had no ties to any association, making it hard to ask him for help. Su Haien sent a message to Haien saying he had a beast crystal and asked him to get back to him. Su Haien knew that getting help from that person would require immense patience. He would come on his own terms. Meanwhile, Haien read the message, and suddenly his subordinate came in to report that they saw the dragon trembling in fear. And Haien gently calmed it down. His subordinate had researched Su Haien, discovering that Kim Su Haien was an awakener, often leaning towards swordsman and magic. They said he was a C rank, and upon hearing this, Haien could not comprehend where he got the courage to call himself that all that information was official. However, he held the top spot on every week in the challenge tower up to the 29th floor. He was also known as the #1 reason for the cleanup of the collapsed dungeon in Anyang. It could be concluded that he was a nearest rank. Haien mused. Long stories always hide secrets, and he was no exception. It was all just a facade. His subordinate continued to say that there were rumors he frequently visited the association to proceed with rank promotion procedures. Su Haien was surprised by this information. Would Kim Su Haien really complete this rank procedures? Outside, many reporters were there hunting for news. It seemed the rumors about Su Hain's SSS-Rank evaluation had spread. Although Juho tried to keep it a secret, it seemed pointless. Hakjun pointed at the glowing crystal and said, "You really plan to take it with you? I told you. I will make Su Haien wish for it." At this moment, the reporters had spotted Kim Su Haien. They quickly aimed their cameras at him and started firing questions. "Kim Su, you have been chosen as the standout rookie. Care to say something about it? What is the reason behind receiving an rank evaluation after all this time? Is there an association that wants you to join? We are sure about your actions in Anyang. But how did you know that would happen?" Juho and Hakjun had to work hard to maintain order and protect their boss. One reporter noticed the crystal in Su Hain's hand, while another suddenly recognized it as the rumored crystal. He boldly stated that this was merely an egg of a divine beast, and he wanted to know more. If anyone had information about this, please reach out to him. The reporters kept firing questions. "How did you get your hands on that precious item?" "You got it from your brother Kaya." But he did not spill any more details because it was part of his plan. Su Haien thought to himself, "That should be enough. Since I have shown the egg, He will be coming to see me soon. Suddenly, Su Haien was caught off guard by a question from the same reporter. Kim Su, please answer this question. Regarding the terrorist actions of the Arrest Association, there are reports that you are responsible for their annihilation. Please share your thoughts on this matter. Su Haien quietly turned around, shooting a sharp glare at the person. It seemed like everyone had gotten a bit braver. If I really were a terrorist, what would you all do? Everyone went pale. Their faces drained of color. The reporter's facade was also shattered. Hakjun admired the badass vibe of his big brother. Juho reminded him to chill out. The image was spiraling out of control. But Su Haien did not care. If he kept worrying about stuff like that, he would not get anything done. So he had achieved his goal. The bait had been thrown. And now all he had to do was wait. Let us see if he can reel in a big fish. The three of them strutted into the evaluation room. And the staff said he could bring one reporter with him. Su Haien only needed his two closest companions. Everyone else could head back. The reporters started gossiping. He was chasing everyone away. He did not plan to join any association. I bet that is the hottest gossip. I need to tell my manager. Over here, Vice President Kim Seo-jin of the Death Association is updating the association about Su Haien kicking everyone out except for his two close friends. He would continue to observe. Inside the evaluation room, the instructor began explaining the rules and benefits that he would need to comply with after passing this rank evaluation. First off, every rank awakener receives their salary on the first day of each month. In return, every rank awakener will regularly enter a designated dungeon, rotating with other ranks as part of a mission. That is Kim Seo. Su Haien was quite surprised to see him here. Seo mentioned he was a staff member, tasked with participating in and observing all the tests, and above all, he could not miss the chance to witness Su Haienis limits firsthand. Seo began explaining the procedures, and they made their way to the next floor. This rank evaluation is very different from the regular assessments. You will have to complete tests similar to the challenge tower. Through these tests, your level, physical limits, magical ability, and even magical control will be assessed. Not just all your stats, but every factor influencing combat will be tested. The system and the test itself are the capabilities of an awakener, depending on the time or place. They can create an environment where an S-rank awakener can truly showcase their abilities. That is the capability of the top awakener in the United States, renowned for his illusion skills. Johnny Brad. As Su Haien stepped into the machine, Johnny reminded him not to resist the magic from the machine but to embrace it. Now, they are about to start the test. Su Haien finds himself in a pitch-black space. Even knowing it was coming, he can't get used to this eerie feeling. Suddenly, a massive hand lunges at him, and Su Haien swiftly dodges. It is a hulking monster with a terrifying power. It does not even give him a moment to take in the scenery as its minions screech and charge at Su Haien. Well, time to draw his sword and show them what he has got. His ability to conquer this dungeon will be put to the test to see if he qualifies for rank. It is not just about his basic stats in battle, but also his survival instincts. Physical resilience, attack power, and even his mental fortitude. Everything will be evaluated during this process. Endurance, decision-making, composure, insight, judgment, and guts. However, he needs to stay alert. Do not get swept away by your own power or fall for the illusions designed to test you. Hundreds of heroes have perished here due to their pride and weakness. When he realizes his true potential, he must shatter that unpredictable future and survive, proving himself as a hero in the process. In just 15 minutes and 48 seconds, Su Haien has completed the first test. Impressive. Indeed, Joy thinks to himself that the time he took is not much better than other Awakened ranks. The initial goal of the first test is to evaluate survival skills, especially in situations with hordes of monsters. However, not many people pass this first test, but for him, it is just a simple test. Like a warm-up, Joy is eagerly anticipating Su Haienis' performance in the next test. The second test begins immediately, not even giving him a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, a bizarre red light appears. The second test is to assess agility and magical control. He begins to unleash his power towards the monster, but it quickly recovers unless he destroys their core. No matter how many times he defeats them, they will just come back. To pass this test, he needs to figure out a move to obliterate the hidden core within them. Magic, endurance, mana usage, accuracy, and concentration all must reach perfection. He expertly weaves through their attacks and retrieves their core. He does not have much time, so he will wrap this up quickly. And just like that, the second test is completed in 17 minutes and 3 seconds. Joao, witnessing everything, still can't figure out why Hakjun thought it was a good idea to challenge someone like this. He thought he was being all cool back then. There really was no other option. And he did not think he could be this strong. He is even stronger now than before. Juo knows that the people down there must be just as surprised. They are definitely not here just to see how strong he is. Surely. The director sent Joy to check Sayu's weaknesses, leaving the stunned staff member in disbelief. In the first test, even though it took a little time to assess their overall abilities, 15 minutes was more than enough to finish. Yet, Suyu completed the second test in just 1 minute after the monster appeared, shattering Park Jaeon's previous record of 40 minutes. The guy from the side could not believe he was witnessing this. Joy was equally stunned, in South Korea, and perhaps the whole world. Suyu might just be the greatest hero of all time. Suddenly, the screen displayed a no-signal message, causing panic as the connection dropped. Meanwhile, something was going down with Sayu too. Inside the illusion, a giant bull-horned monster appeared. Soyu could not believe his eyes. Why would you do that? I think you are taking this a bit too far. Buddy, the monster roared, showcasing its strength, and Soyu sensed that something was definitely wrong. Outside, people were frantically checking the energy source and calling the tech department to handle the issue. Everyone was busy trying to get in touch with Johnny Brad. They were currently trying to contact the Awakener agency in the United States. But it would take some time. Joy felt something was off. No matter what kind of power Soyu was displaying, Johnny Brad's skills could not just vanish. Even if it was hard to accept, Suyu's mind should have returned by now. Right, unless, of course, someone or something was blocking his way out. Inside, Soyu was still struggling to fight the monster. But it was incredibly strong, and he kept getting thrown around. As far as he knew, this rank test should end once he passed the second round. Was there a glitch or something? This was an event Soyu had never seen in the previous tests. He did not even know where this monster came from. The uninvited guest kept attacking him like a maniac. But it must have picked the wrong opponent. Suyu charged at it with his sword, severing its arm, then sliced the monster in half. However, the severed arm still moved and grabbed Soyu, lifting him up into the air. It was about to launch a direct attack, its power focusing and releasing mana from both inside and outside its body, exceeding the limits of mana control. Suyu immediately concentrated all his mana and released it, with his power. His sword successfully cut through the monster's throat. The creature slowly began to fade away. And Sayu, exhausted, looked up at the sky. Was it all over? Opening his eyes, he saw two terrified little brothers screaming and smashing things outside. Dude, are these guys trying to scare me? Hakjun shook Soyu like he was about to lose his mind. Oh, do you have any idea how worried I was? Joy hurriedly asked about Soyu's condition and then apologized. He thought there had been some technical glitch earlier. Luckily, it's fine. And he inquired about the test results. After that incident, he seemed completely unfazed. Joy announced, haha. Of course. You passed. In fact, I had already prepared a new awakened registration card for you ahead of time. That meant even before starting the test, Joy was sure he would become an S-Rank awakened. They handed him the new card. And now he was officially an S-Rank awakened. From now on, Soyu will only be assigned to dungeons registered by the AMA. He has the highest priority to enter, and even gets an increased bank loan limit. Suyu looks at his new card. And no matter how many benefits come with waking up to S-Rank, his sole purpose for reaching S-Rank is clear. He wants to participate in world-class dungeon raids because future threats are not just lurking in South Korea. With this, the preparations are basically complete for becoming a hero. Suddenly, everything feels off-kilter. Like a heavy pressure is weighing down on everyone. This pressure comes from an overwhelming source of mana. Here, the only person who could wield such powerful mana is Su Haien. Suyu can't believe it. How could he be biting the bait so soon? But indeed, Haien has arrived, and he is making his presence known. Suyu is quite surprised. He did not think Su Haien would act so quickly. He calmly pulls out the egg and holds it in front of Haien, feeling that Haien arrival is a bit too dramatic. Anyway, he must have come for the egg and the unidentified divine monster. When Su Haien sees the egg in Suyuan's hands, his eyes light up, and he says with a grin, I am simply responding to your awakening. Now, put it down and get lost. As he speaks, Su Haien releases his pet, who charges towards Suyuan like a bullet. Suyuan manages to dodge but realizes that this guy is not interested in negotiation. He is going for brute force to snatch the egg. The situation is a bit dire because Suyuan just exhausted all his mana during the earlier test. So he thinks, if he can't attack, he will just defend. He has to protect the egg at all costs. If Su Haien gets it, he will lose. But before he could stash it away, Su Haien blocks him and demands the egg. Just then, the egg starts shaking violently and begins to hatch, leaving both of them stunned as a small red creature with two horns emerges. A cheese kotu. Although it is still tiny, Suyuan confirms this is a dragon, one of the most powerful sacred creatures. Talk about luck. The dragon opens its eyes as soon as it hatches and sees Suyuan first, mistaking him for its mother. joyfully leaping up to nuzzle his face. What is even more surprising is that when the little dragon sees Su Haien dragon, it bows in respect. He is baffled, wondering what is going on. And while petting the dragon, he asks it what is up. After some back and forth, he realizes something. They move to another spot to talk. And that is when Su Haien learns that Su Haien received this little red one as a reward for clearing a floor with a 100% success rate. It seems pretty fierce. When Su Haien playfully teases it, the little dragon angrily bites his hand. The dragon tells him that this little one is even higher in rank than it is, which is the first time Su Haien has heard about ranks among dragons. He asks Su Haien if he still intends to take it. He changes his mind and says he does not want it anymore. Telling Su Haien not to worry, Su Haien is having a blast playing with the baby dragon. And then he asks Su Haien if she knows how long dragons live, just looking at that clueless face. It is obvious she does not. Su Haien explains. Even when they munch on those magical seeds, they will fully mature in just 3 years and then live for another 1,000 years after that, unlike humans. Holy dragons are pure and offer their masters unconditional loyalty, trust, passion, and affection. And they choose their masters even before they hatch. Their traits shift with the personality and behavior of their masters. So if their master is evil, they will only be able to become wicked dragons. Even if they do not turn into monstrous beasts, there will be those who see them merely as tools. That is one reason why we gather those unidentified holy monster eggs, to ensure they do not stray down the wrong path. It is also for their safety and happiness. Su Haien lets out a sigh of relief. Maybe he realizes that Su Haien in front of him is not such a bad guy after all. He asks the blue-haired dude, "Oh wait, how old is he anyway?" Su Haien gently strokes the dragon with a loving look. But do not let its size fool you, it is only about 5 years old. To Haien, it is still just a baby. He can only live for another 100 years. And even if he lives longer, he still has to survive an additional 900 years, so he just hopes that in those last 900 years, the dragon will forget its current master. Su Haien thought Su Haien was just some weird rich guy obsessed with collecting magical creatures. But now he sees him as quite considerate. At that moment, the red dragon jumps into Su Hain's lap, interrupting his thoughts. Su Haien says that this little one has chosen Su Haien as its master. A holy monster 1T hatch if it does not like the person or sense their compatible mana. So now his job is to keep an eye on Su Haien. If Su Haien gets careless while raising it, he will take it away immediately. The best person should take care of it well, lucky dude. Go learn about holy monsters. But first, you need to name this little one. Su Haien thinks for a moment and decides to name it Maya. At this point, Maya is comfortably nestled on his shoulder. Sound asleep, on the way home. Su Haien ponders that Su Haien seems better than he thought. He is a bit worried because Han is a wild card. He did not expect this side of him. He even mentioned that he would visit Maya often and reminded Su Haien to treat her well. While Maya is still snoozing peacefully in Su Hain's embrace, they continue on their way home, totally unaware that someone is secretly watching them from the rooftop. Shortly after, this person reports to some mysterious figure, saying that Su Haien is returning with the holy beast. Should I continue to follow? On the other end, the mysterious person instructs them to report every action of Su Haien. They are looking to complete some kind of scheme. The follower immediately resumes tracking Su Haien. But then a masked figure suddenly appears behind and attacks them out of nowhere. After that, well, there is no more after that. The follower probably went to meet their maker. Su Haien, oblivious to everything, stood there deep in thought, wondering what they would do next. He felt like they had retreated, praying they would not break into his home. Just as he stepped inside, without even flipping the lights on, he realized someone was already in his house, suddenly attacking him from above, and he barely dodged it. Su Haien really did not want to fight in his own home like this. But hey, you have to roll with the punches. The two of them went at it, throwing punches left and right, and Su Haien quickly realized this intruder was pretty strong. Keeping pace with him, suddenly, the intruder went for a knee strike, almost landing a hit, but luckily Su Haien managed to block it in time. He warned the intruder, "I can understand you breaking into my house, but you better not lay a finger on Maya right now." Su Haien was ready to keep fighting, having recovered a significant amount of mana. However, he still did not know what this guy's objective was. He feared the intruder wanted to steal Maya from him, so he could not let her go just yet. Suddenly, the intruder taunted Su Haien, like, "If you are tough enough, come at me." That is when Su Haien realized they had only been brawling bare-handed. The guy's goal was just to test their strength against each other. After that, Su Haien confidently placed Maya, who was still sleeping, on the table, raised his hand, and taunted the intruder back. They charged at each other again, and after a while, the intruder spotted an opening and punched Su Haien in the chest, making him furious as he retaliated with an elbow strike to the guy's shoulder. At this point, both sides were using their mana to fight, looking evenly matched, and everyone was sweating bullets. Suddenly, the intruder stopped, took off their mask and hat, revealing a stunning girl. She was Park Jaeon, the leader of the Death Guild. It turned out her purpose for coming here was to recruit Su Haien into the Death Guild. Did they really have to fight like this just to extend an invitation? Su Haien was completely taken aback, still downloading the information, while Park Jaeon urged him to respond. After a moment, he looked confused and asked, "Is the Death Guild always recruiting by attacking people?" She replied nonchalantly, "Well, it does not really matter since you are still alive. But what is with your attitude?" Clearly, she was the one who started the trouble. And considering they were around the same age, he did not see the big deal in having a bit of an attitude. Park's, being a guild leader, definitely did not come here just to check how strong Su Haien was. She was quite famous amongst rank awakeners, thanks to her impressive skills and good looks. In Su Hain's world, she was always the center of attention, being one of the few capable of leading humanity. However, in the battle against the Chaos Guild, she lost her life before she could fully realize her potential. Hence, it was clear that Park Jaeon and the Death Guild were considered enemies of the Chaos Guild, even though it was only for a short time. Su Haien had also once used the name of the Chaos Guild, so there had to be a reason for her to come here. Su Haien asked her why she was looking for him, and she flipped the question back, asking why she would be here. Then she pretended to think, "Is this a little too much?" Su Haien did not know what else to say. He had heard rumors about her being a bit eccentric, but he never thought they were true. If she did not have any other reason to be here, he said, "You can go back. I am not planning on joining any guilds right now." However, sending her away like that felt a bit awkward, so Su Haien decided to test her a little. He asked Park Jaeon if she came here out of curiosity about the Chaos Guild, and it seemed he hit the nail on the head. Then the two sat down to talk, with the intruder acting like he owned the place on the sofa, while the actual host had to sit on a wooden chair. Su Haien explained that his actions, which made it seem like he was involved with the Chaos Guild, were meant to lure them to him, since they always operate in the shadows. Finding them is a real challenge because they consist of separate teams. If they sever ties with one team, he won't be able to track them anymore. Park Jaeon felt that Su Haien had a pretty good grip on the Chaos Guild, and she wondered if that was why he decided to take down the Ars Guild. The simple reason behind that was that there was someone he wanted to save. After all, if he did not defeat Ars, it would collapse sooner or later anyway, because every guild in Korea linked to the Chaos Guild was attacked by Park Jaeon. Jaeon was quite surprised to hear this and burst out laughing. This was totally unexpected for her. Su Haien had guessed right. Park Jaeon had wiped them all out because in the effort to cleanse the Chaos Guild, Park Jaeon's goal is to obliterate everything related to them. Turns out, she is still as bloodthirsty as before. Whenever anything related to the Chaos Guild comes up, her emotions always go off the rails. Su Haien wondered if she could suppress those uncontrollable emotions and channel them into magic, because both her attitude and magic were impressive, but her talent was on another level entirely. As you said, I have targeted each organization in Korea. However, all I have found so far is just a couple of leads, and in the end, I still have not been able to gather any information about the bodies or the heads of these organizations. If I fought them head-on, I would not have any intel on their manpower or identities. That is why I chose to wait until the heads started moving, and that is when Su Haien showed up. With the recent events, Park Jaeon was sure that the Chaos Guild would start making moves, so she could not afford to miss this opportunity. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So Jaeon planned to support Su Haien to the max to prepare for the fight against the Chaos Guild. Or in other words, she wanted to leverage Su Haien. He asked Park Jaeon why she was so obsessed with the Chaos Guild. She recalled something heartbreaking that happened in the past, saying, "I just hate them. That is why I have to take the life of their guild leader myself." After saying that, Park Jaeon said goodbye to Su Haien and slowly vanished into the night. Su Haien sat there reflecting on the grudge Jaeon just mentioned. Perhaps that is why the Death Guild had been hunting the Chaos Guild in their past life. Suddenly, the phone on the ground buzzed with a message notification. When Su Haien picked it up to check, he could not believe it was a message from Park Jaeon. "This is my number." The next morning, and Si-jun and his girlfriend arrived at Su Haen's house. They finally had a chance to visit him, as Su Haien had been busy lately with tower climbing and reevaluating his rank. Jaeon came holding a huge bouquet of roses to thank Su Haien for everything he had been through. "Even though you have helped us a lot recently, I still have not had a chance to thank you properly. You are the hero who saved me in Hakjun. Even though it is not much, I hope you accept this gift." As for Hakjun, even though he is too shy to say it, he is really grateful to Su Haien. Su Haien looks at the two of them and smiles. A true hero. He leans down to smell the fragrance of the roses with a satisfied expression, thanking the two of them for the lovely scent. Jaeon asks Su Haien about his pet, and he hesitates, unsure if he should even call it a pet. When he hears it is a dragon, Jaeon gets excited and wants to see it. Su Haien feels a bit shy and apologizes, saying that Maya is currently asleep since it is a baby dragon, and they sleep a lot. It just hatched recently. Before he can take that back, Maya wakes up and leaps onto Su Haen's head, and both of them can't help but melt at how cute he is. Maya is not shy either and flies over to rest on Yasana's shoulder. Su Haien is surprised. He has never seen Maya approach anyone like this before. It looks so comfortable next to you, San. Hakjun, feeling a bit jealous, wants Maya to rest on his shoulder too, saying, "Hey, do not you think you would be cozier with me?" The answer is a big no. Mia shows clear discomfort when Hakjun touches him. At this moment, Su Haien gets a call from Park Jaeon and heads upstairs to take it. Park Jaeon announces that a rainbow dungeon is about to open in Bizen, and she has never seen one open so quickly before. That is why the association seems to be struggling to gauge its difficulty, even in Su Haen's dual role. There have not been many cases of rainbow dungeons opening one after another like this, although there are a few exceptions. It should not be happening right now. Is the future changing? Su Haien asks Park Jaeon, who was chosen to be the team leader for the exploration, and he learns it is none other than Su Haien Ki. But he declined. Park Jaeon has the authority to choose anyone she wants. She asks Su Haien if he is interested, and he feels like he should check the situation out for himself. So he agrees. They come to an agreement. Jian says, "Those damn idiots are supposed to show up for that meeting you told me about. As for the chaos that might happen at the association in Korea, leave that to me." Su Haien can't believe it. The Chaos Association has been targeting the USA, China, Korea, the UK, and France in terrorist attacks, and their true nature has been revealed. It all started when the Blue Dungeon appeared in the US during an underground raid. They assassinated a few fake awakeners who posed as, and after failing to complete the dungeon, a dungeon breach occurred, resulting in countless casualties. He thinks that arrangement is perfect. He will leave the Chaos Association in Korea to Park Jae-on while he starts investigating events here. Su Haien reminds Park Jae-on to be careful. If she acts recklessly, she will definitely be eliminated. But it turns out Su Haien was worrying for nothing. Before calling him, she handled dozens of Chaos Association members all by herself. She coldly replies to Su Haien, "Don't worry about that. I will send you detailed messages. What age do you think I am? If I was that easy to take out, I would have been dealt with a long time ago." Su Haien received a message. The guilds participating in the raid, including the Gambling Guild, Blood Demon Guild, and Papillon Guild, were a bit worried about whether they would follow his orders. The next day, Kang Seom-cheon came to inform the Papillon Guild about who would be the team leader. This man is Lee Kang-hee, the leader of the Papillon Guild, a wannabe rank awakener. When Kang Seom-cheon told him that Kim Soo-hyun would be the team leader, he strongly disagreed. The association does not realize that he just received this rank title. As if our lives are so worthless that they let some newbie like him lead. But even S-rank newbie is still in S-rank. Kang Seom-cheon thought there is nothing wrong with the rules. Lee Kang-hee stubbornly refused to accept a rookie. He wanted a proper rank awakener, someone like Su Haien Ki or Park Jae-on, to join this raid. Kang Seom-cheon was not buying it. If that is what he wanted, she would just tell them that the Papillon Guild would not participate. Lee Kang-hee exploded in anger. "Are you challenging me? You punk." Kang Seom-cheon could not help but chuckle, which made Lee Kang-hee even madder. In a life or death situation, this guy was still laughing. Kang Seom-cheon laughed, saying everyone reacts this way when they find out Kim Soo-hyun will be the team leader. It seems like all his past achievements in the challenge tower mean nothing. He has still got a long way to go. Looks like you still have a lot to prove. Kim Soo-hyun was personally chosen for this mission by Park Jae-on. How could a guy like him understand? Despite Lee Kang-hee fuming, Kang Seom-cheon just wanted to remind him to keep an eye on Su Haien. Who knows? Maybe his attitude will change when he actually sees Su Haien at Gwangali Beach in Bizen. Su Haien was there with his escort Ju-ho. Su Haien asked him, "Why are you following me?" "I did not come here to mess around." "Because it is your first time leading a raid. I thought I could help." Grateful for Ju-ho's good intentions, Su Haien felt he could issue orders himself. "Ju-ho, is there anything you can't do?" But the real reason he was there was because he was an elder in the school of life. He did not want to be left behind by Su Haien and Hakjun. He needed to do whatever it took to get stronger, even a little. "Well, good luck, senior. A lot of awakened ones are here. About 50-60 people. Pretty impressive for a first raid." But when they saw Su Haien, their faces showed clear dissatisfaction. To them, he was just an inexperienced rookie in the dungeon raid. Lee Kang-hee took the initiative to approach and spoke up. "Haha, look who it is. Our team leader, Kim So. Great to meet you. I am the guild master of Papillon." Lee Kang, not giving Su Haien a chance to respond, he deliberately added with a provocative look, "Since you have no experience, you must be pretty worried. I guess that is why you brought a bodyguard along." As he said this, he shook hands with Su Haien, who just tightened his grip, causing Lee Kang-hee to realize the situation was turning sour. "Just bury it. It is just Vietnam. If you need help, just let me know. I have got experience with these raid missions." Thanks for your sincerity. I just hope everyone will follow my orders. Everyone wore fake smiles, but deep down, they were all silently rejecting Su Haien. Suddenly, another man interrupted the conversation. It was the president of the Crimson Shadow Guild, Kim Tae. He came over to shake Su Haen's hand repeatedly. Tae Haien explained that people like Lee Kang-hee have a bit of a big ego, so he hopes Su Haien understands. Next to Tae Haien stood Park Mo-hong, the leader of the Gamble Guild. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Su Haien sensed that this situation was about to get complicated. Kim Tae Haien's mana was incredibly powerful despite the smile he wore, while Park Mo-hong was exceptionally skilled at hiding her own mana. Even though she tried to conceal her aura, Su Haien could still smell the blood emanating from her, so he knew he had to keep an eye on them. Soon after, Su Haien instructed everyone to prepare for a raid on the hexagonal dungeon, and the battle began swiftly, with these awakened guild members. Conquering the dungeon seemed straightforward. Just when they thought everything was settled, Su Haen's kid growled as if sensing something, making Su Haien feel there was definitely something off on this path. It could be a trap. Juho quickly reminded everyone to stay alert. Lee Kang-hee scoffed at Juho, thinking he should be grateful to work with someone of rank like himself. Given that Juho was just an A-rank hunter, Juho fell silent, unsure of what to say. Su Haien finally spoke up, silencing Lee Kang-hee, saying he was just joking. However, before he could finish, Su Haien grabbed his collar and pulled him away from an incoming attack. At that moment, Su Haien shouted a warning for everyone to run. A mysterious blue light illuminated the area, and on the ground, a strange droplet of blue water shimmered. Leaving everyone astonished at the sight, a geyser was erupting, surrounding the spot where the raid team stood. Lee Kang, frightened, stood up, while the others looked around in confusion, asking what the hell was happening. An underwater city was unfolding before their eyes. The bizarre part was that they were still able to breathe normally. An underwater city. It looks like Atlantis. Why does this dungeon look so fancy? Despite feeling intrigued, we could still breathe, and it did not feel like we were underwater at all. No bubbles or anything. Su Haien explained that this was all thanks to the dungeon-esque setup. But Kim Tae Haien felt that this place was suspiciously quiet. It did not resemble the mythical Atlantis. It felt more like a ghost town. Suddenly, Moy shouted loudly, pointing in a direction. Look over there. Everyone turned to see an ancient ship drifting in the sea, exuding a heavy aura of menace. An awakened member approached Kim Tae Haien, saying, President, there is something here that is giving me the chills. Kim Tae Haien responded that he felt it too. Something felt off. He was about to propose something to Su Haien, but before he could finish his sentence, a skull with a fiery red eye appeared right in front of Tae Haien, leaving him frozen for a good 5 seconds. Lee Kang-hee saw this and shouted, Everyone get ready to fight. It is charging at us. As the ghost ship barreled toward the strike team at top speed, countless shadowy figures aboard were laughing maniacally. The captain led the charge, clearly a skeletal pirate in a sharp-looking vest. He laughed loudly. Ha. Wake up. My brothers. It is time to roll out. Then a bunch of skeletons rushed in, while Kim Su Haen gathered mana into his sword, slicing through all the foes charging at him, instantly turning them to dust. Su Haen muttered to himself, I thought only holy attribute attacks like holy fire would work on these shadow monsters. But thank goodness. It looks like magic can take them down too. Lee Kang-hee heard this, and thought it would probably be effective, telling everyone that magic would work against them. Everyone, do not panic. They are just a mob. There is nothing to be afraid of. Anyone who dares to run, I will deal with you right away. Su Haen saw the situation was tricky, but the guild leaders were handling it pretty well, even if they could not organize a full-on strategy like a battle formation. But the leadership skills of these guild leaders were quite reliable. He thought he could trust them to handle this. With that in mind, Su Haen told Juho to take care of things here while he planned to fly over to the ship. Juho was currently under attack by a monster. Frustrated, he said, Damn it. I knew you would ditch this. Su Haen ignored him and soared toward the ship, just as the captain pulled out a gun and fired 3 shots in quick succession. But the Phoenix made them disappear, and Su Haen jumped down. He guessed this must be the boss. The guy kept firing at him, but none of the shots hit. Su Haen swiftly closed in on the boss, and with one clean slice, he severed the guy's head, releasing a cloud of green smoke. His soul flew back to his minions, who turned to see what was happening. But before they could react, he devoured them whole. It turned out he absorbed the souls of his subordinates. His head was back, and the green flames flared up much larger, with 3 more skulls appearing, chanting, Souls. Need more souls. Su Haen observed him. He had the ability to absorb souls to heal and empower himself, especially since there had to be at least 100 souls floating around here. This battle could easily turn into a war of attrition. The souls he absorbed were continuously crying out, Help! You let me. Please. I can't take it. This scene unintentionally reminded Su Haen of the past. Countless hands reaching out for help, and his expression suddenly darkened as he glared at the boss, coldly saying, "You are starting to annoy me." The boss, now furious, drew his sword and launched a relentless attack against Su Haien, but he dodged every strike. However, the dodging seemed to make Su Haien uneasy. He charged in, using flame attacks against him, cutting the guy right in half. But then Su Haien suddenly discovered that he was still alive and counterattacked him, sending him crashing into a ship's mast without falling. "All right, let us see him dance." Su Haien firmly planted his sword into the ground, gracefully standing on it while pondering, "What should I do now? He is not that strong, but dealing with that insane recovery speed is pretty tricky. Prolonging this battle not only wastes time but even a powerful attack light has no effect. Continuing this could get dangerous." He glanced at Captain Trum, who was also staring back at him. "Don't he think just because you wear a skeleton suit that you are not capable of thinking?" He was also thinking, "This is dangerous. That kid is not holding back at all, using holy fire and attacks that do not seem to faze him. However, I am sure he will run out of mana first." With that thought, he said to Su Haien, "Haha. This will be the last time you get to smile." As he spoke, he raised his hand to absorb the souls battling below. At this moment, his head sprouted several smaller skulls, and he laughed maniacally. "I am getting bored. Let me devour you whole." Su Haien was utterly horrified, watching him try to absorb even more souls, to the point where his body was covered in countless eyes that looked terrifying. "Haha, I can feel my body brimming with souls." Su Hain's gaze turned icy and fierce as he charged in, unleashing holy fire and rapid slashes at him. But nothing happened. He started to worry. "Damn it. My mana is running low." The captain noticed too and began to gloat. "It seems that fire is not as hot as it used to be." Then a beam of green light shot towards Su Haien. He reached out, trying to block the attack. The force was so immense that it snapped the mast in half. The ship was engulfed in dust and smoke as he mustered his strength once more, not holding back in his attack against Su Haien. Jua looked up from below, a little worried for Su Haien. But in that critical moment, Maya's eyes lit up. A holy flame suddenly surged toward the captain, igniting his entire skull, the fire growing larger and causing him to writhe in pain. Su Haien felt his mana replenished, but his physical abilities were also enhanced. Surely, Maya must have boosted his power. Su Haien looked at Maya in surprise, who met his gaze and happily wagged its tail. The captain kept groaning. "What the hell is that brat? I am sure he is out of mana by now. How many souls have I lost?" Su Haien confidently asked him. "Are you still alive? If so, then I will have to send you to meet your ancestors soon. It won't stop until you can come back anymore." He charged fiercely, and the ship, which had been quiet, suddenly exploded from Su Hain's strike. Ju saw this and felt less worried. He guessed that Su Haien would be just fine. Su Haien was giving the captain a hard time until he was nearly out of souls. He realized that if this continued, he would not survive and quickly tried to stall Su Haien. Wait a minute. It is the Bone King. The Bone King ordered me to handle anyone who dares to approach the ship. That is why he has pets here." Hearing this, Su Haien hesitated for a moment, and the captain thought to himself that he was scared. He continued, "I am just a servant responsible for feeding his pets whenever it is time. I have no choice but to be here. I am just trying to survive." Su Haien would not let him finish his sentence. A cold green flame shot through and sent him spiraling down to the 18th level of hell. His brother laughed and said, "Thanks for the tip. To get past this level, we need to deal with that thing too." Li Kang he was wiping down the axe in his hands as he spoke. "I told you. We need to take a boat. Are you seriously planning to wait for Kim Su Haien to do this alone? Ti-Hyun is bandaging the injured members. He feels we should treat the wounded first. Besides, Su Haien has not signaled them yet, which means it is not time to surface." Li Kang he thought Ti-Hyun was just scared. While Ti-Hyun seemed bored and did not want to talk, he sighed and replied, "Get it? You want to achieve something too, but did not you put everyone in danger from the start? How do you still not grasp the situation? I just can't fathom how someone like you could lead a guild." The two men exchanged heated words. And finally, Ti-Hyun turned to Juho. "Hey Juho. What do you think about this?" Juho rolled his eyes and replied, "I can't really say much. More importantly, have you seen Pak Moi around here? Now that I think about it, not just Pak Moi, but the entire Gamble Guild seems to have vanished." Li Kang he figured they must have boarded the boat to escape quickly. He wanted to get on that boat and leave right away. Juho found it strange that they just disappeared without leaving a trace. Boarding the boat to escape. If they had gone somewhere worth paying attention to, someone would have seen them. Then Juho suggested to everyone, "Let us find the Gamble Guild first." Above, the ghost ship looked utterly dilapidated. A foul-smelling object appeared, surrounded by a thick aura of blood right in front of Su Haien. He stared at it, wondering if it was still small, remembering what the captain said about having a pet here. It made sense why people rumored he kept a gull. It was weak, yet enveloped in the deadly aura of the Bone King. So Su Haien raised his sword in defense, while Maya stood on his hand, trying to fend off the surrounding aura. Thanks to the magic-resistant properties of the demon armor, Su Haien was unaffected by the aura. But most awakened ones would not be able to resist it, and would surely perish under its influence. This ship was like a cradle for the Bone King to nurture the gulls, with the ghost captain and his crew killing people and bringing them aboard. The souls and subconscious minds of those killed in this way became food to nurture the gulls. The structure ensured that anyone who entered the ship to kill the gulls would quickly succumb to the deadly power within. Its purpose was to nurture the self-control and power of the gulls a bit more. The preparations were quite meticulous, but for now, it lay dormant under the seal. Su Haien realized he could use all his magical power to kill it instantly while it was still sealed. He got into a ready stance, silently thinking, "Thanks, Bone King. Your seal has made this much easier." But suddenly, he was stabbed from behind by two swords. The two ambushers were taken aback to find their blades could not pierce Su Haien. It turned out he had a layer of magic protection behind him. He immediately spun around, unleashing a powerful kick that sent the two attackers flying. Then, two more rushed at Su Haien, but he reacted swiftly, slicing both of them down with a single motion of his sword. Just when he thought this would be a piece of cake, he suddenly realized he might have underestimated things. Thankfully, he had transformed his unique ability from level 21 into a special trait, which saved his life. Suddenly, he turned and said, "Stopping now would be the perfect time to show your face, would not it?" A woman's voice rang out. Just as I thought. You figured it out." It was the one they called the mole. She stepped forward, brandishing a blade, with thousands of red eyes watching from behind her. Su Haien calmly replied, "With that strong smell of blood, how could I not know? Are you advertising that the Chaos Society is right here?" At that moment, the mole peeled off her mask and laughed. "It is clear that you are the target for those up top. Even those at S-Rank have a hard time detecting our shape-shifting abilities. Your tricks are just too obvious. Though, aren't you bored of using assassination tactics to create chaos in abandoned buildings? This time, you are planning to assassinate me, disguising yourself and then creating chaos in the blue building, making sure all the blame falls on me. Right?" Hearing this, he flinched, thinking, what the hell? How does he know about that? Even news related to what is happening in the US is limited, so only a few people know about it. At this point, he laid his cards on the table. "Yeah, you are not wrong. Finally, the day has come for us to show the world a chaotic blood festival in every country. I can't even imagine how many people will die, and the one causing this tragedy will be Kim Su Haien, the one who slaughtered all S-Rank players while conquering the dungeons. Truly a grand plan." He spoke with growing madness, and Su Haien sighed. "But your plan can only work if you manage to kill me. Right? Can you really kill me?" He readied himself for battle. "Go ahead. Because today, I am definitely taking your life." With that, he charged like a madman towards Su Haien, his underlings following closely behind. Su Haien also prepared for combat, knowing for sure that these guys were not the only ones from Korea. The ones who sent them were here too. For now, his job was to deal with these guys, while everything else could be left to Park Jae-on. Meanwhile, Park Jae-on had already taken care of the GGI gang, calmly waiting for someone to arrive. He asked calmly, "Was it all caused by you alone?" He promised to hand over Kim Su Haien to the person on the other end of the line. Suddenly, he took off his glasses and saw his underlings sprawled on the ground while Park Jae-on just sat there. He hung up, saying, "I will contact you tomorrow." Then asked, "Who are you?" "Hello there. I have been sitting here since this afternoon. Unlike these guys, you seem to be much stronger," he asked calmly. "Was it all caused by you alone?" Park Jae-on teased. "Who else could pull this off?" The bald uncle crossing the street. He slowly chuckled, pointing out how pathetic his useless minions were for losing to a lone girl, leaving no room for doubt. Parks, feeling frustrated, stood up, one by one. These guys kept spouting the same nonsense, completely unaware of what was about to hit them. Besides the Su Haien family in South Korea, there are still plenty of little pests to deal with. First, let us take care of this bug. Park Jae-on did not want to waste words. She charged straight at the bald guy with her sword. Over here, Su Haien was battling the chaos, while Maya was radiating energy to boost his mana. It even enhanced the power of his sword. With one swing, he split the sword in half and struck his opponent. The others tried to sneak up from behind, but the protective shield attribute kept him safe. The bald guy realized and warned his underlings if they could, do not aim for his back anymore. Just hide and attack him. So they immediately used their stealth skills, while Su Haien observed the situation. Thanks to his assassin skills, surprise attacks were far more dangerous than a frontal fight. They made the right call. Still, Su Haien was confident in his ability to sense danger, and with Maya by his side, He was not worried at all. He had used that skill before to thwart an ambush. But he never expected the Dark King to help them conceal their presence like this. So now, he had to trust Maya. You can sniff them out. Right. He placed Maya on his head and instructed her to alert him if she sensed he might get hurt. Maya responded with a nod, focusing intensely to detect their presence. While Su Haien closed his eyes and listened to Maya's warnings, suddenly, Maya pointed to the left and shouted. Su Haien instantly felt the need to swing his sword and took out a guy who was about to attack, still baffled by how he managed to do that. Maya's danger detection was sharper than his. Despite that, he took down another one. The remaining guys started to feel uneasy. Is our stealth skill useless? One of them said. We once disguised ourselves as Gamble members. Why did not we just pretend to be someone else and take him down? That won't work. If those tricks worked on him, he would have already been the puppet of the Shadow Captain. The guy who was so eager to take down Su Haien was now worried. He had underestimated this opponent. He was way too strong from the start. He was not someone we could handle. Not to mention we could lose our minds at any moment due to his aura. But suddenly, he noticed something and laughed satisfyingly, looking towards the Jack and flag his aura. That is it. They abandoned their stealth and faced Su Haien head-on. At that moment, he was still confident about the direct confrontation, but soon realized their target was not him. It was Jacken. Su Haien rushed to stop them, but the others turned back to block his path. All he could do was watch as the guy disguised as Moi Wong plunged a sword straight down at Jacken. One strike split Jacken in two. It is about to awaken. Suddenly, the ghost ship shook violently. An explosion occurred, and dust filled the air. The ship lies in ruins, and the disguised villain Moi Wong laughs heartily at his handiwork. Haha, this is my victory. Kim Su. The monster Jacken has awakened, a colossal squid, using its tentacles to crush the guy in disguise. And now he can't laugh anymore. Come on. Get up. Why are not you getting up? Kim Su Haien lands safely, then uses his strength to spring off Maya's hand, calmly saying, long time no see. Jacken. It glares at Su Haien with its blood-red eyes, while Maya radiates power, responding to Su Haien's command. Mi empowers him, filling his sword with energy, and he strikes directly at Jacken's fiery red eye. This blow will leave it dazed for a moment. He needs to seize this opportunity to finish it quickly. Suddenly he realizes the enhancement effect is fading. It turns out Maya has overexerted herself and is now exhausted, causing Su Haien to start falling. At this moment, he keeps telling himself to stay calm. Maya's abilities have not fully developed yet. So naturally, while she is still unstable, he can't use this cheat skill without any limits. This is a high-stakes game. After exhausting all his magic to withstand the blast when the seal breaks, he is completely drained. His only choice is to use his resilience to recover and fight back. Just then, Su Haien rushes in like a god to catch him, scolding, "You little brat. Everything you do makes me worry. Because you do not know how to value your own life. Fix that habit of trying to handle everything alone." Su Haien is a bit surprised, asking why Su Haien is here, since the Gamble team has vanished. And there is no choice but for the whole team to board the ship. However, the ship unexpectedly explodes, forcing them to find a safe place. Only Su Haien came back because he was worried about Su Haien. At this moment, Su Haien feels guilty, thanking him, as the commander. It should have been him doing this. Yet he let you do it. Don't worry. Just treat me later. But it won't suddenly chase us. Right. It is blind and trying to recover. So that won't happen. The team below stares in shock at the giant monster. Everyone is confused, unsure if they can take it down. Li Kanghe loses his composure, complaining that the strike team commander, the Gamble team, and even Li Juho have gone missing. All this is driving me crazy. Kim Taein also stares at Jacken, wondering where this monster came from. Just then, Su Haien appears to explain everything, and after hearing it, Song Li Kanghe scolds him for taking matters into his own hands, making things worse than they need to be. Taein calmly asks Su Haien, "Led, the situation is already bad. Do you have a plan?" He explains that Jacken's weaknesses are now fully exposed. So if they work together, they can take it down without getting hurt. Then Su Haien says something that embarrasses all three of them. But if you guys can agree, then I guess I do not need to share my plan. Right. So I will assume you are all on board with my strategy. This is my plan. Jacken is still writhing in pain from the wound Su Haien just inflicted. At this moment, Juho, Kanghe, and Taehyun shout together. Everyone. They are all ready with group magic level 1. Ready. Fire. All the magic was aimed right at the eyes of the Kraken, with bursts of power hitting it non-stop. Juho shouted out. Next up. Group 2. Get ready. He recalled Su Haien's words. Kraken's weakness is its speed. It needs to get close to us to unleash that massive power. If we keep attacking with magic and maintain our distance, it won't be able to reach us and we'll have to fall back. True. It can get close, But it is huge. Ju thought taking it down seems impossible. But that is fine because their mission is to keep the Kraken away from here while Su Haien recovers. The other awakeners are trying to help Su Haien regain his mana, while everyone was celebrating that everything was going according to plan. Someone in the team suddenly pointed at the Kraken. Someone was approaching it. Ju turned around, wondering if Su Haien had finished recovering. But that was not the case. He was stunned and fell back in shock. It was none other than Lich He, leading a pack of Pappy Laos cubs, charging towards the Kraken. One member, still skeptical, asked Lich He, "Are you sure this is okay?" Su Haien clearly said not to get close to the Kraken. Lich, hearing this, angrily grabbed him by the collar. "If he says you will die, would you actually die?" The guy stubbornly insisted. "But is not the Kraken's vitality and regeneration too strong for us to take it down?" Lich He still did not see the problem. He believed Su Haien was lying. "That idiot. Can't you see it is slowly dying?" Su Haien said that just to hog the rewards. "If you do not want to lose your job, follow me." Then he boldly declared, "The Pappy Wyo Guild will take down the Kraken." With that, they rushed in swinging their weapons, aiming to prevent the monster from recovering. The others were confused about what to do next. If they kept attacking the Kraken from a distance with magic, Lich He and his crew would also be at risk. With no other choice, Su Haien ordered everyone to stop attacking. From now on, they would control the situation. Meanwhile, Lich He did not care about anything, constantly hacking away at the Kraken while boosting. "You think you are tough? You are only a little strong and dare to be arrogant. Just watch. In the end, I will be the one to take down the beast." He kept swinging his axe. But it was like trying to poke a snail. The cuts on the Kraken's skin barely even scratched it. At this moment, Lich He realized it was too late. The Kraken had recovered and started roaring loudly. Everyone there was clutching their heads, dizzy. Lich He had no clue what was happening. Its roar was throwing his magic out of balance. In a panic, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat now." But how could they? The Kraken's tentacle was already poised to crush Lich He. Just in time, Su Haien appeared and sliced off the tentacle, saving him. "I almost got killed." He laughed nervously. "You got here fast. You have recovered." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Haien turned to him with a fierce glare, his voice filled with anger. "Do you want to die?" Then, without hesitation, he gave Lich He a punch right in the face. The members of the Pappy Guild were feeling a bit scared and asked Su Haien on what to do next. Following Su Haien's orders, they returned to their raid team's position, and he warned them he would not be responsible if they stayed and ended up dead. Su Haien summoned the Phoenix and ordered it to silence the Kraken. Then he charged straight at the Kraken's eye once more. This time, it managed to dodge, causing his attack to miss. The Kraken, now agitated, flailed its tentacles wildly, making it difficult for Su Haien to strike effectively. After observing for a while, Su Haien realized there was no other choice but to chop off each of its tentacles. Witnessing this, Su Haien was dumbfounded and said, "All we can do is give it a few scratches." Yet he is hacking it like slicing through bananas. Ju noticed him zoning out and thought he was affected by the Kraken's earlier roar. Ju suggested they let Su Haien handle the Kraken while the rest of them stayed back. As they were not on the same level as Su Haien was going to take down the Kraken, and the dungeon raid would come to an end. Su Haien shared with Ju that before meeting Su Haien, he had been quite confident in his own skills. He thought that in just 2 years, or even 1, he could become an S-Rank, but after encountering Su Haien, he felt utterly pathetic. "Ju, you might want to think about that too." Ju was a bit confused, asking, "What do you mean?" "You might not realize it, but Su Haien could become the strongest awakened being in the world if you keep chasing after him. Eventually, you will collapse under the weight of your own failures. Because he shines so brightly, he could burn anyone who gets too close. If you feel like you can keep up, you can always join my guild. After all, among us ordinary folks, you are still exceptional." Ju quietly watched as Su Haien single-handedly sliced through each of the monster's tentacles. At that moment, Su Haien felt it was time to finish this. The Kraken opened its mouth wide, gaping, and without hesitation, Su Haien charged straight into its toothy maw. Moments later, the monster split in half, and Su Haien cleaved the Kraken while still inside its body. The team erupted in joy, cheering that he had defeated the Kraken. "We did it. We won." Only Ju remained silent, mumbling, "Damn it. Him and his nonsense." Su Haien was surprised, reacting like that like he was seeing me for the first time. "But I am asking you, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ju just ruffled Su Haien's hair, saying that is something a kid like you would not understand. Su Haien noticed Su Haien still standing there in shock and was about to ask him something when Ju turned him around. saying, "The dungeon raid is over now. Let us head back. You did great." Su Haien felt something was off, even though he could not quite put his finger on it. Then he remembered Lee Kang-hee, who had been out cold since he knocked him out, was on the verge of death. Su Haien wanted to find Lee Kang-hee to wrap up what he was doing now. Lee Kang-hee was just groggily waking up and had not even gotten his bearings when Su Haien stood right in front of him. Staring intensely, Su, with a serious tone, asked, "Do not you have anything to say to everyone?" Lee Kang-hee started to dodge the question, asking, "Did you kill the Kraken? Haha. Looks like it is game over. In that case, let us do some calculations." The whole team is waiting to hear what Lee Kang-hee has to say, but he just stands up and starts crunching numbers. "Well, our Pappy Y team has dealt most of the damage to that pawn compared to the Red Devil team." Su Haien is taken aback. Is he really going to say that here? Lee Kang-hee still has that clueless look. The raid is over. Is not it obvious we should divide the spoils? Let me change up my wording a bit. This guy really never learns, making Su Haien furious. He draws his sword and charges to attack Su Haien. He is pretty disappointed. It seems like this guy has no idea what he has done. But because of his selfishness, everyone could have died. I gave him a chance to apologize. But look where that got us. While saying this, Su Haien blocks Lee Kang-hee's punch and then tightens his grip around his hand with such force that it causes him pain. But with his high pride, he yells back at Su Haien, "How dare you hit me? I am the captain of this raid team. You think you can get away with this? When I get out of here, I will report you to the association." And Su Haien coldly interrupts him. "Go ahead. Report me. But I think you are mistaken. Being the captain of the raid team does not just give you the authority to strategize and give orders. It also makes you responsible for the lives of everyone on the team. If someone like you gets blinded by rewards, you endanger everyone's lives, then everyone has the right to execute you without a trial right away." With that, Su Haien draws his sword, ready to take off Lee Kang-hee's head, sending everyone into a panic. Juho sees this and rushes in to stop him. But as soon as Su Haien brings the sword to his neck, he freezes in fear. Su Haien just wants to teach him a lesson. He tells Juho, "If I do not scare him, he will hurt innocent people when I am not around." Honestly, with this guy's track record, he has lost the association's trust, so he won't be keeping his position for long. After saying that, Su Haien tells everyone to gather their gear and let us move from this raid. Su Haien gained Maya's power and figured out the plans of the core king. He thinks he should find the dungeons he still does not know about to prepare for any surprises. He also needs to check on Park Jae-on's situation. After all, every member of the Chaotic Association is quite strong. A few hours before Su Haien unsuccessfully raided the dungeon, Park Jae-on was struggling against this bald uncle. She was knocked into the wall, dust clouds rising everywhere. He is using his fists with sharp spikes to punch right at Jae-on. She skillfully dodges one attack, then closes in on him and uses her shadow skill. This skill envelopes the user's body in darkness, negating all damage for a short time and allowing movement in shadow form. Thanks to that, she easily moves behind him, and before he can react, delivers a deadly slash to the neck, ending the life of a man who dared to underestimate women. But what she did not expect was that this guy could defend himself barehanded in such a short time. He blocks her attack with both hands, sustaining only minor injuries. He seems surprised by Jae-on's abilities but remains calm and taunts her. "You really caught me off guard. I did not expect you to have skills like that. I can't believe you actually managed to hurt me. This is getting more interesting." Jae-on could not stand still. She charged straight at the bald guy, who laughed with delight, readying himself with a powerful aura surrounding him. He could not understand why Jae-on dared to confront an assassin head-on, laughing to himself as he fought. What a fool. All her skills were focused on physical damage resistance. So go ahead and attack. She would not leave a scratch on me. And sure enough, Jae-on attacked quickly and accurately. But he remained unscathed. He evaluated her skills as sharp and rapid, making it hard for him to counter her strikes. But there had to be a limit, like a shorter duration for her skills. He accurately guessed Jae-on's skill limitations. Each time she attacked, he defended himself stiffly, making her efforts feel pointless. After thinking for a moment, she decided she had no choice but to use it. She pulled out a purple dagger and slashed across his right hand, a small cut appearing with blood oozing out. "So that is your secret weapon. I am thrilled to see what you will do next." As he spoke, he slammed his fist into the ground, causing Jae-on to stagger back. He was starting to lose it. It had been a while since he felt this kind of excitement in battle. She was really interesting. "Keep squirming. Entertain me some more." Suddenly, Park Jae-on stood there calmly, not attacking anymore. Leaving the bald guy confused, she said, "It is no need to do anything else. That would just waste my energy." He still taunted Jae-on to attack again, but she ignored him, infuriating him beyond belief. "How dare you ignore what I said?" he shouted as he lunged toward Jian. Jian remained calm as his fist suddenly froze inches from her face. Something had stopped his body from moving. He was in a panic, his body starting to collapse before Jian, who stepped closer and said seriously, "Didn't I tell you?" It is. As she spoke, she delivered a devastating punch that knocked him flat on the ground. This time all his defensive skills were deactivated. He realized the real problem was not that his mana was not working. His body was stiff and unresponsive. "I bet you are wondering why your body won't obey you. Just as you said, this is my secret weapon. I do not use it often because it has a limited number of uses. But this blade can disrupt the mana within the target's body when struck. Once hit by this blade's damage, the magic will suffocate your body. And the outcome of this battle was sealed the moment you were struck by it." Right after, the bald guy looked like he was done for, while Zion grabbed his throat with one hand and punched him in the face with the other. Demanding, "Who is your master? Who do you work for? Speak up." Bloodied but still grinning, the bald guy annoys Zion. "I do not know. But I can answer what you are asking. Instead, do you want to join us? With you around, I feel like I could take out a lot of people." Zion feels like there is nothing left to say to this guy. She angrily raises her sword to kill him. Suddenly, a bespectacled figure appears to stop her. It is Vice President Kim Seo-jin. "Calm down. I totally understand how you feel. But this guy is a high-ranking member of the guild. He knows a lot. If you kill him here, we want to achieve our goals." Zion glares at Kim Seo-jin. "I said back off." But after a moment of thought, she calms down. "Sorry, I got too heated. With you here, his intel must be incredibly valuable, right? We do not have much time, so we better ask him as quickly as possible." The bald guy lying on the ground keeps blabbering, "Hey, we are in the middle of something important here. Why are you butting in out of nowhere?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zion kicked him hard. Kim Seo-jin coolly continued, "Well, the fact that he is here acting solo proves that Su Haien's intel is solid. The information about the prison opening up in the S also checks out. The intel about the guild planning a terrorist attack in that prison seems to be legit." Kim Seo-jin informed them that Su Haien's punishment session in the dungeon just wrapped up. The bald guy, sitting off to the side, was stunned, wondering how they knew everything about their plans. The fact that one of his guys got caught by Su Haien was nothing compared to the realization that Su Haien was onto his scheme. "This is bad. I can't even lift a finger right now. I can report this to the guild. If this goes on, the boss's plan will fall apart. I need to buy some time." When Park Jaeon also questioned where Su Haien got his information, the bald guy suddenly seemed to have an idea and started laughing maniacally. Park Jaeon looked over, confused, thinking, "Did you get knocked around so much that you lost it? That is hilarious. You think we can just wipe out the attacking guild and crush the opposing guilds?" Kim Sin, equally baffled, asked, "What do you mean by that? It is pretty clear if you think about it. Very few people in the guild know about the plan to cause chaos in the prison. It is strange that he knows about it." Right, as the bald guy spoke, he thought to himself, "These guys are just like flies buzzing around. It is not a big deal, I can trick them. The real threat is Su Haien. If this continues, they will all become puppets in his hands. I need to turn them against Su Haien using this opportunity and create a chance to inform the guild about this." He continued, "Let us make a deal. If this goes on, you will all be spun around by Su Haien. Eliminate him first. And then I will tell you everything about the attacking guild." Park Jaeon's eyes flickered at this, while Kim Seo-jin coldly stepped towards him, drawing his sword. He threatened, "Shut your mouth. Do you really think we would trust a guy like you?" The bald guy, showing no fear, laughed defiantly. "Huh, you are so naive. Su Haien even betrayed the attacking guild. There is no guarantee he won't do it again. If he betrays everyone, the information will spread. And do you think you will be able to find the guild members hiding out?" Kim Seo-jin brushed off those words, warning Park Jaeon not to trust what the bald guy just said. He is definitely trying to manipulate this conflict for his own gain. Park Jaeon pondered for a moment before telling Kim Seo-jin to gather Su Haien and the members of the Death Guild here. She figured, no matter what that guy said, they needed to find out where Su Haien got this sensitive information. Seeing the two of them formulating a plan, the bald guy was quite pleased. Thinking he had achieved his goal and even offered cooperation, "Just take out Su Haien, and I will be your spy." But it seemed he misunderstood. Park Jaeon would rather die than team up with a cold-blooded guy like him. If Su Haien was on the same side as the Stab, she would have taken him out from the get-go. Park Jaeon's main goal is to destroy the Stab Guild. She will chase them down to the depths of hell. A red Lamborghini rolls up, and Su Haien steps out looking incredibly handsome. He asks Kim Seo-jin why he is calling him so late at night. Kim Seo-jin tells him to go inside and see for himself. Su Haien, feeling a bit anxious, wonders if Park Jaeon has been caught. As he steps inside, it is pitch black, and he can sense a thing. Suddenly, spears surround Su Haien from all directions. He is taken aback, looking at Park Jaeon, who stands powerfully in front of him, asking, "What the hell are you doing? You have a lot to explain." At this moment, the light slowly returns to normal, and Su Haien starts to see everything clearly, thinking to himself, "Is this an illusion skill?" The power merges with darkness, allowing total control and transformation. Usually, it is limited to those who hide their bodies in the shadows. But I can believe she can cover this entire place in darkness. She can even conceal the presence of others. Not just herself now, that is talent. Park Jaeon calmly explains. "There is no big reason I called you here. It is just that this person here told me some interesting information that you are a former member of the Chaos Guild." The bald guy is quite the actor. As soon as he sees Su Haien, he quickly claims kinship, saying, "Hey there, Kim Su, long time no see." Su Haien does not believe Park Jaeon would trust him. And he is right, she is not the type to easily change her mind based on someone else's words. To be honest, after tracking Su Haien's info for so long, she did not think it was true. She just has one question she wants him to answer. "I wonder how you got your information from the Chaos Guild. That guy told me only a few in that guild know about this. Unless you are a member of the guild. Is not it suspicious that you know this information? So I need to determine if you are actually a member of the Chaos Guild." Su Haien knows that the bald guy is Ethan, the leader of the Chaos Guild, and a real piece of work. He did not think Ethan would seize this opportunity to cause trouble between him and Park Jaeon. Answering her question would resolve this easily. But his source of information comes from memories of a past life, hard for Park Jaeon to believe that easily. The current situation is very unfavorable for Su Haien, with Ethan holding all the cards. And lying to escape this scenario has low chances of success. Even if he escapes, it will come back to bite him in the future, playing right into Ethan's hands, likely leading to a dead end in his plan. Park Jaeon sees that Su Haien is taking too long to think, demanding he speak up quickly. Kim Seo-jin presses a knife against his throat, threatening him. He thinks he needs to regain control of the situation first. He responds, "All right. I have never worked with the Chaos Guild. I can provide proof. But as for my source of information, I can disclose that. So what is the reason? We are in a relationship largely based on a common goal. It is not my duty to tell you everything. Plus, the fact that I might have been a member of the Chaos Society is way more important. Right. When I get home, I will show you my proof. But only you can come with me." Kim Seo-jin's blade is pressed against his neck, drawing blood as he threatens. "You really think we will fall for your ridiculous offer? Who does this Seo-jin guy think he is? Acting all high and mighty." The decision maker here is Park Ji-won. Another member chimes in. "Leader, do not. This is just part of his plan to wiggle out of this mess." After some thought, Park Ji-won agrees to Su Haion's proposal. But the female member quickly tries to stop Ji-won. "What the hell? What is going on? That is definitely a trap, it is way too risky." Park Ji-won stays calm and reassures her. "Don't worry. If he is really lying, I won't hesitate to end his life." Then he turns to Su Haien. "Now show me you are not a part of the Chaos Society." Su Haien takes Park Ji-won to her mom's house. And when she sees him, she is overjoyed. "Su Haien, it has been so long. I am sorry. I have been super busy with work lately, so I have not been able to visit." Su Haion's mom sees Park Ji-won and thinks he is her son's girlfriend, quickly asking, "Who's this? Is she your girlfriend?" She happily takes Ji-won's hand. "Oh my god, Su Haien. Why are you only introducing this beautiful girlfriend of yours to me now?" Park Ji-won is so embarrassed she can't say a word, and she has not even had a chance to explain. Su Haion's mom rushes off to prepare a meal for their special guest, and the table is filled with food. "Why did you cook so much?" "Well, I had to prepare enough since you brought your friend over." Then she turns to Park Ji-won with a cheerful smile. "I am sorry about earlier. You are the first girl Su Haien has brought home, so I could not contain my happiness." Park Ji-won quickly replies, "It is." And just like that, Su Haion's mom keeps piling delicious food into her bowl. Ji-won feels touched watching the kind woman in front of her and expresses her gratitude. She silently observes the cheerful conversation between Su Haien and her mom, suddenly feeling something deep inside her. Then they head to Su Haion's room to talk, and he asks Jae-won how the food is. "It is really good. You seem pretty close with your mom. You could say that. What do you think? Do you still believe I am part of the Chaos Society?" Su Haien brought her home to meet his mom to show her that someone with a kind mom like this can possibly be part of a chaotic group. Park Ji-won gets it, but she can let her guard down just because Su Haien has someone who cares for him. Not satisfied with just that, Su Haien sets his hot cup of tea down, smiling as he lifts his shirt to reveal his toned abs. Park Ji-won's face turns beet red as she realizes he is trying to use his good looks to charm her. Her cheeks flare up. What the heck are you doing? Have you finally revealed your true self now that there is nowhere left to hide? Su Haion's like, what the heck? I am handsome. Not easy. He retorts. What are you saying? You still can trust me. In the Chaos Society, every member has a tattoo as their symbol. I am just showing you that I do not have one. You know Park Ji-won is shy but still teasing me. Should I just strip down? Park Ji-won closed her eyes and said. Whatever. Talking to you just makes me more tired. Su Haien just said that. But he put on his shirt right then. And that is when Park Ji-won truly believed him. Because if he was part of the Chaotic Guild, there would be no way he could have family around. They would never let her be at peace. So she felt like she had overcomplicated things, seeing that the situation had stabilized. Su Haien took the chance to ask Ji-won what had happened with her and the Chaotic Guild. But the answer he got was, we are in a relationship that mostly revolves around a common goal. I am not obligated to tell you everything. It felt like Park Ji-won had memorized that line. And Su Haien thought that if they could get to know each other better, their relationship could evolve into complete trust. Finally, Park Ji-won opened up, sharing that about 2 years ago, back when she was operating solo without a guild from a young age, Park Ji-won received many compliments for being well-behaved and beautiful. She wondered if it was because of that image, as people approached her with countless expectations and hopes. But after seeing her quirky personality, perhaps because she was so different from what they imagined, they quickly grew disappointed and left, even her parents, left all alone. That is when she realized she did not belong anywhere, and time passed, turning her into an old awakened one. 2 years ago, at a dungeon conquest, Park Ji, like many other old awakened ones, was right there. A guy named Kim Ki-hun approached Ji-won to introduce himself. At first, she thought he was trying to flirt, so she quickly turned away. Uninterested, Kim Ki-hun eagerly said, let us form a party. There are plenty of old awakened ones here. It is normal to team up like this, since the Old Awakened Association allowed independent participation due to the lack of leadership and support. It would be better for us to team up instead of going solo, Park Ji-won coldly replied without turning back. No thanks. Kim Ki-hun stood there, dumbfounded at such a blunt rejection. Then suddenly someone called out to him. Kim, come here quickly. We are about to go. He hurried over to his team. And the battle with the monsters quickly unfolded. While Kim Ki-hun struggled to take down each monster, he glanced over at Park Ji-won, who had already wiped them all out effortlessly. A tall man with a spear and hammer asked Su Haien, "Wait, how many has she killed so far?" Next to him, a short-haired girl chimed in. You invited her to form a team earlier. Right. Yeah. But I got rejected. She continued. It is, with those skills. She is good on her own. I would want to team up with a cute girl like her, not these clumsy guys. The tall man named Gyu Shik asked Kai-hun what he thought about Park Ji-won. And Ki-hun looked at her back. Feeling for some reason, Ji-won really seemed lonely. The conquest was not over yet. Kai-hun's team kept fighting, and Ki-hun faced off against a monster twice his size. He worriedly let his guard down for a split second and almost got hit. But thankfully he snapped back just in time to defend himself. The short-haired girl, worried, asked you. You have been through this before. What is going on? Just as she was finishing her sentence, a monster suddenly appeared behind Ki-hun, and she screamed. Wait. Kim, look behind you. At that moment, Gujik rushes in just in time, using his shield to take the blow for Ki-hun, then takes down the monster. Ki-hun explains that he is usually fine and wonders why he is struggling today. Gujik slaps Kai-hun across the face to snap him out of it, telling him to speak up and ask the others if he has been distracted by the girl from before. He warns Ki-hun not to regret it later and encourages him to go after her. Ki-hun, hearing this, smiles brightly and rushes off to find Park Ji-won. Meanwhile, Park Ji-won is focused on taking down each monster. She has been through times when she did not want to live and times when she feared death. Suddenly, a gigantic boss wielding an axe appears before her, attacking relentlessly and swinging the massive axe towards her. But she manages to block it just in time. However, exhaustion from previous battles leaves her unable to move. She stares at the monster, wondering if this is the end. It is. I have nothing left to hold on to. Just when it seems all hope is lost, our hero arrives right on time. As Kim Ki-hun takes down the boss in front of Ji-won. I told you. Right. Going solo is tough. So what do you think about joining my crew? Park Ji-won looks up at Ki-hun with a smile but does not say anything, choosing to quietly move on. Ki-hun, thrilled, takes this as her agreeing to his offer and hurriedly chases after her. The hero saving the beauty really works wonders. Park Ji-won will never forget this moment. It is a meeting with the one who makes her want to keep living. Meanwhile, a shadow lurks in the distance, watching the two without her knowing. After finishing a dungeon, Park Ji-won meets Kai-hun again, with that same expression and those words. Ji-won, We meet again, what a fateful encounter. How about joining my guild? This time, he is not just asking her to join his team but his entire guild. Ji-won still declines. Whether by chance or design, they keep running into each other in every dungeon Ji-won enters. Every time, he chases after her, determined to invite her to join his guild. Somehow, Ki-hun's invitation becomes a regular occurrence for Ji-won. He persistently approaches her, and like rain soaking into the ground, she finally takes his hand. After joining the guild, Ji-won initially feels a bit out of place. But as she connects with everyone, she feels like she has found where she belongs. She and Ki-hun conquer many dungeons together, and little by little, their ordinary relationship starts to evolve into something more. One time, the two are sitting in a park eating ice cream. Ki-hun is checking his phone for news while Ji-won occasionally steals glances at him, feeling her heart racing. This feeling drives her wild. A quickened heart beside someone means she is catching feelings. Ki-hun also sneaks a look at Ji-won and smiles. Then he takes her hand and speaks up. Ji-won, after we finish tomorrow's dungeon raid, do you want to go out somewhere? Just the two of us. All right. She did not think twice and just agreed. Little did Ji-won know, this would be the end of her happiness. Meanwhile, news outlets reported that lately, the number of awakened ones going missing in the dungeon has skyrocketed. Authorities have uncovered evidence that the vicious attacks inside the dungeon are actually perpetrated by awakened ones, not monsters. It is believed to be the work of a serial killer, so all awakened ones should stay alert. The next day, after the raid was complete, Ji-won could only think about her date with Su Haien. Su Haien was also getting ready for a romantic date. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared and said, "Excuse me, I am from the association, and I am investigating the recent killings involving awakened ones. I hope everyone can cooperate." Su Haien recalled the news he had seen yesterday. "Is this about that case in the news? So you are investigating in the dungeon too?"
Yep.
"We are also conducting an on-site investigation." Park Ji-won felt a bit irritated, thinking why today of all days? She just wanted to hurry up and go on her date. Su Haien asked the white-haired man, "How can we help you?" At that moment, the man's expression changed. "You do not need to do much." As he spoke, he lunged to attack Su Haien. Luckily, Park Ji-won reacted quickly and pulled him out of harm's way just in time. The man was a bit surprised that Ji-won could dodge his attack, and she drew her sword to counter him, but his hand, filled with dark energy, blocked her sword's edge, and she asked in shock, "Who are you?" "I guess you can call me an unforeseen misfortune." As he spoke, he knocked Ji-won's sword away and continued to attack, but she managed to counter each blow, leaving both him and the witnesses stunned. The short-haired girl even exclaimed that Park Ji-won was really impressive. Only Hae-hun observed and realized that while it seemed like an even match on the surface, every move the man made was ahead in every aspect. Ji-won felt overwhelmed, thinking that at this rate, she would be taken down. He broke Ji-won's sword with his bare hands, and just as he had the chance to take her down, he suddenly switched tactics. Wanting to invite Ji-won to join his guild, Park Ji-won was taken aback and asked, "Join your guild?" "Exactly. You know I have a goal to achieve, but one tree does not make a forest. So I want to form a guild. I have even decided on a name for it. The Chaos Guild. The gathering place for the craziest people. You seem interesting enough to meet the criteria to join. What do you think about building a guild together?" Park Ji-won shot him a glare. "What if I do not agree?" The man seemed a bit incredulous, his expression changing. "Then you are dead for sure." Su Haien could never just stand by and watch his girlfriend get bullied. He rushed like a gust of wind towards the white-haired man, aiming to take his head off, but it was not that easy. He dodged swiftly. The other members of the team also cast spells to attack him. Su Haien anxiously asked Ji-won, "Ji-won, are you okay?" "But that guy is way too dangerous. I will buy time for everyone. You all need to get out of here now." Ji-won is even more worried about Su Haien and the others. But of course, Su Haien won't let her fight alone because they are teammates. With that, Su Haien splits up, and he and Yeojin try to stop that guy from using his skills. But even that might not be enough. Su Haien will distract him and pave the way for everyone. He attacks from the left, but the guy does not even need to look to block it. Su Haien then asks him, "Why are you wiping out all the awakeners?" The cold-faced white-haired guy responds, "Do I need a reason to do that? It is the same for you. You are really annoying." As he speaks, he lands a devastating punch to Su Haien's chest. Blood spills from Su Haien's mouth, but he still grips the guy's arm tightly and yells, "The chance is here." Meanwhile, Park Ji-won is using her invisibility technique to sneak up and slash at his neck. Everyone is anxiously waiting for the outcome. And surprisingly, the wound is not deep enough to take him down, but no worries. Su Haien's plan includes the chubby Gu-shik. If Gi-won can finish him off, Gu-shik will strike from behind. Gu-shik's hammer is so powerful it could crush anything. An explosion occurs, and dust flies everywhere. But shockingly, The white-haired guy just deflects that attack with a single finger. And now he is really angry this has gone on long enough. After that, what happened next is a blur. Ji-won slowly wakes up and recalls getting knocked out after he hit her, while worrying about her teammates. Ji-won is stunned to realize she is holding Su Haien, whose body is covered in deep cuts. Su Haien weakly says, Ji-won, you are awake. I am glad you are still alive. Ji-won, filled with worry, notices Su Haien's wounds are severe. She panics, unsure of what to do. Guys, come help me out. At this moment, she realizes everyone is down. Yeon-jin, Gu-shik, even Hoen-jun are lying there, motionless. Ji-won can believe her eyes and keeps asking, what is happening? The guy in white speaks up. Oh look, someone is crying for their friends. Ji-won turns around, tears in her eyes, and with intense rage says, you killed them, did not you? I will never forgive you. I will take your life. Suddenly, she feels a hand gripping her wrist. Su Haien is using his last bit of strength to stop her. Do not. Yana, run. I need you to get away. He hands Yana a rope, saying I will hold him here. Yan hesitates, but Su Haien shouts, go now. Yan realizes she has no other choice and escapes alone. She tries to track him down but finds no trace of that guy. Ji-won shares the truth with Su Haien because she thinks he knows the guy. She pleads with Su Haien, please tell me about the leader of the Chaos Association. Su Haien recalls his past and says, okay, fine. The leader of the Chaos Association is a first-generation awakener. He is known as the Hollywood actor, the infamous Dong fan. He is super famous, with tons of fans. Whenever he shows up, fans and reporters swarm him. Some ask for autographs, but he skillfully declines, saying thank you. But I am afraid I can sign anything because time is limited. But I am more than happy to take a picture with you. A reporter asked him, there is a rumor that you have donated all your earnings from this movie. Is that true? He awkwardly replied, yep. That is true. Hong Dun-fen is the leader of the Chaos Association. After learning the truth, Baek-won shed tears. And then her eyes turned cold. The leader of the Chaos Association. The one who took away everything important to me. Finally, I can take my revenge. Su Hyun looked worried. Wait. Do not tell me you have no plan and are just rushing towards him. Baek-won reassured Su Hyun. She had her reasons for not acting just yet, even knowing his identity. She did not want to ruin everything out of impulse. But as she said that, Ji-won's hands were clenched tightly, trembling with rage. She was still struggling to hold herself together. Su Hyun revealed that Hong Jun-pung often hid the fact that he was an awakener through his shape-shifting skills to operate within the Chaos Association. He was very cautious on the outside. He was still a beloved actor, always wearing a friendly smile in front of the audience. But when no one was around, a cruel face emerged, ready to call the audience nothing more than pathetic bugs, provoking Hong Jun-pung. Now that we know his identity is a risky move. In the worst-case scenario, he might be hiding out in the testing tower. Thus, Su Hyun reminded Park Gi-won to stick to the plan. Their goal is to dismantle the Chaos Association, while I am in the Green Tunnel to block the Chaos Association's terror. You and the Death Guild will attack their base. At that moment, Hong Jun-pung arrived to meet with the top officials of the Chaos Association, and upon his arrival, he immediately inquired about why God. Mark River, an official of the Chaos Association, said, he has not arrived yet, given the circumstances. If we can't even contact him, he might be in trouble. The green-haired woman next to him was taking selfies and laughed. Good. That is great. I hate seeing that arrogant jerk's face. I do not need to see him anymore. She is the head of the Star Guild, an official of the Chaos Association. Chloe Lafferty. Mark River showed no respect for her just because she was a woman. He straight up called her an idiot, believing that God might have leaked information about their guild. Don't let your guard down. If someone can take down God, it means they are pretty strong. Chloe remained confident. I still do not think I am going to lose. Hong Jun-pung tied up his long hair while agreeing with Chloe. She is right. It is a shame we could not kill Kim Su Haien. But it is not a big deal. We just need to deal with things our way. That means taking out anyone who has crossed us. He looked at the city with a cruel gaze and said to the two of them, how does it feel? Isn't it thrilling? The excitement before this glamorous city crumbles. The next day, the four of them, Kim Su Haien, Parks, and Si-jun, and Kim Seo-jin were on their way to America. And Si-jun was thrilled that Su Haien had invited him. But the atmosphere felt a bit tense and awkward. Fi-jun looked at each person. The uncle seemed too intimidating to strike up a conversation with. Park Jaeon also looked hard to approach. And Su Haien was too focused on his phone. Su Haien stared at the screen, deep in thought, realizing that the changes were due to the Green Dungeon in Bizen. Luckily, the future has not completely changed yet, but I still need to stay alert. Suddenly, Si-jun broke Su Haien's train of thought, saying, "Hey, I have a question. Why are we heading to America?" At that moment, Su Haien realized he had not told Hakjun that the green dungeon had opened there. After hearing this, Hakjun turned pale, but by now, the plane was already landing. However, once they arrived in America, Hakjun seemed to be enjoying himself, a stark contrast to his earlier surprise. This was his first time on a plane and abroad. Hakjun asked Su Haien if he had ever been there before. Of course. I mean, not really, Hakjun questioned. Isn't he the green dungeon the first one in the world? This should be a hot topic. So why have not I heard about it? Su Haien explained that the US kept this information under wraps because they wanted to handle it their way, which could lead to a dungeon explosion, Jun said. Worriedly, the situation is a bit complicated. To put it simply, the US has the largest number of awakened individuals in the world, but most of them are low-ranking, so they are seen as pretty useless. What they want to prove to other countries now is that they have not only quantity but quality too, and see Jun sighed in confusion. Thinking, what if innocent people get hurt because of their pride? How do they plan to deal with that? Su Haien patted Hakjun's head. Agreeing, you are right. That kind of pride is quite unrealistic at this point. Park Jaeon was on the phone with someone. It has been a while. Robert. On the other end, a man's voice replied. Is not this Jaeon? I heard you were coming to America. What is it? It is a long story. So I will get straight to the point. I want to discuss the Green Dungeon. In note, Park Jaeon's team arrived at the Medical Guild office, with Robert Williams being the guild leader. Thank you all for coming here. You must be Su Haien. Right. Nice to meet you. Su Haien fell silent, thinking about Robert's reputation for his many achievements, even in the past as an awakened individual. Should I let him know a bit about me? Seeing Su Haien silent, Park Jaeon thought he did not understand Robert's words and could not speak English. So he tried to help, but then Su Haien spoke up directly. I will cut to the chase. Please allow me to join the raid on the Green Dungeon. Su Hain's clumsy English surprised XD Jun sitting next to him. Robert hesitated. I do not know why you know about this. But honestly, that is a pretty unreasonable request. As you know, our country, the United States, never seeks the help of foreign summoners. However, this time is different because I approached you first. Su Haien laid down his terms. If you agree, I will share half of my loot with you. You won't be losing out. Hearing this, Robert was taken aback, thinking, he is right, that is not a loss. The loot of an S-rank summoner is worth as much as an entire guild. Moreover, the current raid team is lacking S-rank. If the Medico Guild can recruit Kim Su Haien, you could become a hero in America. But he was a bit greedy, feeling that half was not enough, so he said to Su Haien, that is a proposal worth considering. But how will the American people feel about it? Su Haien calmly replied, I know that the American raid team currently has only 2 S-rank members. With such a shortage, if the Medico Guild can claim S-rank, you will become the hero that saves the country. The robot was sweating coldly, thinking Su Haien could read his mind. Oh no, am I asking too much? It seems I am making it difficult for you, Su Haien said while pretending to stand up. Fine. I will just seek help from another guild then. The negotiation tactic worked like a charm. The robot quickly stopped him. Though reluctant, he had to concede. Looks like there has been a misunderstanding. I will do as you say. Su Haien added. However, thinking back, splitting the loot in half seems a bit too little. So how about this? If any S-rank member from the US can return, I will join this raid for the Medico Guild for free. If not, then transfer all the loot and control of the Medico Guild to me. Hearing this, the robot was secretly thrilled and immediately clapped in approval. Alright, fortune favors the bold. This is going to be exciting. He hurried off to get a contract, eager to write it down before Su Haien changed his mind. Su Haien chuckled at the sight, telling himself not to laugh out loud. From the moment he proposed the deal, victory was already his. Which made sense since he could see the future. The greedy robot still thinks this is his time to shine. He believes at least one person has to come back. Long story short, the robot got played in a deal. And after the contract was signed, time flew. Just 3 days before the Green Dungeon opens up. Just as Su Haien predicted, not a single S-rank awakener returned. And the robot was sweating bullets with worry. As for the Chaotic Guild, when they heard Kim Su Haien would be stepping in for the Medical Guild in the raid, they thought he was just walking straight into a trap. With just 2 days left, 1 day left, the plan to eliminate the Stabbing Guild was set in motion. Once everyone was ready, the final showdown was upon them. In a deep forest in L, a man checked his watch and muttered he arrived earlier than expected. He was the vice leader of the Maximum Guild. The seasoned awakener Jordan Rogers asked where Kim Su Haien was, only to find out he had not shown up yet. They say he is a genius. It is quite the mystery. Chloe popped up to start teasing. Man, looks like your instincts are fading. Jordan, You have to rely on a rookie like him. Jordan was not backing down either. You might not know, but he is the only one who passed the new level trial. Instead of using makeup to hide your flaws, maybe you should gather more intel. No matter what, he is still just a low-level awakener. Are you afraid that rookie might take your spot? Haven't you heard? This hellhole requires at least an SS-Rank male awakener. We can be picky. Chloe happily chimed in. That is why my star guild brought an amazing mercenary with us. While pointing at Mark River standing behind her. Oh really? Of course. They want to help me meet my maker. Jordan patted Mark River on the back, trying to lift his spirits. You are really something. Did she just threaten you? Then he turned to Chloe. As long as their skills are good, I do not see an issue. Impressive? Really, lady. Hearing the words lady hit her like a thunderbolt. You know, talking about age can make women pretty furious, especially for someone older like Chloe. Did I not make it clear? If you call me lady one more time, I will end you. At this point, a blue energy enveloped Chloe. And Jordan was not backing down either. He clenched his fist, ready to teach Chloe a lesson. You started it, Chloe. The others wanted to intervene but were too scared to get close. Fearing a murder might happen, I will break a few of your bones. You know, break my bones. Go ahead and try. You jerk. Mark River, standing on the sidelines, was also fed up with this lady's antics. He did not want to cause a scene, but he feared the plan might go awry, so he had to step in. At that moment, Kim Su-Haien arrived, walking towards the two people who were like fire and water, shouting, "Stop it. Enough already, both of you." All three turned in surprise to look at Su Haien, who appeared surrounded by a massive aura of mana. He narrowed his eyes at the two in front of him and coldly stated, "You are here to conquer the dungeon. Yet you act like children. What kind of example are you setting?" Noticing the tremendous mana radiating from him, Jordan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Su Haien did not hide his identity, calmly replying, "I'm Kim Su. If you want to keep this up, I will gladly join the battle." Jordan hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Loi and said, "That is enough. I do not intend to fight. Let us just end it here." But Loi, not satisfied, shouted back, "Who said we are stopping?" Seeing this, the guy beside her grabbed her shoulder and gently urged, "Stopping is the right thing to do. Calm down." Biting her lip, Loi turned away, unwilling to back down. His eyes quickly followed her. But just before leaving, his gaze, whether intentional or not, glanced at Su Haien. Su Haien was also intently watching their backs, lost in thought. Just like in his past life, all the beast lovers had gathered here. But there was also the chance that Hong Jun Feng would stir up trouble. That guy had two choices. Join the Green Dungeon or prepare for unexpected situations and wait at the base of the Chaos Guild. He felt sorry for Ji Seon, but if he had to choose, he hoped he would go for the first option. Meanwhile, the guy behind Loi quietly asked, "You sense it too?" "Right." Loi bit her lip angrily and nodded. "That jerk has suppressed his own magic." Mark's face turned serious as he said quietly, "No wonder Ethan got defeated. We need to change our plan." As for Jordan, they could not handle him, so they would deal with Su Haien first. Jordan walked up to Su Haien and said, "Sorry for making you laugh earlier. Let me properly introduce myself again." He reached out to shake Su Haien's hand, introducing himself as the vice president of the Maximum Guild. Su Haien nodded slightly and politely replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Su." Jordan raised an eyebrow at him and said bluntly, "If possible, I want to conquer this dungeon without taking heavy losses. So I am counting on you. You guys are underestimating this situation." Su Haien continued, "The Green Dungeon is not a place to worry about avoiding losses. It is about figuring out how to survive." Jordan was a bit taken aback, but then he smiled and said, "You are surprisingly cautious. This genius should not worry." He was very confident in his raid team since all the members were the best of the best. He had bet his pride on their success. And with that, he walked away. Su Haien slightly pouted. That pride of his was the real issue. Just then, Hakjun came running up from behind. "Hey, I am ready to head out." Looking at the figure that had just left, he asked doubtfully, "The guy you were talking to?" "Jordan Rogers." "Right. The one who conquered the biggest green dungeon in the world." Eyes lit up. He could not believe they were about to raid a dungeon with someone like him, and even the sorcerer Bang Loi was here too. This time it was the Green Dungeon. So he felt a bit worried. But seeing these people made it less concerning. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Haien asked in a serious tone, "Do you think so too?" Hakjun was a bit startled, looking at him in confusion. They all had no idea how the dangers ahead were far more terrifying than they thought. And at that moment, a voice called out, signaling that they were about to start the raid on the Green Dungeon. Right after that, Jordan led the way, opening the portal to the Green Dungeon. This time, the Green Dungeon also faced a terrifying assault from the Chaos Guild. If things keep going like this, the raid will fail, and the monsters inside will spill out and devour this world. After the second outbreak following Anyang City, Su Haien must stop it at all costs. At that moment, Su Haien glanced at Hakjun and asked, "Do you remember what I told you before we got here?" Hakjun nodded slightly, responding, "Course I remember. In the dungeon, unexpected traps are always lurking, and as soon as we step inside, the battle begins." With a smile, Su Haien said, "Exactly. Just remember those two things." No sooner had he spoken than the two of them vanished without a trace. The challenge of the Green Dungeon has begun. To escape, they must find the designated exit or survive for 10 days. But it seems almost impossible to get out. Louis's constant whining was driving Jordan to the edge. Who shouted, "Quit whining already, you guys are ruining the vibe here." "And where's that girl you brought along?" The cold girl shrugged, saying she did not know. Hakjun looked around with teary eyes, feeling a sense of wonder. Is this really the Green Dungeon? While he was stopping to sing, Jordan approached, confused, and asked, "Isn't Su Haien supposed to be with us?" Hakjun panicked. "I do not know English. Someone translate for me." But when he looked over there, Su Hain's figure was nowhere to be seen. Jordan's face turned grim. Two strong people had already vanished as soon as they entered the dungeon, increasing their risks tenfold. But after seeing Louis' reaction, he realized she was flustered. Was it because that unknown man disappeared or because of Su Haien? Regardless, he had no time to ponder, as a swarm of monsters had appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Mark was lost, moving at high speed. But it did not take long before he realized someone was following him. It could not be Louis or his boss. Jordan was not this quick. Guessing who it was, he decided to stop and coldly said, "Come out and find Su Haien." The moment he finished speaking, Su Haien landed gracefully, smirking. "You are faster than I thought. I almost lost track of you." Mark, taken aback, asked, "What do you want?" "I have been tasked with exploring this dungeon since we entered." "Exploring?" Su Haien smirked dismissively. "You mean assassinating?" "Right." At those words, Mark's expression darkened immediately. However, Su Haien remained unfazed, calmly saying, "If we are talking abilities, I heard you only rank just below Jun Feng. Is that right? I want to see just how skilled you are." At this, Mark's face grew even more frantic. He had not expected Su Haien to know the boss's name, let alone their plans. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, thinking Su Haien must have gotten this information from Ethan. "Listen." He glared at Su Haien, asking, "Who the hell are you?" With a sly grin, Su Haien could not help but compliment him. "You really are a master at controlling your emotions. Now that I can't hide anymore, let us get ready to fight." Mark, feeling cornered, said heavily, "I do not know how much you know, but it does not matter, because if you die, it is all over, and right now, you won't be able to catch him." Just as he finished speaking, his figure vanished, leaving behind a ripple in the air. This is a skill that uses wind to envelop the body, boosting strength. He got dangerously close to Su Haien and roared, "I am going to crush you." The team had entered the dungeon along with everyone else. Yet, Su Haien remained calm and waited. At that moment, a surge of energy charged towards him with a loud scream. "You do not have to worry about being alone, because everyone is going to die." "But," Su Haien said slowly as he drew his sword, "since I stepped into this dungeon, your terrible plan has already failed." With that, he swung down fiercely with his sword. That strike pierced right through his body, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Haien looked up at him, his face filled with disdain. Meanwhile, Jordan's team was battling monsters. Louis was using his frost magic to freeze the creatures. Jordan was not idle either, unleashing flames that scorched the monsters in front of him. Outside, and Si-jun watched this scene, dumbfounded and speechless, unable to believe his eyes. Louis was acting as a shield with his ice magic, while Jordan served as the spear with his fire spells. The rest of the guild was equally impressive. Those guys were just too strong. Just as he is dazed, a massive gorilla charges at him, and Hakjun grips his blade tightly. As the gorilla gets close, he swings his sword, cleaving it in half. Jordan is battling monsters but keeps an eye on the situation outside. Seeing this, he can't help but feel impressed. That kid just needs a bit more training to become a powerhouse. After a while, the monster corpses are scattered everywhere. Jordan surveys the scene and breathes a sigh of relief. This dungeon is easier than he thought. Louis approaches from behind, wanting to say, "Is not it obvious that our team is the strongest in history? It is not an exaggeration. Damn Mac." And Jordan replies nonchalantly, "You are right. No dungeon has ever been left unconquered by a team like ours." But just then, Louis suddenly smiles mysteriously. "But I forgot to mention this." Jordan raises an eyebrow, suspicious of what she is about to say, with a cold tone. She continues. Unfortunately, we are going to fail in this dungeon. As those words leave her lips, Jordan's expression darkens. He tries to say something, but a surge of green energy hits him, and with a deafening boom, the area erupts in a massive explosion. When the dust settles, everyone is left bewildered, unsure of what just happened. Even Hakjun is affected. Thankfully, he raised his sword to block it, or he would be in serious trouble. Everyone suspects another monster is attacking, but Hakjun clearly sees that it was Luya who targeted Jordan. The shockwave generated from the clash of two SSS-Rank awakened powers caused this magical explosion. Over here, someone suddenly shouts, "Wait! Star Guild! Help us with the injured. Don't just stand there." The members of the Star Guild respond with mysterious smiles. One guy slowly steps forward, chuckling, "Let me help you." Before he finishes his sentence, he stabs the other guy dead. The chaos of the guild begins officially. Moments later, it is an all-out brawl. The Star Guild members relentlessly eliminate members of other guilds. Blood is flowing like a river. Hakjun stands in shock, not knowing what is going on. But at that moment, someone sneaks up behind him, startling him. He quickly regains focus and strikes back, taking the guy out on the spot. The remaining members of the Star Guild surround Hakjun now. The leader squints at him, cautiously saying, "He is not an easy target. Do not underestimate him. Let us attack together." Hakjun frowns at them, questioning why the Star Guild is attacking everyone. Their relationship with the Maximum Guild might not be great, but this is a whole different issue. Reflecting on it, he remembers Su Haien saying the battle would start once they entered the dungeon, so he had anticipated this. Moreover, right now, he just needs to survive. With that in mind, Hakjun grips his blade tightly, coldly declaring, "Come at me." At that moment, Hakjun found himself with one hand frozen solid by Louis. He cursed himself for being so overconfident. Now, that hand was useless. Who might hate him, but she was not dumb enough to act recklessly. She had planned this from the start. Realizing this, he coldly asked, "You are not doing this out of personal vendetta, are you? What is your real intention?" Vendetta. Louis scoffed. Of course. He would not know how much she wanted him dead. No sooner had she spoken than another wave of icy mist surged toward him, forcing Hakjun to grit his teeth and brace himself. He was not sure how much longer he could hold out, and at that moment, Lu shouted fiercely, "You idiot. Do you really think you can block my attack with just one hand?" She was not wrong. After getting injured, a prolonged battle like this was not in his favor. Luckily, considering the compatibility of their powers, he always had the upper hand. He still had a chance, and he was going to put everything he had into that opportunity. As Louis' icy mist kept crashing down on him, but Hakjun poured all his remaining strength into his other arm. He shouted, "Take this. You cold-hearted bitch. I will make you pay." No sooner had he spoken than he swung his fist toward her. Her body was pierced, engulfed in flames, but Hakjun did not feel joy. His face was twisted in shock. Right in front of him was ice, not her actual form. Louis' chilling laughter echoed, as if he finally realized it. But it was too late. As she finished her sentence, she touched his back, causing his body to begin freezing. Hakjun's face immediately soured. She had tricked him. Gritting his teeth, he suspiciously asked, "Just tell me one thing. Even though we hate each other, are not we in the green dungeon together? Do you really think your guild can single-handedly break this dungeon?" Hearing this, Louis smirked. "Why are you so naive? Their goal is to ensure this raid fails." As soon as he heard this, disbelief flooded Hakjun's eyes. He never imagined that this was their true purpose. Hakjun glared at her, his voice icy with accusation. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you even realize what you are saying? This is the green dungeon. If they fail and it erupts, do you have any idea what happens? Right now, there are no S-class awakened ones in the US. And with no information about the green dungeon, awakened ones from other countries will be slow to assist. If a dungeon outbreak occurs, the worst-case scenario is total chaos across the US." He said if she wanted the loot, he would give her everything, so she should reconsider. Upon hearing this, Lou could not help but clap in appreciation. "Hakjun, you are really something. That was a great explanation. I can picture all those scenarios vividly." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled down her shirt to reveal a tattoo on her shoulder. Hakjun recognized it as the symbol of the Chaos Guild. With a soft chuckle, Lou raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you think? Isn't it interesting? I wonder how many people will die." The look of horror on his face genuinely amused her. How can Hakjun not be panicking? What does she think a life is? She is not human. She is a monster. Only a monster could think like that. At that moment, Louis spoke up. "All right. I have thought it over. She will give him a pass and not kill him just yet. She wants to see the look of despair on his face." Meanwhile, Su Haien was rushing back, needing to put a stop to this. On the battlefield, Lu was still waiting, not intervening in the ongoing fight at this point. The Star Guild had nearly taken down everyone here. Only a few were still struggling to resist. There was also Hakjun, fighting alongside those guys. Lu approached someone and suspiciously asked, "Wait, where's the boss?" The other shook their head, saying, "I do not know. We have not seen him." Lu squinted up at the sky and shouted, "Boss, everything's about to end. Come out already." But after a long pause, there was still no response. She helplessly rubbed her temples, thinking, this guy. Seriously, following him was fun, but his secretive identity was a real hassle. If anything happened and the Chaos Guild became a target, they would definitely hunt her and the Star Guild down first. There is no guarantee he won't ditch her. So she was contemplating whether to leave after the mission. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching and thought it was Mark, saying, "You are later than I expected." She even asked if Su Haien was pretty strong, but the voice that responded startled her. "Sorry. It was Su Haien, who scanned the area inside. I tried my best, but it seemed like it was already too late." This place had turned into a disaster thanks to the Star Guild. The moment she realized the newcomer was not Mark, Louis instantly conjured a layer of frost. She was shocked that Su Haien managed to take down Mark. She had acknowledged Mark's strength. Su Haien's displayed magic was so overpowering that everything around him felt like it was about to explode. Seeing this, Lu could not help but bite her lip. She immediately shouted, "All of you, including the others, take down Kim Su Haien first." As soon as she said that, the Star Guild members changed direction, preparing to attack Su Haien. And Jun, seeing the move, commanded, "Who said you could leave?" The Star Guild members were held back by Jun. With no other option, Louis had to take on Su Haien herself, unleashing a relentless barrage of ice attacks against him in the blink of an eye. One of his hands was frozen, but it did not hold him back for long. He swiftly sliced through them with a single strike. Watching this unfold, Louis fiercely bit her lip and conjured another wave of ice. Yet ultimately, Su Haien easily surpassed it. Lu frowned slightly, wondering what her boss was doing. She could not defeat him alone. As much as she hated to admit it, he was just too strong. She did not understand why the boss still had not shown up. Was he waiting for the right moment? If so, she would create an opportunity for him. With that thought, she waved her hand, and a series of ice layers connected, forming a massive ice block. Squinting at you, Louis smugly says, "I admit you are strong, but this golem is not going down as easily as that barrier did." But just as she finishes her sentence, the giant ice creature has its arms severed, and Su Haien scoffs, "Is that all you have got?" With that, he quickly charges at her. But at that moment, a layer of frost suddenly appears. Soon after, Su Haien finds himself trapped by that icy grip. He is a bit taken aback, not expecting her to pull that off. Seeing his reaction, Louis becomes even more smug. "Do you really think I am dumb enough to fight a monster like you alone?" Su Haien ignores her and slashes to sever one of the golem's arms. But in the end, he gets caught by its other arm. Sensing the moment has come, Louis immediately shouts, "Boss, act now." But this place has fallen into an eerie silence, with no one answering her at all. Looking for Jun Feng. Of course. He is at the Star Guild headquarters right now. He is casually leaning against the window, enjoying the view. He is in a great mood too, not getting a response. Lu does not give up. She keeps shouting, "Boss, come out and take him down. I have set the stage for you." Su Haien is strong, but it is clear the two of them could take him down. This is the perfect opportunity to strike. Yet he has gone Maya. But after a long wait, she still does not see the one she has been waiting for. Finally unable to hold back, she coughs. Looking at her bloodied arm, she can't help but feel a surge of panic. At this point, she realizes she has been abandoned by Jun Feng. Su Haien, now trapped by the icy grip, watches her fall into despair. Feeling a bit confused, after pondering for a while, he finally makes his move. With a slight effort, he shatters the entire layer of ice. Just as he thought, Jun Feng is not here. While everything is happening in the Green Dungeon, Jun Feng is currently at the Exe Guild headquarters. In the room, there is another man present. He hesitantly asks, "Boss, why are not you executing the plan? Why did you come back here?" Upon hearing this, Jun Feng furrows his brows, lost in thought. Back when Jordan and Louis were fighting, he had disguised himself to appear. He is intently watching Jock Dan. For someone as renowned as Jock Dan, this is not a tall order. Killing him would not be any fun. But just when it seemed everything was wrapping up, he was ready to leave in victory. Then Su Haien's appearance shattered his triumph. His first impression of him was that he was stronger than Jock Dan, but quickly, he was left wide-eyed in shock, surrounded by an overwhelming power. He had an instinct that something was very wrong. Ultimately, he decided it was not worth the risk. He slipped away before anyone even noticed he was there. Back to reality. After shaking off his thoughts, He shook his head and said, I do not know. The other person raised an eyebrow at this, completely clueless about what he was thinking and what should he do now. Just then, someone burst in from outside, shouting, We are in trouble. The man turned to him and asked, What is the problem? The newcomer replied seriously about the terrorists targeting countries outside of America. The associations in those nations had already captured them. Instantly, Jun Feng's expression darkened. Even the man could not believe it and exclaimed, What? Are you saying the associations know about our plan? At that moment, Jun Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Now I get it. They know everything. The man looked at him suspiciously and asked, Boss, is now really the time to be laughing? This was not part of the plan. Now is not the time to remain calm. Jun Feng stood up without a hint of worry. I have made my decision. The man was increasingly confused. What are you rambling on about? But before he could finish, Jun Feng swiftly finished him off. He then slowly walked towards the door, taking out the last one as well. Once he was done, he coldly stated, Forming a chaotic guild could be fun. But because of you guys, my identity has been exposed. So I have to lay low. Because he still wanted to be an actor. Inside the green dungeon, the group was trying to wake Jordan up. After a while, Jordan finally came to, groggy as he asked, Where are? But quickly, he regained his composure. Panicking, what about Loey? How did the purge go? The person in front hurriedly assured him to calm down. Everything had been resolved. This revelation caught Jordan off guard. And then he realized that Loey's crew had been captured. Confused, he asked, What the hell? We clearly lost. The other person hurriedly explained. Su Haien showed up and saved everyone. Without him, we would have been toast. Meanwhile, Su Haien was trying to calm Hakjun down. Listen to me. As soon as we entered the dungeon, a suspicious guy jumped out at us. If I had stopped to talk, he would have bolted. I had no choice. Hakjun snorted in frustration, saying, Some of us blindly followed you, and you left us here. It feels like we have been betrayed. Su Haien could sense his anger and was genuinely at a loss for words. Just then, someone called out to him. When he turned around, he saw Jordan approaching with a group. Su Haien asked him how he was feeling. Jordan narrowed his eyes, clearly aware of the chaos the guild had planned, but that did not matter. His arrogance had led to this mess. Noticing Jordan's silence, Su Haien felt a bit suspicious. Why was the tension in the air so thick all of a sudden? Finally, he broke the silence, asking, Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just spit it out. After a long pause, Jordan finally spoke up. I have a lot to say. But I think I should start with this. You saved them. And not just that, if it were not for you, everyone in America would be dead by now. They want to express their gratitude to the hero who saved the country. With that, Jordan bowed his head respectfully, saying, Thank you for saving us. For saving all of America. Su Haien raised an eyebrow at this. Given his position and authority, it was not easy to set aside his pride like this. To be honest, Jordan was pretty amazing. Su Haien awkwardly laughed and replied, Thanks. But I feel a bit embarrassed. Let us just keep searching. But at that moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, Su Hain's face went pale, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Figure dripping with malice emerged from the forest. Throwing something towards the group, Su Haien quickly summoned the Holy Fire Phoenix, saying in a low voice, Sorry, but I have not saved America yet. With that, he grabbed its leg and soared into the air. To be precise, he was saving it right now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Holy Fire Phoenix let out a roar, blocking whatever was flying toward them. With a thunderous boom, an explosion rocked the area. The people behind him immediately asked in confusion what was happening. Su Haien calmly replied, I told you. Did not. You should be worried about the monsters coming back to life. The Chaos Guild 1T just sit back and relax. But more importantly, this green dungeon is pretty dangerous. No sooner had he finished speaking than a horde of monsters burst forth, ready to wreak havoc. Su Haien charged in with his sword, taking down one of the beasts with a single strike. The others were not idle either. They quickly grabbed their weapons to fight back, but the monsters kept pressing forward, causing panic among the group. Su Haien urged them to stay calm, saying, The monsters in this dense dungeon have the advantage in numbers. Jordan took a couple of steps forward and leaned against Su Haien. Su Haien spoke steadily. Right now, we need to sweep them out. The moment the words left his mouth, a blazing blue flame ignited. Jordan was not just sitting around either. He summoned fire magic right in his palm. Instantly, both of them charged toward the horde of monsters. Watching this, Hakjun could not help but feel moved. What a sight. Jordan quickly reminded everyone to brace themselves, saying, We can take care of those monsters. With those words, they all stood up straight, ready to face the beasts. Meanwhile, a shadow lurked nearby, muttering to itself, In this place, they are really weak. Just as he finished speaking, another wave of monsters approached. Jordan shouted, ordering everyone, The monsters are back. Wipe them out. No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself forward, flames trailing like a rocket. But a strange turn of events happened. He saw the monsters glide right past them. Jotun's expression darkened in an instant as he shouted, "They are targeting the injured. Stop them." Just as he said, the monsters charged straight for those who could not fight back. Horrifying screams echoed around. On the other side, a heavily injured person sat there, powerless, waiting silently for death. But at that moment, a swift figure rushed in. Su Haien ruthlessly swung his sword, slicing through the monsters. He narrowed his eyes at them, pure killing intent gleaming in his gaze. The shadow now recognized the danger he posed. He immediately ordered, "Lock him down." He commanded the monsters to kill him on the spot. As his words hung in the air, the monsters seemed to gain a surge of adrenaline, charging wildly at Su Haien. Surprised by their sudden change, he quickly regained his composure, and without hesitation, he struck back. But at that moment, they suddenly exploded. Once the dust settled, there he stood, proudly alone. He brushed the dust off himself, frowning in thought. He could withstand the attack thanks to Kraken's defense. But if this keeps up, things won't end well. Just then, Hakjun rushed over, worried, asking, "Su Haien, are you okay? Why did those monsters explode?" Shaking his head slightly, Su Haien replied calmly, "That must be the boss's ability." Jordan stared at him in shock. "You know about the boss?" "Of course I do," he said. "It is an old monster spirit, a boss that manipulates animals. It is highly intelligent, skilled in magic, and has a ton of hard-to-deal-with abilities. To be honest, the current situation did not look good at all. They needed to protect the injured while also keeping an eye out for the Chaos Guild members. Not to mention constantly battling these monsters." After a moment of thought, Su Haien spoke up, "I will handle the boss. Once I take it down, these Lola monsters will scatter. We just need to hold out until then." With that, he tried to move on. But before he got far, Jordan pulled him back. He asked seriously, "Don't you have anything to say? If the boss can really control the monsters like you say, it will definitely focus its forces on you before you even get close. No matter how strong you are, killing it won't be easy." Su Haien shot him a side eye, then pressed, "Jordan, you call me a hero, right?" He had always dreaded that title. It felt like nothing but a burden to him. But when Han and the others called him that, he felt a bit happy. With that, Su Haien smiled at Han and said, "So it is time for you to become a true hero." Hearing this, Jordan could only sigh helplessly. "I guess I can't say anything more. But I won't be able to hold them off for long." Su Haien did not pay much attention. Scoffing as he walked away, Jordan watched as he walked away, feeling a bit embarrassed for some reason, thinking Han was the hero of America. But it seems the hero is someone else now. Meanwhile, Su Haien dashed straight ahead, charging into the monster's lair. He muttered to himself, "It is your turn now." And as soon as he finished, Mai appeared. Instantly, he received the blessing of the divine dragon, boosting his speed, strength, and magical power. Without hesitation, Su Haien swung his sword, and a flurry of sword energy began dancing in the air. In the blink of an eye, a horde of monsters had already fallen to his blade. The giant spirit watched this scene, momentarily speechless. But soon, Han regained his composure, and waves of sound began to ripple through the air. In an instant, the sound waves spread throughout the forest. Jordan and the others outside heard the deafening cries and immediately went on high alert. A swarm of monsters surged from deep in the forest, and over here, Su Haien charged into the battlefield like a raging beast. Every swing of his sword led to the demise of another monster. Time passed, and Su Haien continued his relentless slaughter. At this point, he had just slain the monster in front of him. He moved like a spirit, gracefully dancing through the air, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. After taking down that monster, he landed on a nearby branch, taking a deep breath. He whispered, "Halfway done." Right. He thought there were just a few left to attack him. But it seemed there were about 200-300 of them. And he would absorb too much power if he killed them all. He was considering how to distract them instead. With that thought, he quickly used his clones. Thankfully, he had bought this beforehand. In the blink of an eye, many copies of Su Haien appeared in the area. Immediately, his clones charged at the monsters. Seeing this, the giant spirit's eyes widened in shock. As the numbers increased, he was quite pleased to see 4 of them. This meant he would be praised 4 times over for each one. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Meanwhile, the giant spirit grew even more confused. Among those rushing forward, which one is the real one? He could not tell. So he decided to hunt them all down. Meanwhile, the real Su Haien was racing forward when he suddenly found himself surrounded. He could not help but click his tongue. Do I really have to trick all of them? But there was no other way. He quickly ordered Maya to attack. Hearing this, Maya immediately unleashed a stream of fire. In just a moment, the blazing flames tore through the air, targeting the monsters. Watching them go up in flames, Su Haien nodded in satisfaction. Great job. At that moment, the former Beastmaster sensed his presence. Without hesitation, he commanded the monsters to charge. Just then, a bolt of blue energy shot toward him. He quickly ducked behind a massive tree, and in that instant, the energy blast slammed into the trunk from a distance. Su Haien observed the scene, his expression turning serious. It seemed he was not going to let Su Haien escape easily, with no other choice. He had to face the monsters surrounding him first. However, their ferocity made things quite tough for him. Under the command of the former Beastmaster, the horde of monsters charged at him, wild and relentless. In an instant, they exploded, filling the area with a thick cloud of dust. Su Haien, caught in the haze, could not help but cough twice. Looking at the worn-out weapon in his hand, Su Haien reluctantly stowed it away, saving the rest for later. Then, he slowly pressed forward. Right in front of him was a frenzied horde of monsters controlled by the former Beastmaster. He shouted coldly, "Let us see who is the hunter and who is the prey." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Out of 7 difficulty levels, the green dungeon was rated at a level 5, based on the dungeon's characteristics and difficulty ratings. This green dungeon was one of the toughest. In the previous run, a massive explosion occurred due to a failed conquest mission. They could only conquer the dungeon by gathering high-level awakeners from around the world. While Su Haien was deep in thought, something terrifying happened. He felt a monster sink its teeth into his neck, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Biting his lip, he inwardly cursed. Damn it. I got careless. At the same time, the former Beastmaster unleashed a spell. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion erupted. It was safe to say that his chances of conquering this dungeon alone were practically zero. The former Beastmaster slowly advanced toward the spot where Su Haien lay unconscious on the ground, but he still refused to give up. In his last life, he fought tooth and nail, yet even back then, with all that power, he could not protect anything. Even after the explosion in the green dungeon during his last life, he still failed to save anyone. That made him question whether he was even capable of protecting himself. Why was he called a hero? From a certain perspective, just looking at the despair of people whose names he did not even know was enough to crush him. Even when people were dying right in front of him, he felt nothing. All that remained was the responsibility to save the world. Those vague thoughts lingered in his mind. Kim Sung-in could never become a hero. However, with this awakening, thinking of everyone he has met, he believes Kim Soo-hoon will be different. With the strength he has now, the pale yellow energy is now constantly surrounding him as he manages to stand up. And he is certain this time he will become a hero. Seeing the scene, the former Monster Master's eyes widened in disbelief. He can't believe it. Mumbling, "You came back." Soo-hoon has now regained his strength. He furrows his brow and looks at him with a challenge. "You called me your little mouse earlier, but now you want me to come back." As soon as he finishes his sentence, Soo-hoon throws a punch at him. He quickly steps back to dodge, but still gets hit. With a light huff, Soo-hoon coldly states, "Your little trip is over. Now it is your turn to take action." In this moment, the former Monster Master is filled with fear. Covering his broken face with one hand, he then angrily shouts, "Protect me." Instantly, the sound waves reverberate through the forest, but what surprises him happens next. He sits there, speechless, because at this moment, the battlefield on the other side is a bloody disaster. Monster corpses are scattered everywhere. Flames in Chalk Dan's hands blaze continuously. Their team has successfully cleared the monsters holding them back, so no monsters are left to support the former Monster Master. Dan smirks confidently. "Don't you underestimate us." Over here, Su Haien slowly approaches the former Monster Master, coldly stating, "It seems there are no more monsters to protect you. I do not want to die." He yells loudly, then starts to use magic, but before he could do anything, his hands are pinned to the ground by Su Haien. The blink of an eye, his movements freeze, his face filled with terror. Su Haien furrows his brow and speaks. "You might feel the same way." As soon as he finishes speaking, he lunges with his sword, piercing straight through him. He thinks this is his chance to correct his mistakes. Both his sword and his mind feel lighter than ever. He is very grateful to the original host. Thanks to him, he could find his path. He has killed the boss of the Green Dungeon, stopping the disaster it caused in his previous life. He will never forget the opportunity the original host gave him. Outside, a group of people stands on the rooftop of a building. A young man suspiciously asks, "Didn't we just say that the base of the Chaos Guild is right there? Why are not we attacking?" Their enemies are clearly right in front of them. The woman standing in the middle is Ji Seon, and she is currently lost in thought. Remembering earlier, Su Haien had called her out to talk because they would split up. He would raid the dungeon, while Ji Seon would attack the guild. But upon hearing this, Ji Seon smirks sarcastically. She grabs his collar and angrily questions, "After hearing what I said, you still dare to suggest something like that?" She warns him. She will kill Jun Feng, and anyone who gets in her way won't be spared, even if it is him. After saying that, she finally let go of him, and Su Haien matter-of-factly stated, I know you are strong, but you can't defeat Junfeng on your own. He is a first-generation awakened being, which means he has been building up his power for a long time. If he shows up at the Chaotic Guild, there is a good chance you and the Death Guild will lose. With that, he shot her a meaningful glance. After a moment, he continued, I do not want you to lose something even more precious just for revenge. Breaking free from the memory, Jae-sun could not help but sigh. Her life did not really matter that much, but since Su Haien had said that, she did not want her followers to die either. Seeing her hesitate, the people behind her started to get anxious, and someone could not hold back any longer. Hey, Jin, say something to her, they urged. But Seo Jin just shook his head in refusal. Come on. She must have her reasons. Just then, the building across from them suddenly exploded, sending Jae-seon's group into a panic. What in the world was happening? Was it an ambush? How could anyone else know that our guild was the Chaotic Guild? The one causing this chaos was Junfeng. He was out to silence the guild members, to ensure safety. He even turned on his own people. That person kept begging him, assuring that he would not reveal his identity. Over here, Jae-sun had caught sight of Junfeng's figure. Instantly, her eyes were filled with hatred. Junfeng sat across from the man, smirking as he said, How can I trust you? Plus, if he let that guy live, would not it be unfair to the ones who had already died? As soon as he finished his thought, he struck to take that man's life. Right after, he clicked his tongue in resignation, saying, It is a pity, but as of today, the Chaotic Guild has been disbanded. No one's gonna protest. Right. After all, how can the dead oppose me? At that moment, a voice filled with rage suddenly echoed. Damn you. Junfeng. He jumped, turning to look, but before he could react, a cold light flashed before him. Ji Xian charged at him with her sharp blade. He was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Reaching out to block her attack, he pushed her away forcefully and then asked, Who are you? Jae-xian did not have time to answer. She was flung far away, narrowing her eyes at him. Her tone dripped with hatred. I have been waiting for this day. Junfeng looked puzzled. He did not understand what she was talking about. Jae-xian gritted her teeth, declaring, I will kill you no matter the cost. He stared at her in confusion for a long time, ultimately failing to remember who she was. Inside the green dungeon, after killing the former monster summoner, Su Haien dug out his heart, retrieving a blue gem, holding it in his hand. He could not help but marvel. Who would have guessed? This guy was hiding something like this. If I give this to Elder Dihao, he will love it. But then, Mia suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, Su Haien panicked, shouting, You can eat that. Moments later, Jock Dan and his group arrived at Su Haien's location. Seeing the scene before them, their faces went pale. He actually took down those monsters, and right now, he was even joking around with his pet. After waiting to regain his composure, Hakjun finally spoke up. Su Haien, we are here, he said with a smile as he looked at them. Great job. Hakjun, and you too? Jock Dan. Jock Dan nodded slightly and replied, I never thought you could really catch the mastermind here. Su Haien chuckled nonchalantly. What I did is not surprising. Right. After all, we need to find a way out. Just then, Hakjun suddenly interjected. We found it. Su Haien looked at him with suspicion. Jock Dan slowly explained. While chasing after those monsters that suddenly scattered, we managed to locate your position and the exit. That is also why it took us a bit of time to get here. Su Haien immediately suggested. Let us move quickly. We need to get this trash back to the association. Jock Dan agreed. If possible, let us just kill these bastards. But we need to bring them back for questioning. And then he glanced at Jock Dan, making him a bit suspicious. With a slight chuckle, he asked, Could you cover the medical fees for the association for me? Robert's going to be furious about this. But that is a problem for after we leave this green dungeon. Without hesitation, Jock Dan agreed. I will also give you my share of the credit. After all, saying you handled this dungeon by yourself is not an exaggeration. However, Su Haien seemed reluctant and hesitantly asked. Instead, can I ask you for a favor? Jock Dan asked suspiciously. A favor? He nodded without hesitation. Admitting it, there is still one more person who needs help. Outside, Jizun was still battling Junfeng. Junfeng retaliated casually, sneering. What kind of assassin can even hide their own emotions? At that moment, Jizun's face was filled with hatred as she swung her sword at him. He let out a small huff, coldly saying, Anyway, the way you immediately came here to attack, and the intensity of your emotions. Do you know who I am? Jizun did not answer. Continuing to charge at him with her knife, Junfeng raised his hand to block, clicking his tongue in frustration. What a bothersome skill. Not only can you move swiftly in the dark, But your strength increases rapidly too. In this situation, the only thing that made him feel at ease was her state of anger, which made it easier for him to predict her actions. He suddenly smirked and thought, should I toy with her a little? Just then, he casually remarked, his demeanor relaxed. You seem to really hate me. Ah. If not, I should at least know who you are. But Jizun was solely focused on killing him. He remarked, don't he do that? Who knows? I might actually remember who you are from your reaction. As he finished speaking, he transformed into a different face and then asked, what do you think? Is this the face you have seen before? Jizun bit her lip in anger, cursing. You bastard. He was clearly playing with her until she was dead, was not he? Junfeng chuckled at her reaction. Isn't he that so? How about this? Another face appears. Jizun did not react and continued her assault, realizing she had guessed wrong again. Furrowing her brow in thought. This is not it either. So how about this one? He continued to change his face. And at that moment, Jizun's body froze. Before her stood the face etched deep in her painful memories. And Junfei coldly smirked. Well, here we go. In that instant, Jizun radiated intense killing intent. Nearly screaming, Junfei, I will kill you. But he remained calm, thinking to himself, this face has done too many things that I can't even remember. He raised an eyebrow at her, smirking. Do you really want to kill me? You do not even realize your skill training time is almost up. As soon as he finished speaking, Jizun's body tensed. But this time, he punched her in the stomach. Yet in that very moment, Jizun managed to brace herself. With a slight chuckle, Junfei said coldly, now that I look closely at your face, I remember. As he said this, he suddenly burst into laughter, making Jizun look at him in confusion. But soon after, her eyes began to well up with tears. In her gait, she saw the figure she longs for, and he had morphed into a nightmare. Jizun's body instantly went limp, shaking uncontrollably. Seeing this reaction, Junfei felt even more triumphant. Thinking, looks like I hit the nail on the head. Understanding Jizun's mindset, he became even more relaxed. This guy is pretty messed up, if I am not mistaken. If I recall correctly, there were 3 more guys with him. And you were knocked out then. Then he transformed again, causing Jizun's tears to flow even more. Right in front of her was his pathetic form, and he feigned concern, saying, get up, please. The next person was Yu Sik, and of course, the last was Haien Jun. Jizun's emotions plummeted into the abyss, and she kept pleading, stop it. They were not people who deserved to be mocked by a scumbag like Junfei. At this point, her hand gripping the knife was nearly trembling. But how could Junfei let her off the hook? He coldly replied, now this is the highlight. Immediately after, he transformed into Ki-hoon's appearance. He was sobbing, reenacting the scene from that day. Ki-hoon had begged him to spare Jizun. Then he laughed mockingly. He was truly pathetic. You should be seeing Ki-hoon's face when he killed Taker. The more he spoke, the more Jizun's expression darkened. The more she suffered, the more Junfei reveled in it, throwing his head back in laughter. Look at that face. I love it. And that is why I can to stop acting. He had to kill her since she knew his true identity. But Su Haien probably knew him too. So he suggested, why do not you join me in taking out Su Haien? Once he is dead, we can form a new gang. She looked at him, and he smiled, encouraging her, join my gang, and you will see your loved one, and you won't die. Okay. Junfei had overlooked one thing, Jizun could act too. While he was talking, she silently pulled a dagger from her space. She was waiting for him to come closer. Just as she thought, he leaned in towards her. Seeing the opportunity, her eyes lit up without a moment's hesitation. She fiercely lunged at him. Her action startled Junfei. She kept her emotions in check. Even when she was boiling with rage, she pretended to execute her plan. But she overlooked one crucial thing. Just before she plunged the knife into his neck, she hesitated. Memories, recollections, and her past, they all weighed heavily on her. The knife was just a millimeter from Junfei's throat, yet it did not fall. This gave him the chance to counterattack. You are being denied again. Ah. He growled. Furious, he struck at Jizun, inflicting serious wounds on her. Just like that, he sent her flying. Meanwhile, outside the Chaos headquarters, smoke and flames billowed up, catching the attention of passersby who began speculating about who was responsible. Jizun's people blended into the crowd, and someone innocently asked, aren't we supposed to be with Jizun? Ozgin shook his head, saying, she will manage just fine. At that moment, a voice called out from behind them, evacuate the civilians first. Ozgin was slightly taken aback. Jordan Roger, what are you doing here? Before he could finish his question, Jordan interjected, Su Haien sent us here. He told us to team up with you and evacuate the civilians in this building. Ozgin furrowed his brow and asked, But why do not I see him anywhere? Jordan replied. Slightly startled. He probably had something urgent to handle and went inside first. On the rooftop, Jun Feng was pinning Gizyan down and coldly remarked. You are quite the fighter. You are the first to last this long against me, but what a waste of time. So let us end this here. Just as he spoke, he prepared to deliver the final blow to Gizyan. But at that critical moment, Su Haien appeared from a distance, intercepting his attack with a loud explosion. The rooftop erupted. Su Haien managed to save Gizyan in the nick of time, gently placing her on the ground. He whispered, I will keep my promise. Do not worry. Once the dust settled, Jun Feng emerged from the rubble. Sneering, so you are Su Haien. You reveal yourself to me. I have so many questions for you. With a cold huff, Su Haien replied, Is that? Well, I have plenty of questions for you too. Do you enjoy what you do, pretending to be someone else to deceive others, masquerading as their loved ones to humiliate them, treating them with contempt, and killing just to satisfy your whims? His words made Jun Feng pause, unsure how to react, but Su Haien pressed on. Are you happy? After a moment, Jun Feng finally regained his composure and casually remarked. I wonder if you are talking about the excitement that fades with time. Yet the best part is, he never gets bored. I can give you excitement too, Su Haien said coldly. Then drew his sword to attack. Jun Feng glared at him, hastily activating his skills. But it was too late. Su Haien had already slashed forward. Glancing at him, Su Haien calmly stated, The thrill I offer you will be far more enjoyable than your little games. At that moment, Jun Feng realized a large wound had appeared on his waist, fresh blood beginning to pour out like rain. He quickly dropped to the ground, clutching his wound with one hand, narrowing his eyes at Su Haien. His face was now twisted in anger. Right after that, he began to transform. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were ripped apart by his changing body. When he looked back again, he had turned into a massive dragon. He roared fiercely as he charged forward, ready to tear people apart. That is the power of a dragon human, a skill that turns one into a dragon. It is considered one of the strongest abilities in the history of awakening. But Su Haien was not fazed. He stood there calmly, smirking. That must be why he was so arrogant. Even then, he only got it by sheer luck. Just as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, and Jun Feng hurriedly dodged out of the way. He then attacked Su Haien with his claws, but Su Haien managed to evade just in time, and in that moment, released the holy fire phoenix. Jun Feng saw this and gasped. Do you really think you can use fire in front of me? Then, he swallowed the flames whole. Squinting at him, Su Haien raised an eyebrow and asked. Not hot. He heard this and scoffed in contempt. I will show you what real heat is. Watch closely. This is dragon fire. He then spat a flame towards Su Haien. Calmly, he called out for Mira. Show him what real fire looks like. Mira quickly appeared and took a deep breath. Instantly, a flame even more brilliant than his surged forward. The two flames clashed together and then exploded. Seeing this, Jun Feng could not believe his eyes. No way. That tiny dragon can blow my flames away. His shocked gaze made Mira hide behind Su Haien. Muttering, Jun says he is going to roast me. With a soft chuckle, Su Haien quickly reassured her. It is. You can go out. Mira nodded gently, then retreated into her space, blessing him as she went. He nodded in satisfaction. Mira always did as she pleased. At this moment, Jun Feng suddenly charged from afar, shouting, You should not ignore me like that. However, Su Haien just smirked, clicking his tongue. I do not think so. Right after that, he swung his sword at Jun Feng's claws, blood gushing out. This made his claws falter mid-air. His gigantic body began to sway, and he stumbled to the ground. At this moment, disbelief filled his eyes. Was he, in the state of a dragon human, losing to Su Haien? Was the discomfort he felt earlier true fear? Thinking this, he immediately sneered, then threw his head back and shouted, Don't make me laugh. The dragon human is at its strongest. At that moment, Su Haien coldly replied, Let me tell you something. The reason I let you go despite knowing who you are is that I can surpass the Tower of Trials anytime. This means I can take you out. Just you wait. As he finished speaking, his body surged forward toward Jun Feng, his sword flowing like waves. Gliding past him, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body now covered in wounds. At the same time, the commotion over here caught the attention of Jordan and his crew. Jordan squinted as he looked over, mumbling in disbelief. What on earth is happening over there? The building is collapsing. Just as they said, the whole place is engulfed in flames. And it looks like something is slicing through it, causing it to cave in. Jordan quickly ordered everyone to evacuate. On the rooftop, Dun Feng had returned to a normal state. Though he was weakly lying on the ground, he mumbled to himself. Why would you do this to me? Do you have a grudge against me too? With a light scoff, Su Haien replied coolly. I just do not like you. At this moment, Jaxian had also regained consciousness behind him. Hearing the noise, he quickly turned around, smiling as he said, I think the final preparations are complete. Sun slowly stood up and walked over to Dun Feng. Upon seeing her, his eyes widened in disbelief. Then he heard Su Haien's icy voice. I really want to kill you myself. But unfortunately, I made a promise. After that, he looked at Sun and said, Good luck. I won't lift a finger from now on. Hearing this, Dun Feng suddenly burst into laughter. What is wrong with you? Su Haien narrowed his eyes at him and said, If you defeat Sun, I won't do anything, even if you run away. But if he tries to escape now, well, you know what will happen. Dun Feng smirked. Then, he stood up, potting as he said, Do not change your mind. Okay. I thought this was the end. He chuckled smugly, then began to transform. His face morphed into that of Kai Hun, and he grinned, saying, he was right. Saving her was a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged fiercely towards Sun. He was sure this foolish girl would not dare to strike at this familiar face, but he miscalculated. This time, Sun was ready to fight back. A wound appeared on him, and he could not believe it. She actually attacked without hesitation. At that moment, Sun's cold voice rang out. You have no idea how long I have waited for this day. A hesitant fight has been more than enough. I think you are misunderstanding something, Dun Feng said as he gripped her wrist tightly. Scoffing, I can hit you the usual way too. Then he threw a punch at her. In the blink of an eye, an invisible shockwave erupted. As if something had collided, it was Jian. She managed to block his punch. Seizing the opportunity, she kicked at him. The two quickly fell into a stalemate. And meanwhile, outside the fight, Mai leaped out from the shadows, observing the battle for a while before commenting. So Dun Feng has the upper hand in abilities. She was not wrong. Sun's skills could not compare to Dun Feng's. Before long, she found herself on the defensive. Mai frowned at the scene, feeling a bit worried. But at that moment, a faint purple energy suddenly appeared. It quickly surrounded Sun, leaving Dun Feng in shock. While he was stunned, a figure flashed past him, causing a violent disturbance in the air. By the time he reacted, a long cut appeared on his face. A fresh blood began to ooze out, and he glared angrily at Su Haien. Knowing what he was thinking, Su Haien rolled his eyes and said, Do not get it twisted. That was not me. But did he really have time to outsmart them? Thanks to your warning. Dun Feng suddenly realized that Sun was charging at him again, and he quickly bowed his head to dodge. He took the chance to escape, backing away to create some distance from her. But he was too late. In that moment, Sun's speed was like lightning, and she closed the gap in the blink of an eye. Her knife came down hard, slicing into his body. Sun's eyes were filled with determination. She was going to get this done. She fiercely attacked Dun Feng, hell-bent on taking him down today. She lunged forward with incredible force, forcing him to retreat over and over. But her knife never paused for a second. She relentlessly drove the blade into him, again and again. Gritting his teeth, Dun Feng desperately tried to defend himself. But Sun's strength was overwhelming. The blade was almost touching him, and panic surged through him. Wait! What? Unfortunately for him, Sun was filled with so much rage that she wanted to chop him into 100 pieces. No way she was giving him a chance. For her teammates. For those who had brought her light. For the man who made her feel warmth. Pulling her from solitude, she had to kill him. At this moment, Dun Feng was engulfed in fear. He yelled at her to stop, but the blade kept coming down, slicing into his palm. He was panicking now, shouting in anger. I said stop, you crazy girl. But how could Sun hear him? She kept chopping down, the cuts getting deeper, her blade soaking his body in fresh blood. After this brutal fight, the rooftop was practically in ruins. Sun stood amidst the smoke, where she had pushed her enemy into. Her face finally relaxed. She had avenged her deeply held grudge. She sighed in relief and dropped to the ground. On this side, Su Haien spotted something fallen on the ground. It was a necklace, likely belonging to Sun. He picked it up and brought it to her, praising, You did great. He stood there, waiting for her reaction. Sun stared intently at the necklace in his hand. After a long pause, tears began to fall from her eyes. Finally, she could not hold back any longer and clutched the necklace, crying out loud. Seeing this, Su Haien let out a deep sigh. He figured it was best to give her some space, so he stepped back. But after just a few steps, his body swayed, almost toppling over. He was just too exhausted. Then, everything got wrapped up quickly, thanks to Jordan and the Death Guild. The truth about the Chaos Guild was finally exposed. Luai and the other guild members were apprehended right in the green room and handed over to the U.S. Association for processing. There were still reports of businesses collaborating with the Chaos Guild, so those involved were under investigation. But the scale of the situation was larger than expected, and the investigators were struggling due to a lack of information. Major news networks reported that Dun Feng was the leader of the Chaos Guild. Louis confessed to all of Dun Feng's crimes, causing a massive shock, and his misdeeds quickly came to light, outraging the entire world. Meanwhile, this news caught the attention of Su Haien's group. After the report wrapped up, a chorus of angry shouts erupted. Juho was the first to speak up. Damn. He really is not human. Yan-san chimed in. How could one person do something like this? At that moment, Hakjun glanced over at Su Haien lying in the hospital bed and said in a serious tone. And even when we were in the bunker, Su Haien knew everything. Right, Juho nodded slightly. Maybe so. This kid said if anything happened, we should let him know, but he always takes everything on himself. With that, he let out a helpless sigh, and Hakjun felt the atmosphere getting heavy. He needed to do something. Just then, he spotted a pen nearby. After hesitating for a long time, he finally picked up the pen and started drawing on Su Haien's face. Seeing this, Ayan-san gasped and shouted. And Hakjun, what are you doing? He just kept drawing on Su Haien's face, making Ayan-san furious as he swatted at him. He did not care, continuing to draw while grumbling. This is so annoying. He won't tell us anything. Right, Juho. Juho was startled when his name was called. Shortly after, he joined in on the doodling, which made Ayan-san even angrier, yelling, You too, Juho. Stop it. But Juho was having way too much fun. Laughing loudly. No matter how good he was, he could not stop us from drawing on his face. Finally, Ayan-san could not hold back anymore and gave both of them a light smack on the head, causing them to bow their heads in apology. But Juho was still dissatisfied. He always wanted to shoulder too much himself. Well, whatever. I am done with this. Let us go eat. Soon. The room was left with only Su Haien lying on the hospital bed, his face covered in doodles. A moment later, a dark aura suddenly appeared in the hospital room. Not long after, Izion arrived as well. She looked at Su Haien, mumbling something incomprehensible. Is that you? She asked this because earlier, when everything ended, Izion's guild received an anonymous letter. After reading it, she was shocked to find it was a list of the remaining members of the Chaos Guild. She sighed as she looked at him, whispering, Did you do this so we could take our revenge ourselves? Because even if the American Association catches them, the worst they will get is a jail sentence. She did not know where he got this information from. She still had many questions for him. But today, she had something else to say. So she would let him off the hook this time. Just before leaving, she picked up a black pen and, following Juho and the others' lead, drew on Su Haien's face. After that, she hung it on the window and left quickly. Her figure vanished along with the dark aura. Su Haien still lay there in silence. The only difference was that there was now a new line written on his face. Meanwhile, a plane carrying news of the recent chaos was preparing to leave the United States. At the same time, at the Golden Tower, a man and a woman were dining on the top floor, and the man was the first to speak. How's it feel drinking up here? The woman took a sip of her drink and coolly replied. Why are you asking such a weird question? Wine is wine. It is all bland and boring anyway. But when she looked outside, she could not help but marvel at how amazing technology truly is, even though it is chaos outside. In here, nothing's shaking, and it is eerily quiet. The man chuckled softly and replied, We have used a ton of egg stones. So of course it is like this. I would say about 10% of all the egg stones in the US went into this building. Hearing this, the woman frowned, silently pondering how wasteful that was. But she kept her thoughts to herself and changed the subject. But hey, are you really planning to host that ranking competition? The man quickly halted his movements, a smirk spreading across his face. He turned to the woman and said, You know, Aislinn, I have always seen myself as the strongest. But the world does not agree. There are just too many heroes out there with the title of S-Rank awakeners. And depending on their achievements, they get hailed as the best in this tiny world. There are so many heroes. And through this ranking competition, I will show them that I, Golden Lohan, am the strongest. Time flies like a dog chasing its tail. And after the events in America, Su Haien returned and climbed the tower again. And right now, he is taking down a monster. Maya followed him, elegantly perched on his back while Keenthi unleashed fiery attacks on the monster. Before long, Su Haien finally brought it down. He had chopped off its entire head, and a disgusting liquid poured out. The challenge on the 30th floor was surprisingly simple. Destroy the hidden heart inside Ouroboros. However, Ouroboros was massive. It took a whole year because of how colossal it was. Maya had grown a bit too. Earlier, the guardian of the 30th floor told him that the heart of Ouroboros was a crystal containing all the power it had accumulated throughout its life. A pure energy reservoir. Take it and eat it, if you can. But soon, you will finally be rewarded for the past 6 months. Taking a breath, Su Haien quickly unleashed one final blow, and his mana skyrocketed in an instant. His whole body was enveloped in massive mana. Biting his lip fiercely, Su Haien told himself, Don't lose your mind. From now on, he would claim this, and his mana continued to surge. After a moment, the mana finally subsided, all absorbed by Su Haien. He successfully acquired the third eye trait of Ouroboros. Considered a fixed trait, his stats board appeared as a result. He glanced through it, and his eyes lit up. His current mana and level finally hit 8. The difference between 7 and 8 is huge. And the outcome was well worth the 6 months of effort. He was eager to test his newly acquired power. But there was no need to rush. He had to prepare for the next step. As January 1st rolled around, the world was buzzing with excitement. First up was the sudden surge of dungeons popping up everywhere. Compared to last year, dungeons appeared at an exponential rate, fueling theories about the apocalypse. Not only that, reports about riots started flooding in, causing anxiety and unrest among the people. However, this issue quickly faded into the background due to a second matter. The strongest awakener, who also happened to be the richest person in the world. An event hosted by Golden Lohan. He released a video clip. He sat in a lavish chair, coldly declaring, "I am here to announce this class awakeners worldwide. I do not appreciate being lumped together with you all just because we are all class." So he wanted to prove himself to the whole world. At this point, he suddenly paused. Then, his eyes filled with determination as his low voice echoed again. "I am the strongest. If you want to complain, step into the arena and let us rank it out." The video hit 100 million views within just one day. All eyes turned to the actions of the S-Class Awakeners. Moreover, the S-Class Awakeners reacted in different ways, despite his challenges. Some showed up just to scoff at his arrogance. Some came out of sheer boredom, while others were driven by the lust for fame and fortune. And there were countless other reasons. At a cafe in the city center, Su Haien and Juho were meeting up. After sharing his intentions with Juho, Su Haien was met with Juho's incredulous shock. He was going to participate in the rank match. Seeing Juho's over-the-top reaction, Su Haien raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you so shocked?" Juho finally realized, hurriedly sat down, and pouted. "I guess that is a fitting response. After all, it really is surprising. I did not think you would be interested in these events." Su Haien chuckled softly and replied, "I need the prize for winning." Juho thought for a moment before speaking up. "You can be serious about jumping in without a plan." There are 2 reasons for Su Haien to join the ranking match. The first is adamantium. To forge a weapon, you need that material. It is the best metal for channeling mana, strength, and longevity. The only way to get it is through a ranked match. Just then, a voice interrupted Su Haien's thoughts. "Hey bro." It was Jun's voice, excitedly shouting, "I passed this class test." Right after that, he realized everyone in the cafe was staring at him. He awkwardly apologized, embarrassedly covering his face as he searched for his table. Not wanting to make eye contact, quietly asked Su Haien, "You are not planning on taking him along, right?" Su Haien chuckled softly. "I was thinking of taking him for some battle experience. But maybe I should save that for another time." Hakjun ran over from across the room, catching the tail end of Su Haien's words, and asked suspiciously, "Take me along to the head of the flag." The 2 did not respond, and Jun quickly switched topics. "It is starting in 3 days. Su Haien shook his head. "No worries. There is still time. Just go train." Hakjun did not even grasp what was happening before Juho dragged him away, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Explain to me what is going on." Juho simply did not respond, just glanced at Su Haien and asked, "You will win, right?" Su Haien straightened up for a moment, then confidently replied, "Of course." 3 days later, the skies over the US are dazzling once again, because an incredible event is about to unfold at the Golden Tower. Below the towering structure, a crowd is gathered, with both spectators and reporters in attendance. A male reporter glances over at his female colleague and asks, "Can I see the photos you took?" The female reporter, startled, replies, "The lineup is not complete yet, but it looks absolutely insane. We have got the Chinese prince, Alina and from Russia, and of course, Odell from your side." The female reporter then asks, "Do you want to bet on who is going to win?" The male reporter cheerfully responds, "Sure. Loser buys drinks for 10 winners. I will bet on Golden Lohan." The female reporter, a bit dissatisfied, thinks to herself, "I was about to say that too." As she rushes to think of who she wants to bet on. What is she even thinking? Even if they are S-Rank, who could possibly defeat Lohan? Just then, they notice that everyone has gathered at the entrance. People passing by seem utterly astonished by something. Moments later, the female reporter hears someone shout, "Kim Soo-hoon is here." Soo-hoon is indeed present, ready to compete, and the female reporter confidently declares, "I am betting on Soo-hoon." At the top of the tower, Hakjun eagerly observes the scene below, exclaiming, "This place is amazing. I have never been in such a beautiful room before." Meanwhile, the calmer ones beside him state, "Golden Lohan, son of a powerful family. Known for controlling Iza stones, he is way stronger than us." At that moment, a staff member approaches Soo-hoon and politely says, "Excuse me. Let me take you to the banquet on the 200th floor." Soo-hoon slightly raises an eyebrow, mumbling, "A banquet? I never got to join the ranking competition in my past life since I was only a rank. After a moment's thought, he decides to go anyway. On the 200th floor, a feast is in full swing as guests are dining. When Su Haien makes his entrance, everyone suddenly turns their attention toward him. Su Haien is picking up food not far away when people start gossiping about him. Some can't believe he is the legendary Su Haien, but one person disagrees, whispering, "It is hard to see his true power with that youthful appearance. But he is definitely a monster." Su Haien notices the guy too. He is the rising star from Europe, based in Delcasel, and the guy with the crazy hair over there is Louis Gorman, the lightning fast one. Plus, Selena, who has been getting a lot of attention lately, is definitely backed by Chernoff. But where are the Chinese prince or Adlai? Even so, everyone present here is no slouch. That is why they call it a battle of the stars. Hakjun is now sat down at a dining table, waving at Su Haien. "Come over here quickly. The food here is amazing." Juho nods in agreement. "Yeah. Eat up. You need your strength for tomorrow's battle." Su Haien glances at the two, sighing to himself. Seems like those two are really enjoying themselves. But he has nothing to worry about with Hakjun. Just then, he suddenly senses a surge of mana. Noticing his pale expression, Juho asks curiously, "What is wrong?" Su Haien simply replies that he has something to take care of, and then leaves, leaving Juho and Hakjun bewildered, wondering what just happened. At the same time, on the rooftop of the Golden Building, a massive clash is erupting, smoke and flames swirling everywhere. A clenched fist hanging down, as a levels awakener from China. Wang Wu is roaring with rage at the person in front of him. "If you are so tough, then stand still and watch. You little punk." Tsukamoto snorts. He retorts, "I'm not slow. It is just that you are moving like a slug, weighed down by all that fat on you." This only fuels Wang Wu's anger further. He yells again, "You little bastard. I am going to break your arm." Then he lunges forward. But Tsukamoto is not afraid. He calmly replies, "If you can, go ahead and try." The two charge fiercely at each other. With a deafening boom, a powerful explosion of fists collides. But as the dust settles, Wang Wu's eyes widen in shock. Even Tsukamoto is taken aback. He stares in disbelief. Because out of nowhere, a figure appears, blocking the way between the two of them. The newcomer is Su Haien, one hand gripping Wang Wu's fist, the other firmly holding Tsukamoto's sword. He coldly says, "Stop it. Tomorrow is the day the real fight begins." Tsukamoto's face darkens. He has no idea when the kid showed up here. His speed is unreal, too fast to see. What is worse, he managed to block both of their attacks with just one hand. It seems the rumors about him are true. Realizing this, Tsukamoto sheathes his sword and mutters, "You are right. He should not waste his energy like this right before the competition." After saying that, Su Haien walks away. Wang Wu watches him go, his expression darkening. He grits his teeth and curses, "How dare you? Who gave you the right to interrupt my battle?" Immediately after, he throws a punch at Su Haien, who stands right in front of him. But unfortunately, Wang Wu's speed can match Su Haien's. Every attack misses the mark. Su Haien squints at him, coldly saying, "Looks like I won't be able to hold back any longer." With a slight chuckle, he sidesteps closer, using Wang Wu's bulky frame to his advantage, and throws an uppercut. Wang Wu is caught off guard. Su Haien's fist is already in his face. Just as he is about to land the punch, a low voice rings out. A figure walks in from the door, smiling as he asks, "What is going on here? Why are not you guys enjoying the party downstairs? Are you planning to continue this? If so, count me in." The newcomer is none other than Golden Lohan. His unexpected arrival makes Su Haien and Wang Wu freeze mid-action. Wang Wu's expression turns serious because he can sense the terrifying mana radiating from Lohan. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally decides to pull back, coldly saying, "Fine. I will deal with you in the next match." Then he looks back at Su Haien. He warns in a chilling tone, "And you? Just wait. I will crush you." With that, he turns and walks away. Su Haie's a bit helpless. Lohan studies Su Haien for a long time. Finally, he speaks up, "You are much stronger and more decisive than you appear." Su Haien scoffed, replying, "I have never backed down from a challenge. And neither will you." Hearing this, Lohan can't help but smirk, raising an eyebrow as he asks, "What do you mean by that?" Squinting at him, Su Hain's face is a bit serious. After a moment, he speaks softly, "What I mean is, I want to tell you something. Live life to the fullest. Never be satisfied with your current self." Lohan did not hold back, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Looks like this battle is going to be really interesting. The next morning, at the battle venue, the host excitedly thanks everyone for participating in this competition. Due to security issues and other factors, there will be no live audience this time. They introduce this round's judges, the founder of the evaluation system, SSS-Rank awakened, Johnny Brandt. As soon as his name is mentioned, whispers start spreading through the crowd. Su Haien sinks into his thoughts. Lohan first. Then Johnny. Lohan is widely recognized as the strongest awakened. Not just for his dungeon clearing skills, but also for his talent in stone trading. Even though Johnny Brandt's main profession is an illusionist, he possesses immense magical power, two of the strongest awakened in the world. This showdown is going to be thrilling. At this moment, Lohan gives the command. Johnny, you can start. Right after that, a magic circle appears in Johnny's hands, and the battle officially begins. In the blink of an eye, the audience starts to fade away. Is this Johnny Brandt's magic? Su Haien wonders if there is any sort of transition stage. But no matter what, he is too excited for this battle. The preliminary round of the match has begun, with the awakened transported to a forest filled with traps and monsters. The last 32 survivors will move on. Right now, Su Haien stands alone in a corner, pondering an issue. The status window and settings, are they set to adjust for each awakened? Just Johnny alone can do everything impressive. Right. Surviving to be one of the last 32. That means a chaotic free-for-all is about to happen. Just as he thought, a monster lunges at him. Feeling its menacing aura approaching, a surge of energy appears in Su Haien's hand. In an instant, it spreads throughout the air. But at that moment, another menacing aura strikes. An assassin attempts to sneak attack Su Haien. But he senses the presence and quickly evades the attack. His speed is far greater than the assassin's, and he quickly counterattacks. The guy gets hit without even realizing it. No one has ever seen his stealth attack before. Su Haien smirks, saying, I see everything. Just as he finishes, he knocks the guy down with a single punch, knocking him out cold. Squinting at him, Su Haien is not surprised at all. Is this really what an average rank can do? At that moment, his body suddenly becomes enveloped in a dark aura. Su Haien merely watches, doing nothing, while silently commanding. You all should not be satisfied with just this. The reason his past world was wiped out was due to the escalating outbreaks. Humanity could not keep up with that pace, and was eventually pushed to the brink of extinction. Until finally, hope arrived in the form of an SSS-Rank awakened. Just as you were deep in thought, another guy appeared out of nowhere. He unleashed a bolt of lightning straight at Su Haien. In the blink of an eye, a massive crater formed right here, and the guy scoffed. I was waiting for this because everyone says he wiped out the green dungeon. Is that all you have got? Even if you are the great Su Haien, the American god of the moment. Gray is already way out of your league. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blade of light suddenly sliced through him. Su Haien sheathed his sword, frowning in contemplation. Those drunk on their power have stopped training and become complacent. Just like that guy. And it is all going to lead to their downfall. Everything is just like in my past life. Even though I have changed a few things, I can't single-handedly stop the apocalypse. Even if they are here to see who is the strongest, I will be the one to put them to the test. If you are complacent about your current status, I will teach you a lesson you want to forget. Thick skin does not mean sharp claws. At that moment, Su Haien received a notification that only 88 survivors were left. It seems most of the average folks have already been taken down. But what about Hakjun? Is he Hakjun is currently facing off against an ambusher. It is the same type of assassin Su Haien has encountered before. He has become the prime target. Still, he was not too worried. He believed Hakjun would handle it just fine, because he is tougher than most people. Just as he thought, Hakjun had already taken out the assassin. On the other side of the forest, shadows flitted through the trees. A group seemed to be running in the same direction, but they could feel someone was tailing them. They quickly came to a halt, and one of them suggested that if they discovered their plan, it would be a big problem. I will handle it. But before he could do anything, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air and pierced the leader's head. Not only that, but the arrow continued on, making it hard for the other two to dodge. The remaining duo frowned and muttered, a long-range ambusher. They scanned their surroundings but could not spot the ambusher. In a corner of the forest, Chernoff lay in wait, continuously firing arrows. One guy hurriedly dodged the arrow and managed to catch sight of Chernoff, shouting angrily from a distance. The other immediately ran in the direction he pointed, searching for help. But as soon as he arrived, his face fell. Chernoff was standing confidently right in front of him, showing no fear at all. The guy frowned and said, if you are here, that means Alina is close by too. He guessed correctly. Alina was indeed nearby, charging fiercely toward them. They never thought they would be caught by both Alina and Chernoff. But no matter how much he suspected, death would be his ultimate fate. Chernoff looked at the figure who landed in front of him, and asked suspiciously, did you find her? The newcomer was, of course, Alina. She shook her head slightly and replied, it seems like the awakened Europeans are gathering in one place. I've got a bad feeling about this. Chernoff thought for a moment and said, let us confirm their location first. Just as he finished speaking, he activated his clairvoyance to search. This is one of his skills, allowing him to see faraway locations. Finally, he located the group deep in the forest. He quickly reported to Alina that they were near a large tree to the north. with about 30 people. Alina nodded upon hearing this, saying to keep an eye on them and see who those bastards were. Up north, under the ancient tree, there were indeed a lot of people. They were continuously increasing in number, seemingly plotting something. And the mastermind behind this was Odell, casually lounging against that big tree. Odell smirked, saying, "Now, let me lay out the plan." The ranking competition event that Lohan set up to prove he is the strongest, what started as a simple event has turned into a massive festival for the people and for those awakened at the steed level. It was both an opportunity and a stage to grab more wealth and fame. But the goal was not just to decide the winner. It also ranked participants from highest to lowest. Countries' associations viewed this ranking of awakened individuals as a measure of national strength. Among them, Europe was criticized for being weaker than Asia and America. So they agreed to use this opportunity to showcase Europe's power. Back at the competition, under the ancient tree to the north, Dia looked toward everyone and spoke up. Everyone is aware of the terms of the agreement, right? Hearing this, a woman responded. Eliminating candidates in the early rounds means the European contestants will face off in the finals. Another man chimed in. What other choice do we have? I do not know about you guys, but Lohan is a beast. Our only shot at winning is to team up against him. Dio nodded slightly and asked another person. Have you located the other awakened individuals yet? The other person nodded, saying, Radar just picked them up. I will share their location with everyone. Someone exclaimed. So this is her memory sharing skill. That is pretty useful. At this moment, Dio spoke again. Now that we know their location, let me explain the plan. Our target is to eliminate 5 candidates for the championship. First up is the royal champion from China, the Lightspeed Awakened, Lewis. The third is Alina, and of course, Su Haien will be on that list too. And the last one is the orchestrator of this battle, Lohan. They split into teams of 6. Each team will face a target. Those guys are definitely strong, but Dio believes that if they attack simultaneously, they can be stopped. Team Royal will take on Lohan. As soon as this was said, a woman hesitated before speaking up. Even though you are on this team, I do not think you can defeat Lohan with just 6 people. Dio nodded slightly. So we need to eliminate our target as quickly as possible and join forces with us. I will buy us some time. With that, he led his team away first, and seeing this, the others quickly dispersed. The team led by Dio was now running towards Lohan. And during their movement, someone called out to Dio. The other person asked doubtfully, I can understand if it is us, but I never thought you would join this dirty game. Why the sudden change of heart? What he means is, he can target the championship on his own. But Dio just smirks and says, I just want to be the strongest. On the other side of the forest, a battle is raging. The dust has settled all around, indicating that someone has fallen. One guy is clutching his arm, his face twisted in pain. This guy isn't rank awakened. Yulkrees. Facing him is Su Haien, who coldly looks at him and says, I heard you are the first awakened in India to reach this rank. All those rumors about you being India's hero had me really hyped, but it turns out, this is all you can do. Those words make Yul furious, and he growls. You bastard. I will kill you with my iron claw. Just as he finishes, a steel hand lunges towards Su Haien. Su Haien looks up at it coming for him. He is not too worried though. He calmly sneers at Yul. Looks like this skill of yours is pretty handy. In an instant, he is trapped inside Yul's iron cage. Seeing this, Yul beams with pride. No one has ever escaped this cage. Hundreds of spikes inside will rip you to shreds. But at that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly slices toward him. He could not even see who made the move before he was taken down. One guy slowly approaches, casually saying, We did not even need to come here. Looks like Su Haien is just a weakling after all. Not like the rumors say. It is the group from Odell's plan. And one of them doubts. But he does not seem dead yet. What do we do? Another thinks for a moment before answering. If we leave him like this, he might die. And if his strength is only at this level, we can easily take him down in the finals. Right. The others nod in agreement, thinking it is not worth worrying about, and turn to head toward Odell. But just then, the leader's expression suddenly darkens. He turns to the others and yells, Everyone, get back. The others look at him, surprised. It seems like all at once, a thunderous explosion echoes through the forest. At the same time, on a distant cliff, a figure is observing everything. It is low. He frowns and mutters, That is a massive shockwave. Who was that? But just as he finishes, his voice is abruptly cut off by someone's laughter. He glances down and sees a young man running toward him with a sword. The newcomer is Hakjun. Sweat is pouring down his face, and he is mumbling to himself. Just how strong has he become? Lohan hears this and asks skeptically, You know that spell? Right. Hakjun chuckles and replies, Of course, because he is my brother. As soon as he says it, he rushes toward Lohan with his sword. Lohan dodges the attack while frowning and asks, I do not understand what you are talking about. Clearly, all communication has been unified in this illusion. He can have a proper conversation with Hakjun, so he decides to check it out himself. Immediately, a flurry of arrows appears in his hand. The rain of arrows instantly tears through the air. Hakjun felt a chill run down his spine as he faced them. Seeing this, Lohan raised an eyebrow and smirked, but just at that moment, he spotted something in the sky. A massive old dragon suddenly appeared, and on its back was a figure. He frowned and muttered, Who the heck is this? The newcomer was Haien, stepping in to shield Hakjun from the rain of arrows. In that instant, Haien looked down from the sky, radiating an intense aura. Hakjun realized two crucial truths. First, if Haien had not intervened, he would have been facing certain death. And second, the gap between him and those two was massive. Meanwhile, Lohan was staring at Haien with narrowed eyes. Then, he shouted loudly, Let us get this started. Just like that, around him, powerful lightning crackled. Seeing this, Hayen's expression darkened. Things were getting dangerously intense. In an instant, he shouted, Do not. Riding on his shout, the old dragon unleashed a massive fire breath. Boom! The cliff exploded, dust flying everywhere. But from the rubble, Lohan emerged slowly. He scoffed and said, So this is what the flames of the lineage look like. Pretty fierce indeed. Now it was his turn to attack. But at this moment, he realized something. There was no one left in front of him. The old dragon had already flown far away. He ground his teeth in anger. They got away. On the back of the old dragon, Haien looked pale, nearly losing his life. Behind him, Hakjun chuckled and said, Thanks for the help. Haien snapped back. No need to thank me. Do you have the guts to attack Lohan? Hakjun was confused by the scolding and hesitantly replied, But he targeted me first. However, he quickly brushed it off and smiled. Who would have thought you would save me? Bro. Hearing this, Haien frowned and said, Why do you call me bro like we are best friends or something? I helped you because I needed someone to back me up. The current situation is quite unusual. The European awakeners have banded together to form an alliance. Hakjun was stunned upon hearing this. Is that even allowed? Haien shrugged and replied, It is a survival strategy. That is why I am trying to pull you onto my side. Hakjun nodded slightly. Get it? But which way are we headed? Haien chuckled lightly and said flatly, Right. They will team up with Su Haien. Back on Su Haien's battlefield. After that explosion, the entire forest was severely damaged. Even the people were affected. The leader of that group was closest and lost an arm. He looked around in tears. Where did the others go? Did they all run away? At that moment, his earpiece suddenly buzzed with sound. Hey, can you hear me? That voice belonged to Timbo. And he recognized it. He quickly replied, How did you get in touch with me? Timbo responded, When I shared the target's locations with everyone, I also added a communication skill to it. Skipping that, the guy quickly asked, There is a massive amount of mana, and your signal has completely vanished. What is going on? Hearing this, the other guy frowned and seriously said, Tell Odell, Lohan is not the issue. The source of this mana is Kim Su Haien. Timby heard this and his voice got cut off. He tried to reconnect, but it did not work. He looked at Odell, anxiously asking, You heard that too? Right. Odell nodded slightly. Yeah, I heard it. The people around them also began to murmur about it. Hearing the buzz of the crowd, Odell spoke up to calm everyone down. Guys, let us settle down. Tim B, can you use your communication skill so I can talk to everyone? Tim B nodded slightly. And Odell quickly connected with everyone. He hurriedly said, We do not have time, so I will keep this brief. He informed everyone that the massive mana earlier came from Su Haien, and according to Bobo, it seems he is on the same level as Lohan, so they need to adjust their plan. Deal with Viv V, Elena, and Luce later, and take down Su Haien first. After defeating him, they will handle the rest, and then eliminate Lohan in the qualifiers. Asking everyone if they understood, the guy in the black coat spoke up first. Just then, Alina seemed to have noticed and was running away. Another guy replied, I am coming to join you all right now. And the woman named Chabi said she understood too. Then, she looked at Vivi and scoffed. Be thankful to Kim Soo-hoon, or you will die by my hands. Another guy reminded her that there is no time left. Soon after, their people withdrew, leaving Vivi behind, ignored by others. He angrily ground his teeth. This is so frustrating. He swore he would kill them all. On another front, over at Soo-hoon's place, he frowned as he watched the person in front of him deep in thought. It was that Bobo guy. While he was connecting with Timbo, Soo-hoon had already taken him out with one swift strike, but he had no idea who he was. Flashing back a few minutes, when Soo-hoon was caught in the iron thorn cage set by John, he was trapped in that dark space, surrounded by sharp spikes. He calmly remarked, This spatial skill is quite the trick. Most skills like this can only be escaped by meeting special conditions. You might not know what those conditions are. But I can destroy this thing, a massive power that can challenge all limits, like rules and conditions. In that moment, he wielded his sword with a tremendous amount of mana and shattered that iron thorn cage. That is how he broke free, but the one using that skill was not here. Instead, there was someone else, and he needed someone to explain the situation. Just then, a formation suddenly appeared beneath his feet. A wave of green mana enveloped him. Then, they coiled around him like vines. Seeing this, the hidden guy in the shadows immediately lunged forward, laughing triumphantly. Gotcha. But at the same time, Su Haien shattered that stream of mana energy. Then he delivered a punch that killed the newcomer. Su Haien doubted that the power he just unleashed was due to absorbing Ouroboros's strength for so long. He still could not control his power. Ignoring the situation, you glanced in one direction and coldly said, "Are you just going to keep hiding? Come out." No sooner had you finished speaking than the ground was filled with footsteps. It was Odell's crew. And the leader looked at you and spoke, seemingly confirming Odell's assessment. Su Haien is truly a monster. Chabi frowned and said, "All right, let us begin the hunt for Kim Su-han." In that moment, Su Haien found himself surrounded by their group. The first to attack was a masked man who threw a chain at Su Haien. You calmly dodged one guy and then swiftly lunged at another, slicing down without hesitation. The man in front of you was cut down. And as you took down another, they charged at you again. Su Haien responded with cool precision, countering their moves expertly. You slightly bent your knees, using your left leg for balance, raising your sword to block an incoming blow from the attacker. At the same time, energy gathered rapidly in your hand. Without a second thought, you pressed the attack forward. You took down another opponent. But there were just too many of them. Your sword swung up and down relentlessly as more and more people surrounded you. You flipped backward, evading their attacks. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck out of nowhere. You were caught off guard and quickly bound by their magic. With a thunderous roar, the lightning exploded in an instant. Seeing this, the group cheered. "We got him," another one shouted. "Now it is our turn. Bind Kim Su." As he finished speaking, magical iron chains appeared in his hands, hurtling straight toward you. But at that moment, an enormous amount of mana surged forth, shattering those iron chains. The faces of the group turned pale. What the hell is this? What skill is that? Amidst the swirling smoke, Su Haien's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he looked at them. At this moment, he had no injuries, meaning all their previous attacks had been futile. Seeing the chaos unfold, one guy tried to calm everyone down, saying, "Don't worry about that. He can't move because of the thunder skill. We still have the advantage. Do not give him a chance to breathe." As soon as those words were out, the group surged forward. However, as they got close to Su Haien, their bodies froze up immediately. It was as if they were being suppressed by something, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably, unable to move at all. Their weapons quickly dropped to the ground. Before long, they were powerless and knelt on the ground, with only one guy left still trying to resist. He gazed at the menacing figure slowly approaching him, unable to hold back. He cursed. Damn it. How can they fight a monster like Su Haien? At that moment, Su Haien stepped closer to him. The heavy blade rested against his throat. You raised an eyebrow and said, "You are better than I thought. I did not expect to have to use this skill. Are awakened ones always so close-knit?" The other guy trembled in fear, knowing that with just a slight push, the sword against his neck would surely take his head off. Su Haien did not kill him, but coldly asked, "What are you plotting?" On another front, Du is racing towards Su Haien, but suddenly his body seizes up, his heart feeling like it is being squeezed. This strange sensation fills him with a sense of urgent anxiety. He can catch a whiff of something in the air right ahead. He thinks for a moment, then turns to Tim, asking if he has managed to contact anyone from Kim Su Hail's original team. Tim shakes his head without hesitation, and someone nearby asks, "They are dead." The guy hesitates a moment before replying, "I think so. I tried reaching out to them multiple times, but got nothing." Someone else asks about the other team. Tim freezes at the sound. He responds gravely, "Actually, after they reported finding Kim Su Hail, all signals went dead." Yudel's face grows darker, and he slowly speaks up. "So that means the only survivors are the 6 of us, but they do not know. They have already caught the eye of a malevolent spirit. By the time they realize it, a horror unfolds right before their eyes. A rush of wind from a passing vehicle sends a chilling scream through the air. One of them has lost their life, and they have not even had time to process it yet. Next to Yudel, has also been killed by something, foam still bubbling at his mouth. Yudel looks back in shock. All 5 of his companions have collapsed around him. He fundamentally does not understand what is happening. Just then, footsteps suddenly echo behind him. Once again, he feels the cold grip of death creeping closer. An invisible dread fills the air, awakening Yudel's survival instincts. But suddenly, like a wicked spirit appearing before him, a cold voice speaks. "Nice to meet you. Yudel Castle." Udal stares in horror at the massive serpent standing before him. You are the apex predator of this ecosystem. The ultimate hunter. At this moment, sweat trickles down Udal's forehead, and he forgets all about running away. Observing his expression, Su Haien chuckles softly. I must admit, your plan is quite brilliant. Truly a championship contender. But even if you survive this, stronger forces will emerge that will leave you powerless. Udal looks at him in confusion, asking vaguely, what do you mean? Su Haien snorts lightly. Nothing. Just that I am sure you are someone who understands. He is just curious why Udal accepted that ridiculous proposal. Ridiculous proposal. Udal mumbles the words, his face showing clear displeasure. He never expected that their survival strategy would be seen as ridiculous in Su Haien's eyes. Embarrassment turns to laughter, and he suddenly throws his head back and laughs loudly. Without warning, he lunges at Su Haien. Surprised at first, Su Haien manages to dodge. He realizes Udal is holding back his fear. The first skill he received from Ouroboros' third eye is that of a fearsome predator, true to its name. This is a mental skill that instills fear in weaker opponents. Without mental fortitude to stand against stronger foes, escape becomes nearly impossible. But it must be for a reason that he is called the strongest in Europe. At that moment, he hears Odell singing loudly. Am I doing this right? After defeating me, you will make your choice. Su Haien raised an eyebrow at him, pouting as she said, well, I guess I am about to find out the answer. Odell squinted at him, his face radiating confidence. Su Haien did not back down either, pulling out her sword. The two stood facing each other, both exuding immense pressure. A second later, they both charged at each other. The sound of their clash echoed loudly in an instant. Odell's iron fist met Su Haien's sword head-on, a massive surge of mana exploding between them. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the forest. With the overwhelming power of two awakened S-class fighters colliding, the preliminaries were reaching their climax. Now, only 41 contestants remained standing. Lohan glanced at the people in front of him, tongue clicking in disbelief. The prelims were almost over, and he thought everyone would rush to attack him. So he had been waiting out in the open, but it seemed all those top-tier fighters just lacked self-respect and were avoiding him. He was so bored he was ready to wipe them all out. But he figured the wait was worth it because the real class fighter, Park Yuan, had stepped up to challenge him. Yuan Ju smirked and said, I am excited to face a strong opponent like you. He then raised his sword and coldly declared, enough chit-chat. Let us end this. Without hesitation, he charged at Lohan. Yet, Lohan remained calm, showing no sign of panic in his eyes. Meanwhile, another battle was unfolding, this one between Hakjun and Alina. At that moment, Hakjun gripped his sword tightly, shouting as he swung. Just as he finished speaking, he aggressively slashed down, a flash of light racing toward Alina. She quickly dodged, startled. At the same time, Chernoff, hiding nearby, sensed the danger and fired an arrow. The arrow sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Hakjun without hesitation. Seeing the arrow closing in, he felt a surge of panic. There was no way he could dodge it. But just in the nick of time, a protective barrier enveloped Hakjun, saving him. It was Hyeonki who intervened, still in his signature style, soaring on the back of a giant dragon. Jun smiled at the sight. The timing was perfect. He quickly landed on the ground, calmly saying, you can't take her on alone. She is a strong contender with a high chance of winning. Jun nodded slightly, acknowledging their team's high synergy. Hyeonki frowned, muttering, you are not wrong. Their teamwork is top-notch in the world. On another front, Vivy was still surrounded, narrowing his eyes at the crowd in front of him. Anger flickered across his face. Don't block my path. Back at Su Haien's battlefield, the two were still locked in a struggle, Su Haien's sword twisting like a dragon, relentless in its assault. Meanwhile, she had not let up for a second. At that moment, a massive surge of mana appeared in his hand. Su Haien noticed and raised her hand to the sky, shouting loudly. Before long, a massive illusion of an ancient dragon appeared in his hands. He quickly commanded the fierce dragon to charge at Su Haien. Not daring to slack off, he hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. He had dreamed of becoming a hero ever since he watched an anime as a kid, a classic storyline that inspires dreams and hope by helping loved ones. The dragons appeared in super cute chibi forms, yet they were incredibly brave and righteous, always showing up when someone was up to no good. Every boy wanted to grow up to be a cool man, and that was enough for him to dream of becoming a hero. For him, this dream was not just a childhood fantasy. Back then, he genuinely admired the white dragon and aspired to be a hero who helped others, and all his efforts bore fruit. He became the hero representing the United Kingdom. However, the life of a hero was so much different than he had imagined. Whenever he made a mistake, those who once cheered for him would turn and kick him while he was down. In that moment, he realized he was not a hero. He was just an ordinary guy, until one day, the association came to him with an enticing proposal. if the European Awakeners formed an alliance and eliminated the winning candidates. It basically meant he would win that first match. If that happened, he would become the #1 hero, and no one would compare him to other heroes. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a voice suddenly rang out, snapping him back to reality he was overthinking. It is rare for anyone to daydream while fighting, especially against someone like Su Haien. He shot a look at him, saying, "Don't you know that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his skill to disable O'Day's powers. In an instant, his expression turned grim. The ancient dragon he summoned was now sliced in half by Su Haien, and he could not believe it. Had he really disabled his skill? While he was still in shock, Su Haien charged at him with his sword. A beam of sword light sliced through him, and O'Day was struck in the waist, causing him to stagger and fall. Fresh blood began to drip onto the ground, and he turned to look at Su Haien. Somewhat confused, he asked suspiciously, "Why go this far and yet not finish me off? What on earth are you plotting?" Su Haien seemed indifferent, calmly responding, "As I said before, he was just curious about why O'Day accepted the association's proposal." As soon as he said this, O'Day was taken aback, and after a moment, he finally spoke up. "Is that really the case?" Finally, he leaned against a tree, letting out a hearty laugh, calling him quite the oddball. Looking up at the clear blue sky, something seemed to sparkle in O'Day's eyes. After a moment, Su Haien heard him sigh and say, "I just feel a little tired. I do not have the confidence that I can live up to everyone's expectations of a hero, because he would be criticized for whatever he did if he were the strongest." He thought it might ease his guilt a little. Hearing this, Su Haien nodded knowingly. It was clear that he was worn out by the pressure of his hero title. Just like his younger self, Edie chuckled softly, his tone slightly bitter. "Pathetic. Right." But Su Haien shook his head, saying, "I have seen people like that before, so I get it." He did not ask who he was talking about. After hesitating for a long time, he seriously asked, "What do you think a true hero is?" His past self believed a hero was someone who helps the weak and brings hope and dreams to everyone. But now he is not so sure about that anymore. Su Haien saw the despair on his face and felt a bit uneasy. He reached out to support him. When Ida noticed the hand reaching out, he was a little surprised. Su Haien laughed and said, "Everyone has different standards. But if that is how you think, then a true hero is exactly someone like that." And he also believed that Edie's standards were valid. In that moment, Edie's expression brightened a little. He took Su Haien's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Su Haien. I thought I was a pathetic loser, unable to move on just because I was afraid of criticism." He glanced at Su Haien, smiling faintly. "Thanks to you, I now have a new goal. I need to be strong, both mentally and physically, to become the hero I always dreamed of." Su Haien smiled at him for a long moment before finally speaking up. "Okay, then I will share my standards with you too." But before he could finish, Ida noticed something. He shouted loudly, "Su Haien, behind you!" At that moment, Wang Wu, out of nowhere, was charging at him. He swung a punch forward, seemingly looking to end Su Haien right there. But the speed was too slow. Su Haien caught his fist effortlessly. Edie watched in disbelief, his eyes wide. Su Haien shot a glance at Wang Wu. In an instant, Su Haien vanished, and when Ida looked closely again, Wang Wu was covered in numerous cuts. Wang Wu had just been killed by him, turning into a wisp of black smoke. Ida frowned fiercely, shocked that Su Haien had taken out Wang Wu, a famous figure in China, with just one blow. This must be Su Haien's true power. At this moment, Su Haien sheathed his sword and smiled at Edie as he spoke. "I believe a true hero is someone powerful enough to be invincible. That is how they can protect everyone." Soon after, the qualifiers ended, and everyone returned to the arena. The reactions of the S-Rank Awakeners were split. Some accepted the results and waited, while others could not bear the outcome. A prime example was Wang Wu, who was now angrily shouting, "Don't make me laugh. Do you really think I, Wang Wu, can accept this result? I will definitely kill you." Of course, each person's opinion on this result would affect their own development. Meanwhile, posts about the ranking competition flooded social media. The most shared content featured Su Haien and Lo Han, both of whom had taken down over 20 Awakeners each. The star of the continent, Wang Wu, has also been getting a lot of attention. But it is not the good kind, driving him absolutely crazy. Another name popping up is Park Yeon-jeol. His match against Lo Han has turned into quite the spectacle. There were mixed opinions about the European Union's strategy, but those doubts were quickly silenced in the finals the next day. After it wrapped up, they returned to their rooms to rest. Suho was scrolling through his phone, feeling excited, thinking, "I guessed it right," but the reactions from everyone are totally unexpected. He shot a glance at Su Haien and asked, "Why did not you call Maya for the qualifiers?" Su Haien slowly explained, "That kid has been cooped up in the side dimension ever since she came out of the challenge tower. So I asked Waiwonki. Waiwonki mentioned she is about to experience a growth spurt. She is currently in her growth phase. Suho nodded thoughtfully. I see. If the expert says so, then Maya must be developing. Su Haien lightly nodded back. Well, she is a living creature after all. Just then, he received a text from Ji-san, a picture accompanied by her congratulations. He could not help but grin. It seemed like she was doing just fine. Hakjun suddenly chimed in, interrupting. Speaking of this, is Waiwonki feeling shy? Su Haien looked a bit puzzled and asked why. Hakjun explained slowly. Waiwonki helped me in the qualifiers. I went to thank him, but I got kicked out. Pretty sure he is just shy. Hearing this, both Su Haien and Suho exchanged glances. Slightly stunned, a moment later, Su Haien remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You really are the social butterfly, are not you? The next day, the finals of the ranking competition kicked off. Junhee made his usual grand entrance to oversee the event. Shortly after, Lohan addressed the competition rules, saying, as previously mentioned, the finals will be one-on-one matches. If you take someone out, there will be penalties, so be careful. He then displayed the list for everyone to see. Su Haien scanned it and frowned. Lohan was quite a distance away from him. Another thing that caught his attention was the match involving Odell. Odell noticed it too. He walked over and whispered, looks like we will meet in the semifinals. I won't let myself lose like I did yesterday. With a soft chuckle, Su Haien replied, I am really looking forward to it. But their match never happened. As Odell was taken down by his opponent, the scene on the battlefield left the audience in shock. Seeing this, Su Haen's expression darkened. Even though Odell was out of stamina, his opponent still approached and shook him. He smirked wickedly, saying, what is this? Do not faint on me here. He still wanted to play a little longer, but Odell had unintentionally become a sacrificial pawn. Flashing back to the time before the match between Odell and Thomas. Everyone had been speculating about Odell, with some even suggesting he seemed much stronger than before in the qualifiers. Odell stepped onto the stage, his eyes scanning for someone. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Haien sitting in the stands. He was eager to face Su Haien again, determined not to lose this time. Su Haien felt his gaze and smiled back. He was no longer hesitant and could not wait for this match to unfold. Odell is considered one of the top contenders for the championship, along with other high-tier awakeners. No one doubts his victory, but Thomas up there in the arena has a somewhat ominous vibe. Odell squints at him, a wave of suspicion rising. Who is this guy? He has never seen him before, not even in the prelims, but it does not matter anymore. He is determined to defeat him and climb the ranks. He will take down all those so-called strongest awakeners and confidently become a true hero. However, just as the match begins, dark energy suddenly envelopes Odell, leaving him speechless in shock. Thomas has vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear right behind him. Odell's eyes widen as he looks at his opponent, his face a mix of disbelief. A second later, his body stumbles and crashes to the ground. The crowd gasps at the sight. Thomas grins wickedly at Odell, asking, want to play with me? As soon as he finishes speaking, he strides over, grabbing Odell's arm and yanking him off the ground. He relentlessly torments Odell. Who can fight back? What follows is not a match, but a one-sided assault. By the time Odell lies motionless on the ground, covered in blood, Thomas still does not feel satisfied. This is why Odell became the sacrificial pawn. Thomas Matillas, the anonymous awakener, needed to assert his existence to the entire world. The entire audience watches his brutal actions. Rendered speechless, only Su, with eyes full of fury, stands out. The tournament continues as usual. Perhaps because everyone has a handle on each other as basics from the prelims. But things progress faster than expected. Since Ave has withdrawn, Su Haien automatically advances to round 2. Alongside him, Hakjun, Aslin, Heinke, and Yuanju also make it to round 2. And the next match will be between Miraj Rogel and Lohan. Lohan looks at the person in front of him and speaks up. Miraj Rogel from Chafi. Right. Rogel questions, you know me? With a slight chuckle, Lohan boldly replies, of course. Didn't you say before that even if the whole world stands against you, you could still hold your ground for a day? He smirks, then adds, so let me ask you something. Does the whole world you are talking about include him? As soon as those words leave his lips, Rogel's expression darkens. Their conversation ends right there because the match has begun. In an instant, Lohan disappears from view, leaving Rogel searching left and right, but he quickly realizes where Lohan is. He is above him, looking down with utter arrogance. Without hesitation, Lohan slams his entire body onto Rogel. Dust erupts everywhere, affecting the audience in the stands. The crowd gasps in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a normal attack could have such immense power. Su Haien finds it strange too, his brow furrowing in thought. At this moment, on the battlefield, Rogel, after fending off an attack, swung his hammer toward Lohan. His hammer struck directly against Lohan's back, but the person in front of him vanished, like dust dissolving in the air. By the time he reappeared, he was behind Rogel, coldly asking if he knew. A newborn believes what it sees is the entire world. A child has a family. Students have schools. Adults have their workplaces. Humanity lives in worlds of their own, but the world is much bigger than we think. If we only live in that little bubble, then the world that you are in one day expand. Just as he finished speaking, a pair of massive wings suddenly appeared behind him. He raised an eyebrow and said, "That is why I created this ranking game. To make my world bigger." Su Haien, from the stands, was taken aback by the scene. He could dodge mana like that. This is getting dangerous. A huge wave of mana surged forward, tearing through the air. Not daring to slack off, Rogel quickly raised his shield, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I will block every attack you throw my way." With a loud boom, a massive fire erupted right in front of him. In an instant, two powerful forces clashed together. But Rogel's shield could not hold for long before it shattered into pieces. His eyes widened in horror, because a sharp shard was just a millimeter away from his neck. One little touch would draw blood. Rogel sat on the ground, shocked. He had barely dodged at the last moment, or he might be lost. While he was still dazed, the sharp shard in front of him transformed into a hand. It gently touched his forehead, and Lohan stood before him, coldly smiling as he said, "Congratulations. Your world just got a lot bigger." The match ended with Lohan as the victor. Hakjun clicked his tongue in amazement. "Lohan is cooler than I thought. What an impressive battle." Su, sitting next to him, did not say a word. He was lost in thought about Lohan's rise to power. He is called the best in every field, and I thought he would be arrogant. In the end, he started climbing the ranks to prove he is the best. But it is not out of arrogance. It is out of curiosity and a desire to challenge the title of the greatest. Thinking of this, Su Haien could not help but smile. He is quite the character. The next match of round 1 went just as everyone predicted, with Alina as the winner. Loyas also won and will advance to round 2. And in round 2, there were not many surprises, except Hakjun, who just ranked us, also won. Oh wait, there is one more surprise. Hyeonki lost to Yuanju on the third day of the finals. Only 8 contestants remained, and the matches would split into 4 pairs. The first match is Thomas versus Su Haien. The second match is Aslan against Hakjun. Next up is the battle between Lohan and Yuanju. The final match is Lewis versus Alina. And finally, the finals have begun. In the stands, Su Haien is standing opposite Thomas. The Memsei asked Thomas what he thinks. "Let us hear a few words." He happily replied, "This ranking game is a lot of fun." His speech was so short, it caught the host off guard. Then, the host turned to Su Haien, who blandly stated he would do his best in this match. At that moment, his eyes were filled with fierce determination mixed with anger, likely fueled by what happened in the Udall match. Thomas on this side seemed unfazed, continuously bouncing up and down with excitement. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Hakjun looked worried, as it seemed Su Haien was serious about taking on Thomas. He really is dangerous. But everyone believes Su Haien will come out on top. Hakjun scanned the crowd, silently urging Su Haien to be careful. Just then, the host's voice rang out again. "Enough chit-chat. Contestants, get ready. It is time for Su Haien and Thomas Matilla's. The first match of the semifinals officially begins." Everyone in the stands was eagerly anticipating this battle, including the 6 others still in the semifinals. The moment the match kicked off, Su Haien darted forward like a flash, aiming to grab Thomas's face. He slammed him to the ground, and Hakjun cheered excitedly. "Nice one." Aslan raised an eyebrow, recognizing that this was Thomas's style against Odell, while Lohan could not help but smile. Thinking Su Haien was getting his revenge. He is definitely more emotional than I am. The arena was quickly engulfed in dust and debris. Yet, Thomas remained unharmed. Having conjured a protective barrier, he smirked and said, "What a surprise." Su Haien was slightly taken aback. He managed to create that barrier in such a short time. He raised an eyebrow and said, "You are quick. That is impressive. Let me ask you something." Thomas looked at him suspiciously. "What is it?" Su Haien gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Why are you still trying to go toe-to-toe with Odell? The winner is already decided. So why are you still trying to land hits?" "Well," Thomas said, slightly startled, "it is just fun." As soon as those words left his mouth, Su Haen's expression darkened immediately. In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of mana enveloped him, making Thomas feel a chill as Su Haen glared at him coldly. "All right. Now let me make this more entertaining for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward and smashed through Thomas's protective shield. However, Thomas quickly conjured another one. Thomas was trembling as he looked at Su Haen, fear creeping into his voice. "Wait." Su Haen raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had cancelled his old shield and created a stronger one now. That is unexpected. But Su Haen remained calm and replied, "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you have power, you must take responsibility for it. If you can't, You will become a monster. With that, he charged at Thomas again. Aisling could not believe it, exclaiming, "He is dominating." Lowen nodded in agreement. "Yeah. I knew Su Haien was strong, but I did not think his punches would be this powerful. I need to prepare myself in the arena." Su Haien showed no mercy, relentlessly attacking Thomas. He shattered his protective shield and taunted. "Thomas. Right. You can still control your skills despite the ground shaking beneath you. If not, everything would have ended already." Impressive? As soon as he finished, he threw another punch, but it was blocked by that protective shield again. But forget him. Su Haien had no intention of sparing him. He let out a loud shout. It is a massive surge of mana shot from his hands, sending Thomas into a panic as he trembled in fear. Ignoring Thomas's desperate cries, Su Haien relentlessly slammed him down onto the ground, creating deep cracks in the earth beneath them. Yet he continued to strike. But at that moment, his expression suddenly darkened, and the crowd in the stands felt it too. Johnny could not help but comment, "I think the real fight is just beginning." The air around them suddenly turned pitch black. Su Haien glanced at the ominous energy, recognizing the skill, his eyes widening in realization. This was the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest is an elite space skill, considered one of the top 10 abilities of all time. Su Haen's predecessor had once unleashed the Dark Forest right in the middle of the city, claiming thousands of lives. Thomas was the mastermind behind that incident. And this time it was even worse, because his third eye had no effect on it. So he had no choice but to unleash his power. With that thought, he quickly drew his sword, channeling a massive amount of mana into it as he struck. However, Su Haen's movement suddenly halted when he realized the energy was reflecting back at him. In other words, the space was folding in on itself and bouncing back. Frowning, how could he escape this? At that moment, a sweet voice rang out from behind him. A girl, seemingly out of nowhere, rushed towards him and hugged him tightly, crying out for help. Overjoyed that he had arrived, Su Haien was taken aback. Glancing at her, he was about to ask why she was here, but before he could pull away, a sudden explosion erupted behind them. Flames erupted into the air, and screams filled the atmosphere. As someone wondered why the reinforcements had not arrived yet, Su Haien watched the chaos unfold with a smirk, realizing the Dark Forest was just like this. It was a scene he would never forget. No matter how much time passed, continuous riots broke out in Tokyo and London, forcing him to choose between the two. He ultimately decided to head to Tokyo first. And afterward, the disaster struck where he had not gone. London was left in ruins. By the time he arrived, bodies were piled high like a mountain. All he could do was kneel on the ground. Tears streaming down his face, he shouted, I am really sorry." Su Haien stood there, frozen in horror. After a moment, he helplessly said, "It is worse than I thought. It brings back memories that haunt me." It was as if someone was deliberately stirring up painful memories to break his spirit. Just then, the girl behind him suddenly questioned, "Well, we believed in you and waited for you. Why did you abandon us? If you had been there, they would have lived." She challenged his choice, demanding to know why he went to Tokyo. Not only that, but a chorus of accusations from others echoed, their faces twisted in anger, their eyes filled with resentment as they glared at Su Haien. Amidst all the accusations, Su Haien remained silent. Standing there, the girl had grabbed his collar, her eyes fierce as she seemed ready to tear him apart. "However, you did not even move, and mana started gathering in one spot." Without hesitation, it charged straight at the woman. The girl in front immediately questioned, "So now you want to kill us?" "Just as expected. You are just playing the hero." With a dismissive scoff, Su Haien boldly replied, "Think what you want. Go ahead and curse me." The girl burst into laughter. "So you admit it? You think playing with people's lives is a joke?" Su Haien narrowed his eyes at her and coldly stated, "I do not care what you say. If I intended to stop here, I would not have started at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword high. His deep voice echoed ominously. "So pay close attention to the path I am about to carve. The tears you shed and the pain of losing your loved ones will not happen. If you fail, then curse and mock me all you want." Without a moment's pause, he brought down his sword. The ground split open with a massive crack, and those faces filled with hatred quickly vanished. Moments later, a huge surge of mana erupted from the ground, causing the very air to shatter. But Su Haien still found himself in the shadowy depths of the Dark Forest. He could not help but furrow his brow. Even though he had escaped the illusion, this skill still had not been dispelled. At least the attack just now had stabilized this skill. Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of Su Haien, and it turned out to be a child. He squinted at the child, his voice "You should know that trying to provoke me now is useless." But the child slowly moved closer. He remained vigilant, raising his sword, ready to strike. But the moment the child stood before him, his eyes widened in shock. The child suddenly reached out a hand towards him, and he suspiciously asked, "What do you want?" He stared at it for a long moment before finally reaching out to touch the child's hand. In an instant, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. Whose memories are these? Within the memory, a man was holding a shard of glass. He seemed to be searching for something. Muttering, "Where is that brat? How dare he do this to his father?" Meanwhile, a figure cowered in fear under the bed. It was a familiar face. Thomas as a child. This was Thomas' memory, a glimpse into the dark forest of his past. A hell that never ended, no matter how much time passes. No matter how many pages of history are turned, his life of suffering never ends. Thomas was tormented both physically and mentally. Growing up with the body of an adult while still a child, one day, when his stepfather came home drunk, he opened the fridge looking for food but found no meat. In a fit of rage, he spotted Thomas huddled in the corner. Instantly, his anger exploded. Thomas, seeing him, trembled in fear as he reached for a knife from the kitchen. With a cruel smile, he said, "Well, look who is here." Thomas's face grew increasingly panicked. He shouted 2 words, "Dad." But that bastard had no compassion whatsoever. Without hesitation, he plunged a knife into Thomas's hand. A look of satisfaction instantly spread across his face. Thomas, for the sake of the child, could only silently endure the blows. Instinctively, he thought he had to run away, as far away as possible. Anywhere would do, that is what he believed. Would his wish ever come true? Just then, a place to escape appeared: the challenge tower. From that moment on, Thomas began living in the challenge tower. Maybe it was his innate talent. Or perhaps no challenge could be harder than what he had faced so far. But Thomas grew stronger and stronger. After he defeated the monster on the 150th floor, he stood over its body, continuously taunting it. "Come on. Let us play a little more." And that is how the challenge tower became Thomas's only source of joy. But for some reason, he found himself back in the real world. That worthless jerk of a father spent all day drinking beta whiskey, accomplishing nothing at all. The moment he saw Thomas return, he immediately started cursing. "You ungrateful brat, I raised you. And you dare to run away." Thomas still had that terrified look. Stuttering, I just left until you calmed down. Please do not hate me." But that bastard kept hitting and scolding him. "Shut your mouth, you disrespectful punk. You need to learn a lesson. Please do not hit me." Thomas raised his hands to protect himself, just as his father's hand was about to strike down. Suddenly, a bizarre phenomenon appeared in front of him, causing his father to panic. He was so scared he nearly wet his pants. Stuttering, "What the hell is this?" Thomas looked at him, gritting his teeth, and said, "I did not want to do that." His worthless father, trembling, asked, "Have you awakened?" After that, he went to the center for assessment. He was evaluated as an SSS-Rank awakened one. But that nervous demeanor still lingered as he walked over to his worthless father. He grabbed Thomas's shoulders, asking urgently, "What rank are you?" Looking at his father's face, Thomas trembled and hesitantly said he was S-Rank, fearing he would be scolded again. But this time, his father hugged him tightly and expressed his love. "I love you, Thomas." He said everything he had done until now was out of love for him, wanting him to understand that. Surprisingly, Thomas actually believed him. Nodding happily, "Of course." Hearing that, his worthless father got excited. "That is my boy. So why can't you make me happier?" The ranking competition would start soon, organized by Lawn. So he brainwashed Thomas, pushing him to participate in this competition. And he actually agreed. At this moment, that dark psychological shadow still loomed over Thomas's memories. Su Haien, who had witnessed everything, felt a bit sorry and walked over to Thomas, calling him, but he just buried his head in the pillow, crying, repeatedly saying, "Please do not hit me." Su Haien sat down in front of him, calmly saying, "I want to hit you." He said he accidentally saw his memories, so he wanted to ask him something. Thomas sat there for a long time without lifting his head. Still trembling, after waiting for a long moment, he finally whispered, asking why. Su Haien squinted at him, suspiciously asking, "Why did you return to the real world? Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the tower?" "Your dad," Thomas replied quietly. "If I did not have my dad, I would really be all alone." Hearing this, Su Haien was momentarily speechless. He skeptically asked back, "Can't you escape your dad just because you are lonely?" But Thomas did not respond. He just thought for a moment and reached out to him. He smiled and said, "So do you want to come with me? There are still plenty of good people in this world." In other words, he wanted him to be his friend. At that moment, Thomas also lifted his head to look at him. Suddenly, he broke into a cheerful smile, winning over Thomas. The battle officially came to an end. In the next match, unfortunately, Hakjun lost to the American opponent, Aslan, and then Aslan also withdrew. allowing Su Haien to bypass the semifinals and go straight to the finals. When Aslan returned to the stands, Lowen smiled and said, "Congratulations, my lady," Aslan casually asked. "But where's Johnny?" Lowen shook his head lightly. "Not sure. He said he had urgent business to take care of in another realm, under a starry sky. A figure was here, seemingly up to something." Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, "So you are here." That person turned out to be Johnny. He quickly knelt down, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Emperor and Hunter." The deep voice spoke again. "A few pleasantries are enough. But what about him?" Johnny nodded lightly. "I have gathered information on all the heroes in this world, but I have nothing on Kim Sung-in." The other person skeptically asked, "Are you sure?" He nodded, replying, "I am certain." The other continued, "He must be in his own country." The other commanded to open the portal and send the army to his country. "He will definitely come begging on his knees. He wants to capture Kim Sung-in." John flinched slightly, then quickly said, "Your wish is my command." The next quarterfinal match is between Lohan and Yuan Jiu. Lohan looked at the person before him, nodded, and said, "Finally, I get to face you again. Let us finish the match we left unfinished in the qualifiers." Yuan Jiu nodded, smiling, saying, "All right, this time I will give it my all." Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He told Lohan, "Can I take this call for a moment?" Lohan nodded without hesitation. "Of course." He picked up the phone, irritably asking, "What is going on?" "I made it clear I am on leave during the ranking matches," but the other end delivered shocking news. "Director, it is urgent. A green dungeon has appeared in South Korea. They said there is no time left. You need to come back now." After that, Yuan Ju declared his withdrawal, and Lohan automatically advanced to the semifinals. The last match of the quarterfinals was a showdown between Alina and Lewis. In the end, Lewis emerged victorious, but due to severe injuries, he could not participate in the next match. Just then, the host announced the updated match schedule as follows. The semifinal that was supposed to happen is now cancelled, because some players have dropped out or are injured. Tomorrow, the final match between Lohan and Su Haien will take place. Lohan casts a glance at Su Haien and says, "Just as I expected. You are the one I have to face." "Good luck." Su Haien can't help but smile and replies confidently, "You too. Good luck. I will see you tomorrow." That night, in a small house on the outskirts of the city, trash was scattered everywhere. A deadbeat man lay slumped among the trash. A moment later, a shadow appears at the door. He knows nothing, still sleeping with his mouth open. It is not until he hears a knock that he slowly opens his eyes. He angrily shouts, "Who the hell is knocking on my door in the middle of the night?" He curses as he goes to open the door, but as soon as he opens the door, he gets punched in the face. The one who hit him is Su Haien, who coldly greets him. "Good evening. I am a friend of Thomas." He stares at Su Haien in shock, confused about what is happening. The door slowly starts to close in on him. Inside that small house, desperate screams begin to echo. The next day, a man is found unconscious in the slums of New York with shattered legs, and when it turns out he is also a serial killer, he has been sentenced to death, and the informant is said to have vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at the arena, today is the final match. People have been gathering here since early morning in large numbers. Juo looks around in awe and exclaims, "There are so many people. I guess it is because it is the finals. But over here, Hakjun is not very happy. He is trying to keep Thomas in check." "Okay, we get it. Stop it. If you keep this up, you will fall." But Thomas is not listening, insisting on climbing down. Juo sighs at this scene, wondering why everything feels louder than usual today. Flashback to the day before the finals. After the match, Su Haien took Thomas back to his place and explained everything to Juho and Hakjun. They were a bit hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. They started discussing plans for the future, and Su Haien reminded them to take care of Thomas. Hakjun happily stepped up to take on the responsibility. "Do not worry, just trust me." Su Haien frowned and said, "Thomas is older than you, so respect him." To which Hakjun replied in dissatisfaction, "No way." Juho then interjected, "Either way, we need to find a place for him to stay in Korea." Su Haien calmly replied, "Do not worry. We will figure it out when we get there." Soon after, they welcomed Thomas into their group. Experiencing this for the first time, Thomas was initially taken aback, but then he happily responded, "Nice to meet you both." That is why Hakjun is so tired today. He tightly hugs Thomas, not letting him run off to find Su Haien. Juho ignores their commotion, glancing down to find their seats. "Wondering where our seats are." He mutters to himself, "I wonder who will win the finals." As soon as he says that, he hears a response. It is Odel's voice. "Su Haien. It is pretty obvious." Juho's face goes pale as he sees who is coming. If he runs into Thomas here, it is game over. He quickly glanced over at the two singers, saying, "Hey, Jun is over there. But the two singers just kept being loud. One talking over the other, catching Odell's attention, but Thomas noticed Odell first. And he was a bit taken aback. Odell heard the noise and glanced back. Thomas did not know what to say to Odell. He really overdid it the other day. In the end, Odell just sighed and said, "Let us hurt. We are not exactly close." You know, Juho sensed the awkwardness and quickly urged them to leave, saying, "Come on." As he followed along with Thomas, Thomas suddenly mumbled an apology, which startled Odell. Thomas sheepishly said, "It was just a match, but I crossed the line. Sorry about that." Odell smiled faintly and replied, "You are apologizing." "Hold up," and stood up with a grin. "It is all good. I just need to get stronger. You will be stronger next time. You won to lose again." Thomas said it like a pro. "All right. You are weak right now. So you better toughen up." Juho, panicking, quickly snapped, "Shut up. Please." A moment later, the announcer's voice boomed. "Thank you for your patience. Everyone, this is a ranked match featuring 175's rank awakened participants. After a long journey, only two remain. These two have shown overwhelming strength throughout the competition. Of course, those two are Lohan and Su Haien. This match will determine who among these two heroes is the strongest. The final round officially begins. As soon as he said that, the two charged at each other. Two waves of mana collided violently, creating a massive explosion that rocked the arena. Dust filled the air, and Su Haien scanned the smoke for his opponent. Lohan stepped out from the cloud, questioning, "Why do you keep dodging?" But Su Haien did not respond. The moment Lohan attacked, Su Haien immediately dodged. Lohan, a bit frustrated, called out, "Stop running away." At that moment, Su Haien smiled and said, "If you like it, then deal with it." Just as he finished speaking, he turned back, swinging his sword relentlessly. The sword was enveloped in a massive amount of mana, charging fiercely at Lohan. But he managed to evade it. However, Su Haien did not give him a moment to breathe and continued his assault. In the stands, the spectators were in disbelief, shouting, "What is happening? They are so fast. I can't see anything." At that moment, Wang Wu looked more panicked than ever, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Is this really the true power of Kim Su-hun?" Even Yudel could not believe what was happening. It seemed his earlier goals were completely out of reach. He thought reaching S rank would put him on par, but he was wrong. The two fighters on the stage had surpassed human limits. Meanwhile, Su-hun and Lohan were still locked in a fierce struggle. The Kim spear in Su-hun's hand kept launching strikes, but Lohan was no ordinary opponent. He managed to parry Su-hun's attacks with a slight smile. Lohan confidently remarked, "Looks like you enjoy a good, solid fight." "Guess so." Su-hun raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin. Both of us have already sized each other up. So at this point, they were taking things seriously. Moments later, a blue flame appeared in Su-hun's hand. Without a second thought, he hurled it towards Lohan. Seeing this, Hakjun immediately cheered. "Nice throw." Looking sharp, even those nearby were nodding in approval. "Lohan's gonna feel that one for sure." But they were dead wrong amidst that swirling divine fire. Lohan stood firmly, unscathed. In an instant, Hakjun's expression darkened. He had not even lost a hair. No way. Over here, Su-hun was not too surprised, calmly stating, "Just as I predicted. That divine fire is not enough to hurt you. This is the trait of the great celestial guardian. With his power, he wields an enormous amount of mana. Moreover, his magical resistance is terrifying. It is considered one of the best traits among the previous contenders." At this moment, Lohan narrowed his eyes at Su-hun and said with a smile, "Impressive." Now it was his turn. As he finished speaking, a surge of energy appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it took form. It charged forward like a whirlwind. The target, of course, was Su-hun across from him. He narrowed his eyes at the fast-approaching force. Immediately, he conjured up a protective barrier. The two powerful forces collided in an instant. With a loud bang, the arena erupted with an explosion. Debris flew everywhere, swept away by the Manus impact. In the stands, the two Jun brothers had to shield their eyes. Jun exclaimed, "Too many fragments. I can't see a thing." Lohan squinted into the wreckage, remaining unresponsive for a while. Meanwhile, the audience could not see Su-hun and began murmuring, "Is it over? There is no way he survived that hit." Even Rogel over here thought the same. He could not possibly take that blow. But at that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred beneath the arena. Amidst the hazy smoke, ominous energy suddenly emerged. Su-hun was still standing there. Not a scratch on him, but a wave of deathly aura surrounded him, sending chills down spines. Lohan across sensed it, and could not help but grit his teeth. Damn it. This is how everyone looks at him every day. At this moment, looking at Su-hun made him feel somewhat uneasy. This was due to the third eye of Ouroboros. Manifesting in spirit form, Su Haien let out a helpless sigh. Never thought I would have to use this. He then glanced at Lo Han, raising an eyebrow provocatively. You said you wanted to broaden your horizons. Right. Has this satisfied you? At that moment, Lo Han's body could not help but shiver slightly. He gritted his teeth and spoke. Enough. His spine suddenly felt the pressure of a looming threat. Finally, he would found a worthy opponent. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He could defeat him. With that, he activated the divine skill of the great celestial guardian, rapidly charging towards Su Haien. He was grinning from ear to ear, declaring, From today, I am the strongest. Hearing this, Su Haien simply smirked, his sword already starting to swing. You remember your taunts. Come at me. Right after, the spirit of Ouroboros and Lo Han's divine strike began to clash. The moment they collided, the arena erupted with a massive explosion, rocks and debris flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the place was engulfed in smoke and mana. Lo Han was now searching for Su Haen's figure. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, wondering what just happened. Clearly he recalled the moment his divine strike connected with Ouroboros' spirit. A faint purple energy suddenly surrounded Ouroboros. Moments later, the divine strike dove straight into the body of the giant serpent. At that moment, Lo Han was grinning with confidence. He was definitely the victor. However, his joy was short-lived. The serpent's form dissolved into nothingness, and the heavy sword appeared in its place. To his horror, Su Haen's figure was charging right at him. The sword in his hand was like a death sentence, and without hesitation, he swung down. Lo Han suddenly realized that the giant serpent was just an illusion. While he was stunned, Su Haien was already upon him. In an instant, Lo Han's expression twisted in fear. What he was truly up against was a lethal strike infused with overwhelming mana. He stumbled back, trying to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Haien had already landed a blow, forcing him to retreat. Su Haien slowly advanced towards him, his sword still drawn. Lo Han squinted at him, a smirk forming in his mind. He understood now. Ultimately, he had lost to this new world. Su Haien now stood directly before him, but he did not do anything. Lo Han was already severely injured, and any further struggle would just mean defeat at Su Haen's hands. In the stands, due to the mana interference, the spectators could not see anything, and they kept murmuring about who the real winner was. Hakjun over here was no exception. He anxiously looked towards Su Haien. No way. Su Haien looked equally tense, but still, he calmly reassured everyone. It will be fine. He is not the type to be easily defeated. Just then, Thomas suddenly shouted, Su Haien has won. Juho immediately asked in shock, what just happened? But before Thomas could respond, he was cut off. That is right, he said. I could not see everything, but I felt the power of the mana Su Haien had gathered. Su Haien has definitely won. At that moment, a figure emerged from the haze of smoke below the arena. Everyone immediately turned their gaze there, eagerly anticipating the moment the victor would appear. Moments later, the figure began to materialize. Su Haien supported Lo Han as he slowly stepped out. The stands erupted in chaos, with Juho and the others cheering wildly. The rest were somewhat stunned. They could hardly believe it. Su Haien had actually defeated Lo Han. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lo Han could not help but chuckle softly. It felt surreal to have someone steal all the attention. As they looked at him, Su Haien jokingly asked, Are you complaining? Lo Han replied with a pout and a shake of his head. Oddly enough, I do not hate it. Right after that, the voice of the match host echoed. The arena fell into chaos. But no matter what, we still have to do what needs to be done. The ultimate winner of the ranking match is Su Haien. After the results were announced, the three from Juho erupted with even louder cheers. Over here, Lo Han could not help but break into a satisfied smile. Even the champion's glorious defeat did not bother him. Honestly, losing to the champion is not something to be ashamed of. To celebrate Su Haen's victory, the organizers also lit up some grand fireworks. The three from Juho were extremely happy. Their guy had won. Lo Han on this side sincerely congratulated him. The one who pulled him out of the mud. Lo Han and Aslan joined in the applause. But Aslan had a hint of doubt, looking at Lo Han and asking, What does it feel like to lose for the first time? Lo Han scoffed lightly, saying, My blood is boiling right now. Saying that, he suddenly snapped his fingers and called out, Fake. Winner. Shortly after, a pair of wings carrying a microphone flew in front of Su Haien. You look puzzled, asking, What is this for? He grinned and said, Go ahead and give a speech about your victory. How does it feel to be the strongest awakener in the world? Su Haien furrowed his brows and pondered for a long time before finally speaking up. It does not feel good or bad. It just feels like I have taken another step forward. Hearing this, Lo Han could not help but chuckle softly. You have become the strongest, and it just feels like a step forward. Sounds like you already have a clear goal. Su Haien definitely has much bigger aspirations than this. After a moment of reflection, he spoke firmly. I will continue to climb to the top until the end. So I won't be hindered by towering obstacles anymore. You all probably felt this during the ranking match. That the safety and pride that this rank brings can actually hold everyone back. As a result, everyone is forced to bow before higher walls. Although moving on to the next step is up to the individual. One thing is for sure. You will continue to grow stronger. If everyone stops here, they won't fight alongside me in the next phase. Instead, they will stand behind me, protected by me. If you do not want that, then walk your own path. With that, he lifted his head to look at the audience in the stands. A challenge in his eyes. Try to surpass me. His words seemed to awaken the awakeners around, including Lohan, and that is how the ranking match, filled with countless issues, ended in glorious success. Returning to the Golden Building, the reward was delivered right to Su Hain's hands. It was exactly what he had hoped for. Adamantium. Su Haien received the prize with immense joy. In some ways, this was the true goal of the ranking match. Finally, he would be able to wield the strongest weapon. Ban Mung. Meanwhile, another issue was brewing in South Korea. At the meeting room of the Korean Awakener Management Association, where a lot of people were gathered. In the center was Ju-yi, slowly speaking up. Since the association and guild have gathered, we will begin the meeting. As you all know the topic, it is 2 blue dungeons that have appeared at the Angwa Bridge. They showed up around 3 p.m. And this is the first time they have appeared together in the same area. So they have been dubbed the Blue Abyss River, and based on calculations, it is very likely that both outbreaks will happen simultaneously. Yuan Ju furrowed his brow and asked how much time was left until then. After thinking for a moment, Yui replied, I would guess we have about 2 weeks to a month. Chan, who overheard, scoffed in dissatisfaction. How could it be such a major oversight? Another person nodded in agreement. 1 green dungeon is already enough to wipe the city out, but now there are 2 blue dungeons. And at this moment when most of the ranks are busy with the ranking tournament, they won't have enough people for a dungeon raid. Yui nodded slightly, his face serious as he replied. That is right. We are currently short on ranks. So the planned raid time is about a week. If they do not deal with it as soon as possible, there is no doubt that Xan will be devastated. At that moment, Yuanju asked in a low voice, have you tried contacting Su Haien yet? Yui nodded slightly. I have tried. But the ranking tournament just ended. So I do not know if he can come right away. At the very least, we should start planning the dungeon raid. As soon as those words left his mouth, someone voiced their dissatisfaction. Oh come on. Why are you worrying so much? You have our masked society. The person who spoke was Kwang San, the president of the Masked Society of Awakened Beings. Yui shot him a cold look and said sharply, the discussion is over. Sikan, nodding impassively, he replied, I know. You said you would have Su Haien lead the raid team, but he said they do not know when he will arrive and can't he just keep waiting forever. As soon as he said that, another person chimed in. He is right. There are many awakened members in the society preparing for the raid. It is not just the Masked Society. This person was Lim Chang-hun. In his opinion, the Awakened Society and the Masked Society should form a vanguard team to go in first. Yui frowned upon hearing the suggestion. It turns out they wanted to go this route. The Awakened Society was initially established to ensure the rights of the awakened. But gradually, they only raided dungeons that could help them make money, and rejected oversight from the regulatory agency. They became a greedy organization, only focused on their own interests. Their goal this time must be fame and loot from the blue dungeons. Which is why they are here, to raid the dungeons. Thinking about this, Yui let out a reluctant sigh. But that is not going to work. The agency prioritizes the safety of the people and the city, and they want a more solid plan because there has not been any objective data yet. If the vanguard team of the Masked Society and the Awakened Society fails, it could very likely lead to the outbreak happening sooner than expected. His words made Ju-hoon clench his teeth in anger, but Yui ignored him. Just then, Jang-hoon pulled out a stack of documents and said, if you need objective data, we have it right here. Yui reached out to take it, a bit confused as he asked, what is this? Jang-hoon slowly explained. We sent a request and received it from the U.S. agency. This is the evidence showing that, even with the Chaotic Guild causing trouble in the Blue Dungeon, they still have an 80% chance of success. He asked if you really think the strongest force in Korea can't pull it off. As Yui glanced at the stack of documents in his hand, he fell into deep thought, while Jang-hoon felt a surge of confidence, believing he had already won. But it was not long before Yui slammed the documents down on the table, speaking firmly. Even so, for safety reasons, we still need to wait for Su Haien. Moreover, for a blue dungeon, we need at least 3 rank members. As soon as he said that, the room was enveloped by a massive amount of mana, as Ju-hoon's deep voice echoed again. You are really talking a lot. So what you are saying is that the Hahao Mask Guild is not trustworthy, right? Jang-hoon, sitting next to him, was a bit taken aback by his boldness. Henge-hun looked at him straightforwardly, showing no sign of movement. Yui noticed the unstable situation and instantly activated defensive mana shield. Su Haien yelled angrily. "Wait. What do you think you are doing? Withdraw your mana right now." Ji-hoon showed no fear, sneering as he angrily said. "Don't move. I am ready to smash your face." Su Haien was not backing down either, shouting loudly. "You think you are tough? Then let us fight." As soon as he finished his sentence, he lunged forward, ready to throw down, but just then, Yuan-ju spoke up to stop him. "That is enough." He turned around, dissatisfied, saying, "Captain, you want me to just sit here and watch?" Just as he was about to finish, he suddenly froze in shock. Even Ji-hoon furrowed his brow, because at that moment, Yuan-ju unleashed his overwhelming aura, a massive amount of mana surging forward, clashing with Ji-hoon's mana. "Yen-jans, I said that is enough." In an instant, the two streams of mana collided fiercely. Yuan-ju warned Ji-hoon with a narrowed gaze, but Ji-hoon was completely unreasonable, letting his mana run rampant. Witnessing this, Jang-hoon panicked. Yuan-ju was the strongest in the management agency. In fact, he was the reason why the Awakening Guild tried to avoid conflict with the management agency. If they went against him, they would not gain anything. Realizing this, he quickly stood up to mediate. "What is going on with you two? Stop hurting each other. Come on. Enough. Chairman, you should apologize too." As he said this, he used telepathy to speak to Ji-hoon. "You know the agency holds the power to activate the dungeon, right? If we oppose them now, we won't gain anything." Hearing this, Ji-hoon raised an eyebrow. Shortly after, he reluctantly withdrew his mana. Yuan-ju saw him retract his mana and nodded in satisfaction, also pulling back his own mana. Then, he looked at Ji-hoon and said, "I can see your potential, but I hope you understand that we are preparing for the worst-case scenario. Only after completing the preparations can we start the dungeon activation." His words seemed to irritate Ji-hoon, who stood up from his chair. He rushed in front of Yuan-ju, gritting his teeth and shouted, "So what you are saying is that we are not strong enough?" Jang-hoon sighed in exasperation. "I told you to control your temper." But as a hot-headed person, Ji-hoon could not hold back, challenging Yuan-ju. "Let us take this outside, and I will show you we are strong enough to activate the dungeon." Yuan-ju reaches out, his arm yearning to touch me. Then, he accepts the challenge. Fine. He will teach him a lesson he won't forget. However, Ji-hoon is not afraid. He arrogantly declares, "If I win this match, I want the right to raid the dungeon." Yui overhears this and immediately gets furious. The raid leader has already been decided, but Yuan-ju pats him on the shoulder reassuringly. "It is. Instead of sitting here talking, let us take action. It will be quicker." Ji-hoon steps outside, smirking. "I like your confidence. But do not backtrack later." Yuiju rolls his eyes in disdain. "That line should have been mine." "Don't worry. I am not that easy to take down." Ji-hoon glances at him provocatively. At that moment, a sudden sound echoes from the door, startling him. Su Haien arrives with 3 others, smirking and saying, "Looks like there is some interesting stuff going on here. Mind if I join?" He scans the group, flashing a confident smile. Seeing him, Ji-hoon immediately panics and exclaims, "Kim-su? The ranking match should have ended by now. Why are you here?" Su Haien slowly explains, "I got help from Lohun earlier." Flashback to when they were in America. Lohun found out you had to return and came looking for you. Heard you needed to get back to Korea ASAP. So here. Take this. He hands you a feather, and you suspiciously ask what it is. He explains that this is a celestial feather, allowing the user to teleport to a location tied to their memories. Yuan-ju nods in understanding after hearing the explanation. "Got it. Thanks for quickly responding to the association's task." Su Haien shakes his head with a smile. "No worries. Thanks for handing it to me. But what is going on? I want the scoop." Ji-hoon slightly furrows his brow in thought. After a moment, he finally speaks up. "Not much. Yuan-ju and I were just arguing over who gets the right to raid the dungeon." As soon as he finishes, Su Haien replies, "That is strange." He narrows his eyes at you, waiting for your next words. You reply, "That right to raid the dungeon was mine from the start. So why are the association and guild deciding who gets it now?" As soon as those words leave your mouth, Ji-hoon's expression darkens. Stuttering, unsure how to explain. Chang-hun is equally shocked, silently cursing. This is a disaster. Even though the association president was harsh earlier, it was a golden opportunity to seize that right. However, facing off against the world's strongest awakened, Su Haien, winning would be like climbing a mountain. Su Haien is now squinting at them. This guild is full of tricks. At this moment, Yuan-ju finally speaks up. "I regret to inform you, Su Haien. But the issues between the association and guild started long before." With that, he draws his sword, stating he will handle it himself. Su Haien silently shakes his head. This guild is really a hassle. It is best to resolve this quickly. After thinking, you nod in agreement. Fine. Because I am sure both the guild and association have their reasons. So let us fight for the right to raid the dungeon. As soon as those words are spoken, Ji-hun and Chang-hun's faces drop. Ji-hun grits his teeth and says, "How is that any different from sending us home empty-handed? Isn't this just a threat?" Shrugging it off, Su Haien said casually, "Who said I was the one participating? You are the one who is going to fight this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at Hakjun beside him, leaving him stunned for a moment. And when he finally reacted, he could not believe his eyes looking at Su Haien. But in the end, they decided to gather at the training ground of the Awakening Association. Su Haien spoke up first. "We will start in 5 minutes. So get ready until then." Hakjun shot a sideways glance at him and asked, "Su Haien, why did you suddenly do that to me?" He chuckled softly and replied, "Sorry about that. I just did it without thinking." Yuan-ju also walked over to him at that moment. "Say, Su Haien, this escalation was my fault." He smiled and shook his head. "It is. The association will always find a reason to pick fights with the Awakening Association, even if this peace does not happen. Moreover, things would get worse if they chose to act coldly and refuse to cooperate during the raid. Your judgment might be the only way to control the association, and if it is you, there is no way you would lose to a slacker like Han." Yuan-ju nodded confidently. "Of course. But that does not mean Jae-hun is an easy opponent either. Han did not become an S-rank for nothing. He might be able to take down Hakjun, who just recently became S-rank." However, Su Haien calmly reassured him, "Do not worry. Speaking of abilities, Hakjun is the best among the Awakeners you have ever met." Over here, Han approached Gi-hun and spoke up. "President, this is really nonsense. But in the end, I guess you made the right decision." Jae-hun nodded slightly and replied, "I am not sure about Kim Soo-hun or Park Yuan-ju, but that kid does not mean anything to me." He was very confident. The double dungeon would be theirs. At this moment, Su Haien reminded them. "All right, if you are ready, I will explain the rules. For safety, you two will fight unarmed. You can use skills. And if one of you gives up or can't fight anymore, the other will be the winner." And now, the match between Hakjun and Jae-hun officially begins. The two quickly assumed their stances. In a blink, Jae-hun rushed toward Hakjun. Han's fist was already right in front of him. He hurriedly raised his hand to block it, feeling amazed inside. Han is incredibly quick. Jae-hun's speed was really impressive and continuously forced Hakjun into a defensive position. But even if he was faster, so what? That was not the issue. With that thought, Hakjun raised his hand to block Jae-hun's punch. He just needed to hit back once. Immediately after, he threw a retaliatory punch. But there was no sign of Han in front of him. Hakjun instinctively flinched. Han had vanished. When he reappeared, he was behind Hakjun and grabbed one side of his face tightly and then slammed him down to the ground. Seeing this, Dooho immediately panicked and shouted, "Hakjun! Chaeron, is this over already?" Hakjun reached out to block the punches. But Han had disappeared. However, there was still no sign of Ji-hun in front of him. "Speak up. Hakjun. Chaeron's ride is in a rush. Is it already over?" Hakjun clenches one side of his face and then slams it down onto the ground with fury. Seeing this, Dooho immediately panics. Has Han disappeared? Hakjun tightens his grip on his face, then starts punching. Has Han really vanished? He speaks slowly. But at least he is quick. Other than that, Han has nothing else going for him. This statement makes Jae-hun explode with rage. "You jerk. What kind of power is this?" Just as Han is still in doubt, he feels a shift in his body. Hakjun effortlessly lifts Han with one hand. Without hesitation, he throws him like a ball, and Han's body slams hard onto the ground. The situation changes in an instant, and Dooho's crew is overjoyed. On the flip side, Jang-hun is left speechless in shock. No doubt about it. Han-jun has won this battle. Su Haien outside cracks a subtle smile. Just like he predicted, after a while, Ji-hun's subordinates finally react, rushing to his side, shouting nervously, "Jang-hun, please check on the boss's condition." Jang-hun hurriedly checks, sighing in relief after a while. Thankfully he is not seriously hurt. Just unconscious. That said, he does not believe Jae-hun lost so easily. Did not Hakjun just recently reach rank? He never expected things to turn out like this, at this rate. They won't be able to fight for the rights to enter the dungeon anymore. Meanwhile, Hakjun keeps blaming Su Haien. "Do you know how terrified I was that everything would blow up because of me? Please consult me next time." Su Haien gently rubs his head and smiles. "Sorry about that, but I told you I knew Hakjun would not lose." And as soon as he says that, Hakjun gets annoyed. A moment later, he firmly states, "Of course. I will defeat you one day." Su Haien is momentarily at a loss for words. He glances at the group over there, slowly taking steps toward them. He coldly speaks. Do you understand now why the association did not hand over the dungeon raid to you? No matter how many awakened heroes you have, the strongest force is still your president, but he lost to Hakjun, who just recently leveled up to S. Of course, Hakjun's rapid development is due to his insane ability, which is even better than what he had in his past life. But he keeps that to himself. He looks at them, speaking calmly. You think you can raid the green dungeon with just those skills? If you are planning to enter, consider this competition a lesson, and think about your precious lives. However, these words do not sit well with the group. They still want to enter the green dungeon. After thinking for a moment, one of them hesitates and says, I get what you are saying. Let us join the raid team. If we are part of the lineup, it will definitely be more complete. Su Haien looks at him with some anger. Just participating in the green dungeon is already a huge experience, considering the benefits he will gain afterward. He suggests sharing 70% of the loot. Su Haien lets out a scoff, saying, Then let me ask you this. And the guy's expression subtly changes. Then he heard you coldly ask, with all of you, is the green dungeon just an opportunity? Or is it all just about fame and fortune? Dun saw you getting angry and rushed to intervene. But you kept pressing. I just want to know if you guys have ever thought about it. Are the dungeons that appear in the world just normal? Is there anything else besides dungeons? What if one day those dungeons swallowed the whole world? You narrowed your eyes at the group and asked, Have you ever thought about that? You stepped closer to him, your voice commanding. Listen up, as long as I want. Getting rid of your little club is as easy as breathing. I am just holding back because I have bigger fish to fry. As soon as those words left your mouth, the face of the group leader changed instantly. Dun was shaking so much he could hardly stand. He felt like he was about to drop dead. Of course, he did not want to die. He hurriedly begged, Spare me. At that moment, Su Haien in front of him looked like a god, able to take his life at any second. Without hesitation, you coldly warned him. This is your last chance. There won't be a next time. After a brief uproar, Su Haien and Yu Hanjiahu returned to the meeting room. After learning about your plan, Yu Hanjiu hesitated and asked, Are you serious? Su Haien, you want to tackle the green dungeon by yourself? Su Haien leisurely sipped his drink. Then he nodded and replied, Yep. I will handle one. Who? Hakjun. Thomas. And the association will take care of the rest. Yu Hanjiu frowned at you, worriedly saying, That is too reckless. I think it would be better if we all went together and dealt with each dungeon one by one. However, Su Haien was adamant. I need to do this myself. Then you made a suggestion that shocked Yu Hanjiu. Trust me. I will tackle one of the green dungeons alone for the press. 2 hours after Hakjun's competition, a car was leaving, belonging to Yu Hun's group. After hearing Chang Hun's recount, Yu Hun gritted his teeth and asked, Really? Did Kim Su Haien really say that? Remembering the earlier scene, Chang Hun had promised you that he and the top 10 associations would back out of this. Yu Hun stared out the window for a long time, as if he was deep in thought. After a moment, he finally called out, Zhangqiwu. The person called immediately responded, Yep. Chairman, Yu Hun slowly issued a command. Call the other guilds and gather 20 talented people. Zhangqiwu slightly flinched. Then he heard Yu Hun gritting his teeth say, Damn it. Kim Su Haien messed with the wrong person. He's got to die. A few days later, the day of the Manhwa event finally arrived, and reporters gathered on the bridge. They blocked Su Hain's group, bombarding them with questions nonstop. But Su Haien did not care, not answering a single one. It was still up to Yui to manage. We will take questions after the dungeon tackle is finished. At that time, the association will contact everyone. So for now, please head home. Over here, Yu Hun, looking worried, spoke up. If you feel in danger, do not push yourself and leave. We will finish up quicker. So we will meet you as soon as we are done. With a soft chuckle, Su Haien nodded and replied, Got it. I will head out first. Just as he said that, he vanished without a trace. At that moment, Yu Hanqiwu turned to Yu Hun and suggested, We should get started. Duho nodded in agreement. You are right. Shortly after, they left. The raid on the green dungeon had begun that night. When the bridge was deserted, strange black holes suddenly appeared. Before long, Ji-hun led a group of people into view. Ji-hun shouted orders. All right. Su-hun, let us Immediately, they advanced into the entrance of the green dungeon. Meanwhile, in the distance, someone was quietly observing everything, as if this had been predicted. Back in the meeting room, while Su-hun and Yuan-ju were discussing strategies, Su-hun quietly told him, I will handle it myself. That way, the guild will come to you and cause a disruption. Yuan-ju, bit surprised, asked, Did you foresee what would happen by then, due to competition between guilds or revenge? The masked guild Hahao and others have been handling dungeons that have not been raided successfully, and have been praised for stopping their attempts. Those pesky idiot. This time things won't go their way, so at that time, you suggested Yuan Jiayu to trust me to raid the green dungeon for the press. The guild will definitely follow, and we will collect evidence while they do it. The one quietly gathering evidence is Yui, who looked toward the dungeon and said, "The rest is up to you." Su Haien. Inside the dungeon, as soon as Su Haien entered, he dealt with a pack of monsters. His sword was drenched in black blood, but he showed no signs of backing down. Moments later, Ji-hun's group also appeared at that spot. Ji-hun took a round to check the blood stains and soon realized the monsters had been dead for a while. He then turned to his team and said, "Kim Su-hun has gone deeper. Maintain formation and follow the trail." As soon as he finished speaking, his group immediately took off, but just before leaving, Ji-hun could not help but mumble. The deep part is supposed to be the boss of the gold dungeon, yet it is just normal monsters here. Is the green dungeon really like this? Thinking this, he turned to give the order. "Alright, let us start." But before he could finish, a voice interrupted. "Who said you could go?" He immediately turned back, shouting Kim Su-hun. His crew instantly went on high alert, ready for a fight. Ji-hun looked up and shouted, "Where are you?" "Kim's. Come out now." Just as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock, because at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. A massive amount of mana was being released, sending chills down his spine, accompanied by a deep voice. "Stop." Ji-hun glanced back, and there he saw Su-hun standing there. It is just this moment. Your whole body is cloaked in an aura that sends chills down people's spines. You coldly warn, "If you move, I am gonna end you." Meanwhile, in a fort, Sion Cheon and his crew are sprinting ahead, with a swarm of monsters hot on their heels. Sion Cheon keeps taunting them. "Come on, bugs. Follow me." Someone in the group advises him to tone it down, but he just laughs it off, playfully teasing the monsters. "If you want a bite, come get me." His words really tick off the creature behind him, its eyes glowing bright red. Someone yells in frustration, "Sion Cheon. You idiot. It is furious now. Why are you pushing it?" But Sion Cheon just grins and says, "This is way more fun. Plus, we will finish this faster." And with that, they dive headfirst into their escape. Just then, Yanju appeared, silently drawing his sword. His eyes are fiercely determined, and with one powerful slash, a brilliant arc of energy slices through the air, taking down a bunch of monsters behind them. The lead monster is seething with rage, but Anju continues to unleash his sword strikes, sending out wave after wave of deadly energy. The ground is littered with the corpses of the fallen beasts. At that moment, Sion Cheon yells from the cliff, "Captain, there is nothing left." Anju shakes his head. "No time to rest. Get ready for the next phase of the plan." Sion Cheon nods in understanding. Just after that, he spots something in the distance, sticking out his tongue as he says. Sure enough, once they hear a sound, they come crawling out. Disgusting. Below the cliff he is standing on, a horde of monsters is gathering. He shouts, "Time to roll out the next step." Not just him, but Hakjun and Thomas are also part of this plan. Back in the green dungeon, Jae-hun and his crew are trapped in a dark corner, behind Ji-hun. Desperate cries for help are echoing relentlessly. His face is pale as he finally admits, "We messed up." But the giant beast's eyes, filled with malice, are fixed on him. He screams in terror, "Stop." Just then, the body of the giant serpent suddenly shimmers, illuminated by a faint beam of light, revealing a figure standing on the other side. He furrows his brow, his expression filled with disbelief. The person standing in front of him is Su Haien. He bursts into laughter, so that snake was just an illusion. But what the heck is this? A cave? As he is pondering, cries for help ring out from behind him. When he looks back, he sees a gigantic snake devouring his people. But then, dark energy starts to swirl around him. He is surrounded by a pack of monsters, and he cries out in fear. What the hell are these things? Panic sets. There are just too many of them. This is the worst case scenario. He grits his teeth and demands, "Where the hell are you leading us?" Su Haien chuckles softly. "No need to be scared. Thanks to my skills, they have not attacked yet." This is the deepest part of the dungeon. If he was not a complete idiot, he would know just how dangerous that green dungeon really is. Yet, he still chases after money and fame. Driven by greed, he is a pest threatening the world. His disappearance would actually be better for everyone. Hearing this, Ji-hun's body started to tremble, and he grit his teeth, shouting, "Help! I got close to you because..." But before he could finish, Su Haien coldly interrupted. "Help you? What will you say to all the lives you have destroyed?" Ji-hun flinched, sinking down, remembering all the people who died because of him. If they could, they would want to confront him, asking why he did it. At that moment, Su Haien was hovering above, thanks to the Holy Fire Phoenix, looking down at him with a chilling gaze. "That is my answer. Now it is your turn to experience this." As soon as he spoke, the monsters below slowly advanced toward Ji Hun, terrified. He yelled, "Don't come any closer. Stay away from me, you filthy beasts." He had to taste the pain and suffering of those he killed. As the gigantic monster opened its mouth, Ji Hun's face paled, sweat pouring down his forehead. Su Haien just hovered there, watching the horror unfold below. Only after Ji Hun's entire crew was wiped out did he finally land. Standing on the cliff, he frowned at the monsters staring right at him. Those malicious eyes were watching him like a predator in the shadows. He shot them a cold glare and said, "Still hungry after gorging yourself on all that?" They had surrounded him by this point. He clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of irony. "Looks like you can't eat another bite." Just as he finished speaking, flames ignited in his hand, ready to incinerate them. Meanwhile, in that forest, Ji Hun's group had just taken down a monster and was resting on the side. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "I thought we were done for, but we have done enough. Right." He then raised an eyebrow at Juho beside him. Juho nodded lightly but quickly sighed. Looking at the people in front of him, he could not help but curse. Damn it. Who is the real monster here? At the same time, Ji Hun and Jill were quietly observing Hakjun and Thomas, both of whom left a strong impression. One had impressive combat instincts and mana, freely using various skills. The other was enhancing his body with mana, focusing solely on destruction. The latter was more like him, but judging by the pace of their development, he would soon surpass him. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. Then he spoke up. "Today, I will take a break to deal with this guy. I doubt any monsters will show up now. Just to be safe, let us gather a night watch team." Shortly after, they began to rest as night fell in the forest. Their group split into shifts, with some heading off to sleep. "So this is the night watch group I have only heard about. Not exactly a pleasant experience." Then, Juo's mocking laughter rang out. At least he felt lucky not to be the last one left behind. "But even heroes can escape the night watch duty." Hakjun flinched but asked, "What do you mean?" "What hero? And those reporters were such a hassle." Juo asked him why, and he pouted, saying, "It is just too flashy. What can I do about it?" As he said this, Hakjun suddenly hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice to continue. "The title of hero is meant for people like Lohan, Hizu, and Haien. For you, the expectations, cheers, and encouragement from everyone are nothing but a burden." Hearing this, Juho looked at him, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Hakjun suddenly chuckled softly. "I should not have said anything. Right. Just venting a bit. Do not worry." Juho furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before speaking. "I am reminded of someone who said exactly what you just did." Hakjun jolted in surprise and asked, "Really?" Juho slowly explained. "Last year when Soyeon and I faced the Kraken at the Green Dungeon, someone mentioned that looking at Soyeon made him feel so small, and that you were burning everything around you with your brilliance, telling him to be careful. Even though he was aware of it himself, he did not want to admit it, so he immediately cranked up the test level from 5 to 6. Hearing this, Hakjun nodded in understanding, realizing why he had lost last year, and he also felt like he had suddenly become stronger. Juho chuckled lightly and continued, "But I also felt crushed by the tiny difference in strength." Hakjun looked at him, somewhat confused. Juho slowly clarified, "It is a matter of talent. That is my limit. If Son had not bitten you back, you would have been dead." He had thought a lot about what Soyeon said. At that moment, he realized his limits. He thought that someone like him could never be on the same level as them. Hakjun raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to react, but Juho seemed unfazed and continued. "However, I realized that after hearing Son's words, he has never fought for himself. He always moves forward. It is always for everyone, to stop destruction. He is so bright and dazzling." As he said this, Juho looked up at the bright moon above. After pondering for a long while, he said seriously, "I have decided that even if I get burned by that brilliant light, I will follow it without hesitation." He asked Hakjun if he ever thought of himself as a pillar for others to lean on, just like Su Haien was for him. Hakjun was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. "That is just not fair. If you put it that way, then Hakjun has no choice but to run away." The two of them kept each other company in the darkness until dawn. Meanwhile, in the Green Dungeon, Suan had ventured deep inside, taking down countless monsters. At that moment, he stood before a large door. He guessed this might be the boss's room. He placed his hand on the door, seemingly wanting to push it open, but hesitated for a moment because the signs of the Green Dungeon were appearing too quickly. At this rate, Fapini would show up soon too. This time, he would defeat it. Right after that, he pushed the door open. Just as that happened, something suddenly pulled him back. Soyeon was taken aback, quickly turning around, wondering if there were still other living beings here. But when he took a closer look, his eyes widened. Standing before him was a familiar figure. "It has been a while since I have seen little Maya. and she is so happy to see you that she can't stop licking your face. Before long, your face is drenched, and feeling a bit awkward. You finally speak up. I know you are really happy to see me, but can you please take a break? As soon as you say this, Maya instantly stops. You wipe your face with your hand, silently sighing. With all this saliva, it is getting bigger and more slippery. Thinking about it, Su Haien glances at Maya and asks, has she already gone through her growth spurt? Maya happily nods, and at that moment, you realize she is starting to really understand what you are saying, but something about it still feels a bit off, does not it? You stare at Maya for a long moment before hesitantly saying, you seem smaller than I expected. As soon as those words leave your mouth, Maya immediately looks down, clearly feeling very sad. Seeing this, Su Haien felt a rush of panic. Hurt already? You quickly explained. I mean, Maya is in the perfect size right now. Instantly, Maya perked up again, then pointed towards the door. Su Haien raised an eyebrow and asked, you want to show me just how strong you have gotten? Maya nodded vigorously. Just as you said, you slowly walk towards the door, pondering that size is not everything. Let us see how much she has developed. With that thought, you pushed the door open. Immediately, you saw a giant monster right in front of you, with tons of red eyes on its head, and without any hesitation, it attacked Su Haien with its tentacles. You quickly shouted, show it your breath. The moment your words faded, Maya took a deep breath. Then, she unleashed a powerful stream of energy. A roaring wind filled the air, and Su Haien could not help but raise an eyebrow. This power was beyond imagination. In front of you now was a brilliant flame. The monster from before was engulfed in a sea of fire. Seeing this, Su Haien's face showed pure shock. With just one move from Maya, you had effortlessly taken down the boss of the green dungeon. Maya turned around, looking extremely pleased, her eyes clearly wanting some praise. Looking at the scene before you, Su Haien was truly at a loss for words. Can you really do that? Just one flame from her had turned the boss to ashes. Not a single piece left. Meanwhile, in the dungeon with Yuanju's group, they searched for a long time before finally finding the teleportation gate. Yuanju sighed in relief upon seeing it. It is finally over. They took 3.5 days to conquer the green dungeon, with one guy lightly injured and another seriously hurt, but no fatalities. Most of it was thanks to Thomas and Hakjun. At this moment, he realized he also needed to improve himself. With that thought, he turned to the others and said, great job, everyone. The engraved stones from the dungeon will be sent to you later. Once everyone left one by one, Yuanju slowly walked outside. As he stepped out, he ran into Dewey, who was waiting there. Dewey exclaimed as soon as he saw him, congratulating him on successfully completing the dungeon raid. Yuanju shook his head and replied, not yet. We need to help Su Haien. However, Dewey shook his head and said with a smile, no need. He is already done. The moment those words left his mouth, Yuanju's face was filled with disbelief. Back at Diho's small house deep in the woods, Su Haien returned and found him, looking at the orb in his hands. Diho exclaimed, oh my, is this really adamantium? Su Haien nodded slightly and explained, it is a reward for me for winning in the ranking games. Just wanted to show it to you. But I have some urgent work to take care of. Diho seemed pretty unfazed, just fixated on the adamantium. After a moment, he finally spoke up, amazed that he could actually see it with his own eyes. Just as he was about to say more, he seemed to sense something. He reached out to Su Haien and said, hand me your sword. Su Haien was a bit taken aback, but he still handed over his sword. Diho inspected it for a moment and then remarked, the blade's a bit damaged. He furrowed his brow, calculating how long it could hold that inscription. I need, he said, seeming to have the time, but trailed off, too lazy to finish. Then he finally smiled and said, I will create the greatest masterpiece for you in half a year. Su Haien was a bit surprised to hear that, but he did not ask further and simply said he would wait. The next day, South Korea was buzzing. The shockwave Su Haien caused in the Green Dungeon became the hot topic across multiple forums. Not to mention the news from the association about their plan to seize the Haha Mask Guild's dungeon. Citing the Haha Mask Guild's actions as wicked and illegal, the association expelled them and took disciplinary measures. In the conference room, Haien presented the documents to everyone and then slowly said, just look at the documents and you will get it. In summary, the tides are changing, the rate of dungeons appearing is skyrocketing, and the role of awakeners is to ensure the safety of citizens and the nation. Su Haien skimmed through the documents and then said, dungeons are appearing way faster than before, which is why the regulatory agency is avoiding conflict with the Awakener Association. Haien nodded slightly as he explained, exactly. Even though the association is stronger than the regulatory agency, the agency plays a more crucial role. Whether it is providing information and suppliers to clear dungeons smoothly, or granting awakeners the authority to tackle the dungeons. And as we know, an unregulated organization is extremely dangerous. which is why he wants to disband them. Just as he brought that up, Juho suddenly interjected. We really need to stick together. Su Haien looked at him in surprise, but Juho calmly replied. But we have no other choice. However, Juho then smirked and said, Actually, leave this to me. In that moment, Juho's face was full of confidence. Meanwhile, in a small house in the city, a man was sitting curled up in a chair. His phone, resting on the table, suddenly buzzed. The message was from Su Haien, asking to meet him. The moment he saw it, he panicked. He mumbled to himself, I did not do anything. I am so scared. Oh my. That night, at the Awakener's high-rise inside the office, curse words flew around. Damn it. Ji-han. That bastard. All he does is cause trouble and then die. What do we do now? In the meeting room, everyone was talking over each other. Now what? The association and Su Haien won't let us be. Just wait. That only applies to the bastards who pulled Ji-han out. Right. Yeah. The rest of us did not even participate. Are they really going to round us all up? One Awakener shouted angrily. Come on. You think they are just doing this over this incident? They will definitely dig up all the issues that have happened up until now. Which is why Ji-han called this meeting. There are only a few of us here to deal with it. Right. Junho, the one named here, is the vice president of the top 10 guild, also known as the department store. He sighed and replied, I just agreed with the president's decision. Receiving this answer, he thought to himself, the top 10 guild relies on Ji Haien, so I was planning to ask him for cooperation. What a fool I was to think I could confront him. Given that this is how it is, he spoke up, everyone listen up. If we want to survive, we have to kill Su Haien. Otherwise, we all... These words sent shockwaves through the group. They all chimed in agreement. Right, that is true. If we work together, we can defeat Su Haien. Little did they know, Su Haien was outside listening to every word. Jiang Hun was so scared his face turned pale. Su Haien, I did not say they should do that. Please believe me. I followed your instructions. He just bolted. I have something to take care of. The people inside were still debating. Is that really the only way? Forget the guild. Su Haien clearly has a grudge against us. The mastermind behind the plan to kill Su Haien exclaimed. Let us go with that decision. He got everyone riled up. Let us take Su Haien down. You appeared right behind him, coldly asking, who are you planning to kill? The group jumped in surprise at your sudden appearance. Su Haien almost shouted. You coolly continued. You think you can kill me? He shot up from his seat in panic. It is Su Haien. You smirked. Such lively discussions. Keep going. Or have you decided to kill me? After that, you raised your hand. Come on then. 2 members of the guild were eager to punish Su Haien. Damn. You are getting too cocky. The leader reassured them. Do not be scared. He is just human. We will end him here. With that, they unleashed their energy straight at Su Haien. Watching the energy blasts come at him, his gaze turned cold and sharp. A light flickered in his eyes. Su Haien activated his third eye. Then, their attacks were rendered ineffective. The 2 eager ones were stunned. What the heck? My skill. It is... Junho was equally surprised, suddenly breaking into a confident smile. Then he stood up, stepping towards Su Haien. You remained alert. Thinking. The department store. It will take a bit to take him down. Meanwhile, the leader was gloating. Finally, someone is willing to help. Right. With just this guy. Who knows if we will have a chance if Junho helps out. Yet he raised both hands and declared. I surrender. This attitude left everyone else speechless. What? What are you talking about? Junho had a very confident expression. As if he was sure he had chosen the right civilization. Su Haien signaled to him. Good. You can go. Before leaving, Junho left a parting shot. You guys are mistaken. I never agreed to help. I do not want to fight a monster like Su Haien, with only the deserving left inside. Su Haien began to settle the score. Alright. Now then, let us continue. He activated his third eye. Predator. An invisible pressure bore down on their bodies, leaving them helplessly shouting. Save me. Su Haien begins to draw his sword, his voice icy cold. Even though you all know you have lost your way, you have not changed a bit. You are fully aware of your wrongdoings. Yet you choose to stay silent. Organizations like yours do not deserve to exist. All of you should just disappear today. Su Haien, standing behind, pats him on the shoulder. Stopping him, he turns back, waiting for his brother to continue. Su Haien suggests, let me handle the rest. Su Haien ponders silently, yielding the stage to Su Haien. Then says, thank you. Su Haien bluntly responds. Without you, I would be wiped them all out by now. Hearing this, the whole group tenses up, sweat pouring down their faces. Now it is Su Haien's turn to lighten the mood. Come on, Let us put an end to this scary atmosphere. We are not looking to cause any more trouble. When Juho brought Su Haien's strength into the organization's administrative power, he easily took control of the situation. Juho presented a file and announced, "We have gathered intel on the crimes and corruption of the association. The biggest problem is that these attacks stem from the leadership of the Haho Guild. Therefore, the association has laid down some conditions for the social organization to continue existing, resulting in new rules and regulations within the organization." The head of the group interrupted. "Hold on. Whose authority do you think you have to command us?" Juho raised his powerful fist and slammed it down on the table, sending papers flying everywhere. This attitude made everyone nervous. Some had objections, but they were all convinced. Juho's voice was cold as he said, "Let us be real. You are all just a bunch of cockroaches. It is the man right in front of you. The stage has been set." He tossed the pile of documents up in frustration and continued, "I wish I could let Su Haien take care of you all, but with the situation rapidly changing, I need your strength. With the tiger behind you, you want money and power, right? There will be more than you could ever wish for offered to you. Shut up and follow my lead. You cockroaches." The fox ruling the mountain. The next morning, outside the park, people were strolling, and a little girl was singing cheerfully along the way. Su Haien sat silently on a bench, and Juho handed him a cup of coffee. He hurriedly asked, "So everything has settled?" "Ah, Juho, it seems like it all went smoothly." Juho replied, "Of course, especially after that ruckus earlier. You think I could not handle that little mess, and I have become the president of the association." Su Haien was taken aback. "Really? You did not mention you would go that far." He sighed. "I did not have much of a choice, or the association would crumble soon enough if I let them follow my orders. I am just delaying an inevitable explosion. It is better to become the chairman of the association and prevent any deception from the start. Besides, the fake awakeners in the association are different from me. They only act when there is something in it for them. I am planning to control them by offering suitable rewards." Su Haien suggests, "I do not think we need to put in that much effort to maintain the association." Juho is adamant about this. "We need them." Su Haien can't convince him anymore. "Come on, Juho." He pours out his heart. "Did not you say before that if this world were truly normal, then why do we always have to live in fear that one day the dungeon will go out of control and wipe us all out? If that moment comes, we will need an organized force. Honestly, I have never understood what you are thinking. I know nothing. I just admire your strength all this time. I have been trying to catch up to you, but now I finally understand why you keep moving forward. Maybe I will never be able to stand side by side with you, but I will catch up eventually, so do not wait for me. I will definitely support you from below. Do you understand now? Just share your burdens with me. I am on your side." Su Haien was taken aback by this heartfelt confession. He thought to himself, just that one sentence. So Su Haien called out, "Juho, you know that, but now I feel that no matter what challenges the future brings, we can face them together." And just like that, a bright smile returned to the young boy's face. Su Haien said, "Thank you, bro." Seeing Juho's familiar smiling face made him feel happy too. Thanks to him, he could relax and smile. Meanwhile, Johnny furrowed his brow and thought. A low voice echoed, "So they did not show up this time either." He confirmed, "Looks like that is the case. Plus, in the past, when I was searching for Kim Sung-in, I set up a system, but I only found Su Haien and Lo Han. And even though I kept an eye on Lo Han, nothing else showed up. Based on my deductions, Su Haien might be a fragment of a god." Fen Yi gasped. "It can't be like that. My regression is proof of that." "Forget it. He is definitely back, and I need time to regain my strength. Until then, I will leave everything happening in this dimension to you." Johnny agreed. "Just let me handle it." Half a year has passed since then, and thanks to Juho, Su Haien was able to slowly climb the challenge tower. Notifications popped up. "You have completed the challenge of floor 31. You have completed the challenge of floor 34. You have completed the challenge of floor 39. He felt very reassured. Now that Juho was leading the awakened ones, the national agencies were gradually cleaning out the dungeons, and he managed everything better than expected, earning him high praise as a reliable person. In the meeting room, Johnny analyzed. According to the statistics, although the number of awakened beings has significantly increased in the past 6 months, the number of dungeons is also rising rapidly. Juho added, "We have gained more B rank and lower awakened beings, so we can tackle most of the bronze dungeons." But Su Haien knew the real problem was the dungeons ranked and above. Johnny replied, "Exactly. To find more A and rank awakened beings, we will need more time. If this keeps up, the number of awakened beings appearing won't keep pace with the number of dungeons, and the number of solved dungeons will drop, leading to a dungeon outbreak. For now, We will send this information to the governments of all countries. It is best everyone knows about the potential incidents. Su Haien agreed. Please do that. Zhuo spoke. If we are done, can I go outside now? It seems there is already trouble at the new green dungeon near Su Haien. Hainju is on it. Get it? This is where my report ends. If we get any updates, I will reach out to you. He turned to remind you. Su Haien, if you head home now, I can give you a lift for a bit. You declined, saying no thanks, I appreciate it. Hainju, curious, asked. Are you planning to head back to the challenge tower? You immediately denied it, saying no. Before I go there, I need to stop by somewhere first, and that place is a blacksmith. Diho greeted. Wait, you made it? And Su Haien was surprised to see him, noticing how tired he looked. You asked, are you okay, sir? Diho replied. No need to worry, I am almost done with the forging. I got so excited that I forgot to take a break. You said, stretching out your legs. You really should take care of yourself first. But he did not want to hear it, saying do not worry about me. Anyway, check out this sword. You said its name is Ban Meng. Right, I heard it is a legendary sword. You should have given it a new name. Su Haien gripped the sword tightly. You drew the blade from its scabbard and observed it, thinking to yourself, the Ban Meng sword. It has been a while since I held it. Feels just as comfortable as ever. I think I can finally use that skill now. Diho knew you were eager to try it out, and you shyly rebutted. I am not a kid anymore. He was well aware of Su Haien's intentions, saying you keep bringing it up. Are you planning to go to the challenge tower? You admitted straightforwardly. Yep. At least there. I won't be teased by others. Diho ordered to send you off, saying fine. Go ahead. This old man needs a nap. Su Haien gratefully called out. Thank you, Diho. I really appreciate it. And those words made him pause. Diho smiled, saying I got it. Take care out there. At the training tower. In front of the entrance to the 40th floor, Su Haien slowly stepped inside. The gatekeeper on the 40th floor, Nam Chol, had been waiting for a while. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm, saying, look who finally showed up. What are you hoping to find out? How much do you already know? Su Haien got straight to the point. Please tell me the difficulty level of this trial first. He straightforwardly blurted out a number. 600,000. And you were left speechless. Then he handed you something, saying here, the system reminds you. You have spent 600,000 achievement points. Nam Chol looked you over, saying that is quite the price. But he did not seem to care at all. All right. Thanks. Starting from the 40th floor, the difficulty of the trial will begin to scale, from easy to very difficult. With that, he stood up, saying well, looks like you have made up your mind already. Nam Chol offered a hint, saying find Long Chu. That is all I can say. Su Haien was taken aback by that name, thinking Long Chu. This trial is related to the Dragon Clan. Nam Chol added another tip, saying oh, and here's a little something extra for you. Think carefully about why you received this trial. And do not forget that many people are counting on you to achieve great things. Su Haien was stunned upon hearing that. You could not believe it. They are counting on me to do something big. Other people are actually keeping an eye on me. Well, that does not matter right now. Su Haien was transported into the trial space. Reminder alert. Do you want to start the trial on floor 40? Please select a level. You pick level 10. Now choose the difficulty. Looking at the options ahead, Su Haien focused. The important thing now was to voice out. It is tough to overcome the trial in front of him and become stronger. Update alert. You chose very hard difficulty. Time to begin the trial on floor 40. In an instant, Su Haien found himself transported to a lush green plain. He felt something strange in the air, and Su Hain's expression gradually turned tense. It turned out, right behind him, a dragon was sprawled out, and he was shocked. A dragon. This mission was to save the Dragonkin's world. The dragon in front of you will guide you. Su Haien was stunned. Save the world of the Dragonkin. This place looks so peaceful. Yet they want me to save the world. He immediately called for Maya to appear. Then he remembered. Can you try talking to it? Your kin. The dragon was still sprawled out, and Maya carefully observed her kind. It moved closer to its oversized friend and called out. Finally, the dragon woke up. Its massive claw slammed down, and the roar echoed. The dragon named Blank stared at them and exclaimed, a red dragon. The one beside you is a human. Su Haien thought. I can hear its voice in my head, so this is what telepathy feels like. And it seems it can speak human language too. It looks like Haenki's baby dragon. But I can tell they exist in two different times. I heard that the longer a dragon lives, the stronger it becomes. The energy it radiates is impressive. Blank coldly asked, why is a red dragon with a human? And how did the human end up here? Su Haien noticed Maya's fearful demeanor and was surprised. He reached out to touch her. Then he explained. Maya hatched from an egg I accidentally obtained. And we have been together for about 2 years now. She is my family. Blank asked again. She hatched from an egg. Are you sure about that? He nodded in confirmation.
Yep.
Maya stood, affirming once more. I hatched from an egg. Blank finally understood. So that is it. Su Haien noticed the change in the dragon's demeanor. It seemed annoyed before but now was calmer. Maybe I can talk to it now. I heard Maya is a being above baby dragons, and according to Haien Ki, just like how people are categorized by ranks based on color, a dragon's rank is decided the moment it is born. I bet I can learn something about Maya from it. Thinking this, Su Haien spoke up. I know this might be rude, but I do not know much about Maya. Can you tell me more about red dragons? Blank was taken aback. It laughed. You really do not know what it is. How foolish. Su Haien still hoped for an answer. It was a bit silly, and the topic shifted. Fine. Let me teach you. That is the color symbol of dragons. It is the emblem of the Dragon King. It signifies being a descendant of the Dragon King. Su Haien was sweating bullets. He could not believe it. The Dragon King. Maya and her kin exchanged glances. And finally, Maya's expression lit up as if she discovered something fascinating. Su Haien exclaimed. The king of the Dragon Clan. Are you saying Maya is the child of the Dragon King? It confirms. It is shocking that a dragon like that could be tamed by humans, which is why I am left speechless. Su Haien thought to himself. I know it is a special dragon, but this adorable little guy is actually the king of the Dragon Clan. It is a bit too big to call him little now. Maya enjoyed the gentle teasing from Su Haien and asked, so your family is also in this world? Brang fell silent after that question. Looking a bit hesitant, after a moment, he revealed that Maya was the last dragon of the clan. Su Haien was stunned to hear this, and Brang continued. Just take a look and you will see. A wave of deep green energy enveloped him, and Su Haien gasped. Wait, you can be serious. What are you doing? In a place where smoke and flames towered high into the sky, Brang brought him to this spot. Recounting. A battle once took place here. Enemies suddenly appeared in our world and waged war. Countless warriors rose to fight back and protect this realm. As he spoke, there was a hint of reluctance to continue. But that day the enemy was too powerful, and many of our kind sacrificed themselves. The scene of devastation unfolded before them, and Brang sorrowfully recounted. We shed a lot of blood in that battle. Su Haien listened silently to that painful past. It felt so familiar. He exclaimed. This feeling, suddenly, something familiar appeared before his eyes, and he was shocked to realize it was a person. The silhouette of the opponent became clear. It was Fanny. Su Haien clenched his fists tight, suppressing the rage within. His gaze was filled with fury. Brang advised, there is no need to be so angry. This is just a memory. He knew that and tried to rein in his emotions. Su Haien exhaled. He is right. Emotions will just weaken my fighting abilities. Honestly, I am actually glad. Now that I have run into Fanny again, I can control my feelings. Brang praised him. You regained your composure pretty quickly. You are used to controlling your emotions. Su Haien confirmed.
Yeah.
A little. He replied. That is impressive. It is not easy, especially for a human. But how do you know him? At this point, his expression darkened. Su Haien revealed. He is the monster that destroyed my world. Brang asked skeptically. Your world. Through his observation, he realized he was not lying. The night sky in his memory was shrouded in gloom. At that moment, Fanny was under attack. He passively watched the figure fighting him, a red dragon. The red dragon was gathering firepower. Then it shot straight at Fanny. He thought to himself, they are fighting. Just as he was about to see more, Su Haien was pulled back. He found himself back in the lush green realm. Su Haien's expression was a bit frozen. Brang said, But that is all I can show you. I only have memories up until my brother died in that battle. Through this journey, Su Haien realized that not only was his world destroyed by Fanny, but this world could exist in reality too. Well, no need to overthink it, Brang suggested. Talking as they walked, Brang told Su Haien about the post-war world, and thanks to that, he understood the trials better. It recounts the ending, where all the red dragons perish and the world is destroyed. But the Dragon Clan is not extinct yet. There are still other dragons like us who survived, because we hibernated during the war. When we woke up, we started to restore our world and bring life back to it. But the war is not over. The leader of the monsters has vanished. Yet there are still many monsters roaming this world. Could only reclaim a part of our territory. As Brang tells this, he leads them to his kingdom. Here we are. This is our new home. He lands on the ground. And then, from his dragon form, he begins to transform into a human. Brang exclaims comfortably, much better now. You are surprised. You have seen transformations before but never anyone turning into a human. Su Haien curiously asks, is it comfortable in human form? Brang rubs his sore shoulders and replies, as a dragon, I am quite heavy. Besides during hibernation, this shape is much better. Even though it drains more mana, he reports to the higher-ups. We have guests here. Hurry and open the gate. The city gate slowly creaks open. He carefully warns beforehand. Just so you know, humans are not welcome here. Su Haien responds. It is. Not every day do humans enter a dragon's fortress. Brang reiterates. Not you. His eyes subtly glancing towards Maya. Then he continues. But the red dragon is. Su Haien is stunned. What? Because of her. Brang leaves a parting remark as he strides through the gate. You will see. One person and one dragon exchange glances. And he gathers his spirits. Come on. Inside the dragon village, the atmosphere is eerily peaceful. Dragon clans here have taken on human forms. Strolling through the streets. With happy families out enjoying their day, you assess the place. Instead of a dragon village, it looks more like a human settlement. Brang explains. That is because they realized living in human form is much more comfortable. So they started living like this. Su Haien wonders. Get it? But there are not many of them. I mean dragons. He clarifies. After the war, only about 50 dragons survived. Since then, we have only added around 500 more. Just then, someone in the distance notices them. He exclaims in surprise. Elder. Brang greets back. It has been a while. Silfree is delighted to see him. You. Elder Brang. It has not been long since you left. Did you sleep well? He replies. I woke up in the middle of the night because of this man. Silfree turns to assess you. A human. His expression suddenly shifts to discomfort upon seeing Maya. Silfree stammers. Traitor. Offspring of the red dragon. Why are you in this city? Brang says nonchalantly. Is there a problem? This is a place anyone can enter as long as they come with family. As for this human, I can vouch for him myself. Silfree responds. I have no issue with humans. But the offspring of the Dragon King has abandoned us. I know you want to deny that truth. His fists tremble with anger. Yet, the offspring of the red dragon are traitors. Silfree's face is filled with resentment. You feel your eyes burning with fury too. Silfree presses on. What is it? Human. Do you have something to say? Su Haien retorts darkly. How dare you insult my child? Why should I hold back? Your hand reaches out. And Silfree's eyes widen in shock. He is pushed back by an invisible force. He can believe it. Why am I stepping back? Su Haien scoffs. I have barely lifted a finger. And already you want to run away. People are way more cowardly than you think. Silfree stubbornly retorts. Who is scared? Scared of a mere human. He gathers power into his palm. His words dripping with mockery. Su Haien calmly raises his hand. Energy radiating from him. It is blazing with power. And Silfree also unleashes his abilities. Shouting back. Get lost. That human. As he finishes speaking, a torrent of energy surges toward him. Su Haien nonchalantly pushes it back. Returning it. His voice low. Return it all. The force in his hand shoots straight toward the target. Two waves of power clash fiercely. Then, Silfree's energy is ripped apart and shot directly at him. He can believe it. His breath did he just pierce through it. It is only when the force hits him that Silfree realizes the truth. Understanding now, he recalls the earlier feeling. It is too late now. It was fear. Su Haien's power crashes down on Silfree. He struggles to resist. But it does not last long. Silfree begins to weaken. Just in time, Blank steps in to assist. And he exclaims in shock. Elder. Elder. He coldly replies, that is enough. We'll overlook the rudeness you displayed in front of my guest. So just leave. Even as he is chased off, Silfree is still reluctant to back down. But Blank calls out coldly. Silfree, you know there are those waiting for the aftermath of the Dragon King. Right. Dragons like me. Can you handle them? Silfree grits his teeth, holding back his anger. He declares, I will report today's events to Lord Canny. He insists. I will report today's events to Lord Canny. Blank is not fazed. Do as you wish. With that, Silfree vanishes, and he joins Maya. Su Haien speaks up. I want to ask you something. Blank nods. Go ahead. You want to know why Maya is called the aftermath of the traitors? Blank is done hiding the truth. He recounts. These days, the red dragons are branded as traitors by our dragon clan. The ancient red dragons had the ability to traverse dimensions. However, according to the testimonies of the orange dragons who fought back then, they abandoned their kin and ventured into another world. Yet, there are those who do not believe their testimonies. Like me, but most dragons, especially the younger ones, see the red dragons as traitors and despise them. Su Haien asks straight up, is there any evidence proving they are traitors? He replies, just testimonies. At that moment, someone appears and exclaims, you still do not believe us? Blank immediately turns to look. The newcomer is Canny, followed by the one who just went to gather intel. Siegfried. Blank eyes the newcomer warily, calling out their name. Canny. Canny shifts from his previous spot, immediately appearing in front of Su Haien. Blank looks slightly worried. The presence of the newcomer means that the situation where they stand has suddenly changed. Kenny's entourage shifts in, and they are surrounded. You are surprised. Thinking. Teleportation. How can there be so many people with such valuable skills? And if you count the dragons near blank, it seems these folks are more than just Kenny's allies. Maybe it is because they are golden dragons. But their abilities are totally different from those blue dragons we just saw. Two of them speak up, asking if that is the human who came with the Dragon King's entourage. The Dragon King's entourage. That is hilarious. He is just related to a bunch of traitors. They argue, saying not to spread those unverified words. And there is no reason for you to get all worked up. Kenny waves his hands. Enough already, he thinks to himself. Right. No matter how impressive the Golden Dragon's energy is, Kenny speaks up. Listen to me. You are sure he is still the strongest? He asks. Why are you here? Oh, you traitors who belong to the dragon. Ina lets out a few sounds in response. Kenny smirks. He seems interested. Turns out the esteemed entourage of the Dragon King is just a fool who can't even talk right. Nina feels really down hearing that. He keeps attacking it. Is all you can do is cry for sympathy. How pathetic. Can't take it anymore. He says. Kenny. You know the Dragon King's entourage develops slower than other dragons. This kid is clearly still very young. Do you really have to talk to him like that? Su Haien sees Maya crying and instantly gets furious. First that blue dragon. And now your bunch of dragons. He shouts. Why do you all have to make Maya cry? Those guys suddenly feel an invisible pressure weighing down on them. Kenny is stunned. He can't feel comfortable either. Watching Su Haien explode. He can't believe the strength of a human. He shouts. How can you be so sure that the red dragons betrayed your kind? Kenny replies. I witnessed it myself. The scene of the red dragons abandoning us. That means you can prove anything. And that is all right. I can't interfere with dragon affairs. So I just want to say one thing. You should go take your anger out on the red dragons who abandoned you. Kenny, upon hearing this, thinks. What? He points at poor Maya and says. This kid is not the one who abandoned you. Yet you isolate and bully her just because she shares the same blood. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. He speaks with suspicion. What is your relationship with that little dragon that makes you so angry? I just can't understand. He places his hand on Maya. Then reaffirms. She and I are family. This leaves Kenny dumbfounded. He suddenly laughs and asks. Family. That is interesting. It really has nothing to do with the past. But that grudge is not so easy to erase. Su Haien cautiously responds. What do you mean by that? He answers. I will give her a chance to make amends. Blank has probably told you. Our clan is currently engulfed in war. Let us reclaim the Long Chu forest. That way, she can make amends. And you and that dragon can earn the recognition of the entire dragon clan. Blank is shocked upon hearing this request. He gets furious. Kenny. Isn't he that just telling them to go die? He is just dawdling. I am not forcing them. The choice is in the hands of that human and dragon. What will you do? Su Haien agreed. Fine. I accept your conditions. Blank was too worried. What a fool. Do you even know what that forest is like? It is a gathering place for the strongest monsters. We have tried to reclaim it several times. But we have failed each time. If a human like you goes there, you will die instantly. You deny it? No way. This difficulty level is just perfect for me to crush their pride. The three of them head to a forest. Arriving just as the sun sets, Blank introduced. This is the Long Chechu forest. You replied. Thanks for guiding us here. Maya also called out a goodbye to him. Blank could not bear to watch them enter such danger. He nudged Su Haien and said, Do not, I already told you. This place is not just normally dangerous. There are dragons who believe in the red dragon. Although there are not many, I will go with them to negotiate with Kenny. So you pull your hand back and reassure him. Do not worry. I will definitely make it back alive. With that, both of them vanished, leaving Blank standing alone in the wind. All he could do was pray. Elder Elite, please protect those two kids. At that moment, Su Haien was facing an aggressive pack of dragons. He thought to himself, this situation reminds me of the old days. The pack of dragons was closing in on Su Haien, and he immediately drew his sword. The killing intent rising, he excitedly exclaimed. Let us start the slaughter. One swing of the sword, and the head of the dragon before him came clean off. Behind Su Haien, another dragon roared and charged at him. He thought, just enough to hold them off. I will control it. The system reminded him as he activated his ability. The three-eyed hunter, as the dragon behind him lunged forward. Su Haien gripped his sword tightly, silently channeling more power into it. The sharp blade sliced through, and the dragon was split in half in an instant. Su Hain's tactic was, if he did it this way, he would consume less mana, and he could take them down quickly. The bloody slaughter unfolded in intense tension. Looking at the sword that resembled dragon blood, he was not surprised at all. As expected, Su Haien was pleased with this new sword. It felt different. Behind him lay the corpses of the dragon pack, over by Kenny's castle. And Hoya's subordinate said, Sir Kenny, are you going to let those two go? I can forgive them. Just look. A descendant of the chained dragons. Those who abandon their own kind are once again recognized as heirs of the Emperor. Those who agree with me are ready. If you permit it, we will confront that humanity and the descendants of the traitors immediately. Akeni calmly set his tea down on the table and said, "Do not worry. Raph, that turtle lives in the Longchu forest." He did not understand. Which turtle? He recalled a memory. Then he responded, "The Titan turtle. We have lost many dragons because of it. Even I nearly lost my life." Raph is shocked. Is he really that strong? But the humans we encountered in the village seem pretty powerful too. Kenway confidently replies, "For a human, he is actually quite formidable. However, if what we saw in the village is all there is, he can't possibly take down the Titan turtle all by himself." Meanwhile, Su Haien, in the dark forest, receives a flood of notifications. Your stats have increased. You have earned 2,000 achievement points. You have earned 3,000 achievement points. Su Haien pondered. Is it really just from hunting that my stats are skyrocketing like this? Awesome. This really is a hunting ground with high efficiency. Maybe it is because this challenge is related to me and Maya. But honestly, it is not complicated at all. He happily pats Maya on the head, praising her. It is all thanks to that little one. But then, we do not see any more monsters. Suddenly, both of them sense danger, and Maya's eyes widen in disbelief. She growls defensively in one direction, causing him to jump and ask, "What is wrong?" Su Haien feels the sound, and Maya's face turns serious. He wonders if it is a heartbeat. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts beneath their feet, launching both of them into the air. Su Haien anxiously calls out. She understands and scoops him up, leaping high to escape the danger below. Below them, a wide mouth emerges from the ground. Its piercing gaze fixates on them. The intruders in its territory. Su Haien realizes, no wonder I was wondering why we had not seen any monsters. It is because we have entered the domain of a Titan turtle. The one that survived in the memory blank showed me last time. Its superior defensive capabilities can only be found in the dark green dungeons. But strangely enough, Titan turtles are not territorial creatures. They can control their intense hunger. So as far as I know, they always wander everywhere. Is it protecting something? Su Haien ponders for a moment, noticing Mia's expression filled with eagerness. And he is surprised. Su Haien wonders, does she want to fight that thing? If it is not absolutely necessary, Maya would not be this aggressive. Could it be that she senses something related to the Dragon King? Thinking this, Su Haien can't help but grin with excitement. He has figured it out. She is protecting the dragon peril. So Su Haien. The Titan turtle unleashes a surge of power, chasing after them. Carrying Su Haien, flies straight toward its gaping mouth. Then they split up, Maya flying towards the back of the Titan turtle, while Su Haien stands in front, drawing his sword. He gathers all his strength to swing down at it. Countless beams of sword light intertwine with immense force. Su Haien is still striving to bring down his sword. He pauses. Awesome. It is opening up. Then he shouts, "Catch it." A massive energy sphere is drawn toward Maya's mouth. Then, it shoots straight towards the back of the Titan turtle. Seizing the opportunity, Su Haien takes action as well, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, then plunging it straight into the turtle's body. His gaze sharpens. His voice cold as ice rings out. Now it is your turn. The sword unleashes its full power in this strike. Explosive power radiates all around. It is time for the sea dragon's sword to erupt. The force is so intense that the sky lights up, and thick lightning crackles from the impact. After everything, the scene here is utterly devastated. The Titan turtle's head has fallen to the ground. He breathes a sigh of relief, sitting in the massive hole he just created. This Titan turtle truly was a tough one. Without the spell and the triple swords, it would have been really difficult. The triple sword skill is a technique of immense power that depends on the user's mana. With level 8 mana and the attack effect enhanced by mana, it becomes a powerful skill that anyone can possess. But it has a critical downside. The user must push their mana to the absolute limit. In other words, they need a weapon capable of containing all their mana. Combining this skill with the spell is the most fitting choice, thanks to the properties of adamantium. It is not just the strongest and toughest sword, but also has the ability to regenerate itself. However, despite these features making it a very powerful skill, in my past life, I was the only one who used it. Watching the actions of the pet beside him, Su Haien was astonished. That is, Maya is currently munching on a chunk of a Titan's corpse. Then everything shattered before Su Haien's eyes. In the dragon's territory, Gran stood at the city gate, waiting. Sina, confused, asked, "Did you really get close to them in such a short time?" Gran replied, "If you are just going to stand there blabbering nonsense, then get lost." The Audian Yang said, "Do you still not trust me? I am your old friend. It hurts a little." Grand answered, "It is not that I do not trust you. It is just that the red dragons are not the type to do something like that." And Kang Kang asserted, "I witnessed and experienced it myself." Grand coldly looked at Sinai and spoke, Sina. Without you, we would not have lasted this long, but now the red dragons are back. So we need to reconsider the future of our tribe. It is not too late. If we gather all the dragons to help the humans and that red dragon, we could reclaim the dragon pearl in this world. Sinai swore with a fiery tone. Damn that red dragon. If that is why you are waiting for the red dragon, then wake up. The dragon pearl is gone. That little red dragon is surely going to die. No matter what you say, my decision and fate remain unchanged. Grand suddenly felt a surge of energy wash over. The entire sky turned a terrifying red. Grand was astonished to witness this. Even Sinai was taken aback. Han exclaimed. No way. This energy, could it be the dragon pearl? Grand hurriedly took off. He transformed into a dragon, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. Sinai watched his figure, and Han also transformed into a dragon. Deep down, still in disbelief, it could not be true. The dragon pearl must have been devoured by the Titan turtle. Remembering Su Haien's expression, Han thought, did that guy kill it? Grand immediately noticed over there. Beneath their feet was a wasteland. Both of them returned to their human forms. In Su Haien's hand was a dragon pearl. They rushed over. Sinai was dumbfounded. It was simply unbelievable. The Titan turtle was defeated by a human. Su Haien chuckled as he watched them approach. That was quick. Grand is still in shock. He slowly reaches out to touch the long pearl and exclaims, oh my, this is definitely the long pearl. It has been such a long time. Way too long. The war against the monstrous remnants in this world and our endless defeats. It is humiliating. But we can only settle in a small village every time. I wish we still had a red dragon. But no. As long as we have the long pearl, this is the treasure of the dragons. Just its existence amplifies the power of our kind. If a red dragon uses it, we could even dominate nature itself. Now that both have returned to us, this world will be saved. It is all thanks to the two of you. After that, the dragon sensed the power of the long pearl and began to fly in slowly. Those waiting for the Dragon King, like blank, felt joy. The ones who lived before the war were in tears of happiness. Even those who used to scorn the red dragons were amazed by the power of the long pearl. All the dragons laughed. Except one. Kenny was furious because of him. He could not chase the red dragons away anymore. The power of the long pearl was too overwhelming. There was no other way. I need to take a step back and come up with another plan. He grumbled, never expecting someone to actually kill the Titan turtle and reclaim the long pearl. Impressive, thanks to the contributions of our ancestors. We will accept the red dragons back into our clan. Su Haien sneered. You really have no shame. What did you just say? He put the long pearl in his mouth and declared. With these dragons gathered, it is time to reveal the truth. Everyone take a good look. I am absorbing the power of the long pearl. The long pearl's energy is exploding from within, and I began to change. My scales became tougher. My body also grew massive. At this moment, I had transformed into a mighty dragon. The entire dragon clan marveled at this display of power. I announced. Look at what kind of dragon your leader is. They gasped. A crimson dragon. What pressure? Raph turned to ask. Elder Kenny. What kind of dragon is that? His master fell silent. He called out. Elder. Kenny still had not recovered. Exclaiming, how is this possible? He blurted out a name. Elite. The dragon clan gasped. Elite. Elite has returned. We have come back. Su Haien thought to himself. Looking back now, it is truly remarkable. Will Maya be able to become like this in the future? But by then, I would probably be dead from old age. Su Haien looked at her fondly. He recalled what the other said. At most, I will live another 100 years. But the dragons will have to live in solitude for another 900 years after that. It would be better if she could forget me during the remaining 900 years of her life. Su Haien thought. Now I understand what Huanqi meant. Cause I can't be by that kid's side forever. It might be better if Maya just then. A voice boomed. Now we can finally talk. Right. The whole sky suddenly ignited with a fierce energy. Elite appeared. Laughing and chatting. She created this atmosphere, and now finds herself in a bit of a pickle. Are you all feeling the greatness of me now? What is it like to witness the first appearance of the great Dragon King? They were amazed. The aura was nothing like we expected. Everyone burst into laughter. Elite has always been like this old man. Still the same after all this time? Elite asked with genuine concern. Are you all doing well? I am really curious how you have been living since I died, at this point. He hesitated. But I would be really sad not to witness it myself, no matter what happens. The monster that looks like us will eventually vanish with us to another world, far away from this dimension. Even though I and the other red dragons perished due to our souls being torn apart from overload, he will face a similar fate soon enough. The crowd was in disbelief. Did that guy really die? The red dragons did not run away. Are we being lied to? This is also magic. You know. Blank realized. Yep. This is the resurrection spell. The resurrection spell. The highest tier of magic. restores the thoughts and memories of the deceased by preserving their appearance as they were in life. In other words, for us, Allied is already dead. Someone could not help but ask, Elder Canny, what is going on here? His shadow looked incredibly lonely at this moment. Allied inquired, how's Canny doing? I hope that kid is taking good care of everyone. Just thinking about how the only one we could rely on to care for our kin after I died is that kid. It is a bit. After saying that, he smiled gently. Eliad continued, Canny, you must have faced a lot of pressure and difficulties. But I believe you can do it. In a distant future, I will wait. I entrust our kin to you. Zhuang now understood that this was what had happened. No wonder I found it strange when you insisted that the red dragons were traitors. I will make you pay for deceiving our kin. He almost shouted the name Canny, now laughing with glee. Then he said, what a joke. Does the truth really matter that much? I am still the one who led and saved you all. I have worked harder and been more devoted to our kin than anyone else. And yet you all continue to seek those red dragons. Wake up, it is me now. His whole being erupted with power. He declared, I am the Dragon King. Blank ordered, set up a barrier. As his power surged forward, it was stopped by the barrier created by Blanket's side. The situation began to escalate as the barrier was nearing its breaking point. Blank struggled, thinking, Canny is the strongest dragon among us. I thought we could withstand his attack thanks to the Dragon Pearl, which enhances the strength of the surrounding dragons. But that also means Canny is empowered by the Dragon Pearl. I can't hold on much longer. Leaning on the Dragon Pearl for support, the fiery force surged toward Canny. He stared in shock as he was hit, Canny engulfed in burning flames. Su Haien chuckled mockingly, asking if he wanted to be a king recognized by other dragon kin. How pathetic, the true king has returned. A Canny coughed through the smoke. He shouted in rage. Dragon chain. And his body transformed back into a dragon. Then he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, shouting, he is running away. Do not let him escape. Su Haien, regaining strength, declared, we will catch him. Let us make sure this lives up to its name. The Dragon Slayer. You know, just the Dragon Slayer alone won't be enough to catch him. I will tweak the principle of the sword wave. Just enough so the weapon won't break. You hurled that massive energy toward the target. Canny sensed the danger. He was stunned, not knowing what it was. Nothing can keep up with my speed. Just as he was about to taunt, Canny got hit hard. A power like lightning struck him directly. A huge hole was blasted through him. His scream of pain echoed as Canny's chest began to heal. He knew this was a fatal wound, but thanks to the Dragon Pearl, he could still recover. Truly grateful for that, a sharp arrow shot toward Canny. Su Haien understood it was still too early to breathe easy. You stood on the back of the dragon, eagerly saying, let us go again. Canny released a cube of energy. You also love gathering power. Determined to settle this once and for all, Canny fired that energy cube downwards. Su Haien swung his hand, slicing out a wave of blue energy crackling with lightning. The two forces collided in a stunning clash. A spectacular explosion of light lit up the sky from the clash of powers. Canny relentlessly unleashed a barrage of fiery cubes. All of them flew towards Su Haien simultaneously. You commanded Mir. Give me the strength. I will finish him. Mir complied, starting to gather firepower. In an instant, Mir unleashed a surge of fiery energy. Canny, furious, retaliated, shouting, you little brat. You think you can defeat me with such chaotic power? Things would have gone much better if you had just disappeared. Why did you come back? Well, countless powers surged towards Su Haien and Mir. He accepted the title. The Dragon Sovereign must be me. Mir cautiously observed the attacks coming from his opponent. Another wave of fire from Canny surged forward, filled with rage. I am their hero. The power rushed towards Su Haien, but Canny's expression changed drastically. Su Haien has already hit that guy. Mir finally spoke up. I do not know much about kings. Unlike the heroes I know, I will never belittle others. You are not a hero. Su Haien praised him, saying it was impressive. Those words left Canny speechless, unable to argue back. Su Haien struck down and declared, you are no hero. Canny was stunned. Like, what? Just a mere human. That kind of power again. He stubbornly warned, don't provoke me, just before being engulfed by that immense power. Canny exclaimed, a hero. But before he could finish, he was punished in the sea of electric energy. The explosion of power was so intense that the shockwaves rippled through the air, mana enveloping everything. Raph was astonished. Can humans really have this much mana? Sir Blank, who is that man? He chuckled and replied, I do not know either. But one thing is for sure, he is our savior. After Canny's death, the misunderstanding about the dragon was cleared up, and their pride as heroes was restored, rather than being seen as traitors. Mia became the new Dragon King and earned the loyalty of the Dongs. But since he was still too young, Blank would lead the Dongs. The Dongs, protectors of Dragon Continent. began fighting monsters to defend their territory and ended a 6-month-long war with a victory as their world began to stabilize. The Dong set to work creating a new life. Blank and Siegfried walked through the tranquil forest. He exclaimed joyfully, "Awesome. We are almost there." Siegfried replied, "I am sure no one expected Dragon Continent could change shape like this." Blank understood. "You are right. We need to repay Su. Suddenly, someone rushed up from behind calling, "Sir Blank," he asked suspiciously. "What is going on?" Raff reported, "He is back again." Blank was surprised. "Again? I told him to take a break. Why does he love hunting monsters so much?" Meanwhile, Sohol and Maya were enjoying the thrill of monster hunting. Update notification. You have earned 20,000 achievement points. Total achievement points: 8,854,455. Sohol was thrilled. Hunting around here is the best. We have racked up so many points. Totally worth the 6 months. The info board displayed all updates. Name: Sohol. Mana: 83. Mana rank: 8. Strength: 89. Agility: 90. Endurance: 83. Reflex: 91. Skill: Space jump detail. Skill: Transformation details. Skill: Divine fire details. Completion rate: 99.98%. Do you want to end this trial? Sohol exclaimed. The completion rate is almost done. It is time to head back. When we first arrived, this place was so dark and gloomy. And I believe saving this world has its perks. He glanced at Maya beside him, then sadly thought, maybe Maya should. At night, Maya flew towards the castle, and the two of them stealthily opened the window. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You think we did not notice you sneaking in?" Brang added, "I thought we decided to hunt monsters together." Sohol and Maya forced a smile. He awkwardly said, I just did what I wanted." After saying that, Suhol stepped into the room, explaining, "Brang, I think it is time for me to go." Brang recalled, "You said you came from another world." "Right." He took the chance. "So I want to ask you for a favor." He agreed. "What is it?" "If it is you, I will do whatever I can." Suhol glanced at Maya next to him and said, "Can I ask you to take care of it?" Brang was surprised and replied, "What did you just say?" Suhol opened up. "I have been thinking about this the whole time I have been here. Maya's lifespan is way longer than mine. And when I think about how lonely it will be after I am gone, I think it is better for it to stay here." Brang responded, "I understand. But my answer is no." Suhol, confused, exclaimed, "What?" He explained, "How can we decide the path of the Dragon King? From the beginning, that was not something we could choose. The Dragon King will make his own decision." The system announced, "You have achieved a completion rate of 99.98%. You have perfectly passed the 40th floor test. Your achievement rank is being compiled. Rank 1. In the 41st floor town. The updates continue. Your endurance increases by 1. Your mana increases by 1. You have received 2 million achievement points." As soon as he stepped into the shop, the staff asked, "Hello. What are you looking for?" The system continuously updated. "You have received a reward of intelligence points. Type mana. 1 of your intelligence points will increase. You have received a dragon pearl as a reward, said to belong to the divine beast. Total achievement points: 10,854,455. He suggested, "Give me all the potions you have,